a plane that's horizontal, sorry, perpendicular to that, apparently that's flat Earth proof. What do you reckon?
You gotta have R for that.
Say again?
You've got to have R for that.
No, I'm talking about establishing a horizontal. If I have an instrument that establishes perpendicular to wherever down is that flat Earth proof?
If you don't have R, you can't measure around a curve, can you?
Oh, listen, very simple question. If I know which way is down, can I establish perpendicular to that? Nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Can I make something that is perpendicular to down?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Gio. Welcome to the globe.
Well, it's not about a globe. You have the XYZ
Exactly.
axis, the XYZ axis on a plane. It has nothing to do with the center of a pretend radius, or I shouldn't say. Okay, a radius, an assumed radius, I should say.
Yeah, but the guy's argument is that we can only measure an angle on a flat plane. And I'm like, are you fucking retarded or what's the
No, yeah, you can only measure it.
You can't measure it any other way, because if you don't have R, how can you measure it?
What?
Right.
Just talking about measuring an angle, dude.
Well, the flat plane functions as your horizontal. If you don't have that if you were on a globe, you'd have to fabricate a fake horizontal, which they often call what, the astronomical horizon.
Yeah. Let's say you're 100 meters above the surface on a flat Earth. Oh, sorry, it's been wrong. You're 100 meters above the surface on a flat Earth, and you have an auto level that shoots a horizontal plane. Does that plane equal the surface? The answer is no.
It'd be parallel to the surface.
It would be if the Earth is flat, yes, but it is not the surface. And in the same way, the horizontal plane on a globe does not equal the surface. The end. It's just one of the most ridiculous arguments I've heard.
Well, if you have a horizontal plane that's going parallel to a planar Earth, then that's pretty significant in terms of the star, the right angle, the whole system of setup that you get with that sextant. Whereas on a globe, if you have to create a horizon, you have to create a horizontal that shoots off into space, and then you have to use that. So you still have to use a horizontal on the ad hoc globe model in terms of using a sextant.
Yes. But the horizontal does not equate to the surface. That's the whole point.
Yeah, on a globe, it doesn't have almost anything to do with the surface at all, because you can't have a plane on a globe. On a planar Earth, the horizontal plane you're creating is very meaningful because it's parallel to the plane of the Earth.
Yeah, and if that were the case, the Earth would be flat. But it's not the case.
Well, you need some sort of surface to double check. Otherwise, you're just pointing a theodolite, your eye, or the instrument, and assuming that it's level from beginning of observation to end.
I have double checked it, Lemon. I made a video about it.
Because you can hang a plumb and assume that it's level at the starting point, but assuming that it's seeing level, or that you're seeing level for the entirety of the observation, that's a bit of a high assumption. Without some surface or physical,
got to take refraction into account as well.
So pointing your eye or pointing the instrument, leveling it out at starting point, and assuming you're seeing level from beginning to end is a bit of an assumption.
You have to factor in refraction. And my next video, which I haven't actually touched for about 2 days, is showing that you can apply 7/6R in most circumstances, especially when you are above the surface.
Wouldn't your level line disappear though?
No, it's an infinite plane.
But most objects tend to disappear due to perspective. And so if you're getting a level line, say, out of your camera or based off of your theodolite reticle and align the thickness of that crosshair, it would be expected to converge and disappear just like any other object too, wouldn't it?
It will get smaller, but a plane is an infinite mathematical concept. It goes to infinity. Whether the objects get too small to see, sure.
Any object, the thickness of that plane would also disappear. So effectively, you wouldn't be able to see level. Your level line would disappear. You wouldn't be able to tell what's going on.
Plane does not have a thickness limit. This is a mathematical concept. It does not have a thickness.
So we're going off of idealized math as opposed to trying to see if this math is grounded in reality. Is that what you're saying?
No, the math is grounded in reality because when we make predictions against it, they match reality.
How, when you can't even see your level line, your level plane, or whatever you're talking about? That doesn't match what we see in reality at all.
We know how much the light bends, and therefore factor that into the geometry.
So now we have to check the quality of this abstraction and this idealized math and see if it's based off of consistent principles
Yeah,
or
let's check the
inconsistent.
math. No, it's a good point, Lemon. Let's check the math. Ruhif, what's the X stand for?
Oh, cool, Jeremy. My video will be out. My video is kind of in response to you, actually, Jeremy, about looking through the optical corridor. So, in fact, what I could do now, actually, hold on. Give me a sec. I'll send you a link. DM you. I'll stick it in chat. Sorry, hold on. We have a little chat about my graphs. All right. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to stick a link in the chat.
Or don't go sticking anything anywhere, Ruhif. Let me.
I'll stick it in your mum later. All right. There you go. Link in the chat.
What is it? I really don't check that chat. Generally, the chats are just full of like trolls and stuff. Text chats, brutal.
Right.
I'll take a
you to
We'll
check
take
my
a
link.
gander. I'm gonna check it right now.
Thank you, Jeremy. Very kind.
I'm glad you've made a response to what I've been telling you this whole time and acknowledge that you don't have any measurements of the optical corridor and that you don't know how refraction works. That was very manly of you.
The point of this video is to show why we can assume 7/6 everywhere when you get above the surface, which is what I've been telling you for years. So, if you want to call that an admission, sure. Should I row some more? It's hard to talk and row.
What are we looking at here?
Oh, choose a graph. Choose a graph. Let me know which one you choose. You want me to choose one for you? CYSM?
What is this, some sextant thing?
No, well, how about I choose one?
Is this a sextant thing?
No, go to CWSE.
Oh, bro, I didn't open that link. That looks like some kind of
Fucking open the link. Jesus.
like you're gonna fish. That's like it looks like a fishing link or something.
Dropbox. That's my cloud storage.
Ruhif is gonna track you.
Yeah, bro, that's like some kind of fishing link or something. I don't know. I don't mess around with that stuff.
Ruhif, which one? Which one do you want to open up?
CWSE in Edmonton, California. Not California, Canada, sorry.
I mean, this looks like a sextant thing. You got a star up there and everything.
No, there's no star.
There's literally a star.
When you bring it up,
point
when
A
you
is
open
a
it,
star.
what it is.
Ruhif, point A, top of the triangle. You got a star.
What triangle? Just open up CWSE.
It's a triangle. 6 p.m.
What the fuck are you
Must be
talking
at
about?
sunset. There's a little sailboat written on it, picture on it. Oh, that's from New Perspective. Never mind.
For fuck's sake, Jeremy. Jeez.
I was looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah.
But that is from that video that you were mentioning the other day, Ruhif. That guy did. Like the globe Earth guy, and he did it, and then everybody jumped on it, and then he kind of did like a damage control thing.
Yes. Flatzoid won't even admit that. It's pretty funny.
I posted the picture. You're trying to get German to look at.
All right, I'm looking at it. So what's up with this graph? What up?
All right, so there are red bars and blue bars.
Then what?
And what this maps, this takes weather balloon data for 12 months and works out the refractive gradient, the vertical gradient, and then does like a frequency histogram with it. All right. And the blue bars, well, sorry, the x-axis first. The x-axis, left of the x-axis, so negative, is light bending down. All right. And to the right of 0, where it's positive, is light bending upwards. All right.
You don't know that.
Well,
that's a pretty heavy
Snell's law or Fermat's theorem.
Well, have you ever made a straight line and actually seen which way the light was bending? Or are you just going off of like
sugar water tank? Dang, Josh.
No.
For the shit.
No, I'm talking about in the actual atmosphere, not sugar water tanks.
Yeah, dang, Josh. Liquid nitrogen. Nitrogen's.
No, have you ever made it? Bro, have you ever made a straight line in the atmosphere and then said, "Oh yeah, definitely going up"?
You can't make a straight line in atmosphere, Jeremy.
You can't make a straight line in atmosphere.
No, because there's an atmosphere. It bends a lot.
So how are you going to?
Hold on, two things. I've already been over this with him. Them towers. Do you have them? The towers, the reference frames. Do you have them sitting on a ball or do you have them sitting on a flat plane?
Yeah, and like I said to you 10 times, Brian, this is a vertical gradient, nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
It doesn't matter, dude. If you're the towers, you can't get nothing from one point. You got to. Everything is relative. So them towers pretty much. I just wanted to know if they're relative.
Yeah,
if
Brian,
they're not on a ball, or if are they level with each other, or are they curving away from each other?
Yeah, Brian, I've answered you 10 times.
You don't think that's important?
No.
Well, then you can just get it all from one tower, right? Get everything you need from one tower, right?
If I can measure the vertical gradient in hundreds of places and it's consistent, then I can assume what the gradient is between two places.
Two places level with each other, or two places?
Yeah, that's the test,
away?
Right? That's the test.
All right. Hey, but also one more thing, Rohit. You might want to address this. You might not.
Yeah, I got to turn it up, Brian. Hold on.
Yeah, one more little thing. If you consider perspective, man, even if there is a gradient, a vertical gradient, if you look at perspective, man, that's going to override the little bit of rays you have bending down. The tiny little bit of downward refraction, perspective override that by itself.
Well, show us how it's done, Brian. Make a prediction for an angle on a flat Earth, and make a prediction for an angle on a globe using whatever.
All right. 6 inches. Light curve and 6 inches per mile squared. Upwards.
That's my prediction. Right. Well, you're demonstrably wrong with empirical data.
You just whoa! You just told me make a prediction. Let's test it.
Yeah. Your assumption is wrong. Light bends downwards.
Let's test it against yours. Okay. Let's test it against.
You don't know if that's what's happening in the atmosphere on a normal condition because you don't have any. Would you just tell Brian you didn't have any of empirical data?
No. I said I do have empirical data.
No, you don't.
I said I do.
If you had empirical data, would be a straight line, and then comparing the light bending and where you see the object to the straight line.
That comes in at the No. Listen, I was literally about to say something, and then you just cut in, right? The empirical data for refraction is that paper that I gave you, right? That works out the refractive index, and then I apply that to the atmosphere. The atmosphere bends down unless you're close to a warm surface.
My video showed you several examples. Every time we shine a laser long distance and we step away from it, orthographically at an angle, we see almost every one of them curving upward. And Dr. John D predicted it. He predicts the height of the objects and the distance. He predicts just from time of day and morning. Just he did it so much. He knows what's going to refract, and he pretty much not exact, but he's got a good idea on how high the wind towers are going to be, and he pretty much proved it's upward light refraction, at least in that area. But then I looked at other lasers, and they're almost all curving up, man. It's demonstrable. But in a fish tank,
when
you can show me curving down, but in the atmosphere, I can show you curving up.
Yeah, when I said get above the surface, what do you think I meant?
What? How
When I said
how high do you
get
want me
above
above
the
the surface?
surface? Well, I'm using 100 meters in my video. But what did I say 2 minutes ago? Get above the surface where you're more certain.
It's going to get worse the higher you go because it's going to because the pressure pretty much is no longer a factor. It's almost just solely temperature. There's hardly any difference in pressure.
Always a factor. Back up what you just said, Brian. Pressure is no longer a factor. Back it up with something empirical. I'll give you $1 million if you can.
Well, I'm not trying to. Well, slow down, dude. I'm just throwing my ideas out there, man. I'm not trying to.
You almost said throwing shit, Brian. You almost said throwing shit out there, and it is shit. Utter shit, right? Back it up.
Hold on, man. You don't got to be, so you don't want to hear my ideas?
Oh, if they're not shit, of course they're.
Well, look, man, it's like this. If y'all based the refraction on the density gradient of air, and the next thing is temperature that would make a difference. So when the air pretty much goes down, when the air starts dropping, you're going to have less of a gradient. But in my opinion, the density of air ain't going to refract shit. Like the same thing in water, you have a higher pressure water in a swimming pool, but in a good clear pool, you don't see refraction for over super long distances that I know of anyway. But
all right.
Can you prove to me that light refracts downward without using your model? Can you give me empirical demonstrations like I gave you?
Without assuming a model for the shape?
Yeah, just give me empirical evidence in the atmosphere of shit looming up from light bending down. How much light bending down in real life?
Okay. The proof then is, do you accept Snell's law and/or Fermat's theorem?
Okay. Now, Snell's law, I'm gonna have no argument with you over short distances and barriers, but you're talking about air. What's the change in median in air? The only change we have is moisture. The only thing we have as far as the air is difference in moisture. You can't show me a change in air pressure bending light. You can't show me that.
All right. So the reason I said Snell's law and/or Fermat's theorem is because you probably shouldn't use Snell's law on an atmosphere. Right? To accept Fermat's theorem. Can you accept that you get Snell's law from Fermat's theorem?
I mean, I'd like to see demonstrations, man. I know you have something up your sleeve.
Yeah. Do you accept the general principle that light will bend towards the denser medium? That's all I'm asking, really.
Yeah, but that comes with a quotation. I don't think that the same medium dictates refraction. I think there's got to be something different about it,
Then do you reject Dang Joss's experiments where he pours liquid nitrogen and it bends? That's the same medium,
that's
right?
what I'm asking to see. No, I don't reject them until I see them, Then I'll reject it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I want to see it, and then I'll make up my mind, But I would like to see some demonstrations, is all.
Yeah, Dang Joss, liquid nitrogen, bends a lot.
Huh? Liquid nitrogen, that's a change in medium, man. That's a change in medium.
It evaporates. It evaporates immediately into gaseous nitrogen.
Okay, but what's there when the liquid nitrogen ain't there? We have air, and what else? What else do we have thicker at the ground? Thicker at the ground, we have water vapor, right?
What's air made of, Brian? 70-something%? What? Nitrogen, well done.
No, it's like 21% oxygen, 79% fucking nitrogen, whatever y'all call it. But look, Here's my thing. I'm not talking about liquid nitrogen. But listen, let me, you got to answer this though. What do we have there, on a day-to-day basis? No matter where you go on Earth, you're going to have more moisture, more humidity, more water vapor at the ground.
Right, and that's taken into account in the formulas as well.
Okay, well, if it was, that's the only difference in medium. That's the only difference in medium. You got air and air and air, okay? Whatever you want to call it. You have
which gets less density.
non-homogeneous. You have non-homogeneous air everywhere around you. Okay, and I don't think you're going to get refraction off of just air. If you had just dry air, you could pressurize it all you want. You're not going to bend light through just air. It's that's my opinion.
The empirical data says you're wrong, Brian. The whole process of getting these refractive index formulas is by shooting light through a vacuum and then shooting light through air of a certain composition, and then working out what the refractive index is.
That's what I'm asking for you to show me.
Yeah, the paper. Google CIDOR, CIDDOR.
I don't want no paper, man. I want to see it.
What do you mean? You want to see them do their experiment? Like, did they film their fucking paper or something?
If they don't, it's fucking worthless.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Dude, we're skeptics, man. Come on, Rube. In fact, man, look, let me settle down. I'm not trying to work you. I swear to God, when I talk to you, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just throwing shit at you because you got usually good responses. I like to hear them. And I always look at your videos. It might take me a few days, but I look at them and shit. And I'm well in the way of making that video too, man. I just want to talk to you about a couple other things. Shit, I'm not trying to come at you from some fucked up angle, but I do like demonstrations, man. You know, I do like demonstrations. That's kind of what sticks with me, man. So keep that in mind.
So this CIDOR paper, right? So it's CIDDOR 1996 refraction. He personally didn't do the experiments. He has drawn a whole bunch of papers prior to him and sort of melded them all together with their different results to make a more accurate formula. And like the refractive index of air is something like 1.000277, right? 6 decimal places. This guy's figures are accurate to 8 decimal places. So you're not going to get, it's going to be pointless to try and get anything more accurate than that. So this is the sort of authoritative source on the refractive index formula. And they get them, like I said, by shooting light through a vacuum and then shooting light through another way through the air, whatever the composition of air is, and looking at the diffraction pattern and working out what the index of refraction is. That's all empirical. So we know what it is. The end.
Ruhif, in the live stream voice text, there's 3 questions, if you don't mind answering them for us.
Yeah, grab my phone.
Yeah, one last comment. It's not empirical if you can't show me, but go ahead.
Hang on.
Okay, so the question 1, are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between Earth's surface and celestial objects?
Yes.
Number 2, are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from your position to celestial objects?
Yes.
Number 3, can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent?
Nonsense question. Utter nonsense. What is a curved adjacent?
That's the question. Curved baseline.
It's gibberish, right? Curved baseline.
Angle needs 2 lines. An angle needs 2 lines, right? And one of them, the baseline, is called the adjacent, bro.
How about Geo answer that question? Given I just explained it 5 minutes ago.
Spherical. How about you just answer your answer to a spherical surface? Yeah, can you obtain an elevation angle from a spherical surface?
Yeah, again, nonsense question. The way you get an angle is you establish a horizontal, right, which is perpendicular to whatever down is. Nothing to do with the surface. Understood?
I'm just asking the questions. I'm not trying to make
and it's a nonsense question. It's a nonsense question.
So your straight line is imaginary?
Yes. Well done.
But in real life it curves though, right?
The surface curves.
The only way I see around that is to draw another imaginary line in an imaginary position in the center of the earth and calling it parallel, but then not obeying any of them rules. It's iffy, man, at best, bro. And
so
but the main problem is just try a sextant. Just try some hypothetical angles on a sextant and get some numbers out of the almanac and try and plot them on a ball and see what happens. They fail.
The numbers from an almanac are derived from the Earth being a ball. Right? I'll offer you the challenge. Derive your distance from the GP given just an angle.
I already did, man. I made a model especially for you, man. A simple little formula. You like the math, don't you?
I do love it, yeah.
Watch my celestial refraction. It's A over 90 D times point A. Yeah, That's what you apply to the measured angle, and you'll get the same distance for every fucking latitude.
Is this the one where you just did the 89 degrees?
What?
Is this the one where you purely use the 89 degrees?
Yeah, I use empirical evidence. We can we can yeah.
And I told you that
I'm trying. Look what I'm trying to do, man. You might be able to help me with this, man. I'm like yeah, but I'm trying to tie in. You know how like even sextants, they say, you know, past 60 degrees, they start getting more and more inaccurate. They're closer to getting the horizon. Well, my shit does the same thing. Like about 65 degrees, you start getting off, you know, more than a few miles. I mean, it's close, but it ain't close. It's the same thing, man. But so what I'm trying to do is tie in my. I'm trying to make it's not that hard to make a terrestrial refraction model, but I'm trying to tie it in with celestial to make the stars work. So if I can make a model that makes sextant use accurate all the way down to 1 degree, then I'd be one up on the globe, wouldn't I?
Do you know what you've done with the 89 degrees though? I told you you'd use the small angle approximation, right? That's what I said.
What? Yeah? I'm sorry?
I told you you'd used the small angle approximation without actually knowing it. Did you go and research what that meant?
No, dude, okay. Look, I used no. You don't. You're answering my question before I even answered it. Okay, what I'm using, okay, is nothing. No tomfoolery. What I'm using is empirical evidence, something anybody can measure. Anybody, you could go out and do it right now. Okay, so I think we'd all agree that shit, whatever it is bending, it bends about 1 degree every 69 miles. Okay. So now,
yeah, but
if you get an angle of 1 degree, okay, at 69 miles, that's 3958.7. Okay.
Yeah, this is my point. Can I explain my point? Okay, so if you split a circle with radius 3959, if you split that into 360
I know, man,
degrees,
the radians don't quite go in the circle. I know all that, dude, but that's
yes,
yes, I do, but that doesn't fucking debunk the empirical evidence, because then you're going to take and you're going to go measure an angle. So if you're out on the water, Ruif, and you measure an angle, that's all you have is just an angle. And you plot in, and then you triangulate it and plot the formula. You're going to get your true distance, okay? And my model, your refracted distance, and it's gonna match within a few miles, all the way up to 65 degrees, right?
Right, I'm a quarter of the way through the explanation, right? So with that, splitting the circle into 360 parts, you get a sector which has a 1 degree angle. The sides of that sector are 3959, and the arc distance on the surface is 69 miles, right? That's the sector you're drawing, all right? If you were to draw a right angle triangle with the base as 3959 and the opposite side as 69 miles, you will also get an angle of very, very close to 1 degree, right? That is the small angle approximation. That's what it is. Yes? Do you see how that sector is very similar to that triangle, the right angle triangle? Yeah? Did I drop out or something? What happened?
No, I got you.
Okay. Do you understand that?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was on mute, bro. I'm drawing a radius to a place anybody can measure, bro. You're drawing a radius to an imaginary position, dude.
Yeah, we're not there yet, Brian. I'm trying to get you to understand that triangle is very similar to that sector. Do you understand that?
Yes, man. Yes,
okay,
I do.
Good.
But that doesn't match the circle, man. That doesn't match your circle, bro.
That is the small angle approximation. That's why I asked you to do something.
Yeah, I know,
like
but your small angle approximation's using fucking radians, bro, and that does not match your fucking circle completely.
It does. It exactly does.
Okay, then use a sextant, bro, and demonstrate it on a globe. You should have no problem. If everything you're saying is true, then you should have no problem demonstrating your angles of equal altitude on a globe.
Easily.
Yeah, good. Let's see it.
There's no triangle involved.
I can't wait for you to try it, bro.
Yeah, no triangle involved.
I was delighted when I did.
Yeah, let's use Polaris. Like the sextant argument is basically a generalized Polaris argument, right? When you are at 45 degrees latitude, right?
Testing.
I lost him, dude. I can't hear nothing.
Yeah, I can't. He just cut out. He said something about Polaris, and then cut out.
Ruhiv just has paper.
Hey, Brian. Until Ruhiv gets back, you said circle of equal altitude, right? And he brought up Polaris. You know, if you measure Polaris, the angle in the sky, and let's say you measure it at 60 degrees.
Yeah. I don't got problem with the latitude. I'm talking about using sextant because you got to include longitude.
I think Ruhiv is.
Yeah, I'm back.
I think Ruhiv is back.
What was the question?
Sorry about that. I lost you, but I really would encourage you to just use some hypothetical measurements. Just pick a few spots. Pick like around the equator. Pick around 30 and pick around 60. Now you ain't got to go all the way to 60, dude. Just go to like 50 and plot it on the globe. Plot your not on Google Earth. Plot it on an actual globe.
Yep. So imagine you're at 45 degrees latitude, looking at Polaris. Right, you are looking along parallel to the axis of rotation, correct?
Yeah, I understand the argument, man, but you got to stick. If you're going to use parallel lines, you got to stick to it with every argument.
Yeah, where's the triangle?
Okay, whoa. Where's the triangle? Okay, that's one phase. That's one phase of a sextant, though. I understand the math. You can throw at me. So you're going to apply calculus, trigonometry, every sailor out there. Dude, that's I mean, I understand that you can apply some math and mentally get, mathematically get past the not needing the baseline. But look, when you're using a sextant, man, you're bringing the sun down to the horizon and you're putting it on top of the horizon, which puts it at 89.5 degrees. So you're already disobeying your parallel lines just for putting the sun on the fucking horizon, bro. Excuse my language.
Again, similar to Polaris. The line from the observer to the sun, wherever you are, is effectively parallel to the line from the GP to the sun. That's parallel.
Right, so you're going to bring it down to the radius. I understand all that, Riv. I'm just saying. Triangle, right? But I'm saying, but that's one aspect of using math, man. But when you start using parallel lines, you're like I said, you're starting to introduce calculus. You're going past trig and everything.
All the complex stuff is done in the almanac, right? That's already taken care of.
That's why I want you to apply it to a globe, just to see for yourself. Make a video
with Polaris. I just did with Polaris in 5 seconds.
Oh my God, dude! I'm not talking about just latitudes, bro. I'm talking about you get 3 positions. Sorry, go ahead.
I think there's an issue that Ruhiv thinks that 2 plumb bobs aren't parallel.
Correct.
And that's why he's fucking it up, because plumb bobs are parallel.
No, they're not. They're demonstrably not. And I've done that in the video as well.
That's the problem. Prove it.
I've done it in a video.
And man, the way they have your Earth mapped out right now, it ain't nowhere near a sphere. So if you don't apply some calculus, you're not going to get true readings. But you still ain't going to get true readings if you apply them to a globe, bro.
What? What do you mean it's nowhere near a sphere?
Dude, it looks like a potato, man. Look at the latest survey of Earth. Look at the potato or pear or whatever shaped Earth.
Are you talking about the geoid model thing?
Tyson said hamburger now. His latest video on Star Talk said it's no longer.
He's talking about the geoid as well, right?
Yeah, but he said no longer pear shaped. It's now hamburger.
Okay, but we're talking about the geoid, correct? Yes.
Well, either way.
Okay, yeah. So we're talking about the geoid, which has deviations from a true ellipsoid of about 50 to 100 meters.
Then that would be flatter than a fucking cue ball. So they wouldn't say that it's bigger, bulkier. They say that the equator's big. They say the equator's bigger, and then it continues to get bigger. And
we're talking about 50 meters deviation from the geoid over 6,000 kilometers.
It's chubbier.
Right, by how much?
A hamburger.
By how much?
Hamburger.
Doesn't matter if the
Family
southern
Guy
hemisphere
did
is
it.
bigger than the
Real
equator.
ground beef, or is that like hamburger helper shit?
Yeah,
Hey,
guys
I
are
gotta
talking about
back
two
off.
different
I gotta back
things.
off for a second, Riff, man. I gotta take a breather.
You're talking about two different things.
Family Guy
The
ripped on
smoothness,
it too. It was pretty funny.
the smoothness of the earth, and the oblateness. Those two different things.
He'll grab the clip. I clipped it from Family Guy. They have Tyson in some sort of spaceship. He looks down at the Earth and says, "Hamburger."
Didn't you say it looks nothing like a sphere? And I asked you, what are you referring to? Are you referring to the geoid? Yes? No?
Just a second, I'll get it. Hear this.
He said he has to leave for a second, Mr. Ruhiff.
No,
But it sounds like
just
there's
walking
several
outside.
things. I mean, I think Brian said he had to leave for a second.
Okay.
There's several things being discussed. Somebody said something about the smoothness, which is somebody referred to the comparison to a cue ball, just talking about the smoothness. And then Ruhiff, you said something about the geoid, and I think what Brian originally was talking about was possibly the gravitational model that they sometimes show that has like the
geoid, right?
Well, no, that's the actual gravitational model. But I'm saying they have the data that they collected from the Grace satellites, and they have it exaggerated, so it looks like a lumpy.
Yes.
But
that's what they're referring to
that
without looking at the scale, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, because that one's not that one's just distorted. That's exaggerated with all those positions. It's not supposed to be the actual shape.
deviation. Yeah, the deviation from like a true ellipsoid is on the scale, and it's like 50 meters or something like that. So they've obviously exaggerated the shit out of it. Oh, I did too much cardio today because I wanted to talk to you guys. Now I'm fucked. Johnny B. Not going to join your Discord, Johnny. No one wants to talk?
So is what we see on Google Earth, is that supposed to have the oblateness factored in?
I don't know. I haven't measured it.
Because a lot of the models that I've seen of the oblateness, like you're saying, they're like quote unquote exaggerated. But where is the one that shows what it's really supposed to be?
Well,
there's actually no model that's oblate. I've never seen an oblate map or spheroid or globe model ever.
Right, but it's about 0.3% difference in terms of polar radius versus equatorial radius, right? You're not going to notice that in a picture.
But could you measure it in a picture? If you had a good enough camera, if you had a good enough camera, surely you could measure that in a picture, no?
Maybe.
Oh yeah, you can. Several people. I mean, I've done it.
Kosho, new plan, emergency statement. Sorry. How many pixels do we need to be able to measure 0.3% difference in this oblateness?
Not that many. Several people have done it, man, with the actual 72 blue mark.
Hang on, my headphones are about to die.
So the pixels don't. Yeah, we're gonna stop the whole conversation for you. What do you think? This is a video game from the '80s where you can just hit start and it pauses it.
What?
Jesus, hold on, man.
Kosho.
Hold on, dude. Hold on.
I'm gonna finish my shift and hand over to Kosho.
As we know you are, Royce.
Kosho, they did it with the blue marble, so pixels don't even matter in this. You're saying?
I've done it with the blue marble, and I've done it with even the Epic Discover pictures, and lots of people have. Epic Discover is probably a good one to go with because you can download the data and you can get a high resolution one from the Epic Discover, and then it's not difficult to it's not difficult. We can do that right now.
So
well, you might have to download the data.
Counting pixels.
When you count pixels, are the pixel a set size, or do they vary in size?
Pixels are going to be, they're not going to vary in size.
So the pixel is, so there's a determined size for what is called a pixel, right? This doesn't vary ever.
No, I'm saying they don't vary in size from one another. But yeah, if you zoom in, depends on what you're looking at, right?
Well,
If you're looking at an entire picture of the Earth,
certain cameras you're only going to be able to pick up. The farther away you go, there's going to be more feet per pixel. So you could get far away from something to where the object might have 1,000 feet in a pixel, or you could be up close or something to where it might be 2 inches for every pixel.
Jeremy, that's literally where I was going with this. That isn't it a little misleading when you could have an entire boat inside of a pixel in one instance, and then have half of the ocean and the boat in another pixel?
yeah, why does it matter?
Like pale blue dot.
Of course not. Why does it matter? Hey, Crit, is this where it's come to?
Yeah, what difference?
Counting
does it make?
pixels?
Yeah, how about this, Chad? Chad, why does that matter? What Matrix was just saying?
Every time somebody says something, you people always say, "Well, that doesn't matter," or or
So
yeah.
literally, what Matrix had said matters a little bit more than what you're saying now, but still, none of those things matter. Okay, when you're looking at
I know
a
it
picture
doesn't
of
matter.
the Earth,
Everything you just
when
said
you're looking
doesn't
at the
matter.
picture, when you're looking at a
You
picture of the
people
Earth,
have got
pixels,
counting pixels proves what? That proves a
pixels in
sphere
that
now, right?
picture, the pixels in this picture are all the same size in comparison to each other. So you can use the pixels left
So
and
you
right.
want to count the
up and
pixels
down.
on this painting? You got you. I got you.
How about this photo here?
Yeah, count the pixels in that.
I feel like you guys are not really clued in on what's even being talked about.
Yeah, I know.
I think Jeremy is,
We're all
though.
just a bunch of fucking dumbasses, ain't we?
Jeremy is, though. So, yeah, Jeremy, the picture I've showed you, that I posted just now, is downloaded from the Epic Discover, and I think it's in high resolution. So,
Yeah.
if
Get busy,
put it in
Jeremy. Start counting
program,
pixels.
zoom in, you should be able to get the use the pixel count to determine the left and right versus up and down.
Yeah,
Hey,
what
go
about the
to
whole?
Epic's website, bro. And they're the same as MRR. They say it on their site. They do it. They overlay the data with multiple fucking different sources on the 2012 Blue Marble. It's not pictures from space, bro. I can't believe you're claiming that fucking in 2021.
Yeah, it's a little
Almost
outrageous.
22.
It's a little outrageous that they're still thinking this is actually taken. Brush your teeth, please.
Yeah, but that's 5 miles away from where the question was 2 minutes ago, Jeremy, because you were just simply asking about measuring the pixels left and right, up and down. Just giving you a method to do that. You're just gonna, say never mind because the pictures are fake.
No.
That's fine.
No.
But
I want
that's
to know
what you
how.
were just.
No.
I
Hold
have
on.
a point of contention with the
How
pixel
many
thing.
feet? Why did we have to get? There was such a small margin of error for my pixels, and now this one, all of a sudden, from thousands of miles away, they can measure this difference in the pixels. It's amazing.
It's not the first time I heard this beautiful voice. I love this fucking voice. It's just like
Johnny, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, just saying. I love this voice. I say, yeah, I'm home. I'm home. Oh. So okay, keep on. I just have to say that. Yeah, but if you want to, can I say something more? I just hope everybody's happy and understand what the life is going out shit. And
Floor's all yours for now, buddy. Go ahead. How you doing, by the way?
I'm okay, but I'm out of from the
Sure. If Johnny B's done, I would like to ask you some questions regarding the pixel.
Yeah, you can ask me a lot of questions. If it's not a stupid question, I will answer you.
Oh man, I appreciate it, Johnny, but I was actually talking kosher.
Oh, so how come for my line we had to be there was such this tight thing where we could barely get enough feet per pixel, and now all of a sudden we're thousands of miles away, and you're going to be able to differentiate between these two curves.
Easy answer.
Doesn't
Because
sound easy, but
yeah, easy answer, dude. Because in the image that you were describing with 3 miles left and right, and we brought it down to I don't know 2.2 feet per pixel. So that means every pixel represents 2.2 feet in a 3 mile left and right picture.
I can shoot you a
in this picture, if you were to Johnny, don't. In this picture, if you were to encompass the entire Earth and 2,000 pixels left and 2,000 pixels up and down, and it was 8,000 miles is supposed to be in diameter. That means each pixel represents 4 miles. Okay, and if each pixel represents 4 miles, you can determine what the difference is left and right and up and down. If the difference is supposed to be more than 4 miles, then you can use the pixels to determine that distance.
all right. Emergency statement. How many miles were they away from Earth when they took this picture?
1 million.
No, seriously.
Who knows?
Well, we need to know that
It's
to know
not
how
a
much.
picture. It's a non-sequitur question.
It's a million miles.
No, they were
1 million miles.
it's
They
not
were
a
in between
picture.
us and the moon.
No, they're not.
It's a lot.
I thought you said this was the blue marble. Oh, the blue marble. I thought you meant the one they took from the way to the moon.
This is from Epic to.
That makes it even worse. Where I was trying to help you just now. 1 million miles. You know how many feet is going to be in every pixel at 1 million miles?
Dude, first of all, we're talking about pixels in two different regards. You're talking about, before what we were talking about was the amount of pixels taken in the image that you're taking, like from the camera. So it's like the pixels, the pixels for each piece of space in the image you're taking. So it's different than the pixels on the actual image in the, whatever, if you're looking at it in the computer. So I'm saying if you put this in the computer and you put it on a grid that has 2,000 pixels up and down and 200,000 pixels left and right, you can determine the distance with that.
And you've done this and saw the oblateness of Earth.
Yeah, lots of people have done this. I can do it again. Easy to.
So it don't matter about the camera or the pixels or how far away the camera is. It's all about how many pixels you can zoom in on it on the computer.
Well, I mean, as long as it was taken in a high enough resolution, and it is.
I don't believe they used a good camera. What kind of camera do they use? Usually, it looks like they're using cell phone cameras from the fucking 90s.
All the specs are on the all the specs are on the website, man. But it's got
what is taken into account? What is the atmosphere is it being taken into account? Because if you're counting pixels and it happens to be a little more magnified than other days, it might misrepresent everything, right? Don't you think?
1 million miles away, there's no atmosphere between Earth and that distance. It's 1 million miles away from the Earth. It's not in the atmosphere.
This is a side question. Can we improve that light travels that far?
Yeah.
I mean, is there a way to do that in like that sort of experiment like on Earth? Like flash like a light from the farthest place to the farthest place?
Light can only travel if they have a medium to travel through.
The fact that this picture is taken from 1 million miles away shows you that light can travel that far.
Dude, you're assuming that's 1 million miles away. That shit could be 40 miles, 400 miles, It doesn't mean those distances, like we can't prove it on Earth that light travels that far. You can't do that here. So how is it that we're assuming that that's just going on in the medium we don't really understand, but somehow we know? I mean, dude, it's a giant leap.
The answer is nothing is black and white. Everything is working together.
They can show it on Earth.
Yet also too, look at there's no stars. There's just a black backdrop. They did that on purpose because people would be able to match up the angles with the model and say these are what you should see, and you don't. So they block it out. They say no, we're not going to show you anything.
If they wanted pictures of the stars from space, they could take pictures from the stars from space. They would just use a different aperture. They purposely don't let light in, or they purposely are trying to get light from the shit. Hold on, there's a car right here. They're purposely only letting light in from the fuck. There you go. Anyways, yeah, they're purposely only letting light in from the planet, so it doesn't get so it's gonna blot out the lights from the stars. But if you really want pictures of stars with the Earth in the frame, they have pictures like that too. They're just less quality, of course.
But there is no
Black
planet.
construction paper doesn't have stars on it.
Yeah, that's the way they did it.
And there's a few astronauts that claim that you don't see stars, you just see a vast blackness. So
yeah, I wonder what based off that aperture, like how dark is that background? Is there any variation in it whatsoever? Is there any sort of like moon or earth shine that spreads off into like the darkness?
Everything is dark. We are living in darkness.
I would predict that any spot you pick is exactly the same black ratio, the same color code.
Thanks for the glasses so they see the light.
It's beyond me how in their model, the sky isn't just bright all the time. Like, it's beyond me that the Earth being so big and fucking refraction. How the fuck? Why doesn't the sunlight just wrap around us continuously since it's so goddamn massive? Doesn't make any sense that when you go up there, there's no, you can't see. It's pitch black. That goes counter to logic.
Can I answer this question? You have a lot of questions. Can I answer it? Just relax and listen to me.
Go ahead.
You say the blackness. Yes, there is blackness. We are living in the blackness because if we do not have an atmosphere, we are absolutely living in a blackness. And if you go away from the atmosphere and the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner, then the more blackness you will get, and then you will not see anything. And you will not see the stars or so on and so on. But it's not so simple like that, but it is effect. There's many, many layers before we get to the barrier, like we say. What's behind the barrier? It's absolutely water. How? How? Because we have proved that in a lab. You can make a fusion of water drop. And the water drop can be like a star, just because of sound waves. So it's about sound waves, frequency, magneticity, electromagneticity, and then we have electronicity. We have the Earth as minus, and we have a lot of electronicity in the atmosphere. So everything will go down to the Earth because the Earth is minus, is negative charged, and everything is plus charged in the atmosphere. Then high up we have something layer on layer on layer, but it has to be a barrier, and in the barrier somewhere is conductivity. If you know what conductivity is, then you will understand it. It's we have magnetic state, we have electronic state, yes, and we have extreme cold, yes. That there is sun and the moon going. Then we have the second layer over the sun and the moon, and that is absolutely solid.
That's all speculation, though, right, Johnny? I mean,
no, it's not speculation. It has to be because because it's going in the same way all the time. You have to understand what conductivity is. It is about it locked in space. The sun and the moon is locked in space.
Like quantum locking?
Yes, yes. It's about very, very cold and very, very stark electron state and magnetic state. It's about magnet. High magnetic
No doubt. It's a good
field.
point.
It has to be.
I don't know
cannot,
if it's I don't know if that's definitive or anything, but I would say that's more speculative.
Yeah, okay, but it's absolutely possible.
Oh yeah,
Because-
these guys act like nuts. These guys act like shit is impossible.
Absolutely, but it don't have to be exactly like I'm saying. But I'm talking about the element. What's holiday? It can be just a different air and how everything is. I don't say it exactly like that. I'm just saying the element we have.
Like
It
if you
must
were to ask
be-
someone the statement, hold on a second, Johnny. Sorry to interrupt. Emergency statement. So if you were to ask someone, is it possible for something to be impossible? You know, they're always going around, this is impossible on the flat earth. So they must think something's possible to be impossible, right?
Yeah, but I'm just talking about the element we know of that works. So it's not a fantasy. It's not a fantasy. I'm working from that I have what we know of.
Jeremy, your criticism is paradoxical.
Yeah,
No,
If
you
your
were
criticism,
in the
if your criticism is that it's crazy for people to think it's possible to be impossible, then you're claiming that it's impossible to be impossible, which is paradoxical.
yeah.
maybe I might have
okay.
phrased it wrong. There's something with
Yeah.
the P's and the Q's in here. Maybe I get my. Oh, you all right? It's
Yeah,
not
but
the point. The point is
you're
you
trying
can't
to be
say.
skeptic, or so on.
The point of
But-
that was you can't.
But
just say
I was saying
anything.
I'm working from the element I have, and this relation to that. It's a logic.
Johnny, I got to be honest, man. I understand very little of what you say. I don't know how other people make out when you talk. It's very hard to understand you.
I get every 4 words.
You hear 4 words? That's what I mean, bro. It's very hard.
Everybody understands.
I told you, I gave you some tips. I gave you some tips the other day. Remember, I told you to slow down. You got to slow down a little bit. You got to get a good mic too. Pronunciate the words.
Logic.
That'll help
It's a logic. It's absolutely. I'm working with the element.
Do you say pronunciate, Jeremy?
And pronounce your words good. Okay, I don't know what the word is.
You mean enunciate?
Not sure pronunciate is
Enunciate, whatever it is, bro. All right, I'm not a good word person. That's not the point.
Oh, bro, this nigga said a word person.
But you know what conductivity is?
Did you say quantumtivity? Quantumtivity? Is that what you said?
Conductivity is about. It's
Yeah,
not liberation.
Talking about
It's
superconductivity.
it's about electron that can be locked in space because of. You really have to
You're talking
look
about
it up.
You're talking about superconductivity.
Superconductivity, yes.
Superconductivity. That's right. Yeah, I did. We did a presentation using superconductivity in when I was in school.
It can be electrical current. It can be.
Little farty pants.
But
who's a little farty pants?
This conductivity I'm talking about is about magnet and extreme frost.
People call it quantum locking, but it's superconductivity.
Quantum locking and so on. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's funny, huh?
It's not that funny, Jeremy.
And
Yeah, that's Snake. You're a big
if you
party
think
pants.
about it, the continuity is one explanation for the sun and the moon is in the fast path, locked in the space. You have to understand what I'm saying. The sun or the moon cannot go and like it's going if it's not continuity. It has to be continuity. It has to be continuity.
We hear you, Johnny. That's some cool speculation that I can definitely get behind.
Yeah, okay, think about it. I will not talk about it if you are not.
No, I mean, it's fine. What else you got?
A lot, but I have a lot of things.
I've heard some of your ideas before on how space works and stuff. It's pretty neat. I can get behind a lot of the stuff you think about it. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. So
Some things are a little fucking out there. I'm not gonna lie. You're a little out in left field there with some of your ideas, but some of them hit home.
Johnny B represents sexual freedom in its pure
Like the
form.
thing where you say there's
I love sexual freedom.
the thing where you say there's platforms up there, right? You were the one with the platform. Yeah, see,
I have my fucking own platform. You never come.
That's some nutcase shit. I know. Yeah, that's the shit I can't get behind. But a lot of the other stuff, though, I can really get behind it.
Okay.
I'm not saying it couldn't be the platforms. Listen, there could be platforms up there. I don't think anything's impossible. Well, I do think some things are impossible, but not when it comes to shit that we don't really know. Hey, what are you doing?
Nothing. Just a child. Take it easy. I'm going to.
I had to just fucking elbow drop him.
I'm going to pee and eat something.
All right, Johnny, take it easy.
Thank you.
Listen, I tackle my kids very gently when I have to tackle them. Okay. I mean, let's face it, sometimes your kids need to be tackled. And when you do it, it's your responsibility to do it, as softly and gently as possible.
But how are they going to learn anything that way? You're a pile driver. Compact some vertebrae. Let him know who's boss.
Is it still legal to smack your kids in the US?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Me and my wife don't really do the physical violence thing.
You can't hit a child, dude. You're crazy. You can't hit anybody.
No, I mean, like, give them a smack on the bum. Is that right? By the law?
Yeah, I don't know if you can still do that. We don't do that.
No, I mean, even just one smack on the bum. Just one. With your open hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it is. It's got to be.
In New Zealand, if you have one smack on the bum, you can get reported, and you'll have to go to the what was that place that looks after abused children? Yeah, you go to court.
Oh God, that sounds fucking horrible. One little tap on that, one little spanking.
Yep, one smack.
See, I don't think that's right. Yeah, my
mom used to chase me up the stairs, beating me with back of my legs with a stick.
Oh, I used to get my ass whooped. I think it builds character, honestly, but it is traumatic if you take it too far. But as long as you do the right amount.
Either the
Well, I
jug
always get
cord
a warning
or
though.
what about when in America you had slot car sets? Remember slot car sets with those tracks that are bendy?
Yeah.
Hot Wheels. Hell
Oh,
yeah.
fuck those tracks, man! My mum used to chase me around the house with those. Get welts away from my legs.
Well, I would always get a warning first. Just when I'm out there acting up, she's like, "I'm gonna get the switch," and I would usually do it. But if I didn't, that's when she'd go in the closet and bring it out, and I'd start running.
The jug cord, the electric jug cord. Ow.
Yeah.
I'm trying to take a horizontal picture I'm trying to take a picture of a line from 2 miles away. We need fucking 8 billion pixel cameras with fucking all kinds of lenses and shit. In the meantime, they're getting fucking 0.3 degrees on fucking Earth from a million miles. Like, come on, man. Kosho.
0.3 degrees on Earth. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
It's
you're
also.
viewing.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Chris.
Oh,
No,
so
go ahead. I haven't heard from you in a while. I see you typing away in Brandon's every fucking day, though. Every day, bro.
Yeah, waging war. They want to bring it for some reason. I like it because unmoderated spaces, right? You don't have to worry about someone deleting your comments or anything. But yeah, like, hey, you gotta look at the source too, there, Kosho. The federal government isn't exactly known for giving honest answers to anything.
Can we see the oblateness on the one where they went to the moon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you when doing this, I've done it with both the 1972 Blue Marble and any given picture from Epic Discover.
So the 1972 camera had enough fucking pixels so that you can see this oblateness, and I can't. And we need fucking trillion megapixel cameras for my straight line 2 miles.
How many pixels do you need?
Bro, zillions, bro. Fucking zillions.
And what's the difference? What's the difference north to south to east to west? In miles.
On the globe?
On the globe,
12,000.
What's the difference that you'd be looking for?
Well,
No, the difference.
You're looking at 12,000 miles, right? Or no, wait.
No, the difference
you're
north
looking
to
at
south.
a curve. Yeah, go ahead.
Dude, what's the difference between the diameters of the Earth from when you're looking north to south and when you're looking east to west? So that there would be, some oblateness, whatever that difference is in distances is what you'd be looking for.
Yeah, so in the north, the radius is less than in the south.
Yeah, no. So that's what I'm saying. Is what is the difference in miles?
Oh, I don't fucking know. Look at my math guys.
Then how do you know what you'd be looking for?
Or you're looking for the same thing we were looking for in the line, except this time you're thousands of miles away.
Yeah, if you're triangulating millions
you don't even know what you're looking for.
We're looking for the same thing. Hold on, Brian. Hold on, Brian. We're looking for the same thing. Hold on, Brian. We were looking for the same thing we were looking for the other day in my curve, except now we're thousands of miles away and we have a little bit longer of a curve.
No, you've just admitted that you don't even know what you're looking for when the blatantness. But I have it right here.
We're looking for a difference in the two curves.
I have it right here.
All right. Sorry,
Brian.
Go ahead. Oh, my bad. After Coach.
It says 26. It says about 26 miles. So if you're looking for a 26-mile difference, 26 out of 8,000. So let's do that real quick. You can use that to determine how many pixels that you need. Same thing we did with the thing yesterday. Let me see.
Keep in mind, this is a camera from when? 1970?
Yeah, so you would need 307 pixels left and right in order to make a determination.
To be anything more how far away?
I just whatever the portion of the picture is taken, the Earth is taken up.
No, you need to be the formula for this is a certain distance with certain pixels and how many feet per pixel it's going to take up, right? That's what we need to.
Well, you need to determine how many pixels of the image the Earth takes up. If it takes up anything more than 307 pixels left and right, then you can You can measure the difference.
Bro, I don't believe they had a camera in the 70s that could do this shit from that far of a fucking distance. No way, bro. No fucking way. You're about to do some funny numbers with this math shit on me, because I can already tell. But guys, we got this other test real good, the pixel counting one, where we're gonna take a picture of it's not even gonna be horizontal, so it's gonna be a straight line on a globe. According to the globe math, we're gonna make a straight line, take a picture of it, and boom. See if that shit's straight, because on a flat Earth it'd be curving crazy, but on a globe Earth it'd be a straight line.
Yeah, we just saw a trial with Kyle Rittenhouse where they tried to do pixel counts and all kinds of lame stuff to say, look at this, right? You could see his shoulder. And that was from a drone. Like an FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, executive branch, a drone just a few 100 feet up in the air. And they couldn't even get a pixel count right. You try to tell me another part of the federal government got a pixel perfect picture millions of miles away? That claim does not hold water.
There was once a guy at my school who claimed that.
Well, thanks for interrupting me. I was almost done there.
He could do a 3-pointer, and I tried doing a 3-pointer, and I
Yeah.
couldn't. So he was.
Yeah, I was almost done with that.
Because we went to
almost nothing that you said was relevant, though, Crit.
Yeah, 100% relevant. When you're dealing with
Go
these
ahead, wrap it up.
counts,
Wrap it up, and then we'll let eggshells go. Go ahead, Crit.
yeah, when you can tell a story about 3-point shots or whatever. When you're looking at the source of data and who is telling you the story, their credibility goes a long way in what they're telling you. And also their motive. And does it add up to a consistent story?
All right, eggshells, what you got?
Oh, just investigating the logic. I mean, it seems to be that some part of some branch of the US government can do something, then all branches should be able to do it equally. It's just really bunk logic, just the same as some kid at my school might be good at basketball, but it doesn't mean I am.
I think it's safe to say the government is good at doing one thing, and that is fucking shit up.
Well, yeah, it's bureaucracies, right? If you don't run for profit, how do you optimize for results? What do results even look like? Right, if you're running a business, you've got a clear number that you're counting. If that number goes up, you're doing something right. If it goes down, you're doing something wrong. Like the government doesn't have that. So yeah, it's filled with bureaucrats and useless people. Except if they're good at fucking things up, Jeremy, why are they so good at covering up the shape of the earth?
It's not them, bro. The governments are they're puppets. These people they put in there, they're fucking morons that fuck shit up. Well, I mean, they're fucking it up for us, but they're doing what they want to.
Sorry, Jeremy.
They're doing what they want to do.
Real quick, they don't know what the fucking Earth is. Nobody knows exactly what we're living on.
Listen, it looks like they're fucking it up to us, but to them, they're playing like they're fucking up the schooling system. But to us, it looks like they're fucking it up. But to them, they're doing exactly what they want to do because they don't want people smart, capable of critical thinking running around. They want idiots running around. So to us, it looks like they're fucking it up. But to them, they're doing exactly what they want to do. Also, these people are only puppets. Like, these aren't the actual people calling the shots. Very few of them, I'd bet. Maybe when you're looking at, like, the presidents, like Clinton's, the Bushes, those people. But definitely not, like, your local... anyone on your local city hall or town hall board meetings or some shit, they ain't doing nothing.
Oh, Jeremy. It's in the chat. 1972 blue marble camera at 756 by 486 pixels. So over the 300 threshold that we calculated.
Okay. In this 60, when did they do this? 69 or 71? 69.
72.
72. Yeah, December 7th.
Oh, they got the blue marble from 72 one. All right, fine. 1972.
Today's the anniversary. December
How
7th.
far away were they? How far away were they?
Well, the artist usually stands about 1.5 feet away from the canvas.
Go. So, how far away were they supposedly? Did they claim to be?
About a foot and a half.
49 years ago. And never again. So to follow like Ryan and Eggshell's logic would
I
be.
think it's 49 years ago. No.
Yeah, 49.
What are you talking about? I was coming back. What are you talking about?
49 years ago, he saw someone shoot a 3-pointer. Therefore, all people can shoot 3-pointers. They just don't want to anymore.
Oh, really?
They changed their mind at this point.
Everybody is changing his mind all the time.
They used to be able to shoot 3-pointers, but they destroyed that technology. And it'd be a painful process to build it back again.
What is old people? I am old people, maybe. You don't know what you're talking about.
We're not blaming your generation at all, John. You guys didn't have the internet, or none of the capabilities that we have now. It's on us, this next generation, to expose the truth. Otherwise, if we handed it over to our kids like this, there's really no excuse. They're going to be asking us why we didn't fucking do something. If we don't do anything, we're fucking up, basically.
I have to say, I was the first of all that started this fucking internet generation. And I was that make the Google and everything. We take down the Netscape and everything. I was part of it. And we took down the Netscape, but we said Google shall never have a commercial or something on the front page. That's the only thing that they did, but they took it away from us. But in the contract was they cannot have a commercial on the front page. That's the only thing that we got in the end, and it's still so now today. So many years ago. How many years? Okay, I will think. 95, I think it was. Yes, 95. 95. Yes, it was 95, 6. So think about it. Nobody was owner of the Google, and they were hiding who was the owner of it. They say, "Oh, you can own it. I can pay fucking part of it, but I didn't do it. Fuck. If I did that, I was a fucking shit rich man today."
I have no idea what you just said or what even.
I'm talking about the Google. I'm talking about the Netscape. I'm talking about the internet in the beginning of the internet, and I was talking with people in the university in US.
What were you talking to them about?
We were talking in the darknet and internet and so on. It was all the times, all the system. We are not like it is now. We were talking on the darknet, on the net, and we were talking voice, and the people were talking all over around of the world. It was only on university or so on. No. big companies also. It was a long time ago. It was in the beginning of the internet.
Didn't it start out as some kind of military thing?
Yeah, IBM was the baseline and the ground for the internet. And they have a computer and everything, and they give it to Bill Gates and Microsoft and everything.
It was set up by CERN.
What happened?
So it was set up by CERN.
It's a big story, and everything that you heard about it is almost story. The story is a fucking shit, but it was all made up, and we we were following this, and we take down the Netscape, and everybody was trying to. They fool us. They fool me and everything. Yes, were fooling us in the fucking shit. And it was the U.S. military, and that's it. IBM. IBM is the ground of the first internet.
And if you believe the story, Al Gore said he invented it.
All the
Is he the
stories
one that did the man bear
it's all
pig?
bullshit. I promise you, it's all bullshit because I was there. I was in the middle of it. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, he's a man bear pig guy. He also said that global warming, which he later called climate change, which he later called weather, was so bad that the oceans will rise, and then bought oceanfront property.
Yeah, it
for
was
like
a bullshit.
$6 million.
It is bullshit, but it was a political agenda for the liberal. But it's so fucking shit.
Was he serial?
He was super serial.
Super serial? Yeah, the sun's always been hot as far as I know.
But I was one of them. So I'm in shame. I'm not better. Yes, I am better because
allegory.
There we go. Yeah. Oh my god, that's perfect. That's a perfect meme.
He knows that. Everybody knows that. It was just because he really believed that he can be a president, but then he understands he will never be a president. Then he got another role, and that was his role, playing this agenda.
Hey, Crit, did you ever see that video? I have it on my computer somewhere. I wouldn't even know what to tell you what it's called, but it's what's that shithead's name? Jim Carrey. Yeah, not Jim Carrey. What the fuck? Yeah, what's his name? You know what I'm talking about.
John Kerry.
John Kerry.
John Kerry. Okay.
He was being questioned about something in front of these people about climate change, and he said, "Well, I was in Antarctica, and they gave me a sample of air."
He was there. He was in Antarctica.
Yeah, and he said it, and it had like so many over what air is supposed to be. It's actually pretty funny because the guy was like, "Oh, so for millions of years the sun wasn't hot," or something like that. I don't even know where to direct you to try to even find that video. I mean, you could probably do a Google search and John Kerry and being questioned about climate change or something. It might pop up.
Yeah, you're right.
Saw that.
You're
It was pretty funny, I thought.
Yeah, it was funny. It was so strange also. What the fuck were we doing there? It was before something big was happening. What was it? Yeah, he wants to be a president also. Yeah, he was in president Joe's want to be a president, and he was doing something, and he was in the somewhere in Antarctica
What
circle.
the fuck, bro?
It was so strange. It was absolutely.
Yeah, it's fucking strange, Johnny. I'm telling you.
Many years ago, I remember. It was very strange. And everybody have to go there, and the boys, Diana's boys, everybody have to go there, and they have to know something. It's like a ceremony or something. And they are lying people all over the earth. And say, how can they do that? Why can we not stop them? Why? What's happening? You have to do something. It's too much. It's over all barriers. It's absolutely over all barriers. It cannot keep on like that. This fucking shit. And they are really stupid. It's not they. There's somebody else behind them. Yeah, I know. It's Rockefeller.
Who is it, Johnny?
Rockefeller.
Rothschilds, the Rockefellers. Yeah. It's the elites, man. You probably don't even know half of their names. Look at that Epstein guy. He popped out the woodwork with billions. Where'd he even come from, dude? These people got their assets so hidden you'd never even fucking know.
You know, Rockefeller's name all over the place in Antarctica, on the moon, and all over the place. Rockefeller always came up in everything in Ford because they want to use benzene.
Well, that's what the elite do, John. They get their fingers in every pie, right? That way they got a little bit of control over every little thing, you know. And now they've realized that they're like, holy shit. Now they're like, holy shit. Now they're like, holy shit, we can't have our fingers in all the pies publicly because people will be like, wow, these guys got too much power. So now they do it on the low. They have shell corporations doing it, and their cousins and aunts and uncles and you know, people like that running. You know, they'll have one be the CEO of this, one sit on the board of that.
Yes, you're right. It's all over the place. You just dip your finger somewhere. It's always the same power behind it. If you think about it, if you think about everything what's happening that we know of, the car, the first Ford T motor, Rockefeller will be behind that also. But there are all the
shit. That's how these elite people do shit. When they see new shit come along, and they're like, "Yo, this is either gonna make a lot of money or be able to give me a lot of control." They dip their finger in, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying that there is free energy and they're hiding that all the time.
Where do you think? I think it's in magnets with V gates. Where do you think the free energy is at?
You can do it in many ways. You can do it so many
Break
ways.
me off of one. You got like a design or anything for one? Because me and Kosho are working tirelessly to get a V gate magnet track going.
First of all, there's a lot of energy in the atmosphere. The atmosphere is charged with
the 100 volts per meter as you go up. What do you think about a Stirling engine? Do you know about Stirling engines, John?
Stirling engines?
Yeah. Do you know about what a Stirling engine is?
No.
Works off a temperature differential. Right? So if you have a hot temperature down low and a cooler temperature up high, you can get a motor to move.
Yeah,
right? That's how it works.
Yeah, then you get pressure.
What's up?
Yeah, I understand.
What do you say, Kosho?
I said, yeah, I know what a Stirling engine is.
So if you had the bottom of the Stirling engine way down low, another part way up high, you'd have a big temperature differential, right?
Yeah, but it's much easier to use the electronic in the atmosphere.
John, we're on Stirling engines, bro.
It works with changing the temperature so that the pressure changes in that chamber.
Oh, I see.
When the pressure in that chamber changes, just like a piston.
I got it. Yeah, we were trying to make one for Moyak so he could power his house. You know, he's got a lot of trees. You get a Stirling engine, burn a couple fires a day or something. I don't know. What's with 100 volts per meter, John? What are we going to do with that?
We can I don't know how you say it, level it. We can change it. We can use change it. Yes, to the atmosphere, and then we can just move in the atmosphere with change it.
I have no idea what that. You want to change the 100 volts per meter in the atmosphere?
Yeah, you can level it. Yes.
Level it?
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
It's just like you use the magnetic field, and you use 1/10, and they are using that now.
I've seen things. Yeah, I've seen this being used. People do it on a fence or underground, or they'll stick a pipe underground and another pipe on a fence or chain link fence or something, and they'll be able to get power or AM/FM radio or something. Yeah.
So you can do more about it. You can also fly in the atmosphere.
Well, that might be a stretch, but
it's true. The U.S. Army is doing that. They are using just like in the NATO. This spider is doing that. They can move, just set out.
Speaking of spiders, I saw this thing on bumblebees the other day. The guy had all these bees inside of a little container or something. And he shut the lights off, and all the bees just dropped to the floor.
They are not flying. They are using the electromagnetic and the voltage in the atmosphere.
You think shutting the lights off fucked up the electromagnetic field or something around them, and they couldn't handle it and just fell?
Yeah, you can use it because it's a layers on the layers, and you can move between the layers and very, very fast.
I had a pet bee when I was a kid.
I promise you, it's very, very possible and very easy if you know, and if you do it right. You can absolutely move very, very fast, and you can also move you between the fields.
I didn't name my pet bee. I should have named him. I would, if I did name him, I would have named him like Buford the bee.
Tesla.
What's a good name for a pet bee, Johnny?
Tesla did know about it, so and Rockefeller killed down all this that people were trying to do. They killed down because they will make money off the oil.
Tesla didn't know about what? What didn't Tesla know about?
He did come up with we can fly through the air with the magnetic field. He did.
Well, you know, they shut Tesla down on a lot of things. There wasn't any money to be made, and a lot of Tesla's ideas. So they really didn't. They weren't too crazy about him. Like, he's not going to get funding to send free electricity all over Earth. There's no money in that. No one's going to fund that. They found out he was doing that and pulled his funding.
But people have done that he was talking about what he was doing. They've done that. People have done that. So there's no question of we can't.
People done what?
People have done that. They
have done
what? Like going through the air without any wings, without any motors, just using the
like a hang glider.
Yeah, just flying through. They're just using a magnet.
I've been wondering recently. Hold on, Johnny.
Using magnet.
Oh, yeah, hold on a second. I've been wondering recently if, they hang glide. They can catch like drafts and winds and shit, and they can stay up for a long fucking time. Like, you can hang glide fucking for a while on some of those planes and shit, like the planes with no motors. I'm wondering if you can't get something above the jet stream and just stay afloat doing that, like,
and
continuously.
If you use a jet stream, if you're on the right height, if you're the right altitude, you can fly.
Like, picture it. You're up above a jet stream. You're up above a jet stream.
It can give you 400 miles an hour just if you're in the right jet stream.
That's what I'm saying. Picture you're up above a jet stream, and then you're in this hang glider thing, and you swoop down and hit the jet stream, and that shit shoots you, 400 miles an hour or however fast it goes, and then you just go up, use that energy to go up as high as you can, and eventually you're gonna fall back down. You hit the jet stream again, and shoom, 400 miles an hour, shoot you. Use that power.
And if you go down, you're going in the other direction. If you sink you down, you're going to the other directions.
Does that even seem feasible? What I'm saying about the jet streams and the hang glider? Does anybody know about the?
But hang glider is not so high up. Like the jet stream. Jet stream is
Well, not for normal hang gliders, yes, obviously, but some kind of military hang glider, electronic drone hang glider, or some shit we're talking about here.
Maybe it's just a little bit higher than they are flying. They say they're flying 30,000 feet, but everybody want to fly in 33,000 feet. Yeah, and if you fly in 35, 6, 7, 8, 9, then you got the jet stream, and then you got the tailwind that they are talking about. And it goes very, very fast. If you have a airplane that's flying in 700 miles per hour, then you get airplane. If you're on the tail,
you said if you have an airplane that flies 7 miles.
Normal airplane can fly in 400 or 700
miles per hour. Like all right, you gotta be clear, man. I don't know because it's
normal, very normal old plane flying 400. The top plane can fly like a 700. Very, very top plane. But if they are flying in and how the tailwind with the jet stream, they fly over the sound of the sound. They are flying almost 900, almost 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're breaking the sound barriers now. Yeah,
absolutely, absolutely. And the sound
boom.
barrier is 700 something, but normal old planes is just flying in 400, so they are flying maybe 800, something like that. But
Which
the
is
top
extreme,
plane can fly very, very fast. And also, then they are flying in 1,000 miles an hour.
I had a funny question for these guys. You know, they say the galaxies are moving away from each other fast. Some of them are moving away from each other faster than the speed of light. I'm wondering how long have they been doing that for? Because eventually you wouldn't even see the galaxy anymore because light can't travel faster than the speed of light. So
yeah, but that is the misunderstanding. Therefore, light has no speed.
well, they think it does though, and they also think that the galaxies are moving away faster than
yeah, but
speed,
it's
a
just
real
wrong.
fucking conundrum.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
Well, I mean, probably, but this whole thing doesn't make sense, really. I mean, somebody said in Gems, they said, we're seeing the light before it started moving away at the speed of light or something. I forgot some kind of ad hoc excuse, which was pretty good, but
yeah, because
like eventually we just won't be able to see that galaxy anymore.
What can you say?
Not because it's going to get so far away that it's you know, the inverse square law of light or the angular resolution or whatever won't be big enough, but just because the light can't reach us because it can't go fast enough.
Yep. First of all, light is invisible. Need some atmosphere or material to propagate or to be visible.
Yeah, otherwise space would be constantly lit up. Yeah.
You can see if you try to use light through the vacuum chamber, you cannot see the light. You can see it from the beginning, and you can see it in the end of the end of the vacuum chamber, but you cannot see the light between because there's no material.
No material in there. Yep.
Therefore, light is invisible.
Light's a very mysterious thing. What's your feelings on the double slit experiment, Johnny?
What?
What's your thoughts and feelings on the double slit experiment?
Double slit experiment?
Slit.
I'm not following.
Oh, you never heard of the double slit experiment?
No, I'm not sure. Can you say more about it?
It's just a very mysterious, it shows this light is this very mysterious thing.
Okay, tell me.
Well, if we view light, it acts as a particle, and then if we don't view it, it acts like a wave.
Light is not a particle, so I know that. So.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, we get a particle pattern. Well, yeah, let me rephrase it. We get a particle pattern when we view it, but we get a wave pattern when we don't view it.
Yes, the wave pattern more obvious. We can see the wave pattern, but it's not mean.
You can see the particle pattern too, though.
No, but I'm not saying that light is a wave. I'm saying that the materia function like a wave. But particle is absolutely no way, Jose.
Why do we get a particle pattern when we view the path? You don't even know about the double slit. How can you even argue this?
Yeah, but I know about the wave function on the particle or something.
But you know when we get a particle, so you know about the wave function, and you know there's also a particle pattern we get.
Yes, I know about that, but what you are talking about something specific that I'm not sure I heard about.
Well, sometimes when we observe the wave, they send light through us through two slits or a slit or some shit. Two slits. And when we view which slit it went through, we view it as a particle pattern. And then if we don't view it, we view it as a wave pattern.
Yeah, I heard about that, but I never heard that name that you said before. Yeah, but I don't understand it. Okay,
it's fine. It's fine. Light. I just wanted to say, light's a very mysterious thing.
Yeah, I will say a light is about how the source of the light, how strong it is. Also, will tell you if it will bend up or will bend down. And if it will bend down, is because it's weak, because of the density it's going through, and the matter is going through. Then the light will bend down. If light is very strong, it's like a laser or something, it will bend up. Everything will bend up. Light will bend up. So there is nothing that's just black and white. Everything has to take in. There's a different type of light. Some light will bend down because of it's a weak light, and because of density and everything that is close to the surface, therefore it will bend down. But all stronger light will bend up.
Yo, the source for faster than Kev asked me in DM. The source for I don't have one, but I mean, I believe it's the dark energy claim that space, they're not actually moving away from each other. Okay, I don't know how to explain this without sounding like an idiot because it's totally idiotic. But in the heliocentric model, the galaxies aren't moving away from each. They are getting farther away from each other at faster
But
than
it's
light
wrong.
speed.
It's wrong. It's
Hold on,
nothing.
Johnny. I'm right in the middle of a fucking sentence.
Okay.
Just relax, bro. I got you. Don't worry. So, in the heliocentric model, we know it's wrong. In the heliocentric model, they claim that the galaxies are moving away from some galaxies are moving away from other galaxies at a rate faster than the speed of light. But they don't say they're actually moving. They say it's just the space in between them is expanding. That's their story.
Yeah, I know, but there's nothing behind it. So it's why I say that they have to something to something I can point out something that they are right, but they have nothing right. There's nothing. They have nothing. There's nothing, absolutely nothing that can they can talk like that or say something. There is absolutely nothing that they can talk like that.
Here we go. This was just on a first quick Google search. This is from Forbes.com. It says all the galaxies in the universe beyond a certain distance appear to recede from us at speeds faster than light. So even if we emitted a photon today at the speed of light, it would never reach any galaxies beyond that specific distance. So now they attribute the cause, even though this totally destroys Einstein's general relativity. They gave an ad hoc excuse for, oh no, it's not actually moving faster than the speed of light. The space in between is just expanding. So rather than have this totally ruin Einstein, they just gave up an ad hoc explanation of how this could happen.
Yeah. Also, a big.
Would you say,
question.
Hold on, Johnny. Hold on. Would you say?
Because you say there's many kind of light. It's like a one sort of light. Oh, there's many type of light. Okay. Sorry.
Would you say, Gojo?
I said it is moving faster than the speed of light. You said the ad hoc explanation is that it's not moving faster than the speed of light.
Okay, so things move faster than the speed of light in general, and GR is debunked.
The space is expanding faster than the speed of light.
general relativity claims that things cannot move through space-time faster than the speed of light. Yeah, and this is the ad hoc. And this is the ad hoc excuse that space. Hold on, Johnny.
Space-time is expanding. Space-time is expanding, causing things in space-time to move. I mean, causing space-time to move faster than the speed of light. The expansion, but things in space-time cannot move through space-time faster than the speed of light. It's not the same thing as the expansion of space-time. That's things moving across space-time.
But it's just a fantasy.
They'd be moving away from each other. Objects would be moving away from each other farther, faster than light, and that would break relativity.
We know this is the ad hoc excuse you gave us for when we made the observation of things moving. We made an observation of things moving faster than the speed of light, and now here you guys come with your ad hoc shit, saying, "Oh, it's space expanding." Fucking dude, what? It's
Actually,
crazy,
that
come on.
That was not observed. It was not observed things moving faster than the speed of light. That gave the ad hoc explanation. What gave that explanation was the fact that things were moving faster and faster as they moved away from each other. It wasn't until it's extrapolated the speeds that things are moving away from each other that they know that things are moving faster than the speed of light further away. But that's not observed. You can't observe that. Otherwise, what do you think you would see if you were seeing that? They're not seeing things moving faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, if you think about it,
from the expansion.
If you think
they
about
made
it,
an observation. Hold on, Johnny. They made an observation.
No, hold on.
No,
if you think about it,
if
you think about it, everything that we are seeing, all the stars and everything, all the air we have got through, everything is on the same place, and everything is nothing is moving, and they are saying everything is moving, everything is spending out. So everything is spending out. We have to be spending out also.
None of that's relevant, Johnny.
I can't believe you thought that was going to take precedence over what I had to say. Unfucking believable. Anyways, shit, I forgot what I was going to say now. Go ahead, Johnny. Let's hear it.
You're talking about the expansion. You're talking about the expansion. How is ad hoc explanation given after?
Okay.
After
I remember now. Yeah. I remember. So we make this observation of things moving away from two objects moving away from each other at a rate faster than the speed of light, right?
Yeah,
no, they don't. No, they know. That's what I'm saying. Is no, that's not observed.
So they're not getting farther apart at a rate faster than the speed of light. We didn't observe that.
Listen. There's two different things that you're saying. There's two different things that you're saying. Are you claiming that it's possible to view something moving away faster than the speed of light?
How do they know the galaxy?
It wasn't directly observed. They can't be directly observed.
How do they know?
Otherwise, you'd see it one moment.
The galaxies are moving away. How do they know the galaxies are moving away from us faster than the speed of light?
Because they've measured the expansion rate of the universe.
So they measured objects moving away from us faster than the speed of light.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, Jesus Christ!
You just said it.
I have to say,
is that what I just said?
Yes, you just said they measured it.
I repeat exactly what I just said. They measured the expansion rate of the universe. Okay?
No,
so they have the expansion rate of the universe.
How'd they measure the expansion rate of the universe? This is fucking nonsense.
First by Hubble's observation of the Doppler effect of the redshift.
Yeah, so they saw colors. Listen, they saw shit moving away faster than the speed of light. Okay, however you want to phrase it, it's not relevant. The point is they think there's shit moving away from us faster than the speed of light, and it's due to the spacing. Now, what exactly is expanding? They have space expanding? How's that work?
Space and time are expanding.
And time, space and time, or what?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so time is always increasing. That's not that crazy.
Sure, let's go with the space part for now. Well, the time thing is This is why you think time's physical, I know, but let's stick with the space part. What's space? Is space physical?
No space, like you think.
Is space physical, Kosho?
Yeah, space is indeed very physical.
Space is physical. What is it? Johnny, shut the fuck, Johnny.
I love you.
Relax, bro. Relax.
Stop. I say I'm also
dude.
Johnny, you had too much whiskey, man.
No.
Just hold off a second.
Okay.
Yes, I think maybe. What kind of whiskey was it? Well, tell me in a second, okay? Yeah, the space. I can give you several properties of space. Several properties. Some properties could be positions. Another property could be
Hold on, what position does space have?
No, it's not what position does space have, it's what position does a specific space have. You wouldn't be talking about, it's not that all, it's like saying what mass does everything have.
So space is a physical thing that has a position somewhere.
No, not space. Dude. Space. There are space.
Is
you can be
space
describing
physical?
positions in space. You can be describing volumes in space.
Okay,
these
but
are the
we're talking
things
about the space itself, not stuff in space. We're talking about the space.
Yeah, the space. You mean the universe?
Yeah. I don't care about positions in space. I'm talking about the space.
So the universe. You mean the entirety of space? All space exists.
The space. Yeah. What's the empty space? What is it? The empty space that's expanding. What is it?
The entire universe. The empty space that's expanding. All space. It doesn't have to be empty.
Yeah, just the space. I mean, what is? Why don't you just define it for us? How about that?
I just told you. It's a collection of all the positions. It's space is the thing where volumes exist, where positions exist, where lengths and distances exist. All these things are properties in space. If you're talking about a given portion of all of space, then you're talking about a volume. If you're talking about the entirety of space, all space that exists, that's called the universe. What's there to say?
So you got redshift calculations, and you think which have the redshift and blue shift has inherent problems on its own. I don't know if you've ever seen QE's video on it, but he did some nice work on the redshift blue shift thing. Anyways, let's put that to the side for now. You got this redshift measurement and said, oh, it's moving way faster than the speed of light. And you're like, oh shit, wait. Einstein said things can't move faster than the speed of light. What are we gonna do?
That's what I'm telling you. This chain of events that you're describing is not at all what occurs, dude. What was noticed is the expansion. What was noticed is the redshift, which led, the people who believe in the Big Bang and stuff like that. Well, actually, before the Big Bang, the redshift tells you that things that are further and further away are moving away faster and faster. And it's at a function based on the distance from us that we see this movement, these things moving away. And so that led to a hypothesis that space is expanding, that the universe is expanding in all directions.
You know what? You tried to use that bullshit LIGO thing on me the other day, and I didn't even realize. In LIGO, it's expanding and then contracting. And this thing you got going on is just expanding. There's no contraction going on. Yeah. And it's not. Yeah, so that was bullshit, that LIGO thing. I just want to point that out right now.
That's not bullshit.
It's not comparable because in LIGO, it's expanding and contracting. And the universe is just expanding. There's no contraction part. It's not the same thing going on at all.
LIGO's not measuring the expansion of the universe based on dark energy. Dark energy is the force that is expanding the universe. LIGO is measuring gravitational waves, which is the fluctuations in the space time for that, while the wave's going through it. So it's not. Gravitational wave is not.
Bro, I asked for how have we ever measured space expanding, and you were like, "Yeah, LIGO."
Yeah, that is measuring the expanding space.
And then it contracts right away, or it could be just something happening with a light wave.
Sure. I mean, were you asking?
Expanding.
Were you asking specifically just on expanding due to dark energy, or just expanding in general? Because that is expanding in general, but it's not expanding based on the expansion rate of the universe. That just happens to be it expanding and contracting because of a gravitational wave, because of disturbance.
Listen, I don't believe for a second that those tunnels are expanding and contracting in actuality. All right, something's going on with the light, and you guys are mistakenly, once again, you're mistakenly thinking that there's some magical shit happening, and the fucking tunnels are expanding and contracting. Dude, it's magic.
Yeah, maybe. But regardless, what we were saying before about the Hubble's constant is that was what they noticed, that was happening, and then they looked for other evidences, and that's when they discovered the CMB, which was also predicted. And that's why people who are still collecting data on Hubble's constant and the expansion of the universe through observation of the redshift and blue shift, this is why they still hold it to be, the truth.
Dude,
and it's constantly being refined.
Bro, the CMB ruins you guys. I don't know why you would even bring that up. With the axis of evil? That's devastating, you guys.
CMB, yeah. Okay.
Why do you think they call it the axis of evil? They look at that shit as an evil thing that's going on. It's not silliness. It's because you guys are scared. It scares you guys.
No, nobody's scared.
It does. Man. They're scared of the axis of evil. That's why they named it evil.
Scared, man. Nobody's scared. Nobody's scared.
They're scared. I'm telling you. Why they name it axis of evil? Why'd they name it evil? Like it's this dangerous evil thing, this bad thing.
Why they name it the God particle? Oh, because they think that God's in the part. No, it's because somebody said the goddamn particle, and then somebody else said the God particle, and it's because that's what freaking journalists do. Okay, who knows why people call things what they call them in journalism? In science, it's just an anomaly, and the other person who is anomaly. The other person who looked to see if they can measure it, they did measure something to do with galaxy orientation as well. And so his hypothesis is that maybe there was some spin at the beginning of the universe, and that leads for this sort of common trajectory, their spin trajectory. But that's not that bizarre, because that's exactly what solar systems do. All the axes in the solar system are, pretty close to what the sun is, although some are wildly off. But most of them are closely oriented the same way the sun is, because the sun's spin is what led to their spin. Some are wildly off, but most tend towards what the sun's doing. So it's not that bizarre. But regardless, I don't know why that's jumping around, man.
Bro, if you're gonna follow relativity, if you're gonna expand space,
is not
time, bro. Or else you're violating relativity. If you're gonna expand space, you got to shrink time, just like the arms in the Michelson Morley. You contracted them, so you had to dilate time. So if you're expanding space, you have to contract time. Or that's relativity.
Is that right? Yeah. To expand space, you have to contract time. This is your assertion, for some reason. Hey, did you think it out before you said it? I guess no, because it's not true. You don't have to expand. You don't have to contract time to expand space. I don't know why you said that. Oh yeah, but the CMB is actually not a bad evidence for the expansion of the universe, because it was one of the main evidences for the expansion of the universe.
Well, think about
I kind of feel bad. I did that guy No Name. I was kind of mean to him earlier, and I feel bad because I'm always mean to him. I think it's because I don't like his voice. He's got like kind of that. I don't know. I
don't like No Name, dude. It's fine. You can be mean to him. What'd you say to him?
I don't know. Every time I see him, I bring up the thing where he fucking was disingenuous when they were arguing about fucking water vapor not being a gas pressure, and I bring that up like every time I see him, and it pisses him off so much. I shouldn't do it. Remind me next time not to bring that up.
No.
Let me make.
Why would I remind you not to bring something up?
Can you hear me?
Anyways, he's always got shitty.
before y'all start talking about a person, dude, let me make a quick point, and then you can. And the Michelson-Morley for relativity, they explained it using relativity by physically shrinking the apparatus, so shrinking the space, and as a consequence, they had to dilate time, they had to and mass, but so a consequence of shrinking the space, the arm of the device, they had to, like I said, dilate time. So if you're going to expand space, then you have to contract time if you're going to obey relativity. Halt and Arp, was one of the first to discover, he was like a pioneer to us anyway, and proven that the Earth is the center of the universe according to our observations, and he got labeled a fucking, you know how they do. They took away his telescope time, ended his career, and called him a crackpot for making a fucking observation.
Okay, 3 points right there. I'm not sure which one was relevant to the. But yeah, you said Michelson-Morley, and then you said about the dude Harp who got fired from.
Alice a failure, and everything. It's nobody's talking about that. Understanding what it's about. It's not. It's a real experiment. It's a real experiment. You are manipulating optical, but it's not optical. It's a real experiment because he is manipulating the telescope. And the light is coming through to the telescope because of the stars is moving, not the Earth. And he proved that. So
wait a second, Johnny. Go ahead, Johnny.
The failure, Alice, what's the name? Alice the failure. They call it as a failure. It was no failure. It was absolutely right on. He proved
hold
that.
on, my point was a little more on topic. I'll make it short too, so you can respond.
We are talking about is the Earth moving or is the star moving?
If they're gonna claim space is expanding, they can't pick and choose the fucking space that's expanding. They can't even pick and say not even on a planet. If space
Why is it not expanding everywhere?
What they've done is they pick and choose what's expanding and what's not, and how it's behaving. A bunch of horseshit.
Guys,
out of the middle.
We don't have to talk about it. If we prove that the Earth is not moving, we don't have to say something is going or spending or something like that, because we have proved that we are at the center of the so-called universe.
Yeah,
if you want to
when you
call
make
it
a point that you make a different point about something totally different, and there's no way to respond to what anybody says.
Let Kosho go. Go ahead.
Just responding to what Brian just said.
But Brian, I will listen to Brian.
Johnny, relax. Let Kosho
It
go.
helps. It helps.
Okay.
I mean, because I understand why you want to criticize it, but I mean, I don't want to say anything that offensive, but I mean, it probably helps to understand it and then, try to criticize it afterwards. But because I don't think that what you're claiming about the universe expanding in some places and not other places, that's not a factual statement. That's not.
Why is space not expanding equally everywhere?
It is, man. It's not not doing that.
Really?
So,
space is expanding equally everywhere.
Yes.
So I have two things on my kitchen table. They're not getting farther apart.
Why do you think that is?
Because space isn't expanding everywhere. It's not expanding anywhere. You guys just made that shit up.
Your shit's getting smaller. The only way they can claim that if they claim your shit's getting smaller.
All the space is expanding everywhere. The difference between what's happening outside a local cluster of galaxies and what's happening inside the local cluster of galaxies is there are forces that are doing much more than the expansion of space. So it's not going to be witnessed at all inside of a galaxy or even in between two galaxies. The expansion of space, it can be overcome by things like gravitational attraction, which easily counters what expansion of space does. I think it takes, if I remember correctly, it's 1 million years for the space between. I forget what the distance is exactly, but it's like I think it takes 1 million years for 1 million miles to increase by 1 meter, maybe. I have to look exactly at the exact expansion, but in that amount of time,
Hey, bro,
in that
Kosho reminds me of that fucking gremlin with the nerd gremlin with glasses on and shit, acting like he knows fucking all this shit, dude. Like anybody fucking knows it, dude. He's the nerd gremlin with glasses on and shit. The fucking
can you have said that in your head quietly for a second?
I'm just fucking with you, Kosho.
Let me say that out loud. Fucking hell, dude. It was a saying.
Funny listening when you make these claims like
you're like why it's funny, dude. It doesn't matter why it's funny. It's like, why don't we practice saying things substantive?
I bet my fucking life.
I'll say something that you're funny. I'm saying, what's the point of saying how funny it is?
I bet my life, no matter what's happening, that ain't happening.
Okay, I'll take that bet. And I'm gonna, and how about this? I won't even kill you if you're wrong. I'm just gonna make you my slave for the rest of your life. Okay? How about that?
What do I win?
Make the bet. I don't. You didn't say. You just you didn't say. You just bet your life. So it was just seemed like it was an open bet.
What are you betting?
I'm not taking the bet. I'm just gonna accept. I'm accept your yes when you lose. Yeah.
I think you letting me live as a consequence. You know that shit is fucking total horseshit.
No, you're not worth anything to me.
It's better and better every year, bro. I hope you recognize that.
You're not worth anything to me if you were dead. If you're my slave, at least I can have somebody answer my phone for me, or do some work around the house. So
I'd be a hell of a slave for me. I'd be a real
I'm sure you would. Yeah, we get to shoot the shit all the time. We fucking talk about the Earth and the universe and shit. It wouldn't be that bad. It's just for a slave. It wouldn't be that bad.
I don't know. I'm not trying to be a dick. I was trying to be funny, but I was serious about it's a claim, man. It's a claim. We'll never fucking know how far a star is, what it's made of. They can't even fucking change they know for a fact that the fucking sun is not a gas, and they can't even fucking change it because they're stuck with it. They judged what it was before spectroscopy come out. And now they can't change it because they're stuck with the fucking model. And it's just getting worse and worse. You got to at least admit that it's getting more of a reach, at least. Maybe it ain't getting worse. That's a bad word, but you got to admit the model is reaching and reaching and reaching, bro. Would you at least concede that the explanations are getting fucking harder?
No, not really. I mean, things seem more incredible all the time, but claims aren't made, or they're not made and backed by multitudes of people unless there's multitudes of evidence to give credence to it. I mean, people don't just claim things just for the sake of it. They claim things because of the evidence that points to it.
Hey, when you measure Doppler, or you're trying to measure anywhere you could do it in real life, what are you determining? If you get a red shift, what's that determine?
Red shift or blue shift is just determining that something's either moving away from you or coming towards you. Right.
So the red shift means moving away, and the blue shift means moving toward. And all of a sudden, all of a sudden they're like, no, well, usually everything red it means it's moving away, but in this instance, out there in the fucking cajillion explosion fucking crazy shit, that it's got to be something else, man. I got it. It's expanding like a balloon. That's what I meant by they're just reaching further and further, because all the observations are telling us that we're motionless and in the center of the universe. Besides the globe argument,
that's not what everything's telling us. Actually, it's not what anything's telling us.
But I thought red shift told you that something's moving away or moving closer.
Oh, that tells us that from our vantage point, When I say things are moving away, I'm talking about galaxies outside of the local cluster. So galaxies that are further away than the couple that are around us, those things are moving away. And as you look at the ones further away than that, they're moving away faster. And the ones further than that are moving away even faster. So it tells you from any vantage point that things are moving away. And like I said, by things moving away, I'm talking about galaxies outside of our local cluster of galaxies. So the stuff inside of our galaxy, we're not noticing this expansion of the universe.
So what's that with Andromeda now? What's the new calculation? Has anybody offered it? When's it going to hit it? Or wait, it can't hit us now, can it?
No, it's inside of our local cluster. That means that gravity is strong enough to outdo whatever the expansion of the universe is doing, easily. Things outside of the local cluster is where gravity is not strong enough.
Well, it kind of is a gotcha, but I mean seriously, because we grew up hearing that Andromeda was heading right for us, and it's in like 1.5 million years or 1.5 billion years or whatever, it's going to pass right through us, but we'll never know. And then that was a decade before the expansion of the universe, and so I'm wondering what's the consequence if the universe is expanding faster than it, 5 times faster, just a guess, then Andromeda's moving towards us. What's the consequence?
What do you mean if it's expanding 5 times faster? What do you mean?
I mean, that's just a guess, but if it's faster than the speed of light,
it's not okay. It's not faster than the speed of light. Okay, that's what I'm saying about understanding these claims. What that claim is that the universe is expanding. That means that there can be 2 given points, like our position and things that are say 13 billion light years away from us. There could be things outside of there that are already moving faster away from us that we'd never be able to see them.
Kosher, do you know what exponential? Do you know what exponential means? I know you do.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if it's expanding, it's going to take no time at all to break the speed of light. No time flat. If it's a balloon, then it's like almost an inverse square law, you could almost say. But as it gets bigger, then that's what's expanding. So a bigger area is having to expand. So it's going to speed up faster than freaking. Then I believe that they have the math to contend with it. If you're talking about the universe in the first place being so big, but do they even have numbers for how much it could expand and within 100 years even? I mean, it's exponential, man. And to me, as a consequence, you could claim that, but then you'd have to say everything is getting smaller, like relativity dictates. If you're going to start playing around with the speed limit of light and objects breaking that, then I think you're stuck. If you're expanding space between the galaxies, then relativity states that you can't claim which one is moving. They're moving apart, okay? If you're saying that they're physically moving apart because the space in between them is growing, then the only thing you could do is shrink the planet. So in other words, if I'm sitting across a table from you and space starts expanding, then we wouldn't know it according to relativity because we'd shrink. But it would take no time before gravity collapsed. The mathematics of gravity collapsed, and everything behind that would be exponential. And I don't think they truly thought through the consequences of expanding space. I'll give it a rest though, Coach. There, man. You go back with Johnny or what you call it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was listening to you. I like everything about you're saying, so on. So it's great. Nah, but I want to talk about new things, but maybe people don't understand what I'm talking about, because I'm talking about conductivity, the difference layer in the atmosphere, the sun and the moon is fast in lock in space because of conductivity. But people have to understand what I'm talking about before I talk about that. This might be too much. Crystallization, plasma, electromagnetic field, and magnet. Everything is about electronic, magnetic state, and water. Water is a big thing. Do you know just a water droplet in the liquid? And if you can make a drop in the liquid and put a strong sound wave through it, you can get a fusion, and it will light up like a star and get very, very hot, because the molecule of the water droplet will fall apart and make some kind of fusion and light up like a star. So the same thing is happening. The star we are seeing can be in a water, and it can be frequencies that make the star light like it's lighting. The light is because of frequency. That's it. And it's just happen in a water. Water can be in many states, like we know of. It can be a steam, it can be ice cube, it can be, water is everything. Your body you're in is almost most water. So everything is about water, electronic, magnetic, and temperature. Then we get fusion with plasma and so on and so on. Plasma can be solid. Plasma can be made of hot. You can also get plasma of extreme cold because of crystallization with electronic. There you can have plasma also. I think that we are seeing is because of extreme cold high up is cold plasma that we are seeing. We can see the moon and the sun is in a lockstep. They're locked in the space. I'm not talking about space what you are thinking about. I'm just talking about space, like every space. It's fast in the space. Therefore, I'm talking about the continuity. It's absolutely fast and it's going around over flat Earth. There's no question about that. The question is, what is the physics of it's doing that? My conclusion is it's because of conductivity of magnet and fields and electronic. And there are also some power that I don't know of. I need one power. I need one power that keep it going all the time. So I don't know everything. Yeah. But thank you, Brian. Great to listen to. I'm just playing my guitar just now, so please talk.
Open your mic up, John. Give us a listen.
Oh, really? Hey, baby, you know I'm not that far away from you. You cannot wait, but you really have to do. Just joking.
That's awesome, mate.
Huh?
Sounds fantastic. Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, really? I was just joking.
Play Smoke on the Water, man.
Hey, baby, do you have this water? Oh, Espanol. 2, 3, 4. You know. Okay. I don't know. It was Spanian, because it's snow all over the place now. Therefore, I was thinking about Spanian. What? I didn't hear. I didn't hear what you say. Say it again.
I said I was about to jump in. I was about to join you singing. I had something in my head, and I'm glad I didn't, because right when I went to say my first verse, you stopped, and I'd have looked like a dumbass.
Yeah, but I was not singing it at all. But yeah, spending my time, nothing else to do. Yeah, spending my time, nothing else to do. Because I'm in the cross line, nothing else to do. Yeah, because I'm on the cross line, and nothing else to do. Don't fly away my dream. Yeah, don't fly away my dream. I have nothing else to do. Because I am on the cross line. I'm waiting for you. Yeah. How are you doing, guys?
That was great, man. I like it.
Thank you. But I cannot play so high. It's in the middle of the night. I have to take it very easy.
Where are you, Johnny? Are you up in Iceland?
No, I'm not in Iceland. I'm in Sweden.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, I'm not in Iceland just now. I'm in Sweden.
Sweden, okay.
Where are you?
I'm in Northern California.
Oh, you are in the sunshine.
I think north
Yeah, a little
it
bit of sun
gets a little
today, but
gets chilly
kinda
up north,
chilly.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, somewhat. It's not as warm as Southern California, that's for sure.
All you gotta do is tell them my Oakland Ninja Turtles will run circles around you, Southern Cali Foot Clan. Hit 'em with that bar.
California. Yeah. There's a lot of things there from. There's many songs about the California.
I was thinking, I don't know, are you there, Whitesworth?
What? I think it's a very, very bad connection.
I was seeing if White's word is there. Well, I was just thinking for his test.
Yeah.
Jeremy, you can let me know what you think of this too, but I was just thinking, like, the test with the rope, to pull it taut, the force, the curve, or, if that's the name that's being called. But do you think it'd be possible to basically like test it on like a shorter distance somewhere, something that we know is flat, like a planar flat surface, and then something that we know is curved, and then test it, with the scales and everything, just to kind of get a sense of like what the comparison would be and what kind of results we would get, maybe on like pavement, or I was just thinking some way on like a small scale. Do you think that would be useful or possible?
Yeah, but what's flat though? Like the only thing you're gonna be able to know for sure that's flat is like a plate they use to manufacture, precision engineer things. One of those plates or something, and even those are off a little bit, and those aren't even that big. Like, how do you, when you start getting a long scale, like how do you know the blacktop's flat or curving?
Yeah, but we don't have to. We have the sextant. The sextant is absolutely proof for the flat Earth, and we can prove it.
John.
Why talk
I heard
about
you going at him. I heard you going at him with gems with the sextant thing. You don't even know how you're making your circles, bro.
Yeah, if you have a circle around the GP, that's a circle.
How did you make the circle? How did you make the circle? I know how the Globers do it.
It's automatically. If you got
hold on. Let's not deviate. Gio's trying to ask about the thing.
Okay, if you have the point to the GP, and you have got.
No, hold on a second. Just hold on.
No, hold on. You have to. You will never listen.
I've heard, bro. I've heard everything you had.
You have the circle there. That's the circle around this point.
All right, it's fine. White, what do you think? Was he there, Gio?
Yeah, I'm here, mate.
Oh,
yeah, I think I think the idea of doing it at scale is a fantastic idea. Jeremy raised a very good point. Like, where do you find the nice flat surface that you know is flat enough that you can actually test a slight bump in the middle with some scales? But again, the reason it's 10 kilometers is because the angles that the 2 meter hump in the middle create, that's where you can actually start to get some forces that will be registerable. If that line is any straighter, if those angles are any shallower, the forces just go up and up and up through the roof that are required to put tension on. So I fear a scaled down version will just show nothing and then put you off doing the big test. The big test may show nothing, but the calculations are that it will.
I mean, how small of a scale? Are we talking like a basketball size scale? We know what's going to happen on that.
Well, like, I'd be curious, just for the heck of it, I'd be curious, like what's the largest stretch of level concrete, in a huge warehouse or something like that, to have, level concrete that you could test to be as level as possible, and then do it over that, which obviously you wouldn't get much reading on the scales, and then do one with 3 inches of curve or something. Like, it would just be interesting to see kind of what the ratio is, and then like as it's pulled more and more taut, as it's tightened down, what like the amount that the scales register, just to kind of get a sense of that, of the smaller scale and the ratios, to see how that might pan out on the larger scale.
You're saying just do it over a level surface. All right. So you're saying just do it over a level surface for a quarter mile or something, or a tenth of a mile or something.
Possibly, yeah, just to kind of get a sense of like the ratio of it and what the results are. Yeah, just so that when it goes to the larger scale, there would be something to compare to.
Yeah, but if you do it in that small of a scale, remember you have to have the height of the ends be below the point you're measuring at the curve. So you'd only be able to measure it at one point at the curve, And even then, the Sagitt is only 2 inches on a mile. So you'd have to do it at least a mile to even, you know what I'm saying, Gio?
Yeah. It just reminds me of like doing it over an icy lake, you know, like ice on a lake. For some reason, it seems like that would be for somewhat of a smaller scale. But yeah, I see what you mean.
Definitely over a decent distance, yeah.
You got to have, like, this isn't something you can even really like scale like that, because you got to have the distance to have the ends of the thing be under the top measure, under the lowest measuring point. So on a small scale, you'd only be able to measure it in the middle. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
So on a small scale, you'd only be able to. You're robot,
reading, then be able to compare those.
Try it again. You cleared up at the end.
Yeah, it's funny. When I'm driving, when I pull off this exit, it always dies like right there for a second. And then I'm going to drive up the mountains here, so it's probably going to be in and out. So I'll just say this real quick. Well, I just think it'd be cool to do it on something we know is a planar, a flat surface, and then something we know is curved, and then do it with tightening it down and getting the comparison. Even if it is shorter distance, I just think it'd be interesting to see that, just so that we could compare when we do when it's done larger, on a larger distance.
Well, I'll see if I can get that done, Gio. I've got enough time between now and the test, so if I can find a location, I'll look at doing that, because I've got a 330 meter test piece. So right now, that's the smallest scale I could go, and I could go up from there.
That's a big fucking test piece, bro.
330 meters. Yeah, well, that's the smallest length they had.
I mean, yeah, you'd be able to see.
But that's, like Jeremy was saying, that's fuck all of a hill in the middle. If we're going to try and recreate the scale of Earth curve, for example, unless, Gio, you're suggesting to not bother with that scale and just create a definitive hump in the middle, just to see the difference between almost level and the hump.
That's what I was thinking. Like, if you just had even 1,000 feet, like I was thinking, like, take one of those PVC pipes, like, that are like 2 foot diameter, and sort of have it be like a hemisphere. I think my thing's probably going to cut out here as well.
No worries. Yeah. Well, DM me with your ideas. I'll put it in.
Well, I mean, this is just sort of a wild one, but like, we have one of those 2 foot in diameter PVC pipes, cut it in half. It's like a hemispherical pipe. Lay that on the ground, fill it with water. So let's say you have like 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet. So you have like flat, the water would be, that you could measure it and then freeze it. I guess this is getting more complicated, but then freeze it and then test that with the rope, and then add like a bump in the middle and then test that. But yeah, that's getting pretty complicated.
Yeah, we got no frozen lakes in Australia, champ. Sorry.
Yeah, you're not going to find any of those around there.
No, good luck freezing a half mile of pipe or whatever without a frozen ground to put it upon.
Yo, I got 2 good tokens right now, maybe 3 or 4 even, that I do the passive thing I do. I got like some good things if anyone's looking to get in. This is a good time to get in for, I think it's 3 or 4 things pretty cheap, so I'm just letting you guys know.
Surprised you don't just spam people, Jeremy, in the
I don't gain anything out of it. I'm trying to hook my peoples up. Like,
you've tried? Oh, right.
No, I mean, I don't really care if you guys don't want to do it. That's fine, but I'm just like, if heads are trying to get money or something.
Sure.
Like, I don't make anything off it. I get the satisfaction of knowing that my peoples are good financially. That's it.
Nice.
Help the pool. More people in the pool.
Your shit's fucked up. I hate that too when I'm driving and I know I'm about to get in a laggy spot, but there's shit I want to say. It sucks. And you know it too, because if you drive it a lot, you're like, damn, I'm coming up on the robotic spot. Like I gotta pick my son up at a school and it's in a different city, but on the way there's all these fucking laggy spots in between. I know right where they are.
Yeah, I know where they are on this road too. I think I just went through one.
Yeah. I got thorium. There's a token called thorium. There's a token called guitar swap.
Okay, is that thorium token based on the actual element, or is it just completely random and just named thorium?
No idea.
Okay, right.
No idea.
Because that's how they plan to run these new little small modular nuclear reactors. It's just thorium based. So if that was actually backed by the bloody product, it would, or the element or whatever, you know, the mining company or whatever the case might be,
I don't know.
actually
It's
would
only
go up in value.
Yeah, it's only 2 cents a token. So, like these are
worth
gems.
bloody
These are gems right here. These ones that are worth these ones that are worth like a penny, 2 cents a token. That's what my baby swap used to be. Now it's worth like $3, $3.70 a token.
Nice.
I was buying that shit at a nickel. I fucking killed it in the past like 3-4 days. I must have made probably pulled like 2 or 3 grand out, and now I was making $5 a day off the shit. Now I'm making like 15 or 20 or something, and I pocketed like 2-3 G's.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm excited. I need a couple more little bubbles like that, and I'll be good. I just want to have enough cash backed up because this is my income now. I use this to live off of. So I want to have enough income. I want to have enough like stable coins, enough cash behind it, to where if everything got wiped out for some strange reason, I could always just rebuy all my passive income again.
Makes sense.
Here's an interesting question I often think about. What actually controls the prices of these things? Like, I know the stock market could be debated, it's controlled and all that, and crypto could be controlled as well, but what really dictates the price of these cryptos? Like, I mean, it should be what people are willing to buy and sell it at, but is that really what controls them, or is there something else entirely that's controlling them?
If the big money come in, with big money, it will hide up, but it can be a bluff. You are taking a chance. The big money is this that is controlling everything.
I think it's purely based. I think it's purely based on supply and demand. Pretty much at what you said. However much people are willing to pay for it. You know, if some guy comes in and buys a shit ton of the coin for, you know, say he buys, you know, I don't know, $1 million worth of the coin or something, it's going to go up a little bit because now, you know, now people are selling it for higher. I think it's totally supply and demand.
Like Elon Musk did, he got a lot of millions into the Bitcoin, and it got up in the price, of course. But I don't know what happened later.
Johnny, so, I can only make out about 1 in every 10 words that you say. So,
okay, Elon Musk, he put in a lot of money into the Bitcoin. And
he bought a lot of Bitcoin. Yeah, Tesla bought a lot of Bitcoin, they say.
And they put a lot of money into it, and therefore everybody got it was more higher price for it, and everybody got rich of it because he did that, and it was more trustworthy and so on and so on. But you never know what they are playing and why they are. There can be something behind it, and they will take it out or so. It can never be You never know, So therefore, it's a risk money. So long.
Did you guys see some court case was won by an Australian the other day to keep hold of the original 1.1 million bitcoins that he created? He's claiming he is the inventor. And he won his court case just a couple of days ago.
They can create for some. Nobody knows why they are doing it, and hang on in the first moment, and you can be rich, and maybe you have to sell very, very, very fast because you don't know what they will do with it. They will drop it down. I never know, or something. Maybe it's real. So it's like
he controls $70 billion. Fucking hell, 1.1 million Bitcoin. Never been used.
You never know what's about.
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about that story, but I heard about that story, but I don't know if I fully understand what the court case actually meant. Like, where were these bitcoins, and then what they released them to him or something? I guess I just don't get that part.
No, I think they were confiscated out of a wallet or an exchange. I don't know those details, but he, the family of the co-inventor who is now dead, claimed that he was a co-inventor, were fighting him in court for half of the Bitcoin, and he won the court battle because at the end of the day he proved that he was the inventor and the friend had nothing to do with Bitcoin itself, and so they are his Bitcoin. And so yeah, 1.1 million, and they showed that they were the first Bitcoin. Well, they were the first one. And like, how else could anyone get 1.1 million of the first Bitcoin? They're all traced. You know what I mean?
And many people are.
If you didn't make it, how did you get it?
If you have big money, then you can really, really rich. If you're on the right time, right moment, you can be so fucking rich. You don't have to move your fucking ass that's after your life. If
you could crash. 1 million Bitcoin could single-handedly crash.
Yeah, but it can crash overnight. It can crash overnight. Yes.
If you were to sell them all, now if you were to do it smart and just sell, 1 Bitcoin a day or something, or maybe even 5 Bitcoin a day or something, we might be fine. But if that guy decided to sell all 1 million of them tomorrow, that would put a beating on Bitcoin. I don't know where it would go. Probably 10, 20 grand. I mean, people would be eating them up as that happened. But
yeah, he can buy something else for it and buy some land for it and take it everything out at the same time. Then it will be a crash.
A lot of fucking Bitcoin. He had a really nice suit on, I can tell you that.
Well, there's been that mystery of who Satoshi Nakamoto is. So, I mean, is it confirmed that this guy actually is him? I mean, that he actually invented it for real? Because that's been such a mystery.
Look, yeah, as far as the court of law goes, I believe he must have established it. I mean, the devil's in the details, of course, but it's confirmed. I mean, he owns the first 1.1 million, and they haven't moved. Like, they went somewhere as soon as they were made or produced in the chain, and they haven't been moved since. And he controls those. So maybe he's not the inventor, but fucking hell, he must have knocked the inventor off straight after he got him to transfer the first lot into his own wallet or something. And he was a computer scientist. Like, the guy is a computer scientist. He has the background to have done it.
The people say it's going up and down, and they just let it be there and not selling, just waiting, and they just have the money in it, go down, up and down, and they have lost everything. And after 1 year, they have got everything back again and much more. So if it is a crash, and it might be better to leave everything in. Because it can go up again.
It's pure speculation.
Yeah, I feel bad
value whatsoever.
who when Dogecoin was up so high, and then Elon Musk was going to be on Saturday Night Live, and it was all hyping it that it was going to go up to $1 and all that stuff, and then it just crashed ever since then. And I remember a lot of people were like, "Oh, I'm just going to hold on to it." I was just thinking, man, I feel bad for those people.
Exactly.
It never really came back
You're all
up.
pump and dump.
I mean, they usually will come back up. It just depends on how long you have to wait, depending on where you bought in.
Yeah, but if it comes back up on hope, because people just hope the same thing happens again, that's pointless, because it can sit there and just sit there and churn and churn. And if it comes back up because there's some sort of true value in the coin or whatever the product is, then yeah, that's fine.
Three Bitcoin today is over $150,000, something like that. I think. Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Hell yeah. Fiat for fiat, people. Fiat for fiat. Let's do a swap. I hope it keeps rolling on for everyone involved. I really do.
It's okay. Absolutely, try it. It's a fun also, a lot of fun, and
it's like a casino. Like a casino is fun. You're talking about?
Yes, exactly. So,
right. Gambling.
Well, it's better than gambling because it's more stable than gambling. Because gambling, the house has all odds, to. It's better than gambling. So.
It's gambling, mate. Just a different form of gambling. You are speculating on a price increase or decrease. If you're investing in it, that is slightly different, but you're still taking a gamble on that investment.
But it's much more fun if you're buying silver and gold and so on and so on. And,
well, they have intrinsic value, so they are good investments.
That's real job. You really have to have your mind open and know what's happening. What's the price? I know what people want after 6 months and so on and so on. Yeah, that's much more if you're buying things in companies and so on. That's much more fun, I think, of course, because you're buying things from Russia, you're buying things from China, you're all over the place, and a lot of things that's happening. And yeah, that's fun. Like copper, if you buy copper, and that's so high sometimes for copper because we need more copper. It's a very, very high price, and you can get a lot of money for that, but people are not thinking about more like copper.
Yeah, well, if they're going to produce all the electric cars that they say they're going to, there's going to be a lot of fucking demand on copper. So yes, the price of copper will go up, definitely.
Absolutely, and you can make a big money if you buy copper. It's true. But people are always thinking about silver and gold and so on. But copper is very, very useful because it's used in all industry. Not all, but many.
Yeah, silver is a very good investment. It is just manipulated. The price is kept low because there is huge demand on silver.
But everybody's buying silver now. Everybody, I don't know if it will be so. Everybody's doing the same thing. So I don't know.
Well, I think it's only silly to do the same thing as everyone, if that's a bad thing.
Yeah, of course.
Just because you're doing something everyone else is doing doesn't necessarily make it a bad thing. There are good things.
You're right, because gold is gold. It's never wrong. But yeah.
Well, silver's better because it has medicinal value. Silver can sterilize water. Silver can do so many things. Gold has its value, but not as much as silver. Silver should be a lot higher than it is.
Yeah. Yes or no. Yes or no. But it's very, very difficult to get gold, but easier to get silver. And you can also make silver.
Oh, sure.
In the industry, silver. So.
All right, we're ready for another drive-by, Ruhif. Let's go.
Hello. Oh, I got like I'm on my way to Woolies, so
we get little bite-sized pieces.
Yeah.
He supports big corporate people. Who would have thought? Fuck.
Woolies. I'll tell you what. I'll give you 10 minutes now, and then 10 minutes when I get out of Woolies on the way back. Is that good?
If I can give 10 minutes to one of your kids.
They're all at school, you idiot.
Oh, really?
I'm a supporter of the government schools as well. Is that
the
bad?
brainwashing, the big corporate. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
You're all in.
I am. My good little
half your luck, mate. Half your luck. Yeah. Oh, that's it. They need them, otherwise society couldn't function, could it?
Exactly. Fucking anarchy. So, flat Earth, eh?
Yeah, how about that plane?
How about
Yeah, we are living on a plane. We are living on a plane. Don't be insane.
Oh, sorry, I lied.
Money to make the world go round.
There is one kid at home. Sorry, there is one child at home. Sorry. 3 kids at school.
There you go. Uh-oh. One's got the Rona.
Uh-oh.
One's at home playing Xbox. He finishes at 1 o'clock.
All right. Fucking Xbox, eh? They bloody brought in some coin.
What? Say again?
Xbox, they would have brought in some coin.
As in made money by selling Xboxes. Sure.
Yeah, they've got a very good product. It seems very popular.
Yes.
Bit like the sugar industry, I think. I think it creates the same dopamine reaction, short term.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad with sugar. I'm diabetic to begin with, so it's kind of sugar-free, pretty much everything for me.
Yeah, right.
Come on, entertain me, people. You're failing.
Oh, I'm busy. I was listening to guitar and conversation, and then I was asked a question. And I got distracted, and I've got to get back to doing what I'm doing.
It's White's word, isn't it?
Yeah, mate.
From your voice. Yeah. How's your test like coming along with the beach shit?
It'll eventuate. I've only got a window in about 6 months' time for a hip, so a bit closer to that date, I'll get everything ready and get out there and do it.
Lovely. You still there, Brian? Brian was going to DM me some shit, and he hasn't yet. I have to apologize to you, Brian, actually.
Thank you, boys. Thank you, boys. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. Have a good time. Roef, good night.
Okay, see you, Johnny.
I'm like I always enjoyed, back and forth with you and listening to you, dude. And it's like when you DM me and shit, you're like getting like you're mad at me, and I'm like, damn, dude. I'm trying to look back and see what the fuck I did, man. But
the DM. No, I'll apologize for being what's the word? Aggressive this morning, I think is the word.
It's called being a dickhead.
Fair enough.
You misinterpreted
aggressive is the word. Thank you, man.
I think you misinterpreted the DMs though. I looked back through those when you reacted, and I was like, I think you're missing the feeling behind those. I didn't think I was aggressive in the DMs. Yeah.
You know what happens, Ruhiff? I think when you type something in, and then if you type something else in, it adds to that same. Like if I'm in the middle of doing something and I read it, and then I get back to the phone, I go to respond. If you added anything else, it adds it to that. I just realized it adds it to that same damn paragraph. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So now that I know that, I'm not saying for sure that's what happened, but I think that's what happened because I look back and I'm like, okay, now I got to address this. How did I miss that the first time, dude?
Yeah, all good. I was going to say, fuck. You were going to DM me something this morning, weren't you? I think.
No, what I was going to do is I'm putting together a damn correction.
Video.
Yeah, I was gonna. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna DM you. I was gonna DM you the fact that the tower, and being twice as big as the mountain just upon glance, even without the math, I wasn't sure that even after you did the math, I don't think it quite covered for the height.
I think it did. I'll have to watch my second video again.
Me too.
Yeah. All right. I have arrived at Woolworths in Balgowlah, people. This is my local. Do you guys have this thing where you've got an app where you just scan the barcodes and stick it in your trolley and then you leave?
You do what? You scan the barcode and what happens?
Then you just stick it in your trolley and then you leave.
What the fuck is a
trolley?
Stick it in
your what? In your trolley?
Fucking shopping cart.
Oh, okay.
Dude, I didn't know you guys. I didn't know Australia got shopping carts yet.
We don't. Sorry. Yeah, you stick it in your cart and then pay for it on the way out. Just fucking scan this thing and you're done. It's awesome.
Oh, Amazon stores like that where there's no cashiers and shit. Yeah, we got that.
Come on, dude.
Although I did go into an Amazon store in the mall a few weeks ago, and there was like mad Amazon workers in there. I don't know what they weren't really doing anything. I think this 3D virtual reality shit is going to change the way people shop completely. Like, there's no reason to go to it. Yeah, there's no reason. Imagine
watch porn.
Imagine. I mean, that sounds awesome.
Sorry, I'm going to go anyway. Sorry, Jeremy.
Imagine it. You can't go out on that note. You're out of control, Ruhiff.
Oh, he had a point on one of the videos.
Porn, I know.
He had a good point. Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
His point with the Oculus for the porn, I know that was a good one. No, I mean that's going to change the way we shop. I'll tell you what's really going to change the way things work is 3D printing. But until that happens, the Oculus is going to change the way we shop because then you'll be able to actually go play with shit. inside of a 3D world. Like, yo, look, there's this little helicopter thingy, or a drone, or something, or I don't know. Pick something, clothes, shoes, something. Like, you can put all the dimensions of your body in, and these clothes they know the dimensions of the clothes, so you can like try them on in this virtual reality. Like, this is gonna change shopping. This
Did anybody else
3D.
lose Jeremy?
Seriously, you didn't hear me that whole time?
Yeah, I hear you now. I'm sorry if I interrupted, but I couldn't hear you.
No, it's all good. I was just saying the Oculus, this virtual reality is going to change the way shopping happens, like in a big way.
Is there any way to invest in like some of the new technology and shit like that? Is any of the coins based on anything like you were saying, like copper? Maybe you could invent that. Fucking base some coin, just a cheap whatever, however they do it.
Like have a coin backed by gold or something.
Yeah, not gold. I mean, you're going to go head to head with based on something. Though.
It could be based off gold. Why not?
You're going to go head to head with I don't see that working out, man. That's I mean, there's too many other. I don't know. I mean, yeah, why not gold? Fuck it, gold.
What did you have in mind? Like nickel or copper?
Yeah, like copper. He had a good point. Or lead.
With the thorium.
Cavendish. No, I'm just kidding. But it just seems like they'd already be. When you said earlier, man, you said if dude sold 1 million of them shares, that everything it would crash. I mean, to me,
I don't know if it would crash. It would take
explode. I mean,
what's up?
All these people buying in and entering $1 million new dollars. I mean, $1 billion new dollars into the fucking system. Wouldn't that make it?
No, because it looks at. Okay, here's what happens. If you make a whole bunch of sells in a row, people start getting scared and they're like, "Holy shit!" Everyone's selling, so they get scared and they sell, thinking that they want to get out before more people start selling, which causes more people to sell. Like, "Oh shit! Look how many people are selling now. I gotta sell." You know what I'm saying? It would cause like mass hysteria if he was to sell all of them at once. Not to mention, you wouldn't even get the going rate off because people have. You wouldn't even get the going rate off because people have bid.
Hear me out real quick, because I've always based on like I've always thought of it like capitalism, like how can a coin go up if not from selling the coins and getting new people in it? Or I'm sure there's a way, but just short version answer: how can a coin go up?
It goes up because, all right, I have a coin, and people are like, "Yo, I want that coin," and I'm like, "Yo, I'll sell it to you for 2 cents," and they're like, "All right," now they have the coin, and now somebody else wants the coin. They're like, "I'll sell this shit for 3 cents." You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
Right, you got to sell it. Right, that's my point. You got to sell. So it is kind of like capitalism. You got to sell the shit.
But you need more buys to be happening than sells, though.
Like
I mean, obviously there's a buy and a sell each time, but you want the power to be on the buying side for it to go up. And if the power's on the selling side, it's going to go down.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? If
it's yeah, I might buy some of them things.
What's that? What you gonna do?
Yeah, I said I might buy some of them things. Invest a little bit. Just it sounds interesting and fun.
Bro,
and I'll make like
fuck with me, bro.
Small investment. Fuck around with you,
Bro, fuck with me, bro. I'm telling you, I know hardly anyone ever wants to do the shit I do, but I make like 50, 60, 70, 80 bucks a day, bro.
That's good, man. I mean, you got good common sense. So
that ain't enough to support a whole family off of, but I mean, that's a nice little little income right there.
Yeah, I'm a vendor.
$50 a day.
I'm a vendor. I don't supply the concrete, but I pour it and decorative pavers, you name it. I've been in business for I can't even count how many years.
Some of those pavers are nice.
Dude, I do some.
You watch that guy MSD? Yo, you watch that guy MSD on TikTok?
I don't watch
MDS. He's like, all right then. Oh, he reviews all this construction shit, bro. It's fucking hilarious.
The problem is I fucked my back up, man, and I don't know if it's gonna heal, man.
So
But
listen to
you know,
me. While you
I
got
don't have
money,
to do any work, man. But it's hard for me not to when I go out there. So I'm trying to
bro,
learn to fucking not do it. Just watch and use the people that I've hired to fucking do it. But I can't not work when I'm out there, man. So that's what I'm trying to learn right now. I'm trying to learn to fucking just be the boss. You know, you ain't got to be the fucking laborer, the finisher, the salesman, everything. You know, you got to
how'd you
delegate
make
that
out in
shit.
2008? I think it was 2008. I was in flooring, and we didn't put a floor down for months, dude.
Yeah, it was fucking, dude. They
Remember
limited the
that?
concrete. I was in the middle of my
Did you
biggest
get
contract.
hammered in that?
Yes, I remember that, dude. I was in the middle of my biggest contract to date. It was for $127,000 for a college over here, and right in the middle of the fucking thing, that shit happened, and China was building the dam, which is what caused the steel and a lot of the. We couldn't even get concrete. Like we were allowed like 2 trucks a week, and the price doubled overnight, almost doubled. I went from paying like before tax about I think $59 to like 110 overnight in the middle of my biggest contract ever. And then the people wound up screwing me out of like 27,000, which I wound up getting about a third of that or almost half just settling. But I got screwed bad. It was, but since then, dude, fuck commercial shit, dude. I've got it where I've hustled my ass off and hired more people and did more jobs and just hustle. It's just not enough more money, man. So I just hired a couple good people and my right hand man, me, and a couple helpers and shit. And I just do a fucking couple jobs a week, depending on what I need. And I only work for cool people. Like if somebody's a dickhead or something, I'll blow them off. I don't even got to work for you, And all you got to do is advertise, man. Just spend the money on the advertising and know how to do it in case something goes wrong. So before you open a business, learn a little something about it. But it's real easy. Just but you can't do it in a tiny little town, and it can't probably be a giant. Well, it could be a big city. There's always rich people. Concrete's not necessary past construction, but everybody wants it. You know what I'm saying? Past the foundation, it's just kind of a luxury. And
yeah, because you could just blacktop driveways and shit. You don't really need to concrete anything. Yeah.
So I was the first
It's
one
nice to
online.
have a patios. It's nice to have a patio though, or your driveway concrete obviously lasts longer than blacktop or whatever else. The pavers is nice to run paths and shit around.
Exactly. I was the first one online in Jacksonville, Florida, man.
When a recession hits, nobody gets that shit done, dude. That is an unnecessary, absolutely hazard. Not wasting money on that shit in a recession. 2008, we got hammered.
Right. I forgot I had a business, bro. I forgot I had a fucking I had a third of a page ad in the talking phone book and in the yellow pages right when internet advertising kind of first came out around here, and I pretty much forgot I even had a fucking business there for like fucking about 6 months, man. That's why I settled with them people instead of like pressing and turning in every fucking and price increases and all this shit and waiting for them to do purchase or all the changes. I just like, look, just give me this, because I had to. I think I got like about 10 or 12,000 out of the 27,000. But dude, that was me trying to get back to even, dude, because I ain't shit, dude. I ain't shit. It was like a couple thousand yards, I forgot. Might have been way more than that, maybe a little less, but it was a lot, dude. We were pouring a couple trucks every day. But yeah, man, I'm interested in fucking around with the coins and all that. I'm not making a giant investment, but I'll invest,
Bro,
a couple
$100. Look, $100. Well, let me just tell you, $100 will get you like 50 cents a day taking in easy. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's up to like $1.50. I like to split my shit up. to keep diversified. But obviously, if you're only going in with $100, it's just going to be like one place. You know what I mean? I still put $100 into just one place sometimes. If I like it, I might put like $200 or $300.
Spend a little money and just keep rolling it, right? Keep rolling it.
Well, I pull my profits out every two. I got a biweekly and a monthly schedule, depending on how much. If I make $10 a month at something, I just check that shit monthly. But then if I make like $30 a week on something, I have that under the biweekly list. So I'll check shit every 2 weeks or every month. Every 2 weeks, I check my shit. Pull out my profits. I always make money, dude. If the market crashed tomorrow, I would still make money. It might not be as much as I did, previous times, but I'd still make money.
That's great, dude. That's good.
Yeah, I'm playing a game that's called Don't Lose.
That you get better at it as you the more you do it. Is it something that you definitely get better at? Recognize, like
I can spot the good places and the bad places and things that I feel are going to be good investments. I mean, there's never 100% guarantee, but I can definitely tell like what's going to, what could end up being a good investment, or maybe something that's riskier or something. I got like 3 or 4 good ones right now. I'm about to go in a little bit harder on them tomorrow. Actually, right now, I got time right now.
Guess who's back again? Shady's back. Dale.
I got an appointment with a buddy. I gotta fly, but yeah, man. I'll tell you what. I'll see what I can before. I'll probably just do $100 just to start. Maybe a little more, but we'll get together tomorrow or the next day, whatever works out. Man.
Yeah, I wouldn't go in with anything.
You gotta start over.
You can go in with as little as like $10 or $50 or something if you wanted to. I would recommend like 200 at least. Then you get into like actually like 250 to count for fees and shit. Then you get into like 2 spots for $100 each. Good night, Noah.
I'll see what I got, and then I'll follow your lead, man. I'm kind of dependent on on some advice, and then as I learn it, I'll roll with it and shit. But yeah, I'll see what I come with. But yeah, man, fuck it. I've been hearing about it, and man, why not? It's crazy. It's I can make money off of it. Why not? Especially if I'm joining something that's possibly, even potentially, sticking it to the man. Then I gotta be in on that.
I mean, it's just a way to get another income source. That's all. You know what I'm saying? If shit happens and you lost your job and everything, you might still have this to fall back on. So it's good to have multiple sources of income.
Roger that. Look, man, I'll get with you if I don't join back here shortly. I'll
Later,
check your
bro.
DM. I'll check your DMs tomorrow after dinner or some shit, man.
No doubt. Later, Lee.
Thanks, brother.
See you, Brian.
You know about finances, Ruif. You don't know nothing.
Nothing. I don't know much about crypto.
How much crypto do you have, Ruhiv?
I think I've got about $100 sitting in a poker account somewhere.
He doesn't like crypto, yeah.
No. I was going to say to Brian, like, just don't do it. What do you guys want from KFC?
Fucking 3-piece crispy strip, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese.
It's got to be eaten in the car on the way home.
They got Baja Blast. Yeah, we do this all in the car. We're about to have a picnic out this bitch. Right? What do you got, the Benz? We'll have a little picnic in the Benz.
Yeah. Fuck, it's filthy, actually. I got to clean it out.
Yeah, what's a few chicken crumbs going to hurt? You'll be all right.
Exactly.
Make sure I get that biscuit. We need a biscuit with
biscuit.
that.
What do you guys call biscuits again?
It's a little like puffy bread kind of thing.
Okay. We call them scones here, right? So SCONE. Scone.
Scone?
Scone. Well,
you're not even pronouncing it right. Scone?
Yeah. It's gone. Yeah.
You guys got fucking issues down there, man. You don't know what's going on. Holy shit, man. You're not even calling them the right thing. Then the thing you're not calling them correctly, you're mispronouncing. Gee, you're all over the place, Ruif.
So when you guys say biscuits and gravy, you mean scones and gravy, right?
I guess so. I can't believe you pronounce it like that, but okay.
There was a town
call them
actually.
Scones.
Yeah, there's a town called Scone near where I grew up.
Yeah.
And it's not
it's called
the biscuits are not scones. You get fucking beaten up if you call them scones here.
You guys are some weirdos down there, for real.
Yeah. Fucking drive through. Come on.
I'm about to get another $1 a day right here real quick somewhere. I don't know where yet, but I'm going to find it. Good night, Noah. Right, I'm playing this game where every day I try to get another $1 a day passively ticking in.
Yeah. How much are you risking to get that $1 a day?
Anywhere from usually around like $100, maybe $120. And it changes. It might be 50 cents a day in 3 months or something.
Ruhif's mind is like, okay, how much could I make?
Sometimes. I'll tell you what, if you check the chart for Baby Swap, I was making $5 a day off it. Or I don't know, $4 a day off it a little while ago. Now I'm making like $20 a day off it, and I pulled out like $2-3 grand. So sometimes it goes way up, sometimes it goes down, sometimes it stays around the same. That's why I diversify. So I hit those little 10x bubbles that I get there. One week I've made $30 in thorium. That's pretty good. I can't remember how much I put in that. It doesn't say how much my LPs is worth, so I don't know. Whatever, it's $30 a week right there off of just that one little spot. I'm gonna put some more in that because that's a penny a day right there.
So how much do you compound what you make? You could just like, what percentage of it do you compound and just keep investing more?
I was compounding all of it a little while ago.
Compounding your mum last night, Jeremy.
What's that?
I was compounding your mum last night.
Yeah, that's a good one. I was compounding all of it a little while ago, for the past like 5 months or so. But it's fucking go time. I need the shit to live off of. So now I'm probably just gonna compound a very small portion of it. I mean, I just pulled out like 2 or 3 grand from Baby Swap. So all that's going back into it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not pulling that out. I'm still only using the profits I make from the actual passive income. Anything else, like anything that goes up or anything, I reinvest all that. But yeah, every $100 you can get about $1 a day, give or take, anywhere from 50 cents to $1. So, you know, if you did that every day.
My opinion on that is if you're making $365 per $100 per year, then it's not going to last, and someone's going to get fucked in the ass pretty soon. I don't know who, but someone.
Well, sometimes like I said, sometimes it goes up. The interest rate almost always goes down. Yeah. But your investment, you could end up making more though, because your coin will go up. So let's say I have a spot where I'm making $5 a day right now, and the coin goes through the roof. Like let's say it does a 10x. Now I'm making 50. This guy's doing KFC drive-thrus and shit.
Yeah, sorry. All right, window is closed now.
What time are you trying to go to KFC at?
2:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, they ain't
Late lunch.
open?
Yeah. No. My door window is closed now,
Oh.
so I won't be speaking to anyone.
So yeah, say you got to put in a spot, you make $5 a day right now. Then the price of the coin goes up, and now you're making $50 a day. Now over time, that the interest rate might go down to where you're making $10 a day off it. But the object is to, when it goes way up, cash a little bit out and use that money to invest in other things.
Where's the money coming from? Like, there's no economy backing it, right? So where is the money coming from?
It's based on total supply and demand. People want the coin I have. The price of the coin goes up.
The money's coming from new buyers, right? As the price goes up, the new buyers are providing the money. You know what they call that?
Don't even start. Don't start, Ruth. It's not a pyramid scheme. It's supply and demand, dude.
Okay.
You think it's a pyramid scheme?
Yeah, that one does. Sound like one for sure.
Well, some of the money comes from, hold on. Some of the money I make comes from providing liquidity, and then you get the fees that when people make trades. So, and it doesn't have to be a trade. It can be a trade in either way. So it doesn't even matter. Like, they could be buying or selling. It doesn't even matter. So that's where some of the money comes from for what I do. Other one is staking, which is a very old thing in crypto called staking. That's legit.
And then I'm staking as it comes to like poker tournaments and shit.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, these cryptos, they need they need the fiat dollar in a way, like in order to have value, because that's obviously the world is running on that right now. So that's why giving them some of the fiat dollar is like helpful for them. So that's what allows it to be multiplied, is that they're getting some of that fiat dollar, and then if people are investing in other parts of their platform, then these like liquidity pools can end up giving money back as that process. I don't think it's a pyramid scheme. I mean, it's not quite that, but I don't even understand fully how those liquidity pools work, but I think I have a general sense.
If there's no production or goods and services, then money's just coming out of thin air, right? Where's it coming from? There's no value being created anywhere.
Well, it is a service. It's a service.
Yeah, people are paying fees when they trade, when they buy and sell.
That's a frictional cost, yeah. But there's nothing being created or, developed or anything.
It's a service.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. And when it's staking, yeah, they're creating tokens. New tokens are being created when they're staking. So, dude, it's not if it was a pyramid scheme, this shit would have been over a long time ago.
Oh.
Staking's been going for staking and this LP thing and all that shit has been going for a long time now.
Do you know what my job was? An LP.
At the glory hole?
Yes. I was a liquidity provider at the glory hole. That's literally was my job, was liquidity provider. Oops, fuck.
But you got paid for it,
Not really. Not really.
You had a job as a liquidity provider you didn't get paid for?
No, we got concessions on fees. So we still had to pay fees, but not as much as general retail participants. We had to provide that service, though. We had to provide, both side markets at certain times of the day, all day.
Do you trade Forex or anything? What do you do? How'd you get busy?
Trading options, so equity options, over an index or over stocks.
Oh, no doubt.
What were your best daily percent gains?
They weren't really measured in percent. I'd say my best day I made $3 million in a few minutes. That was pretty good. For the company, so I only got, maybe 10% of that.
a good day right there, though.
That's a great day. There's actually a video of my one of the other founders of the company actually tells the story of it in one of the videos on YouTube. Me and him trading Korea, South Korea, many years ago, 2006. And there was a nuclear test from North Korea, and for some reason, the South Korean market started to replay old data. So I have no idea why, but they just fucking messed up the exchange, and we dominated and just made stupid amount of money in a few minutes. There were quite a few days where I'd sort of, after we opened up in Europe, where I'd go to sleep and then wake up in the next morning and read the P&L wraps for the next day, and it's like, oh, we made fucking 2 million euros overnight. And I was like, fuck, making money while I sleep. That's pretty cool.
That's what I do. Not as much, but I make money in my sleep.
Yeah, that's awesome. Sorry, dude. I meant to put my blinker on quite a long way before that.
Oh yeah, man. You wake up to just fucking boom. You made money while you were sleeping, bro. That's how the rich get. That's how the rich people stay rich, bro. They can't work for the money. They got to get it while they sleep. It's one thing's getting me 700% interest. I don't know if it was APY or APR. Either one's pretty good.
Anyway, yeah.
See, I got loot to spend too from that fucking baby swap going up. So now I can fucking get nuts over here.
Ruhif, is there anything that like the government does, or like the people in control or whatever? Is there anything that you question about them, like in terms of corruption or actual conspiracies, or like, is there anything that you do?
Dude, he said he was backing. He said he was backing the school system earlier. He doesn't know what's going on. Our government here has fucked the school system up completely. I don't know what they've done to you guys in Australia, but
produced you guys, right? Oh dear.
But seriously, what do you think about what Gio asked? Is there anything you don't like, or something that seems?
I think there are a lot of corrupt people in government. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so you do think there's corruption in government, but you don't think there's any shady organization that's doing things beyond quote unquote government?
Like, do I think there's like an Illuminati? No.
You don't think that there's
money in politics?
You don't think that there's a lot of people that have so much money that they've managed to infiltrate politics either by donations or getting their own people elected? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So
pisses me off.
How high up you think it goes? All the way to you think it goes all the way up, or?
Probably not. I'd say most of the senators are in fucking pockets of people. Most of the US senators, yeah. Particularly on the Republican side. Less so on the Democrats. Hang on, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Oh, we almost had him, Gio. We almost fucking had him. He had to go. He had to go. He knew where this was going.
I saw that you guys almost had him, man. I was like, oh, they almost got him, and damn, dude. Oh, man. What are you gonna do?
We'll get him next time. We fucking get this fucker every time.
Yeah, did you ever see that episode of Looney Tunes where Wile E. Coyote got the Roadrunner?
No, that never happened.
Oh, yeah, that never happened, did it? Okay.
Very funny.
All right, which one's Wile E. Coyote? Which one's the Roadrunner in this case?
He's saying
I
we
think
never get Ruhif.
Get some chicken, dude.
He's saying we never get Ruhif, and we're like the Coyote, and Ruhif's the Roadrunner.
You ever noticed shakes at Chick-fil-A? Always nice. Thank you. I always got babes at Chick-fil-A.
What is it with you people ordering fucking chicken drive-thrus right now? That's the second one in 5 minutes.
God
No, that
damn.
is the second hot mic in a chicken delivery window in 5 minutes.
It wasn't a hot mic. I told you what I was doing. I said, hey, I'm ordering chicken right now.
Yeah, you're like, yo, I'm about the hot mic in the drive-thru. It doesn't count as a hot mic if you tell it.
Let's think about her.
Listen, do you like the sound of a coin named thorium?
Thorium?
Thorium.
Is it an element called thorium?
Yeah, they use it to run nuclear reactors. Or they're going to use it
They use it to run nuclear reactors.
They're going to use it in some kind of nuclear reactor thing, I heard.
Sounds technical.
About to get like $400 worth.
You know, if you're going to invest in those coins, I wouldn't let them sleep next to your pillow. I'll tell you that.
About to get like $400 worth.
Jeremy's tapping into the gold rush, the crypto gold rush.
I don't know how much I bought last time. but I'm making $30 a week off it. So
I got news for you, Jeremy. I would sell off a big load of your current investments before Christmas, man.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Does it all go to shams?
What happened?
Not worth anything. Yeah, that way it's still worth something. That way it's still got value. And you know.
Well, wait. Wait, what are you referring to?
I'm saying sell off what you have, at least half of it, before Christmas. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this. One of the things that's interesting about that prediction or that idea is that Venus goes retrograde on the solstice this year. So Venus literally turns retrograde, and Venus is connected to money and wealth and finances in general. And it doesn't mean every time it goes retrograde that all the markets crash per se, but it is like a shift in the entire world energy for money for Venus. And the fact that it's going retrograde on the solstice, on the day of the solstice, is pretty interesting. I don't know exactly what. Yeah. Is that what you're going on?
That's the reason I'm saying that. Yeah. That's what I saw that, and I said, dude, get the fuck out of the crypto before Christmas.
I love that horoscope that says Aries, the stars and the position of the stars has nothing to do with your life. Taurus, the stars have nothing to do with there. Blah blah.
Well, these retrograde cycles have been studied in depth. I mean, actually, Mercury retrograde is one of the most studied cycles. Even large corporations and tech companies know about it. They plan for it. They're aware that during Mercury retrograde cycles, there's often massive servers that go down, circuit boards break, malfunction, all kinds of communication mishaps. So yeah, there's a lot of companies that actually use it because they realize they lose a lot of money during those periods, and so this way they can prepare for it. But that's Mercury. Mercury is connected to like technology and communication, whereas Venus is connected to money. So they're different realms. But yeah, it's going to be a Venus. Go ahead.
Is this not a good time to invest or what? Because Coach now is going to buy $400 worth. Now I'm going to buy $200 worth. Now I'm debating buying everything.
Well, I don't think knowing what is going to be happening in the stars, it doesn't predict the future, but it does give the potentials of what is possible. And yeah, Venus going retrograde on the solstice. I mean, it could be the opposite. It could make the markets boom, but Kocho seems to think it's going to make them crash.
It lets you post-hoc rationalize things, I think is what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you're just going to be heckling and ridiculing me. I went to graduate at my graduate school. I studied archetypal astrology at a fully accredited graduate school in the United States. So, I mean, I actually have a graduate degree.
What was it called? Archetypal astrology.
Yeah.
Wow. My brother did a some degree at some bullshit college here as well. Forget what it was, but it was, yeah. I won't say anything. Sorry.
Well, yeah, we weren't doing necessarily horoscopes. I mean, those things in the newspaper, that's just like fake astrology or pop astrology. But no, the graduate school I went to, I mean, yeah, I guess you could call it whatever you want to call it, but I mean, it's accredited by the same, accreditation that accredits like UFC Berkeley, University of California, all these major colleges all throughout Western United States. So, I mean, it is fully accredited, but it is definitely not necessarily considered mainstream, but it is cosmology, partially cosmology and philosophy. But yeah, archetypal astrology was one of and that's not looking at horoscopes. That's actually looking at the positions of the wandering stars or the planets throughout cycles of history, and looking at, entire decade periods, for example, and how they seem to correlate with the alignments of those luminaries at that time, or those planets.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
That was it. No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, hey, so you said you studied this. I always knew what you studied at school. It sounds more specific. But I mean, so you probably have some idea of, because it kind of sounded interesting what you said about the reversing of Venus during the solstice. Are there other events in history, or maybe how common, or how frequent that's been in the past, and kind of what's happened around those times? Anything you can speak to that?
In terms of Venus retrograde?
Yeah, at the time of the solstice, those coinciding. Like, is there any other? Can you tell me how frequent that is? Like how rare that is, or maybe some like events in the past that kind of happen around the same time as these two things coincide?
Yo, can't you track all the financial data and shit? This would be something to do with your fucking times, Kosho, instead of doing dumb shit and fucking on your phone and 3D faking your GPS shit with your fake GPS. What you should do is you should try to correlate big moves in any kind of like stock market or Forex or crypto or any kind of big financial moves with these retrograde things.
Yeah,
I'm not going to do that. It's purely because thing is, I agree with what you're saying, Gio, about I don't think that's entirely bullshit or anything like that, but I do also think that it's not a novel idea, and this is the reason why this even field exists, is because people were hoping to see those types of trends, and so I don't think that I'd be like some
once every 18 months. So about once every year and a half, it goes retrograde, and it does so for about 45 days, roughly 42 days, although the cycle kind of depends on when you call it the beginning and the end of it, because it's changing its direction in the zodiac. But anyways, yeah, so it happens for about 45 days each time, meaning it's retrograde for 45 days. But I mean, when it actually goes retrograde on the winter solstice, that might even be like a once in a century kind of thing. We'd have to look into that, but that seems.
Yeah, we'd have to look into that specifically. But I'm curious about the retrograde timing. You said 45 days. Is there a maximum days, or is it always around that same time frame, like 45 days? Or do you know if there's a maximum amount of days?
It's the same every time. Every 18 months, it goes retrograde, and every time of those planets are also going slightly slower than the fixed stars. So the fixed stars are moving the fastest, and all of those are moving slightly slower. So the fact that they're moving slightly slower means that they're moving what's called direct through the zodiac, which means they're actually losing pace on the fixed stars. But by doing that, when you look at a chart, it's like they're actually moving counterclockwise through the chart. That's called direct motion. That's when they're in it's kind of weird because they're actually going slower than the fixed stars, but it's called direct motion because it's moving in its kind of more ordinary path, through the zodiac, meaning losing pace on the fixed stars, which is why they move through the constellations. But when they go retrograde, in my understanding, when they go retrograde, all they're doing is they pick up speed. So they start going as fast as the fixed stars, and that's when it's called stationing, which is it's not moving anywhere in the zodiac, meaning it's right in the same place as the fixed stars. And then
that can't happen for more than a moment, though, right?
That happens for only like a moment. Well, it's like a day or two. A stationing, depending on which one it is, lasts for a couple days usually. So a Venus station will be probably more like 6 to 7 days. Actually, is the full stationing period. But you're right; it's only for a moment that it's going the exact same speed. You're right because it's doing so very slowly.
Yeah, I bet you if it's like a minute, like it's even called stationing. I bet you it's the movement size is so small at that point. If I would assume. Because I bet you it isn't a precise moment, just like the equinox and the solstice is a precise moment. But coming around that time, I guess it's close. But go ahead, sorry.
Well, yeah, because it's actually it's changing speed. So, like, imagine like a race car going around a track, and then another one is trying to catch up to it, but it's going a little slower than the. So they're both going around the track, but one's going a little slower than the other. So one car that's going the fastest would be like the stars. Venus is going a little slower, but eventually, like when Venus goes into this retrograde cycle, or when any of them do, they basically put the gas on. They start going a little faster every day. They catch up to the fixed stars so they're going the same speed as the fixed stars. And then they start actually going faster than the fixed stars. And that's when it's actually going retrograde. So retrograde is actually going faster than the fixed stars. That's why in the zodiac, it will appear to be moving forward or clockwise in the zodiac, just very little each day. It's not like a massive amount, but a very teeny bit each day. So it's not actually really moving backwards in the sky. It's just tracing along the fixed stars at a different speed. Which is what we observe. I mean, I understand the globe model. Like, yeah, you can definitely like invert it and do these elliptical orbits. You can definitely do all that. But at the end of the day, what we observe is that star changing, or the wandering star Venus just changing that speed and doing that. So
yeah, right. Dude, because as I'm driving, and you probably have access quicker than I do, anyways. But when you get a chance, do you think that you could tell me like the exact? I'm trying to figure out the exact times for this Venus retrograde and prograde time frames. Like I want to see like the entire cycle, the length of time that is, and then also like the broken up. Because you said 45 and 180 days, but I'm sure those are kind of like estimates or something like that. I'm just curious what the actual time is.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It stations on like the 20th. I mean, it looks like it literally goes retrograde at roughly 3 a.m. Pacific time on December 20th. Is when it actually begins moving. What I would say faster than the fixed stars. That's when it first starts moving a little faster than the fixed stars. Is right on that December 20th.
But I mean, like I'm just talking about like the general time frame. I'm trying to see like how long the cycle lasts, like the retrograde, prograde, then the entire cycle. Just because it's 100, you said 180 days, maybe I guess the total time is 225 days. Wait a minute, isn't that a Venus year? Is a Venus year 225 days?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what they say in the heliocentric model. Yeah. I mean, it takes about 1 year. It takes about 1 year to move through the zodiac, but in terms of its cycle, even on my understanding of a planar Earth, a stationary planar Earth, Venus never gets any further than 40 degrees from the sun. So, or 45, depending on what it's called an orb. It depends on what orb you use. Orb means anyways, yeah, there's a variation, but so roughly 40 to 45. That Venus never gets any further from the sun. So it means that it goes a little faster than the sun, and then it goes a little slower than the sun, and it passes over it again, and then it picks up speed and goes faster than the sun, and then slower. So Mercury and Venus are doing that. They're like dancing with the sun, which is why in the heliocentric model, they have to put them between the Earth and the sun, third rock from the sun. They have to put Venus and Mercury there in order to account for that. That's why they put them there.
Well,
not just the end of it, but what we see in the sky is simply the sun never gets further than, roughly 45 degrees from the sun. So like it just goes faster and slower. That's what we observe, here, no matter what model you put on it. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that is interesting though, because I was like, I set the 1 to 225 because I just added the numbers together, and then it clicked. That sounded like it was about right, and I looked it up. Yeah, it is exactly right. It's 225 days. So I wonder if so I guess that 180 and 45 days, those are probably the exact consistent numbers then, for 180 and 45 for the pro and the retrograde, movements of Venus. It's just consistently 180 days, consistently 45 days. I'm wondering.
Okay, there's a couple different things you're talking about. There's a couple different things. So in the heliocentric model, they say that it takes 225 days for Venus to go around the sun. But that actually, in my understanding, on a planar stationary Earth with the stars above, that's simply how long it takes for Venus to do what I was saying before, where it goes faster than the sun and then slower than the sun. It's like pulsating in front of and behind the sun. So that's actually what that would be. But it takes roughly 1 year to go around the entire zodiac, similar to the sun, Mercury, because on the heliocentric model, that's like one cycle around the whole thing or whatever, the 1 year, in a year.
Yeah, but obviously, each year, those wandering stars, they don't start and end in the same place in the zodiac in a single year, though, of course, because it's like I guess a Venus cycle. That's kind of what I was asking. I just didn't realize that it relates to the same thing, same time frame we say it's orbits, but so that the cycle of the Venus cycle is about 225 days then, from when it starts to prograde and then it retrogrades, and then when it starts to prograde again, it's about 225 days. That's pretty interesting. Do you happen to know if that 180 and the 45, if those numbers are correct, or if it's like maybe a little bit less or a little bit more, or something like a little bit less, like 180, 181, 182, or is it exactly 180?
Well, hold on. So Venus goes retrograde once every 18 months. So that's more like 547 days in terms of how frequently it does it. And then each time it does it for like 45 days.
Oh, 18 months.
Yeah.
Oh. And then it does it for 45 days? That's so weird, though, because I for some reason, I thought you said 180 days, and I added them together to 18 months. Yeah, it's totally different.
I mean, I think it's like...
it's like 3 times 180.
Yeah, so every 18 months... Well, so each of these wandering stars, they all are going at their own speed in terms of against the fixed stars. Meaning they're all moving through the zodiac, against the fixed stars at their own unique rate. And then they're also going between the Tropic of Cancer out to the equator, out to the Tropic of Capricorn, back to the equator, back to the Tropic of Cancer. They're all doing that whole cycle in their own frequency as well. And they go retrograde in their own regular cycle. So each luminary or each planet has its own unique retrograde cycle, which is sort of like an eclipse cycle in a way where it is predictable, but it's also like it's definitely like some complicated mathematics in terms of how that's, which is where they're getting these orbits in the heliocentric model. I mean, yeah, there is a lot to that, just to the mathematics of the universe and the way that it's all moving like that. So yeah, they're all at their own frequency. It's pretty amazing.
What are the name of these cycles called? Do you know? I guess retrograde cycle.
In terms of the retrogrades, yeah. So like Mercury goes retrograde roughly 3 times a year for 3 weeks each time. Venus goes retrograde like once every 18 months for about 40 days, 40 to 45. You can call it 45 if you call it before and after, but 40 is when the actual, main cycle is. And then Mars goes retrograde once every 2 years, and it happens for 2 months. So it's even longer. And then as you get like to the ones like Neptune and Uranus and Pluto, those are actually retrograde for like half the year. So they're very often retrograde. They have much longer retrograde cycles. Like Pluto will be retrograde for like 6 months sometimes.
Yeah,
So
that makes sense because their retrograde is probably based purely on my model. The retrograde of something like Neptune would be based purely on Earth's orbit, or not purely, but just significantly on Earth's orbit, and less so on its actual movement because of how slow or how long its orbit is. It's like over 100 years. So yeah, so its position would be, changing almost purely because of Earth's movement. In my model, it's
right. Yeah, in your model, it makes sense because if they're way out there, they have to put them out there very far to account for it. That's why they put them there. But yeah, it works decently for retrogrades. I mean, it's a different concept. In the heliocentric model, they claim that you've got the sun, you have the Earth, you've got, let's say Mars. And basically, when the sun when the Earth and Mars are closest to each other, is when you're going to get that retrograde cycle in their model of it. And then so it works like as a general concept. So yeah, I don't think there's any big conflicts between the two models in terms of the retrograde explanations. Fairly transferable. I mean, it's different, but what I'm saying is that the geometry correlates enough to where I don't see any major flaws there.
I mean, that's the reason why they.
At least just in terms of just in terms of the idea of making the Earth a sphere and then putting the balls the retrograde, because they're all working in a clockwork. So basically, they just made the heliocentric model fit the clockwork and work in that way.
Hold on, I'm trying to read and drive at the same time. Yeah, dude, I got cruise control, and it actually steers for me, so I can I don't have to look at the road, dude. It'll I don't have to do anything. I can read it right now, perfectly fine, and drive. Everything's cool.
All right, Koja. Well,
really, man, I like it because I tested it the other day. I closed my eyes for like a whole minute, and I just wanted to see if I could drive on the highway and not die or whatever.
I feel like that's a bad way to test it. Like I would have tested that with my eyes open just to make sure. Like normally when I'm testing things, I'm actually looking at them.
I know
that just shows you how we do science.
You test with one eye open, don't you?
Dude, that's how we do science. That's how we do science. That's how you do science. You ain't even looking at shit. We're looking.
That's right, man. I put my balls to the wall. That's right.
What up, Bio? What up?
Is that self-driving car you got, or the Tesla?
You got some kind of fake ass Tesla.
No, not fake ass Tesla. The car that has cruise control. It's got cruise control, and there's a guy in front of me who's probably drunk, who's not even staying in his lanes. Meanwhile, I'm reading, and I'm perfectly within my lanes. So,
it seems like a perfectly safe scenario. I mean, I don't know.
And you're talking about retrograde fucking celestial patterns.
Nothing bad can come out of this.
And you're reading, and you're eating your Chick-fil-A.
I finished the Chick-fil-A. That's actually dangerous because you got sauce. I got like 2 things of sauce on my fucking center console, and those things spill over. Especially that hot sauce. It's so wet that it'll be done. You know what I mean?
Are you all?
Dude.
You could add something in. You could get maybe an audiobook about relativity maybe going in your ears as well?
I mean, that's kind of what's happening. I'm talking to you guys about it. It's like we're talking about. I guess we're talking about retrograde. Yeah. Hey, dude, I was reading though about the. But we're talking about the space time expanding and all that stuff. And actually, you said it was in direct conflict with the general theory of relativity. But when I was reading about it, and I posted an article, they said that it's indeed, it's not the expanding of space time, but the movement of things is not going faster than the speed of light. That's a product of the special theory of relativity. Special theory of relativity says there's a speed limit through space time of objects moving, but the general theory of relativity, it says there's actually no restrictions on that concept. Although I would, instead of reporting it as this article did, I would have just plainly said, as I did say, that it's the expansion of space-time, which is, I wouldn't say the speed of which is going faster than the speed of light, but due to that acceleration, things can be moving away from each other faster than the speed of light, which they would be. But I told you that's an extrapolation of that acceleration. It's not something that was directly observed. They never directly observed something moving faster than the speed of light, and that doesn't even make sense to do that. How could you observe something moving faster than the speed of light? Doesn't make sense. That's all. I'm about to pick up Zachary, so don't tell him what I told you guys about the whatever I said before about reading and cruise control. Don't tell him about the beer that I'm trying to finish right now and hide in my door.
Who are you picking up?
Don't tell him. Some guy called Zachary. I wish it was a girl, but there's a bonus going on right now, so I pick up whoever I can during the bonus times. Normally, I would just say nope.
You get the multiplier.
Yeah, I get a huge multiplier, dude. Big time.
No, they don't do that multiplier thing anymore. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, I do. I get thousands of dollars, so I got $1,200 last week. $1,200 last week for doing this shit. So
all week or one day?
No, it's pretty good.
No,
$1,200 a week. Good.
Yeah, man, because I fucking paid. Plus, I'm scamming the hell out of these people, dude. I got everything on
There's
lockdown.
no way to. Dude, there's no way to scam people.
There's no way. I never could figure out how you just. Yeah, well, there is ways, dude, and it all has to do with multiple cell phones. Has to do with fake GPS, all sorts of stuff like that. Dude.
Yeah, we know your GPS is fake. We already know about your fake GPS.
Yeah, no, it's an app called Fake GPS, man. Okay. Doesn't help.
So what do you mean, Kosho? You mean that if you have multiple Uber devices, you're saying that you can get that this is how you can accelerate it?
No, I have multiple cell phones, so I can accept rides from myself. When I need a bonus, let's say I want to do is bonus things. Let's say it's like $35.
Like, say you need to do 20 rides. Say you need to do 20 rides, and he's got like 17 rides already, but the bonuses will give you like $200 or something. Just do the last 3 rides yourself, yeah.
Oh, you just pay for them yourself, and then the fee comes out of your own.
You could just do a minimum ride, like a $5 ride or $7 ride or something.
The minimum, I tested it the other day. The minimum is $7, and it pays $3, so it's like a $4 loss. But
yeah, but if you're gonna get a $200 bonus or something, it's worth it to take a couple $3 losses, yeah.
Right. So, Kosho, is that technically against their rules, or are you in the clear for even doing that?
It's absolutely against the rules. Yeah, of course.
Like if you did that, sometimes Uber will have bonuses where it says give 20 rides, and you get $200 extra of what the rides were. So if you just do the 20 rides yourself, you only lose what, $60?
20 times 4, $80.
$80, but you get $200. So
it's $120 profit. Yeah, $120 profit.
Dude, you better be smooth about that. You're not, dude. They're gonna catch on, bro. You're gonna be doing it from the same account and shit. You better have like 20 different passenger Uber accounts. They're gonna catch on if you keep bringing the same people over and over again nonstop. You heard? Kosho?
No, Kosho is the road runner. And Uber is the wily coyote. They're never going to catch him.
Yeah, Kosho is uncatchable, I think, at this point. With what he's pulling off.
I'm about to get in this thing $100. $100 every day will give me $2.28 a day.
Could you just say that the person canceled their request for a ride, but they didn't, and then you take all the money?
No, if you request it, if they cancel, you just get a cancellation fee.
No, they don't. It'd be like people drive through the when I was a teenager, people would work at the drive-through was really a new thing, but they would not ring anything up. They would just the person would just say, "Hey, I ordered this, this, and this." They'd be like on the calculator, "Okay, that's this much." And back then, everything was either check or cash, And then they play it off somehow they got paid, But yeah, the manager being on it and everything. And
Yeah, I used to work at Burger King. 2 weeks ago, I was working there, and some people would change their order when they got to the window, and then the person ringing it up wouldn't change any of the order. They would just take the money and give them what they wanted. So they would get $5, here and there, $7.
That's a common move in bartending. If someone's paying with cash, you just don't have it rung up, or you can ring it up on someone else's check or whatever. But you always get the payment on the credit cards, and then cash payments you just never ring up.
Yeah, it's called tipping or something there's a jargon for it. I can't try to blank on it.
It's like skimming or something. But yeah, you could also do it with liquor too, especially when people are 3 or 4 drinks in. They don't notice the difference after. You could literally put no liquor. But yeah, there's so many ways.
That seems like kind of a shiesty way to go. Yeah, to just short someone of their paid for beverage.
Well, most of the time when you're doing the cash thing, if you're doing that cash tactic, you're actually fucking the business. If you short the liquor in a drink, yeah, you are fucking the customer. But that's really no benefit to you, because that's just a benefit for the company saving liquor, and then that person gets fucked. You don't get anything. So you normally would just pocket cash and not ring it up, fuck the business, and then move on with your day.
The same thing with tips too. If you leave a cash tip, the waitress would just say, "Oh, they only left $1," or instead of 15% or something like that.
Well, yeah, that's when you claim your tips, because you get taxed more or less depending on how much you claim. But there is a minimum claim that you have to log for tax purposes. But on top of that, if what we've done a few times before, this is years back, where if a table, let's say $150 tab for a table, food and drinks and everything, if they pay all cash, you would just go up to your manager and hey, they didn't like this really expensive food. Can you take it off? And then they just remove it from the bill, so that you've pocketed that much for that item that they've just removed.
Baya, you have put some thought into this. This is plotted out.
Bro, when it comes to scams and skimming and shit, people have been thinking of this for years, bro. This goes back to ancient Roman times. They've been doing this.
Yeah, fuck a corporate business. I would never do that to a mom and pop. But if it's corporate, fuck them. There's no.
I used to work for this. I used to date this chick who worked for Dunkin' Donuts, and they worked really early in the morning, and they were the only two in the building. And what they would do is when people paid cash, they would ring the people out as usual, and then just cancel the order after they left. And because she was the manager, so she would just cancel the order and put the money in the tip cup.
Listen, that's pretty fucking baller.
I'm making an investment right now, $100, $120. It's gonna make me $2 and some change every day. That's balling right there. Money in my sleep.
Over the crypto thing?
Yeah, I got like $80 a day taken in, give or take. Maybe even more now. I just bubbled off some shit.
Yeah, I have no clue with that stuff. I've tried to listen to people tell me about it, and I just don't get it.
Bro, I could get a child in on this. Anyone that can follow simple instructions, I could walk them through this. It's mad easy. It's not even like you have to do anything on a daily basis. I have to spend a couple hours only because I'm in dozens of things. I have to spend like a few hours every 2 weeks.
So Jeremy, when you get the money for those, like, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but if you put your like, however much you buy the coin, like, it literally just shows up in your account, or like, does it give you like a different, does it give you like a BNB coin or something, or do you just take out a portion of the invest? Like, how does it actually work in terms of the tech side of that for those liquidity pools?
Well, I use my money from my wallet to buy both of the coins. Like I just did one where I need egg and BNB. So I bought $60 worth of egg and then $60 worth of BNB. And I'm doing it right now on Pancake Swap. I gotta enable the egg, but I'm gonna combine them to form the LP tokens. Then I'll have the LP tokens in my wallet, and then I'll go to their website and I'll take them on their website.
See that right there? I have no clue what you just said.
Yeah.
I followed it enough, but I don't know like those exact networks he's using. But yeah, I think I followed like that process. So at the end of the day, it's staking, right? But you have to stake their coin, so you have to get their coin and then stake it. Yeah. So then when the staking, so it's just like it's not a long-term commitment. It's just something that you.
No, it's long term. It's long term, yeah. I don't pull shit out, yeah. Like I said, I'll stick something out till it's making me, a penny a day or something. Like this one right here, this one right here, I'm making $2 a day off of. This shit could go either way. So I might be making $20 a day off it in the future, or I might be making 20 cents a day off it in the future. Either way, I'm just gonna keep. I might sell some if it goes way up. I'll definitely sell some, no question. That's what I do. But if it goes down, I just hold on to it. 20 cents a day is still 20 cents a day or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That shit adds up too. I just check it once a month, get my little $5. All those little $5, $10 a month things I got, like that shit adds up.
So how long are the commitments? Like, is it like a year or two, or?
I mean, I could pull it out. I could pull out whenever. You could pull your base thing out whenever you want. I got in one that they wanted me to wait 6 months to harvest my profits, and I just fucking pulled out. I was like, dude, I can't be waiting 6 months. I pulled out and sold everything. I didn't realize it was a 6-month wait, so I got rid of that one. But yeah, I mean, you could pull your shit out. I just bought it. I could sell this right now if I wanted to. But I leave it in, but I don't though, because I'm trying to get that $2 a day, so. Gotta put this on my list. I got a nice list going.
What's even more complicated is the actual blockchain tech itself. That like it's somewhat complicated, the investing stuff, but yeah, the actual like blockchain tech itself, like in some of these like smart contract systems, and it's
dude, the guys that are writing,
yeah,
the guys that are writing smart contracts are getting fucking paid because they get they'll get a membership share. I forget the exact words for it, but everyone on the team, it's called a team wallet. So everyone on the team they'll have a marketing guy, a social media guy, the guy that writes the code, probably a few other various people, and they'll all get team wallets. right? And if you have a team wallet of a coin that does good, like I know a guy right now, he makes like $1,900 a day off of the passive income because it was a staking one, and the coin did good, and he had a team wallet, and he makes $1,900 a day off of right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just
So,
on complete automatic too, in terms of that.
It's on autopilot. Yeah. I told him to sell some, dude. Pay your fucking house off, bro.
It's like 800 grand a year, or 700, 800.
Yeah. Well, I told him, I was like, dude, take like $500 a day and do what I do with it, right? Because that's a good fucking investment. You'll be up to fucking like $1,000 a day, and within a couple months doing that, $500 a day. I got 101 LP tokens. I'm staking them right now.
How much work would you say you put into this? Like, is it like 10 hours a week, 30 hours a week, 2 hours a week? What do you think, like hours wise, it all takes you in total?
I mean, I spend a little time here and there in between my cash out cycles. If you just wanted to invest and just cash out, you could spend like a half hour a month on it if you wanted to. You know what I mean? But obviously I'm a little bit more involved in that, so I'm always like spending time looking for stuff, new stuff, and I go over my stuff to see if it bubbled or not. I'm like checking up on my shit. But if you really wanted to, you wouldn't even have to do that. You could spend, I would say I spend about 10, 20 hours a week on crypto shit. But I don't have to though. Like I could just cash my shit out if I wanted to. Within, it'd probably take me like 4 hours every 2 weeks. I could get away with. Now you can make it easier and invest in less things. I'm so spread out. I got $100 here, $100 there. I got like a list of like 50 or 60 things I got to rip through, right? So you could just put more money into one thing. I also have my shit diversified as in wallets. So like I'm in multiple things on multiple wallets. So that's just more time it takes to go through and cash everything out. But I already made a penny. 1.8 pennies.
Dude, you're hilarious. You just made a penny.
That shit's blazing, bro. $120. I'll tell you what it's making it. I'll tell you what it's going to make me a day right now. They have calculators. All these things have calculators on them. So in one day for $120, I'm going to make $2.49. Boom. I put that on I almost forgot to put it on the list.
So does that mean with like 10 grand, you'd make like $120 a day, or?
I mean, I wouldn't put 10 grand in that one thing. With 10 grand in that thing, you can make $200 a day.
And how big of like if someone did that, how big of a risk is it that it's going to go, like how much could it go down that you would lose if it did go down a lot, like just half or lose it all?
I mean, bro, it could go a tenth. I would never put it all in one thing. That's why.
Yeah. BioDual, what do you think about crypto?
I'm in the meme stuff, but as far as real investing, like Jamie's doing, super fucking ignorant. And then I've attempted it on my own and said, fuck that. I think it's worth it. I just don't have the energy for it.
I made 5 cents.
It
took a while for it to take.
It's just stocks. I mean, at the end of the day, I think what Jeremy is doing is smart by diversifying, and I think by diversifying, it's better in the coin market because there is that potential for so many coins to actually fucking go crazy, like the Shiba one.
Each one's like a lotto ticket.
Right, exactly. That's exactly it. And they generally don't go to zero. So you're generally not risking everything. You can risk a bunch, but like Shiba's a good example of being a absolute fucking meme of a coin, but it actually rose something like 85 million%. And it literally meant about a year ago, had you put $1,000 into it, today it would be something like 40 billion, like worth
Yeah,
that much.
some guy made the biggest financial investment move ever when he bought $8,000 worth of Shiba, and it was worth like billions, like 50 billion or something, whatever you said. Yeah, that was like literally.
If he held it, so he made, in hindsight, he made the perfect investment at the literal perfect time. But that information doesn't say that he held it and pulled out. He just made that amount investment at that time. If
No, the
he
wallet.
held
It's
on
still
to
in
it,
the wallet.
oh,
It's
is
still
it?
in the
I didn't know
wallet.
that.
Yeah,
I thought
this
it
was
was on the
marked.
purchase.
No, yeah, he still had it.
Good for that fucking guy. I hope he
I
has
know.
access. I hope it's not like that one dude in Europe or Sweden or some
Seriously.
shit. Yeah, I hope it's not like
Yeah.
that. But good for him if he's got access.
Yeah, it was marked as the biggest financial game, move. No one's ever invested $8,000 and walked away with billions like that.
Right. And shit like that in the real stock markets. I am slightly exaggerating, but that is impossible in the real market. So again, like I said,
Yeah.
I think what Jeremy's doing for this market, diversifying is key and the most important part. I think with regular stocks, you could probably get away with 20 main investments and you're fine. I think with coins, you need like 100 coins.
Yeah, I'm in a ton of them. Well, I'm basically I'm holding every coin is like a lotto ticket that I get into, except the lotto ticket pays me every day, and then one day my numbers might come up,
Right, and it's also a lottery ticket, but you can also get a refund on your lottery ticket.
And you could sell it back. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. I feel like I got a cheat code right now for what I do.
Well, it's a cheat code until it isn't. But I think for that market, I think what you're doing is perfect.
Well, what Jeremy's doing is very unique in terms of at this time, the way that like the Federal Reserve, the fiat dollar, and after World War II, it's been being inflated beyond belief, to the point to where with all these cryptocurrencies and these blockchain technologies, they all have so much room to grow, and they're all interfacing with the fiat dollar. And as the fiat dollar is getting weaker, these cryptocurrencies are getting stronger. So I think there's like a direct playoff there. And they need the fiat money to make their coin worth more, in addition to everything else they're doing. So it seems like what Jeremy's doing, like doing those liquidity pools like that, like you're basically able to sort of give a little bit of your fiat, like $100 or whatever it might be, or 1,000, whatever it might be. But to them, that's like gold because the way that the system's set up. Well, yeah, it is actually connected to gold. But anyway, but the way that it's set up to where that's why they can give those huge returns, is because the coins are they're like springs, like they're multiplying at a faster rate than the fiat dollar is inflating. Therefore, he can get these huge returns when you stake it like that.
Like this thorium coins. This thorium coin I'm into I got into. I just bought like $200 more worth of it a little while ago, about an hour ago. But this shit's been at a penny, in between 1 penny, in between a half a penny and about 3 cents for over a year. So I mean, this one looks fucking good right here. And they got a lot of shit going on. They're very active. You also got to judge these projects by how's their website look. That's huge. If you go to their website and it looks all blocky, like it's somebody made it with an 8-bit fucking Nintendo, that's not a good sign. If it's got a nice, crisp, clean look and it's all organized and shit and it's simple to use and laid out, like that's a good sign.
Jeremy, do you not that I'm like judging anything, but do you normally buy like shit coins rather than the popular ones?
Oh, I don't even buy like Ethereum, Bitcoin, even B&B. I mean, there's money to be made there, but you're not going to bubble, and they don't have good passive income returns. So I try to buy like I don't know what you would call it, maybe micro or mid cap or something, like coins that are in between like
The equivalent of a penny
a,
stock.
yeah, basically like a penny stock.
So like shit coins, but not the meme versions.
But shit coins shit coins that have like purpose though. Like my coins do stuff.
Right.
Like they're providing liquidity, or they're staking, or they have NFT. Like they got a lot of shit going on. Some of them have games and shit. So like they got things happening with them. You know, it's not just like they put the coin out and that's it, and people like either collect them or whatever. You know.
Did you try to get into NFTs at all?
I got a couple NFTs that they pay passive income. Every time somebody buys one, I get a little tiny piece. It wasn't a good investment for passive income. I could have better used that somewhere else, but it was one of my friend's projects, and maybe it'll be worth more someday. I want to get into metaverse. I don't know if I don't know.
Dude, I had my mic unmuted, and I was kind of waiting for you to stop talking so I could mention that. I want to get into that as soon as possible in hardcore, because if you were to YouTube top 10 online purchases or whatever the fuck, there's a couple games that you could buy land in the game and people would pay to rent it, pay for the resources on it, all the stupid whatever. But the metaverse, I feel like, is that opportunity on heroin. So it's one of those get in early, try to stake your claim to something, and then see what happens.
Yeah, I heard Snoop Dogg just bought a bunch of land in it and shit, and yeah. I wish I had gotten in on that Axie Infinity game a long time ago, because those dudes, you could play that for a few hours a day and make like $50-$60 or some shit.
There was a planetary game that I guess some dude just randomly bought a planet, and then people just found it interesting or whatever the fuck. They said he was making like 60,000 a month from people utilizing it. Yeah,
it's fucking dope. That's what's up, man.
It's stupid, but man,
even if you could buy a nice piece of land in the metaverse and end up getting like $100 a month from it or something, like that's like nothing to sneeze at right there.
Fuck it. What's going to happen? I mean, the entire system has to go down for you to lose for any risk for you. Otherwise, it's a forever thing, you know?
Yeah, like Jem's still making, $100. I think he said 100 pounds or something he makes off with their weird ass fucking money over there. But he makes like 100 pounds a month off of some Second Life game that he hasn't even done anything in years.
Yeah, that's what's up. I really do think everything is going digital, and I'm not limiting the word everything to realistically. I really think almost everything will end up on the internet in some way.
I was talking earlier. That Oculus thing you mentioned. That virtual reality thing is going to change shopping forever. You know how when you go to like try on clothes, like when you go shopping for clothes right now on the internet, you just look at a shirt. Imagine you could have your exact body size and dimensions in the world, and they know the size of their clothes, right? They know the size of their shoes and their size of their clothes and shit.
Right. Yeah.
So
Amazon does that with furniture in your room. You just find the product that you think you like, and it says, "Oh, how will it look in your room?" And you open up the AR shit on it, so you can walk into your room, place it where you want.
The augmented reality. Yeah.
Right, and you have that idea of it, but you're 100% right with something like an Oculus, and a mirror in the game where you're like, okay, you can detect my exact dimensions, so I like the design of this. Let me just put it on, and then I select this, delivers to your house. Everything will be online.
Or like say there's like a remote control car or a drone or something, like you could actually try it out before you even purchased it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, I have the Oculus, and I've played a bunch of shit. I'll play poker a lot, and there are times where I know I'm not in the game, but there are times where I get lost, where I'm like, I almost do feel like I'm actually there, because I play live, but on the Oculus, like it is fairly real, and especially with the haptic systems that they're going to be coming out with, the full body and then on your arms and everything. you'll get that feedback. Like it's gonna happen.
The only thing that's going to change shopping more than that is going to be when they come out with really good 3D printers. Then there won't even be none of this. You just be download, like, oh, I want to buy this, these pair of Nikes, and you just download them off Nike.com.
Yeah, it could be almost like a NFT version. You or maybe not that into it, but it could be one of those. Here's my IP address for my 3D printer connect to the network. Nike won't give you the design so you can mass produce, but they will send a one-time message to that 3D printer. Then it prints with cloth, prints that shirt, and then there you go. It could be something like that, a one-time.
Yeah, because people would just start ripping them off.
Right. If you just paid $20 for the design, now you mass produce it. Yeah, but if it's connected to the network, Nike sends that one-time thing that in a perfect
fully
world,
encrypted.
Yeah, right. That might be a good little business model thing if 3D printing ever does cloth to high quality.
Yeah, they got to just get better with the rubber and different materials.
Which is happening. Yeah, it's not.
They
It's
gotta
not
be-
like it's not an unforeseen thing. It's
coming.
it's realistic.
Yeah, that's gonna. I think that's gonna actually crash the economy.
Maybe it may crash.
You see how that
visually.
could be? You see how there could be a problem?
So long as you can exchange it in the real world still, or at least businesses can perform transactions with it. As long as they can utilize what they're accepting, then I don't really see a problem in the big picture.
No, I'm saying if I can just 3D print everything, right, and I don't have to go to the store anymore. There's a lot of jobs that stock shit on shelves and stock the racks. Then you have the buildings that the stuff's in that has to be heated and cooled, and you have to build the buildings and do maintenance on the buildings, and you got to bring the trucks with the stuff back and forth, and you got to have a person stand at the register. There's just a shitload of stuff that's going to be like near eliminated from the 3D printing of the stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So sort of, but you're creating jobs though in this kind of market because the materials that would be needed for the 3D printers, and then if you're trying to put a 3D printer in everyone's home to have this access, making the 3D printers still be hand drawn.
You know what I actually saw before? Don't laugh. There was a few pieces you couldn't do, right? But I saw a 3D printer printing a 3D printer. Obviously, there were some pieces that couldn't be done, like the
electronics, the circuit board and shit. I mean, people just have money and time to do the weirdest shit. But I do love that someone did do it.
Yeah. Because you could probably buy those pieces cheap, the little circuits and shit, whatever. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. You just get you just get a blank PCB board, and then you get the shitty capacitors and whatever else. Just solder them on, and you're good. Yeah.
Yeah, you need a plate and a whatever the little heating thing is and shit.
Yeah. The most difficult part might be just the software to run it properly. But outside of that, yeah, all the shit pieces. That'd be if you're trying to do that, that part will be easy.
Fuck, dude, I was drinking a beer, something solid fucking my mouth. Oh, fuck.
From a beer? Dude, I thought
Yeah,
you were
dude.
driving Uber.
Yeah, with Lyft. But man, what the fuck? Is that like an old beer or anything? What the fuck?
Bro, he's dry snitching on himself again, bio.
So what?
You're actively engaged in illegal activities.
Yeah, sometimes I'm not gonna go this way.
I'll give the.
We're on Discord. We're live on YouTube right now. I mean, who else are you going to talk?
I think we've told Kosha a few times, stop driving and be on Discord and blah blah blah. But at this point, we know he won't listen.
I tell him every day to stop admitting to crimes on YouTube. What's the fuck?
What crime? On YouTube?
Yeah, are you drinking and driving right now?
No, but there is there is something badass about that, though. You got it.
That's not badass, but it's not like I drive drunk.
You just drop it like it's hot. You don't care. You're just gonna do it. You're gonna say it.
I mean, technically, it shouldn't even be illegal. To be honest with you,
There was actually an AM talk show radio guy that after the politics guys, there used to be like who were those big talk show, Hannity and whatever the other guys were, but somebody Limbaugh and Hannity and shit. But there used to be a guy that came on after those two. What?
Go on Coast to Coast?
No, it's a political guy. And he came on right after those guys. There was a nice older gentleman that I used to like to listen to, but then he stopped doing it and this guy took his spot. And he used to actually advocate. He's like, if you're driving home right now, crack a beer open and start drinking it.
Yeah, dude. If you're driving home from work and you're literally driving home.
He was from Texas.
Yeah, if you're driving home, there should be nothing wrong with drinking a beer, dude. But being drunk is totally different than drinking a beer.
I can't say I agree, Coach. I don't really think. I mean, okay, I'll say this: if somebody's very skilled, like either with holding their alcohol, or just a good driver, or just a very like with it person, they could probably have several beers and still be a great driver, and probably better than 95% of other drivers out there. However, for a lot of people, any impairment could worsen their.
No, I agree with you.
I'm sure Coach will be fine. I mean, Coach will be fine. I mean, he ain't even looking at the road half the time, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Hey, I gotta pick up this fool now. Hold on. Oh shit! I'm picking him up from the same corner that Witsit was doing his thing at. Hold on, I gotta go.
Did you go to that?
I did not, but I gotta pick up this fool.
I heard Stone was there. Stone approached him.
Oh, is that the one I did? Yeah, if it's that location, I remember because I did see that one. Did you see that whole one? That was intense, dude.
Where Stone approached him?
Yeah, and they were threatening to like fight each other and talking all kinds of shit. Is that the one you saw where they were up in each other's face? They were about to like crack each other like a.
No, I just heard about it. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't actually see it. I just heard about it.
So basically, Witsit's set up, and M Stone is like in the background. He's like leaning up against the wall. Now, most people wouldn't even know it's him, but I know who he is, so I could tell that's him. So he's kind of just chilling, like leaning against the wall. He keeps looking at his phone, and he's just kind of fiddling around, and he's kind of like stalking Witsit in a way. He's kind of like pretending, and then he basically he kind of is pretending like he's going to leave, but he's going to confront Witsit. So he goes up and just starts talking shit to Witsit, and Witsit gets like super reactive, and then they're like threatening to like fight and everything. And then it went on for like hours. And then because like they were on camera, like basically they weren't, what it was is that like M Stone didn't want to throw the first punch because they're on camera. So then it'd be assault, but then he still was like fucking with Witsit. He was like tapping his head and like pulling his t-shirt and shit. So then Witsit was like, felt like it could have been like a first strike to where, and then Witsit was like threatening him. Anyways, it was intense, dude. But it actually kind of like Witsit actually kind of at one part he kind of cooled off the fight energy, and he actually got the guy debating, and then it got good because they pulled up like the iPad and they had like the Black Swan on it, or they had like the Canagoo and shit, and they're like confronting him. So then all of a sudden he had to actually start debating, and so that is when it all started like changing, into a whole different. So then they did a whole debate thing, and then at the end of it, it ended back at fighting again, where they almost punched each other. But there was just tons of insulting and like threatening, but it was also like it was intense, but it was also entertaining, especially the debate part was pretty good.
There's no explanation for that on an obvious glob. Okay, I mean, only the flat Earth model could predict something like that, like somebody fighting a flat earther. I mean, it's so retarded. if it's obviously a glob, why are you stalking flat earthers?
Well, and he came in aggressive. I mean, he literally, like, Witsit wouldn't have probably been, saying any of the fighting stuff if that guy hadn't done that, hadn't kind of started that stuff. Like, I don't think Witsit would have gone there. But once he did, he's like, he was going to be the alpha. But yeah, no, he definitely came to harass him and basically just make fun of him, just talk shit. Like the stuff that he would do on Discord, where he just starts typing, like the minute he thinks if you're like a flat earth person, the minute he just says you're retarded, he just starts doing those insults. Well, he just did that in person. Some people say like, oh, they wouldn't say it in person. Well, this guy did. Like he just literally he was saying all the same stuff he would, just calling him an idiot and retarded and stupidest person in the world, just all that stuff. And then it went from there. But yeah, so he just went to completely insult someone and to try to fight them because they think the earth is not what he thinks it is.
Made 3 cents already. That shit's just going to tick nonstop.
I don't know how that got brought up. Well, Kosha said
Yeah,
he was picking someone up from right where that happened.
I mean, how'd Stone do in a debate? He doesn't usually do that good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was funny because Stone first came up, started calling him retarded and all that stuff, and then it was getting heated. And then Witsit was like, hey, let's actually debate, and he pulled the mic out. So once he pulled the mic out, then it was like, M. Stone was like on camera, to actually debate. And yeah, he was totally sideswiped. Like he couldn't even, he really didn't have much of anything. Like he didn't even know the arguments. He didn't even like really know the Black Swan very well, it seemed. And he was
Stone
like,
Stone is a Globe Earth liability.
What does that even mean? I mean, it's funny, but yeah, tell me what it means.
That means him engaging in an argument hurts the Globe Earth position. Whether or not he's correct in the things that he says, in a debate, he is a liability for that position.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's really learned a lot of the material. I think he mostly just wants to insult people. So I don't think I think it's like a side thing that maybe he's heard the word Black Swan or maybe seen it, but I'm not sure he understands it.
He's not a good debater. He may have the information and he may present parts of it, but as far as a debate format, Stone is just so bad. Like NASA Shill is very similar. Shill will give you a lot more information, but for a debate setting, liability 100% of the time.
Really, you think that, huh? So if you were to build the ultimate debate team, the Globe debate team, you wouldn't be picking those guys.
Oh no, bottom of the barrel. It's similar to, I see Chemo as a flat Earth liability because he doesn't. There's nothing logical about what he presents. At least with you guys, there's a line of logic. There's a path that you follow to a conclusion. Chemo doesn't do that, so I would describe him as a liability. But yeah, Shill and Stone, bottom of the barrel kind of thing. Obviously, Johnny would be a flat Earth liability. I'm not sure. I don't put much thought into it. Definitely the Globe side because I cringe when they debate really badly.
Okay, no, I hear you. So when you say liability, you are kind of talking about their, in a debate style, like,
right,
or like a very intense, like intellectual discussion where. So you mean liability that the information wouldn't be conveyed effectively, essentially?
Right. If I'm trying to think of a good way to put it. Like, if someone was truly and honestly on the fence, I think someone like NASA Shill would prevent that person from actually hearing the content of what's being presented, and he would force that fence sitter to focus on the insults, and then that would move that person away from the Globe. His debate tactic would make people ignore the content of what he's presenting. So in that way, a liability.
I hear you on that. So what would you say who would be your top 5 people to the top 5, if you're talking about some of the, in your opinion, or the top 10 or whatever?
Well, I'm the top 3. Let's get that out of the way. No, I don't know. I haven't put much thought into it as far as like a team. Offhand, Ruhif would be in the top 5. I don't have an order, but Ruhif would be. He's very calm. He seems to have evidence, or he seems to have claims backed up by evidences at least most of the time. And he also listens and tries to repeat your position to at least understand it before he refutes it. I don't know if I'd put Rumpus up there. Like, if it were purely about the content, Rumpus may be number 1. But as far as the debate setting where you are trying to persuade someone in a way, I don't know if he's effective at that. Trying to think. Kosho's not bad. He's a little trolly, but I don't think he's bad. I don't know. I'd have to really think about it. Conspiracy Cat's may be good. He's pretty calm and engaging with high energy, and he's not so much insulting as far as the debate setting. Yeah, maybe in this offhand thinking about it, maybe that's all I can really list.
How about an MC Toon? Would you add him in there?
Yeah, no, he's not bad. No, yeah, actually, as a debate setting, yeah, he's pretty clear and concise. And this similar to Ruhip, where he does always seem to have evidence to back up claims, and then he also likes to give you your presupposition and then find a logical conclusion from that. I think that's very effective. It's one of those, like in football, defense wins championships. So if you can essentially make the other person's argument non-existent or illogical or incorrect, then your offense doesn't have to be much at all to be winning the debate. I find that to be more effective than bombarding a positive claim. Destroying the other claim is more effective, and he's good for that. So yeah, I'd put him top 5.
And FTFE is a liability for both sides?
Yeah. I wouldn't put him up. No, that was an easy answer.
That guy is wild.
I don't get that because he knows his shit. So like, I don't get, like, I guess I don't watch his stuff like enough. But whenever I did, I mean, he knew all the standard things. And
no, he does.
What is it about him?
He's like a British version of NASA Shill. Maybe not to that degree, but he's very similar, in which I think he gives off a condescending tone. And again, for that person who's honestly on the fence, not just claiming to be, but looking for a reason to be one way or the other, but just honestly on the fence, I think that being condescending is a put off. So again, ignoring the content of what he's saying and focusing on something else to make a decision, that's the liability.
Well, also, I assume when you're saying that, because you are talking about the issue of, when people, all they do is insult and ad hom and all that, and how it kind of just pushes people away in both sides, both sides, and it's just sort of a distraction and everything. Like, in terms of that, it's interesting you bring that up, because like when we're talking about like an ultimate sort of team like this, it seems to be like your thought of it just right off the bat is that to have it be something that would be respected by the world at large, the mainstream world, as it were, you have to not have that. Like, you have to have some level of professionalism, some level of respect. I mean, in any serious forum like that, people are calling each other all these insults, it just won't even be,
You can have some of it, and I'm not saying that it's a good thing, but it can be effective if you're witty about it. It's the difference between. It's almost like the difference between actually calling someone a bitch but then like just going up to your friend like, hey, what's up, bitch? Like it's one of those like the two completely different meanings, and there's two different tones to it, and people receive it different ways. So just flat out calling someone a retard, like that is never effective in any situation. But if you can add wit to it or carry on into something that paints a picture, then maybe. But you know, that's very difficult.
Who would you put on the flat Earth team? Top 5.
So none of the top people. None of them. They're all just flat Earth.
You got to build the team. So what is it?
I didn't mind. Well, I've never thought about it. Maybe a second.
Well, how much have you heard of people like, okay, in the larger community of flat Earth in general, and just people questioning the globe, all of it, whether it's all the different names, planar Earth, level Earth, all of it, like in terms of the whole field of it. Steel C, I think you got a hot mic a little bit.
Sorry.
Like how much of it have you seen? I mean, do you know about like Bro Sanchez? Do you know about? Obviously, you would know the Globebusters. I mean, do you know like the larger, YouTube?
No, of course not. Same with some Globers. There's a huge part of the community I'm not aware of. Thinking about it a little bit more, I think I'd have to put Lemon up for sure. He is eloquent. I think he is persuasive. I think the content he presents obviously is wrong, but the way he presents his position, I think is very, very effective. But I think his content is low. But as far as the debate, I think he would be very effective for Flat Earth side.
Really? Lemon?
Yeah. And again, I do disagree with his content almost 100% of the time. But for a debate setting, if I wanted to set up Flat Earth for a win, I don't think that you can exclude Lemon from that conversation.
Okay, 4 more to go.
How about Witsit?
If he could remove insults and undercuts
and digs and childish, yeah,
and maybe slow down. If he could do those things, probably he seems to be, whether the information is correct or not, is a separate topic. But he does seem to hold a lot of information in his head, and I think his mouth is trying to catch up with his brain, so it comes out really fucking fast, and it's hard to catch what he's saying. But if he can slow down and not do the insulting thing, I think he would be very effective in a debate. So that's fine to add him to my opinionated top 5. I'm trying to. I don't know. I'm biased, not as an insult, but like I don't think any of y'all are like really that good. But I'm trying not to be biased.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other flat earthers that have content.
Well, there's Jin, Pete Shea. Come on.
Jin wouldn't be horrible, but he's very ADHD in his presentation, in which he doesn't seem to stick to a topic when you're debating. So I don't know if in a debate setting with, perhaps an audience or whatever, and you are trying to persuade people, I don't know if he'd be effective at that. I think he's good for bolstering the flat earth position for other flat earthers, but for a debate, I don't think he's that good at all. Yeah, I don't really think about you guys that much. So when now trying to go back to who I don't want to call it debate, but argued with. I'm just trying to think of when I felt like I was in a corner. Percentage might not be that bad.
Bio, I think you're in so deep that you don't know how deep in you are.
Perfect.
You're in too deep, man. You've been thinking about this in depth as for years. Let's be real.
I think percentage would be good, but only from the position of, like I said earlier, the effective defense wins championships. I think percentage is very good at instilling doubt. I don't think that he would be good on the offense of presenting a flat Earth, but I think he might be the most effective at instilling doubt of the globe. So adding him to a top 5 would solve that side of the debate.
That's cool, man. That's cool. Yeah, I think percentage is on fire. Yeah, he's amazing. I mean, the cool thing about him, he can stay so calm and so quick on his feet, to where, yeah, he never seems to kind of throw any mud, and then that keeps it on point. And he just like shreds people with the information, which I really like. Like he'll just keep
and that's why
with it
that's
without
why we think
doing
he's
all
a
the like, you know, other side stuff.
I taught
Right, that's
percentage
why
everything. I taught percentage everything he knows. He's a new breed, right?
Yep.
He's quick on his toes. He's sharp.
I that's why we think he's a Poe, because I think he does. I think he is a globe earther, but he's very he's a quick thinker, and he's witty, and I think he is intelligent. And I genuinely think that he's just having fun being a contrarian. But as far as a debate, you could be whoever you want. I could debate on the flat Earth side. So in that setting, yeah, I think percentage would be effective.
But I guess also, like, what's your definition of a debate? If it's like to share truth in the most potent way, then that's what's most important.
That's not a debate, though. A debate would be a debate would be a one central question, and you have two sides presenting information as well as refuting the other, or presenting information for your side, refuting information from the other side, and you are trying to persuade a group of people. So in a perfect world, an auditorium, 1,000 people, you poll them beforehand, and let's just say, for argument's sake, there's 500 Globers, or self-identify, 500 Globers, 250 Flat Earthers, and then you have 250 undecided. That's your starting point before the debate starts. Both sides have allotted time to, they can either choose to present their side positive claims, they can refute the other side's their positive claims. You can do a mixture of both, whatever the tactic may be. You do that back and forth a few times. At the end, you can, question each other. And then at the end of that, you re-poll the audience. And then depending on the movement of the vote, is that, we have a winner because most undecided went to Globe or some shit like that. But that would be the setting. It's not about presenting truth. It's winning the argument of the question.
I've always pitched the idea of having a globe versus flat YouTube debate. Like, for instance, you'd have a flat earther make a video, bring up a topic or something. You get 2 minutes each video, right? And the flat earth side would make a 2-minute video bringing up a subject or something, and then you guys have 2 minutes to respond in a video. That way, there's no shit talking, there's no over talking. It's nice and clean, and people would be able to hear the responses and the points and everything, and you'd have to address them. Like, it wouldn't be the shit show that it normally is.
All you have to do right now to solve that is, if it's a 1v1, you literally mute the person who's it's not their allotted time. So it doesn't matter the person who's talking. If they commit some type of fallacy, you don't interrupt them. The allotted time is for that person to speak. If you want to address fallacies, you do it in your allotted time. That's how you solve it today.
Well, yeah, we can do all that here. I mean, the Discord is set up to do all that, especially with the 3 live streams. Like, anyone could run any type debate style show, either in a stage room or in a regular room. Because we can also make it in a regular room where everybody's just muted, other than the mods, let's say. So everyone has to be unmuted. Meaning, if you're running like an actual debate show like that, or it could be done in a stage room. But yeah, I mean, that can all be done and organized in all kinds of different ways. And then I could create like a separate YouTube video for it. So, but yeah, I mean, anyone.
That's what happened in the last modern day debate that I saw with Conspiracy Cats and someone else. When they had a 3-minute allotted time, and then the moderator, that fellow, he would mute the other person for 3 minutes, so there'd be no over talking, no shit talking or whatever, and the person could have their 3 minutes, and then that person would get muted for 3 minutes, and it would go to Conspiracy Cats. I think that last debate between Conspiracy Cats and whoever that other fellow was actually really, really well run.
Holy shit, it's the Bandsaw Bandit. What's
Nice.
up?
What's up, man? What's
There we
up?
go.
Where you been?
Took a bit of a holiday, guys, and thought I'd come back.
There's no rest for the wicked, Bandsaw. No rest for the wicked.
Falling off the edge.
That's right. I found the edge. Nearly tipped over, and then came back.
Awesome, man. Well, it's great to hear your voice, and
yeah, same.
I'm glad to hear you're well. Yeah, because for a while there, like, I don't think anyone had heard from you, and so yeah, we were thinking about you and thinking about you a lot. So yeah.
Yeah, no. When I actually came back, I had like 259 missed messages from people with concern and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, sorry I didn't say I was going anywhere, but yeah, I had a bit of stuff going on in my life and whatnot, and thought I'd just take a bit of a break from everything for a while. So yeah, back on board to see where everything is, and it seems like it's pretty much where I left off.
Yeah, we haven't solved it yet, which is a shame because I thought we were right on the cusp of solving it.
We were. Brandon's channel's died, I see.
Yo, I ain't heard from Brandon in fucking damn near a month, bro.
Is he still doing his show?
No.
Oh. What's happened to him?
I don't know, man. I ain't heard from him in a month. I was probably the last one to talk to him. He was like, yo, I got a lot of shit going on. I got to lay low for a minute. And that was it.
I think Ruhif tried to hit him up on Twitter with no response. So I don't think anyone knows really.
Funny, the moment I thought this about Bandsaw as well, the moment somebody goes missing, I'm like, maybe they've gone to the Globe.
What? What? Never.
That's the first thing Rodney thinks. And they're just so embarrassed to come back that they're just going to go.
Not a chance. Once you're flat, you only ever go back once. And then you come back.
It doesn't quite have the same ring to it, does it?
No, it doesn't. Is Jose still doing his show?
Yeah, he does his shit.
Yeah.
I don't think as frequently though. I'm not sure actually. Is he doing it less frequently, or because it seems like a little bit less? But
I would go to Jose shows daily. Go ahead, Bandsaw.
No. Go, Jeremy. Go.
I was gonna say I would go to Jose's daily, but he doesn't have a scheduled time or anything, so it's like I never know when his show's going on. Like Brandon's, I knew 5 p.m. his show would be on, so I would just go there. I had an alarm set. Jose is like whatever. Who the fuck knows with this guy?
All over the shop. Are you streaming this, Geo, on YouTube, or is it just here?
Yeah, so the live stream number 1, 2, and 3. There's 3 of them. Right now we're just using the one. Yeah, it's streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and DLive.
Damn. Bro, we're all over the place. We're on fucking Snapgram, InstaChat, fucking Facebook, all that shit, bro. Everything.
Damn, you got all the bases covered by the sounds of things, eh?
Yeah, actually, Twitch streams going.
Actually, probably not. I probably haven't done that much actual social media. Like, yeah, we're streaming on those, but that's actually something that would be, yeah, there's actually some more that could be done in that category.
Bro, a lot of those places are just banned, for the shit we talk about. Like, Facebook ain't having no kind of flat earth shit, I don't think. Or do they? YouTube barely allows it.
I know. I guess my vibe of it is to be somewhat under the radar, just kind of be streaming and just kind of, just kind of build the energy without trying to, necessarily blast it out everywhere at the moment. I mean, but I don't mind if it does. I mean, I think there'll be a tipping point where there's going to be a lot more people on this platform that are sort of like right now it's like, 500 or 600 sort of from these communities and probably some new people, but I see a time in the future where there's going to be a lot more new people coming in.
I feel like we'd have better luck if they stumbled onto us first instead of like, say, I don't know, gems. Like, think about it. A new flat earther comes in here. We greet him with open arms. We discuss something. Maybe, Rumpus might come in here and go crazy on him, or Zanuck or something, but we got his back and we're here. As opposed to like if he goes to like gems or something, or even 24/7 and speaks his mind, like he'll just get, shouted out and, muted or whatever, Like gems, he'll just be totally degraded and called names and a retard, or 24/7 he might get muted or whatever. I mean, there's not like, it's not a very welcoming environment. You know what I mean? Some of these places.
Yep. Yeah, I think on 24/7 you're most likely to get banned and muted, probably in terms of new people. And I think on gems it's going to be like the psychological.
You won't get muted. Yeah, you won't get muted, but it'll be a lot of psychological shit.
Yeah. You won't get muted in gems because they want to hear you like break down. It is toxic. I'm not complimenting him, and it's not good. But that's my mindset. A new flat earther, leave him unmuted. Let's hear him while we berate him.
Yeah, somebody said one day, they were like, I think it might have even been you, Bio, was like, I'm starting to feel uncomfortable because this feels like a bunch of the cool kids just making fun of the new kid or something like that, like a school thing. I was like, oh, that's exactly what it is.
No, that wasn't me. I like analogies and metaphors, but that doesn't ring a bell for me at all. It's a good one, but yeah, not me.
And a lot of the thing is like people will watch Jeranism or Glowbusters for a few years, or Dubay or whatever, and they'll be in the flat earth, and then they'll go into gems, and they ain't ready for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't ready if you only been watching Glowbusters and Jeranism and Eric Dubay and a couple other people. You ain't gonna be ready for gems.
They're going into it like, oh, I'm just going to have this calming discussion. I'll present my side. Hey, fuck you, new flat earther. You're dumb. And oh, shit, what did I get myself into?
Paid NASA shill comes in, or Zanuck won't let you get a fucking word out, yeah. So, it's not a very welcoming environment. And so I'm not surprised that we don't have, like, a lot more people, because anyone that has stumbled onto this, like, let's say somebody stumbles onto the gems to YouTube. They're not going to fucking walk into that. People are like, oh, come talk with us in Discord. And motherfuckers listening are like, hell no, I ain't going to talk to these maniacs. You know what I mean?
That's exactly how I felt. That's exactly how I felt when I first went to Nathan's and Chewy was there. Like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah.
Even if you're a new flat earther, I mean, you go there and you say, there might be something like ether. Well, Fitch, where's your evidence? Posted. Citation.
Are QA and Nathan non-etherers?
Yeah, there's no science for it. Yeah.
There's just no, I don't know. I can see where they're coming from. I'm not an ether guy either. There could be something out there like that though, but I don't know.
Just need the evidence. It's a good stance.
I like when it was interesting when Wixit was going on about ether, and I asked him, how can you falsify the ether? And he really had issues like coming up with a way to falsify it.
Well, how could a fish falsify the water?
I mean, the fish can go higher. I mean, what do you mean falsify the water? The water exists.
That it's in water, yeah. Because you're saying, about ether being falsifiable. I'm making the equivalence to a fish in water, like in a medium, and it being falsifiable. How would the fish be able to falsify something that it's literally enveloped within, embedded within?
It can go into the surface and see that, oh shit, there's no water beyond this point. But,
okay,
I mean, I don't know.
So go outside of it. Okay, fair. Yeah, you could go. I agree. I mean, if you could like leave your soul or have some out of body, like see outside of the entire Earth. Yeah, but I'm talking about within realistic. I was just making the analogy to say that because you're saying about falsifying the ether, and I was just, how do you falsify something if the ether is the medium by which we're embedded within, And so I suppose people may have different definitions of ether. So I guess we'd have to start there. But
but how would you detect it so you know that it actually is there? Then you'd know how to falsify it, because if that test fails, then it's falsified.
Right. That brings up the discussion about, is it moving in reference to us, or is it stationary in reference to us? Like I don't think anyone has there's not a consensus of whether there is or not, and then also its interaction within reality. It seems like there's still a lot of questions that have to be ironed out before we can accurately test it.
Yeah, and I think the detecting point is good too, right? If you could falsify it, you could say where there's none, then you could say where there's some, then you could go, oh, we're having a heavy ether day. You know, is there like
you'd need a hypothesis.
Slower? Is there more of it or less of it at certain times or at different altitudes? Or you made a hypothesis that's testable, so the testing would be there.
Concerning water in that example, let's equivalize that to a moving, in reference to us, a moving water, moving ether. You could test it by some type of barrier, and you would just have in the water you would have more pressure, because as the water hits it, obviously it's more force than freely flowing. So if you are not able to accurately detect it, at least you know that there is something building up when you build this barrier. So that would be one way to detect if something is there. You've created resistance to it, and it's measurable. That'd be one way.
How would you
boil it and turn it into gas until turn it back into water? Like you're not falsifying. Well, I mean, you could falsify the existence of water, but you could also falsify any of the elements. That it is a liquid form of something, can be a solid, and something can be a gas. There's like a million different things you could do.
Yeah, and a fish saying that it's in water. It's kind of I mean, first of all, fish can't think that way. But what's the hypothesis for the water and the fish?
That I'm swimming through something rather than nothing. Yeah, what is it?
Well, I guess it's the idea of how do you prove something that you're fundamentally embedded within? Just as an idea, just that alone.
Sure, but how do you know that you're embedded in something if you don't? There's no way for you to, like I can say that I'm embedded in Aggle-Baggle-Ga right now, and then you ask what is that? I'll say it's just the field that everything exists in.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because if you're trying to use the scientific method to isolate something, then how do you isolate the medium that already is an isolate? Meaning, if this medium is an isolate from the rest of consciousness, if there is something beyond this world, then this is one. So how do you, within that system, be able to falsify and isolate something? Because like you could test it. You could test the medium, you could observe it, you could watch it, you could engineer, and you can measure it, and you can, perhaps glean a lot.
Then you can falsify it. But there's no way to measure or quantify or anything with its ether. There's no way.
I think you said it within your parameters, Gio. If it's presented as something that is beyond our conscious, then we couldn't consciously perform an experiment.
Well, an even thing to what the Globert side does would be that if I said the Foucault's pendulum precesses because the ether's drifting, the Foucault pendulum precesses, therefore proof of ether drift.
Okay, but we can falsify that. So now what we'll do is we'll turn it 180 degrees. We should still have that direction of deflection, because the ether, we haven't changed the ether, but we've changed our measuring device. Just like wind. Let's say we have something that's detecting the wind. Our device is being moved in one direction. Now let's turn that device 180 degrees. That device is still moving in the same direction, despite the device itself is being spun in a different direction. So we know that it is an outside force affecting it in a particular direction. So that would be one way to falsify the ether if it's moving in reference to us.
But I don't think it would be, because if you're saying Foucault's pendulum is measuring the ether, then if the ether itself is unfalsifiable, then I feel like you're just stacking more stuff up on a foundation of sand.
Well, I never said the ether is unfalsifiable. I think that Mailman was saying that Witsit said that, or that's Witsit's ether, he called it. So that might be something different.
Yeah. I asked Widget how he can falsify the ether because he was going on and on and on and on about it. And I just asked how can you falsify it, and he said, good question. So yeah, it kind of is, because I mean, if you assert that there's something that you can't really detect or anything, then I mean, how do you know that it even exists?
I don't think I can't speak for Witsit, but I don't think he would say it can't be tested. I don't think he would say that at all. It has been and can be tested on multiple fronts. And I mean, that's getting into all the different experiments that have done that.
But would you say it's
in a way that could separate it from other phenomena?
So I've heard some people say that the pendulum, the drift or the precession of the pendulum is caused by the ether wind, but then they deny Coriolis, which would also be there due to the ether wind. So you can't kind of have it both ways.
I would say those both exist. Yeah, they're both part of the ether vortex, because the as the sun moves, you get the as the sun moves, just like if you drag a paddle through water, it will create vortexes, counterclockwise and clockwise vortexes. So if the sun is like some kind of massive electromagnetic, electrostatic energy force of heat and light and everything, as it's moving, it's like barreling forward, and as it's barreling forward through the ether, it's creating an actual vortex within the ether, creating the clockwise rotation on the north and then counterclockwise on the south. However, you also get reverse vortex fields. So this gets deeper into the fact that the weather patterns in local areas are actually moving counterclockwise in the north, whereas the large, huge hurricane will be going clockwise. So they both have both, is what I'm saying. The vortexes have both sides to them. They have clockwise and counterclockwise. However, there's like a more of a major tone and then a minor tone in terms of the different layers. So yeah, so as that's creating that vortex, that's part of what's in terms of the Coriolis, in terms of at least the weather patterns that they claim, in terms of that part of it.
Then it would affect everything.
But that's separate from the actual ether drift or ether wind, for lack of a different term for the moment, just to use those. That's different, although it seems to be moving at a similar pace than the sun. So I'm like the actual vortex that it creates. Those are the weather patterns. I'm not saying that is the ether wind. I'm saying that's part of its whole flux. But the actual ether wind is something different. It's on a slightly different spectrum, but it's moving at the same pace as the sun in its cycle, which is why you get that 15 degrees per hour.
Do you have any way to falsify this, like test it, so we can kind of verify it?
To be honest, where this conversation goes to there is the free energy technology that they've stolen. The people in power now have stolen from us. Those devices can actually pull electricity and can pull energy directly from the ether indefinitely. And those devices have the capacity to actually measure these variances in the environment, but that has been stolen from us. So currently, with the technology we have, we're limited to be able to fully test that to that level to get the actual physical verification. And like I said, they need that for pulling the electrical field as well. So it's a part of that technology.
But so I think you can have. I think you can still have.
So do I have a device I can give you right now? No, but I think there's a lot we could talk about in terms of the electromagnetic fields and the whole, a lot of different components.
A methodology in which you've come to such a confident conclusion. There must be a way that there must be a test that has been validated. There must be a method in which it can be invalidated, given your confidence.
What if I say that the Earth is rotating and that is the cause for the free energy because there's motion?
That would be a possible hypothesis that you could make. But I think, I don't know if Diesel is there. Diesel, I'm sure, has even more wealth and knowledge on this topic as well. But I mean, there have been a lot of tests that have been done in terms of like with plasma fields and electromagnetics and electrostatics that currently are sort of considered unknown in mainstream, science. Like they've kind of considered them like a little bit outliers, and they don't have a full explanation. So there are a growing number of components within that part of things to where, and especially in terms of like plasma physics and the way that electricity can form fields and can move matter and a whole bunch of different components within those fields. So I'm just saying that like we're at the cutting edge of it every day that passes, I would say. And probably it's really going to be more of an ancient rediscovery as well as a new discovery. But yeah, so I think that's kind of the status on it.
I wanted to address the you brought up the 15 degree per hour drift. You know my position. As far as falsifiability, if you set it up, let's assign each side of this cube cardinal directions, and they're lined up accordingly. The north side of the box is facing north, west, west, east. It's all according. If we detect a particular direction of this 15 degree per hour, it is measuring something, a positive measure. Something is happening. That I guess from your position would be insufficient evidence to fine tune it. You would claim ether, I would claim rotation. What if then we rotated it 180 degrees, such that north is now facing south, and then east to west, blah blah blah. What if the detected measurements are then consistent? So in the first experiment, it was rotation, let's just say west to east. And then now that we've rotated it, that measurement is now east to west. So the orientation.
Well, here's the thing. I'll just to bring it back to like practicality, just the way I'll respond to this and then see what you think. So, okay, if you're on the outside of a sphere and you're spinning and you have the outer space, that's a model. But there's another way that we could be on a stationary planar Earth within a spinning sphere, meaning the spinning sphere is surrounding us perhaps. It has to do with the sky, the heavens, all of it around us. So if that's a spinning sphere, that means that this idea is that we're on an actual stationary plane within the spinning sphere. And whatever that spinning sphere is doing, the 15 degrees per hour, however the ether wind or ether drift is actually functioning to create that, and then the Coriolis, all of it I think is linked in together. But in that concept, there is a spinning sphere component to the universe. It's just that we're not on the outside of one, we're just on the inside of one. And however this thing is functioning, we'll have to continue digging to get all of the components of it. But in that idea, Bio, does that correlate with how some of these things could be happening just on a slightly different geometrical kind of scale, or like a geometric structure?
It's just fine tuning what a possible cause is, because we do know when we physically rotate and move a gyroscope, it does give you measurements exactly showing what you're doing. If you have it in your hand and you rotate it on a particular axis 90 degrees, it will give you that measurement. So we know for sure, without a doubt, that it is measuring some type of acceleration. And theoretically, it could be measuring a number of things, but we know 100% that it is measuring acceleration. When we place it on the ground, it is 100% reasonable to say, if it's measuring 15 degrees per hour, that, and it's not moving in our reference, that we know the ground is moving 15 degrees per hour. That is 100% reasonable to say. If there's a possibility that it's measuring something else, or something else is affecting that measurement, it would be up to that person who says that to provide the evidence. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I stepped away for a minute there. Well, the thing is what? Okay, it's measuring movement. I would say not necessarily acceleration. It's measuring some form of movement, and like we said, we've talked about this before, where the gyroscope could be on the outside of the sphere spinning, or it could be on a stationary plane, and the medium is what's actually causing it to behave that way. So it's just two ways of seeing it.
Well, so to that, I will respond with a gyroscope experiencing wind, or a gyroscope within a plane, an airplane, while it's flying, isn't detecting that movement, strictly movement within the medium. It is detecting its own change in orientation, essentially. And with an optical gyroscope or a ring laser, it's the deviation between the light on the inside. So under no acceleration, two light points, or two lines of light are matching exactly correct on top of each other. When there's an acceleration, one will, well, they both will, but they'll deviate from each other, and the direction and the magnitude will give us what axis or what set of axes and by how much. There's no evidence that if you set it on the ground, if you set it on the ground and it measures, let's just say 5, whatever the 5 means, and then there's a gust of wind, there's no measurements showing that wind is adding some type of speed, acceleration, or anything. The evidence just shows its own change in orientation within space, rather than influences outside like that. And that would be part of the evidence that you'd have to validate in some kind of way to show that the medium could do this to a device such as a ring laser that is vacuum sealed as well as under a vacuum pressure.
Yeah, well, I think there's always more to discover, and there will be continued. But what I will say, I wanted to say from before, like in terms of quote unquote proving either one, what I would say is that you may say that there's no proof of ether that you're satisfied with. However, I would say for myself, without any question, that there isn't proof of a globe and the spinning globe and outer space and all that, at all either. So what I'm saying is that it's there's, I think, just mysteries that aren't all known yet in that sense. But I'm just saying that the idea that the ether has or hasn't been proven to your satisfaction, I would say that in my viewpoint, the ether is actually closer to being proved to my satisfaction from what I've seen, in addition to what I know from in other ways as well, but is much more there than the globe. Like the globe isn't even close in my viewpoint in terms of what's presented, what's
right.
And so I don't think it's been proven. So it's not like you're coming from a position that it has, and then the ether isn't. It's more like you have an explanation. That's why I brought up originally. I was kind of joking. I wasn't claiming this to be real. I wasn't claiming that I would stand behind this, but I was jokingly kind of saying, my theory is that there's ether wind. The Foucault pendulum precesses, therefore proves ether wind. I don't think it does prove that, but that would just be the reverse version of saying, the Foucault pendulum is processing. It must be because we're on the outside of a globe spinning and whirling at thousands of miles.
Well, Geo, the reason I don't see it as a reverse version, though, is because you don't actually have any ether to move the Foucault pendulum, but you can put it on a moving thing and measure the movement of a known moving thing. That's where it's different. So we do have one explanation that fits, and the physics fits. And we have one explanation that, and that's all I got to say about that.
Dude, that was just like Forrest Gump, dude.
Yeah. I did that on purpose.
You cut out at the end, man. I don't know if you noticed that, or if you did.
No, I cut myself off. Yeah, I cut myself off.
Okay.
That's what added to the. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
Thank you.
Graham, I was waiting for a long-winded something, and you cut short. You disappointed me.
That was funny though. You cut out. I was like, wait, what's he gonna say? And then you came back on. He's like, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Because there was nothing to say. Because we don't have, there's no. I can't move it with my ether. Can't say here's a ball of ether. Watch me move this thing. But I can say here's a force of movement. Watch the thing. Chris S.
I was saying that's true 100%. And the only thing I would add to that is that right, is that what makes it powerful, or the strength of the prediction made in the globe model. The fact that, because you said it's like, oh well, I'm going to predict this thing to happen. This would prove the globe, and then this thing happens and it proves the globe. That's not really that's not really proving. That's not really. I'm sorry. What do you call it? What is that called when you do that? Either way, that's. Say what?
Demonstrating? Sorry.
No.
I was just throwing words out there that you might.
No, don't just make. Okay, no. I'm saying that's not. No. What's it called whenever you circular reasoning? You know what I mean? Circular reasoning.
You want us to grab the thesaurus
Oh,
out for
begging
you?
the question. Affirming the consequence. Affirming the consequence.
Exactly. That's not circular reasoning, because that's actually that's what makes predictions powerful, is when you can make a novel prediction. When you make a novel prediction based on what you think to be occurring, and a thing happens. Say what?
Stop.
No, but when that thing happens, based on. It's hard for me to keep going. Like when I stop and then I have to remember what I was saying. It's really hard for me to keep doing it.
Well, make your point quick and stop interrupting.
Oh, I was trying to make my point. I forgot one word.
Stop being so interruptible.
Right. So the circular reasoning doesn't apply here, because all predictions, all scientific hypotheses, are based on how.
What, man? Don't leave us hanging like Grim.
I was gonna say, Kosho, can you just be a little bit more like Jim for a second?
Yeah.
Just power through.
Can you be any more vague?
A cubicle reasoning. That's
When I
what
finish
you're doing.
talking, I'm going to say I'm finished. When I'm finished, I'm going to say I'm finished.
Okay.
But if I have to stop, then I have to start. And whatever you. So, just give me a second. Yeah. So all I'm saying is that. Go ahead.
No, you
all
go
I'm
ahead.
saying is
We're all going to
circular
get muted in a minute by Gio.
No need. You guys are muting yourselves.
We're
Go ahead,
finally muting
Kosho.
Kosho.
Finish your thought.
That's all I have to say about that.
Fucking work, you guys.
Okay.
Work, you.
Yeah.
How would you test for the ether?
Well, that's the biggest question there is right now, right? Because what's ether? I don't know if everybody believes in a luminiferous ether, but you know what I mean.
There's a lot of different ethers.
Yeah, that's what's nuts. And it's like some of them kind of fit things that we have found, like virtual particles, and Higgs field ideas, and but the most popular ones don't.
Quantum field theory. That's why I always say that quantum field theory has encompassed most of the real practical, the main practical need of ether, which is like the propagating, the medium for light to propagate through. Although it's not a medium, it's just a field. You could say, actually, what's his name? Not Enrique Fermi, but that other dude, whatever his name was. He did actually considered it to be the same thing as the ether. He's the one who came up with it. Not Wolfgang Pauli and not Enrique Fermi, but the other guy. Paul Dirac, there you go. Paul Dirac did consider what he was working on to be the same thing as the ether. But it's also, the biggest difference is it's not static, and it's also not a medium, it's a field.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ethers. I think we
but
can
then when he
all
defines
agree.
the field, it turns into a medium. His definition of a field is the field of what? Like if I'm in a field of grass, I'm actually in a medium of grass, right? I'm on the grass medium. So
in that case,
what he's
No, but in science terms, if a field and a medium are different, like the biggest difference is a medium is made of substance, and a field is the main property of a field is just the values. It has values in all points in space.
Fields are
Those
vectors and
values
effects
might
over
be-
time.
Say again.
I said a field is just vectors and effects over time.
I like that. That's vectors and effects over time. I resonate with that.
And can any
Not all fields.
a field and a medium, or is that not?
Yeah, not all fields have vectors though.
What's your vector, Victor?
Roger. Stop calling me Shirley.
We were talking about ether, and suddenly a random dice flow appears.
Because you could test if it's a substance, like if it's a medium, and you could test if it's a field, but I'm guessing then it will be defined as something that is both or neither. Can something be both? My initial feeling is no. Mediums can have fields in them. Field and a medium.
Well, they're distinctly different, like I said, for the fact that one has actual, material or substance. The other one is literally just, just values. Those values can be vectors, but they could also be scalars.
However, you guys would agree in terms of the Foucault's pendulum and gyroscopes and things. If you were to come to the conclusion, or you were to know for sure that the Earth is stationary and planar in nature, you would then have to start thinking about what it could be as well, right? Like you'd have to start hypothesizing. Like what would you do to isolate that? If you knew it wasn't the movement of the Earth, like that was for sure. Because I don't think it proves that. So I think it's still the phenomenon they're not isolating anything ultimately, but they're happening. So there is some reason they're happening.
I would first have to know that the Earth is in the globe and it's not rotating. That's the first step. But obviously, if that was the case, then it can't be the rotation of the globe.
But I think Gero's more asking, like, if you came to the conclusion that the Earth was stationary, you would have to have a alternate explanation for Foucault's pendulum.
Sure.
It wouldn't immediately necessitate a otherwise undetectable field. To me,
Then I can just. It could be the.
Foucault's pendulum could be in on some sort of conspiracy.
No, but it could be the flat Earth rotating then.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying before about the idea of being on a stationary planar Earth surrounded by a celestial sphere, which is spinning, the sun, moon, and stars, the field, the weather, everything that's kind of moving around us, rather than being on the outside of a ball with an atmosphere stuck to it and moving in that fashion.
Cool.
So
that would make it detectable. All you would need to do is detect it.
Well, I mean, so right. So you wouldn't say Foucault's pendulum is proving ether drift.
No.
But you are saying Foucault's pendulum proves that. But you are saying it proves that you're on a globe spinning.
No, I don't think it proves anything.
It's just evidence.
I think it's evidence that we're on something that's moving.
But could it also be evidence that we're within a field that's moving?
No, because I think I could get Foucault's pendulum to do that same thing by putting it on a platform and rotating the platform. So it's got one analogous thing. If that's the case, which I'm fairly confident it is, that I can get this analogous thing to go, if the platform on which the pendulum is rotating affects the way in which it rotates such that it processes around, then the obvious assumption, if I see a processing pendulum is to go, it's probably similar to this other thing, particularly if I can nail down other variables like magnetic fields or something. It doesn't make sense to me to go, oh, because I don't have an explanation for this thing that seems to show we're moving, therefore there is this thing that is like I invent this whole other thing to explain it.
Wait, how could you get a pendulum to do that? How could you get a you're saying that you can get a pendulum to process the same way a Foucault's does by rotating it on a thing? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yeah, put it on a flat, like put a no, it wouldn't work with Newton's cradle because they got two strings. But yeah, put
it on a merry-go-round.
It would be getting kicked all over the place. It wouldn't. You know the precession it does a very, very slow, methodical precession. It's not wobbling all around. If you start moving that whole structure with the hanging pendulum, because that's what it would be on the globe. Like you're hanging it, it's touching. It's connected to the globe somewhere. Like, so it's the same idea.
But if I have a merry-go-round that is rotating 15 degrees per hour and I put a pendulum over there and a camera stuck to the merry-go-round, you'd see the same precision.
It's caused by a slightly different effect. But I mean, if I can get an effect that is the base of this pendulum, what this pendulum is attached to is moving and causing it to precess, and I can get it process one way and then spin the merry-go-round the other way and get the opposite effect, that's going to give me a higher degree of confidence that what I'm measuring is movement. It wouldn't give me any reason to think that there is a field or medium or something else. Like, it's just Occam's razor.
Well, I'd like to see you prove that, to take a pendulum without, doing anything and just moving it around and get it to precess in the same way. I'm just saying, have you seen that done, or are you just assuming that can be done?
I'm just assuming that could be done. I haven't seen it done. But I mean, like, imagine it though. Imagine your merry-go-round or Lazy Susan with the times of the clock written around it. And there is a pendulum attached to the Lazy Susan, and you're swinging that pendulum back and forth between 6 and 12. Now you rotate Lazy Susan around. Do you think the pendulum's still going to be swinging to 6 and 12 when 6 and 12 has moved? I think it's now going to be rotating. If you're rotating it right, it's now going to be shooting at 5 and 11.
This is a great example of a falsification method. It's essentially if the theory follows, given the evidence for the theory in the first place, given that the theory follows for this reason, we should be able to make some type of other contraption to mimic that kind of force, then repeat the experiment in that way. So it would just be a one-to-one logic of, given this, we should expect it on this, because it's
if you took a pendulum and the thing under it, you rotated that thing very slowly, then yes, of course you could quote unquote read precession, even though it's not really. It's just the fact that you're moving that actual thing. But the idea of putting a pendulum on the outside of a sphere that has centrifugal and centripetal forces and all of that stuff, to then think that would be making that precession doesn't. I mean, you can't recreate that. That's just.
Well,
right?
you not really in all practicality. Theoretically, yes, of course. For practical purposes, no, because the reason that the pendulum is moving in the first place essentially is because gravity is trying to keep that mass at its center, at that natural resting point, and because it has momentum towards that point pretty much at all times. That's why it's going to have movement at all. So to recreate that on a sphere would essentially require getting away from Earth completely and then having a different source of gravity to recreate it one for one. So that's why you would have what was proposed with a Lazy Susan or a merry-go-round, because instead of having all three axes, because you're on a sphere, you're essentially playing around with just two axes, essentially showing the principle, if not doing the Earth one for one.
An interesting one would be like to get a big building and to rotate it sort of like, or even just a platform and rotate it backwards, like so backwards.
Wait, don't we have one?
opposite to the
Peachtree,
rotation. So you would
Peachtree
get
Plaza,
Peachtree
right in
Plaza.
Atlanta. It's like a big, it's a big, like, it's a big tower, but on the top, it's a rotating, the top rotates so that,
Yep,
you know.
we have that in San Antonio. It's a big tower. It kind of looks like the towers in Men in Black, the second one maybe, or the first one. So it's just a really thin pole relative to a building, and then you have this giant like saucer on top. In San Antonio, it's a big restaurant and bar, but it does rotate. Yeah.
And you can't feel it. It's weird.
Yes.
It's not like you got to hold on to the bar or something. You just walk around like you're not even moving.
So yeah, you just get them to set it up going like opposite to whichever way Foucault's pendulum would work, and then swing Foucault's pendulum to then, if it stops, like sort of if it just keeps going back and forth in exactly the same orientation, I would conclude from that, I would go, well, then it's probably not ether. It probably is movement, because if movement was causing it, I could cancel it out with counter movement. Whereas if it was ether, but I mean, here's the problem with falsifying ether. It's not defined in such a way that you could ever reach a conclusion to go, it's not ether, because ether seems to be defined such that that doesn't work. Like,
well, how are you falsifying? How are you falsifying that it's the Earth spinning? How are you falsifying that?
How are you falsifying that it's the Earth? That's exactly what I'm describing. If you're getting
in your theory, that
wouldn't you need to drive along the equator, going the opposite of the rotation to do that, to cancel that out at 1,000 miles an hour?
But you could just do it on the equator anyway. Like I thought Foucault's pendulum on the equator doesn't precess. Is that not right?
Oh yeah. Well, how are you gonna counteract the exact rotation?
Because it's just rotation.
You'd have to put that fucker on the North Pole because they're.
It's not tangential speed. It's rotational speed, essentially. So if well, I know what you're asking. I'm just trying to figure out a way to.
It would have to be like polar, like on the pole or something to match the inclination, and you know what I'm trying to say, like to be a true cancelization.
I think it's hard to falsify because I mean it can be the whole fucking universe rotating around the Earth. I mean, everything's stationary like this. It's not this any different.
Well, I mean, as far as relativity goes, it is. From this reference, I'm kidding.
Mo, you who was that? Did you say that and then just leave? Yeah. Who was that?
That was me.
No, before you, the universe thing. Was that Moman and then he left?
Oh, you might have dropped off if that was.
Okay. I was gonna jokingly tell him don't pull that shit now.
There he is.
Yeah. Hey.
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Don't pull that shit and then leave us.
Yeah, sorry. I have to help my girlfriend. She's her car is broken, so I had to answer her call.
And are you gonna go help her?
You can't leave us hanging like that.
Yeah.
It was a cliffhanger.
Yeah, I have to. Yeah. I noticed it, and then I saw that girlfriend's call. I was like, oh fuck, I have to take this.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah. So when motion is relative, I mean, how do we know what's moving and what's not? So it's kind of a
well, we
hard
know
thing.
your girlfriend's not moving. That's for sure.
That is for sure. Yeah, she's stationary
and flat.
I'm
just kidding.
Look at Charlie True.
Yeah, I mean, she's not flat. I mean,
well, even if I'll just say this, like even if I just completely give you guys that a pendulum processing could be that the Earth is spinning. Let's just say I'll just say that for the moment. Then there's the question still remains, but is that what's actually happening? Is that actually what is going on or not? Because it's an explanation.
I don't know.
It's an idea, but does it actually? That's the point. If it doesn't prove it, then it's still not been isolated or fully understood yet.
well, how do you know that the Earth is stationary?
Me personally, or just people in general, or
Just let's say you, like I'm saying that it's rotating because we have these measurements with the gyros and pendulums and things. What would you say? Would you saying that it's stationary? So how do you know that it's not moving?
I would say for myself that I've never seen any indication on any level in any way, shape, or form that the Earth has any motion or movement, other than maybe like earthquakes or something like that. From
You
on
said
the one,
any 5 times in those 3 sentences.
like I've never, maybe I did, but I've never seen any scientific experiment or device that has isolated any movement either. So there's that, and then within myself, my senses of reality to me clearly indicate the stationary nature of Earth. And then for me, there's other maybe metaphysical or spiritual components as to my understanding of that as well. But so, I mean, yeah, I guess starting with, I've never seen any actual scientific or experimental. It doesn't even have to be the word science, just experimental or any device or anything that seems to actually have isolated or indicated that it's the case. So yeah, I'd say that's one of the major, just in terms of on the practical side. And then other
But
things.
you do agree though that adding a force to the gyroscope, or excuse me, the gyroscope moving from processing would while something is, you do agree that like if I'm holding a gyroscope in my hand and I move it around, it'll try and stay fixed in its position for the short duration of me moving it around.
Right? You can manipulate the motion of the gyro and see that it actually picks up more.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like you do know there's one way for that gyro to move, one that you know for sure. You can't just say that one. You know what I mean? Like if we got other ways to move the gyro, let's demonstrate them, or like, you know what I mean, or talk about them some more, or why are they so mysterious and hidden if they're right there? You know what I mean? It's
yeah. That's what I said earlier. That's what I said earlier, and I was confident in saying we know 100% with certainty that these gyros, when you move them, when you provide an acceleration, they provide a measurement that precisely shows what you did to it. My example was, if you rapidly move it to 90 degrees, it will give you that measurement that an acceleration occurred in an axis that equates to 90 degrees.
So we can't deny that is one possible cause of this, like the very most possible cause, right? Since that's the only one we actually know of, and that we can demonstrate that one
with certainty. Yeah, and
right.
that's kind of that's how I expanded on it. Was we know 100% certainty that acceleration does provide a measurement that's accurate to what you did, and then I even said theoretically it could be detecting something else, or something else could be affecting the measurement. Maybe all we have to do is provide evidence that it could, but at the moment it is 100% acceleration.
That's yeah. It's
Well, but if we broke it down to the most simplistic level, let's just say, just for the discussion's sake, and I know I've said this before, so you may have heard me say this, but like if we have a gyroscope and it's processing, you might say, oh, dude, I think it's doing that because we're actually, this whole Earth we're on, all these rocks and all this like stuff in the oceans and stuff, all of that is moving. That is what's actually moving. So even though this little gyroscope is doing this little slow precession, you're saying, no, I think it's this whole thing. All these oceans and all these mountains and all these rocks and all these people and all this stuff is actually moving to create that. And I might say, okay, I might scratch my chin and say, interesting theory. But I might say, well, what I see is the sun, moon, and stars are moving. The Earth seems stationary. So whatever's causing that gyroscope to behave that way must have something to do with the field it's in, possibly connected to the sun, moon, and stars moving.
That's great. You would just have to provide evidence in some way. If you were to do the same movement of that gyroscope, let's say it's like a four move combo. You go 90 degrees left rapidly. You go forward 100 degrees, and you have these very precise movements at very precise timings. So you do that during, let's just say as a baseline, a solar eclipse. You do it there, then you do it a new moon, then you do it when it's only the sun in the sky, then only the moon in the sky. You do that same exact test in those scenarios.
Check
If
for
there's a
variance.
deviation, then I think you have a case that you can make that claim. If there's no deviation and you have the same rates measured, then we can nix that. So that would be a way to invalidate your claim. It would just take evidence to solidify it as legitimate.
So that sounds like your homework for this weekend.
You just need to wait. What's like? It's basically the question is what is not ether. Like how, whether it be a star moving overhead or a procession of a measuring device, how could you reliably point at one thing versus a different thing, saying ether is causing that and it's not causing that?
You're really quiet.
So what do you guys think about using airplanes to falsify the Coriolis effect?
I still think they've got tails. Got control.
Yeah, you can steer that. Yeah.
So you think
Just
that
like
they're
The airplanes
Just like
are
when
not
I'm-
in free fall.
Well, I'm just saying it. I think you could prove rotation. Like if you could get an airplane to not correct for a Coriolis effect, you could show the rotation of the Earth, right?
I mean, like
Here,
in free fall.
I'll be very specific. I was avionics for the F-15, and I'm going to word this very carefully, and it's going to sound like a gotcha on your side in the beginning. Airplanes do not correct for Coriolis specifically. Airplanes will correct themselves based on all of the forces acted upon it. And I will give an example. If you're driving in your car and your alignment is fucked up, you may be drifting to one side very a small amount. So you would correct it in a particular way. Now your alignment's perfect, and the wind is pushing you in that direction. The way that you would correct that would be the exact same thing. You're not correcting for wind specifically. You're not correcting for alignment specifically. There is a drift your car is doing, so you're correcting for that. Yes.
Yeah.
I understand the
explanation.
explanation.
That's what I was trying to say,
That
because
explanation.
it's like the net force
Yeah,
of
like
the Coriolis is so much smaller than all the other forces, the winds and the things that are pushing that thing around, that it's just negligible.
Well, that's why I think like trying to stay objective about this topic, and it's just interesting how flat earthers will take the extreme opposite view. Like, this is ridiculous. Of course, we'd see Coriolis. I mean, if the Earth were spinning, there'd be tons of ways we could tell from an airplane, which is in a separate reference frame. If the airplane has all these capabilities, it should be able to show a rotation.
It's not in free
And then
fall.
and then on your side is saying it's so minimal, you might as well just like chalk it up to wind, and that's like the exact opposite. So why is there such an extreme separation on this issue?
You keep on ignoring the fact that I keep telling you it's because a ballistic and an airplane are different. One is
No,
in free.
I'm not ignoring that. I'm trying to be objective here. I'm not trying to say it should or shouldn't.
Right.
I'm just thinking if we could like objectively look at the reason that such an extreme
I would
claim on
really
both
hope
sides
one
is
day
taken.
you would ask, like, what's significant about free fall, instead of just ignoring the fact that it keeps.
No,
getting said over
I'll
and
ask
over.
that right now. What is
And then you
significant
go, I don't
about
know
free
what's
fall?
what's the crazy part.
I'm not trying to ignore that at all. I've
That's
considered what you were
separates
saying, and
it.
I thought
That's what
I
separates.
don't
it
think we're
from
arguing. Tell me.
Never
You
mind.
tell me what's significant about it. What's significant about free fall? Just tell me.
I just tried. I'm almost.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to.
Let me just. I'm just gonna mute you for a second. New perspective. Let's actually let Grim. You guys were talking over each other. You guys, I think, both have like very intense personality in a good way, just intense energy. So, how about just Grim? Like, I'll go ahead. I'm gonna unmute new perspective. I just had to kind of pick that up for a second, but let's just try one at a time because I want to hear what both you guys are saying.
Well, the reason you don't want to use one as the same thing as the other, for the plane is actually flying in the air, riding on the air, staying up It's not in free fall, so it's not actually falling without any changes of course or anything. You know, it's a completely different animal. It's not like you can use that as an example. And the free fall helps you to avoid being able to thinking about changing course directions or anything like that, or you know, adjusting for movement or anything. You're just going that one direction that you're expected to go, you know, until another force is acted upon you. So if another force isn't acted upon you and you alter direction, then the force must have been acted upon the target. Sorry, my wife is hovering for a second. I gotta see what's up.
Her car broke down.
New perspective.
Is it?
What was? Yeah, I want to hear yours. Yeah, did you want to?
Well, if he's dealing with his wife, maybe somebody else could try to clarify what he was saying to me.
Not 100%
Because the way he worded it didn't. The way he worded it didn't really make a lot of sense, to be honest.
If his wife's hovering, though, she could probably test Coriolis.
The Coriolis force.
I stole mailman's joke there.
Nice.
Lemon, do you think Coriolis exists? And do you think it's the ether?
I think it's basically swirling ether, the substance of space. Basically, we'd be fishy swimming in the ether, the substance of space flowing around objects like you and me, and there are whirls and counter whirls that we call quote unquote Coriolis. The Coriolis spins this. The ether spins this way. You get, clockwise, pendulum or Coriolis or tornado. It may spin another way, counterclockwise, and you get like a counter tornado or something like that.
You know what would be interesting, and I'm not trying to create anything crazy, but it does sound like, and I'll use me and Lemon acknowledge that an effect is happening. I think the effect, we would agree, does occur. We just give a different cause to it. But it sounds like New Perspective doesn't think that effect happens at all. What if Lemon and Perspective talked about this with each other for a moment?
No, well, maybe I should clarify what I think, since you kind of tried to claim what I thought, but not tried to. But you were saying, you're guessing that I might think it doesn't affect. I think there is something, yeah. Whether it's caused by the ether or the rotation is something that I think we could come to an understanding or objective way of falsifying one or the other. That seems like, it's an extreme claim for sure, because we're talking about 1,000 miles per hour, and then having that be a conserved speed, and then an airplane flies over several different latitudes, north to south, and somehow matches the speed of that tangential lateral speed, no matter what. So my point is that if a plane's flying whatever speed it wants, north to south, and the tangential speeds are varying underneath it, and it's always maintaining an illusion of a stationary Earth relative to its motion, then I would say that the only logical conclusion is that Earth is motionless, unless there's something really magical about the winds affecting this plane to stay within that illusion somehow. And that's a pretty big claim.
Well, it won't be the winds. It'll be the entire atmosphere. And I understand what you're saying, that these tangential speeds are different, such as the equator to Texas. The tangential speeds are different, and they seem like big numbers. But you're also breaking up that difference with the distance that's involved. We can take a look at real numbers, but let's just say the equator is an even 1,000, Texas is 500. If you're to take a plane from Texas to the equator, perhaps it's 1,000 miles. So that difference between the tangential speeds is 500 miles an hour. That's what it's going to theoretically have to pick up to maintain its orientation, essentially. But if it's going to take that flight 3 hours, it'll be in 180 minutes. It's worrying about this force equivalent of the difference of 500 miles an hour. It's a very extreme gradual force that's imparted onto the plane, and by it just maintaining a particular speed during that 3 hours, it is being affected, and it is doing what it needs to do to maintain its 400 mile per hour airspeed.
Well, but okay. So first of all, maybe break down first of all what you think the difference is between winds and atmosphere.
The winds are a change in air pressure. It'll be the movement of the air from a low to high pressure, low pressure. The movement of air. The atmosphere is just the medium itself.
So what we could do is like
Wait, hold on, wait.
before you
go on.
for white thing is try to figure out how you could test this. So what you want to do is get an airplane to test to sort of see if the Earth spins underneath it. That's right? Isn't it? New perspective.
Well, yeah, but let me continue real quick with biodual. Okay, so the winds are air that moves, right?
No, the change in air pressure. You won't have wind without a change in air pressure. How about that?
Okay, so the claim is that no matter what the plane does, no matter how it tries to resist, no matter which direction it flies, no matter how fast it flies, no matter how many latitudes it flies over, it is always, no matter what, by this atmosphere. This atmosphere is going to force it to maintain the illusion of a stationary Earth, no matter what it tries to do.
The plane will
the claim?
The plane will attempt to maintain an airspeed despite the forces that are acted upon it. You could impart whatever force you want onto it. It doesn't matter. It's only going to react to a force in a particular direction and maintain level. If it's headwind, tailwind, something happens in the front, something happens in the back. It's going to want to maintain an airspeed and an altitude.
So could you answer more directly? Is there any way that a plane could ever see, no matter how fast it flies, no matter how many latitudes it flies over, no matter how much resistance, no matter how badass the jet is, right? Some of them can fly 3,000 miles per hour, right? So you're saying that no jet in existence could ever see anything but a stationary Earth in respect to its own motion. Is that what you're saying?
I think that's a malformed question.
Question, man.
Yeah, it really is. It's really bad. I'm sure you could actually.
Really? Why is it a bad question?
Because
Because
I'm sure a jet could actually be damaged and then shut off and then go into free fall while it's going forward in one direction, and then have a slight with a gyro on it, and then you could use that to measure actual Coriolis or something with a known trajectory and pattern. You miss your target, but I don't know if anybody's going to do that experiment for you.
Well, no, let's just say I'm on your side. Let's say on your side, right? And I'm like excited about showing.
Know it.
Regardless, let's say I'm on your side and I'm excited. I'm like a ball earther and I'm like, look, we can show the rotation with a camera underneath this plane. All we have to do is get the plane out of sync, with the rotating Earth and fly over tangential speeds. And this jet is badass enough to show this east to west rotation, right?
No, I see what you're saying now. That's fine. I understand what you're saying. Essentially, what you're saying is, let's say in a magical world, there is a computer in the plane that says, "I don't fuck all the forces happening. We're going to maintain 400 airspeed and 10,000 altitude, but we happen to turn this machine off, and then we see what happens to the plane versus its path when it was on that deviation of its path, right?
Yeah, just the east to west rotation.
Right.
If it's there,
what I would say is that what I would say is that the other forces and other variables that are involved would affect it more, in which the results would not be conclusive just for Coriolis. It would be all of the forces over this time. All of the forces that are involved made it deviate in this direction because it wouldn't counteract it.
Okay, so let me just get this straight. So you're saying that in free fall, it would be able to show something, regardless if it's free fall or not. But you would be able to see some east to west rotation, right? Because it's in a separate reference frame. Like if you were able to put that camera on the long distance projectile, then the claim of a Coriolis effect is that the Earth moves east to west underneath a north to south projectile, correct? And it would then the projectile, if it could have a little tiny camera, and we could blow that picture way up, we would actually see Earth rotating east to west in respect to the north to south movement, correct?
Sure. In a perfect world, yes. The difference between the bullet and the plane is that the plane has thrust. So it has a mechanism in which
there will be added force or maintained force. A projectile has an initial force, an initial velocity, but it always decreases as it travels.
Yeah, I get that, but my argument was that a plane can travel over longer distances and mimic the projectile, going as straight as it needs to be, right? Like a dead reckoning, right? Like if you could plan a path, like I always give this example, you're going like if you're in New York and you're going to fly towards Miami, and you draw a straight line from where you started to Miami. Now, if you follow that straight line, by the time you get to Miami, it's going to have rotated away from you, right? But if the plane can somehow maintain that straight line, then it technically would be able to show the east to west rotation underneath, right? Or the west to east, I mean.
Theoretically, yeah, sure. There would be real world. There would be real world issues with that, but theoretically, yeah, I have no problem with that.
So
okay, so
how would you?
How could we get from the theoretical to real world with that?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
It's a cool test, right? It's a cool test. I like the idea of it. I mean, it sounds difficult to pull off, but I like it. I think who knows? There may be drone technology that could keep it that rigid.
No, because
the only thing I could think of would require that you basically plug in what Coriolis would be and tell it to fly along that path. Because the thing you've always heard us say, New Perspective, is it's going to be very similar to the effect of wind. And I think you'd agree that wind affects the plane. So the question becomes, what would you do to cancel out wind?
That's the thing. I think that conflation is not necessarily. I think that conflation is a convenient way of just writing it off.
No, but
I don't think the Earth rotates. I don't think the Earth rotates. So I think that's
to control for
that's
wind
the reason
to
that they don't have to correct for it.
Because you know that wind exists, and you know that if a wind is blowing left to right, that's going to push the plane to the right. So, my understanding is actually has an interesting effect of pushing the tail to the right, so you can push your nose to the left. But regardless, how would you test it?
Well, the other thing about the winds, and just separating the whole concept of how the atmosphere affects the plane compared to how the winds affect the plane.
First, you need to learn how
I think that flat earthers and globe earthers need to actually agree upon what the difference is between a wind and an atmosphere and how they would actually affect the plane. And then we also need to come to understanding of okay, so if this plane is being forced to stay within the reference frame, but then still be in a separate reference frame, basically is what the claim is, right? Like no matter how fast and how many different tangential speeds it flies over, in respect to its own motion, the Earth is always going to look stationary to this jet. Now that seems unlikely, right? If it's actually moving, that there wouldn't be any point where a jet could show this rotation underneath if it's in a separate reference frame. Right, but that's the claim, and then especially when it lands, even if there's just a slight difference, right? And Globers will admit there's a slight difference between the plane and the Earth, right? It's not always completely in lockstep, but to land it would have to be, I would imagine, even the slightest difference in the rotation, with a north to south facing runway, it have to be completely stationary relative to the plane for the plane to land safely.
So what I'm saying though is, what you're trying to test is the existence of one force on the plane. How are you cancelling out other forces? Right? Just the same as if I'm going, is it really heat that's boiling this water? I have to cancel out other things like pressure. So how would you cancel out the effect of something like wind?
Well, the plane's made to deal with wind, right? And you could just say that that's the same thing as Coriolis, right? But I think there's more of an extreme claim when you're talking about thousands of miles per hour of Earth rotation and the plane's tangential speed matching that. So it's always in that illusion of a stationary Earth. And if it's either an illusion of a stationary Earth or the Earth is stationary. I don't think this could. I think we could all somehow agree upon this. I don't think it should be something
There's a third option. There's a third option. The third option is you have a misunderstanding. And you're confident about that misunderstanding, so you're pushing the other two options.
I guess, but I mean, does anyone else understand what I'm trying to get? I guess you did understand it, right? So if you could maintain that one straight line, and the Earth is rotating, you said theoretically, yeah, you could show that Earth rotating. So then you'd have to explain how it is that the winds, which move in all directions, are different than the atmosphere, and how that plane is bound to these forces keeping it with this illusion of a stationary Earth, or it's forced to correct rather than being unable to force itself not to correct for Coriolis, right? Because if there's a Coriolis effect that we have to deal with, then there's nothing to correct for, right?
It's Babel at some point. The analogy of a projectile like a bullet, what you're trying to ask is how do we make a bullet account for wind? That's how I'm interpreting this, because if you're going to take away the ability for the plane to maintain a speed and maintain its rigidity in space, if you take that away because you want to test Coriolis, you're also taking that away for every other variable. So the question is actually, how do we separate accounting for wind and from accounting from Coriolis? That's the real question, and I'll give you my opinion. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I mean, I just think it's interesting to try to objectively look at this. Maybe I sound biased, but I am trying to figure out, isn't there a way that some of these common sense things could at least be agreed upon, so we could falsify some of these things? Like a flat earther will be laughing at the fact that there might be a rotating Earth, especially even when you just talk, regardless of Coriolis, just when you're talking about travel time. You listen to Nathan Oakley or some of these other people that are like, well, it would take a lot less time to get somewhere if you're going west because the Earth's spinning towards you, and then the baller will say that that's not the case for whatever reasons. And it seems like these are not things that should be so like theoretically disagreed upon. We should be able to figure out what the actuality of this is. That's all I'm saying.
You can figure out what the
do have the
actuality
actuality.
is, but you'd need a good method for doing so. Right, like if going well, cars rev louder when they're going faster. Therefore, I'm going to tell how fast cars are going by how loud they're revving. You immediately go, well, that's a bad method for doing that. It is something you could do. You just need a good method for doing it, and a good method requires that you have a way to cancel out a different variable that would give you the same result, like putting it in a low gear and revving because you want to impress a girl. So if that variable could be accounted for a different way, we need a different way to test the speed of cars. Right. So what you're saying is I need to test this thing. And then what we keep saying is that's a bad way to test it. And it seems like you keep saying, but couldn't it be a good way to test it? And then when I say how, you don't seem to have an answer. Like how could you make this plane that isn't affected by the wind, but is affected for Coriolis? How do you make that plane? How do you talk to that pilot? What does it have? No control surfaces? Does it just like have thrust and nothing else?
Well, the question really is how do you separate the winds from the Coriolis effect? I would like to. I'm getting ready to go somewhere right now, but I'd like to hear what Lemon or Geo or any other flat earther has to say about what I'm saying, or just planes and Coriolis in general, and what they actually think, because I think that maybe that would help. Lemon, Geo, either of you here? I'm sure you've had lots of discussions about airplanes and Coriolis. Nothing? Are there any flat earthers here who want to comment?
Not to give anyone an out or anything, but it is a very complicated topic in general. I find that projectiles are better test equipment for it, but applied to a plane, it's very complicated, it's very nuanced, and it's not separated. I'll reiterate what I said before. It's
more
just
difficult
accounting for all the
almost on
forces
purpose.
equally.
Yeah, I think just
a flat earther will say that a projectile is able to be like affected by winds and possibly the ether, and that's the reason the projectile is being affected. So couldn't we have a little more powerful, direct way of showing it? That's all I'm saying.
But here's how you could test
Or
that.
just show
Get
me
a
the
gun,
ether
sight it
moving
in
a
shooting
pencil.
west. Like, get a gun, sight it in shooting west, then shoot north, then shoot south. Right? And you could do it. You could try to cancel out the wind by doing it on a relatively still day. But regardless, provided the wind's not changing direction 180 degrees, you can go, right, we're always shooting right when we go north, left when we go south, and we're not shooting left or right when we shoot east or west. That to me is a really effective way of testing it.
Yeah,
it's interesting. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. It'd be a lot cheaper and less. It'd be more safe.
Complicated.
Well, you guys always agree that if there was no winds, right, then the Coriolis would be easy to see, and a jet plane could easily show this south to or west to east rotation without any winds, and it going in a straight path. Then yeah, easy enough to show this rotation of Earth, right?
Right. That's why I said theoretically. I don't have a problem.
I think you said with no
So then,
atmosphere.
so the objective would be how can we cancel the winds or use a jet that can resist these winds to show this rotation, or whatever it is, do the math, figure out what the winds are, get your projection, cancel the winds out, and then see what we're left with.
You're right. Theoretically, you're spot on. Theoretically, yeah. But when we apply that to reality, no plane resists wind in any way. Some are more sleek than others, and some are more capable of being aerodynamic. But nothing is perfectly aerodynamic. As far as doing the math for winds or detecting it, you don't detect winds by your airplane. The only wind speed information you have are ground stations and their wind. And then you can have projections from meteorologists, but real time, you have no gauge for the wind on the outside. So it is that difficult in the real world. Theoretically, I'm on board with you, but applied to the real world, these are the problems that would be faced.
It just gives fuel to flat earthers, because then it's like, oh, so these winds are so perfectly magical.
In other words,
that
it isn't practical to do, right?
It's not the winds are perfectly
maybe not.
practical. It's
Maybe
just
not.
that they impart the same
one of
force you're talking about.
Right.
I just think it would be a hurdle that we could get over, because then it wouldn't be the same old argument.
Why don't you use the gun then? What's the matter with the projectile with the gun? I mean,
Because flat earthers can claim that the projectile's got barrel distortion, or it's got ether drift, or it's got winds. It's the same argument on the other side, right?
You'd have to
barrel
be claiming
distortion
that
is
it's got
an
barrel
actual
distortion.
camera. That's a camera thing, so it wouldn't be the gun, right?
Once you've sighted it in,
that's
it should be shooting straight.
And then exactly, and it would cost a lot less. And then if you want to claim it's the ether, then move the ether on a still bullet. Move the ether at all. I mean, show me the ether moving any.
I mean, no. Once ether gets in, it becomes unfalsifiable. It's like the whole conversation stops.
It's again on purpose.
Right. I'm just trying to get.
Jet. It's either a jet or ether. It's going to be one falsifiable issue after another. Is all I'm saying.
Right, which is why the argument needs to be somehow redefined.
Yeah, all this argument needs is a bullet.
And also,
it doesn't work though.
Well, it does.
What about there's an argument on the other side that people are satisfied with. Whether I'm satisfied with it or not doesn't matter. But I'm saying there's an extreme claim on one side and an extreme claim on the other, and that's all.
But you just shoot north and then you shoot south. So if you've got a crooked barrel, if you've got a crooked barrel, you're kind of fucked anyway. But regardless, you're going to get a bias left one way and a bias right the other way that it will be measurable. Right? You can just plot the spread of bullets on one target versus another, and unless you're claiming the gun bends on a different way depending on which way it's looking, you're kind of job done, right? And if somebody's claiming a gun bends a different way depending on which way it's looking, then they're so departed with their senses. It's not really much you can.
So someone's done this, have they?
Huh?
Has someone done this and it's been discernible?
I don't know. Did somebody say someone's done this?
No, I'm just popped in and thought, is that the case?
Yeah, there's
Has this
YouTube
been
videos where men are doing Coriolis videos with rifles.
There's one that I like to cite. The demonstration could be obviously better. I already know what the responses are. I've gotten them before, but I still like this one. I'm posting in chat. He does shoot east to west at 1,000 yards, and there is a deviation as presented and I guess you could say verified by a globe model. The results
a vertical deviation.
Mm-hmm.
If memory serves correctly, I think so. Yeah,
would have to be. Yeah, east to west.
But again,
north to south would be the one that you'd want to look at.
Well, you could do either because you do have these deviations. If you're shooting 1,000 yards west or shooting 1,000 yards east, one of those will be a longer calculated a longer distance. So one would drop more. One would be a closer distance. It would rise on the target. So you could do any direction. There's a particular deviation that will occur in every direction.
Yeah, I think up and down with the. Well, mind you, it depends how the gun's being mounted, I suppose. What about the rail guns that shoot flat for fucking God knows how far
They
with
don't.
all the energy?
They shoot
it's a parabola. It's not flat.
Yeah, I've had this
I don't know where
conversation with
you
Jin.
keep saying
it. Jin provides a meme. I call it a meme, but it is informative. There's the only straight line is the line of sight, and I think they say it's about 35 miles or some shit like that, but it has a total range of 217, I think. But they call that some separate term that in that term says there's no line of sight. But the actual projectile is a parabola. They are shooting it with a positive angle. It just depends on the distance what that angle is going to be. But that's not a straight shot.
My point was that do they shoot that thing north to south and get a left and right deviation?
Oh, I have no idea.
Up and
man.
down's one thing, sure, but left to right, fucking that would be.
That's the military. As far as their weapons and their calculations, I have no idea. I would assume so, given the model.
That shit would be very distinctive over a rifle. That would be way more discernible north to south than a rifle for sure.
Well, of course, yeah. The greater the distance, the greater the deviation, of course. But you can show the deviation at 1,000 yards. You can. It's just prettier if we do 1,000 miles. Of course, that'd be awesome. But realistically,
well, okay, you know how
the
PBS did that laser test with the helicopter, and there was all the edits, and they fucking didn't level shit, and that apparently proved Earth. Like, are these videos the same, where there's just like baller stooges going out and shooting rifles and showing you that there's a deviation, or are they professionally scientific experiments with rifles? Like, what situation are your videos? I haven't looked.
Again, that's why I prefaced it. The demonstration could be done better for this context. I don't think that guy
Is there any demonstration that's better?
I don't think that guy was trying to live up to QE standards of demonstration. I think he was just saying, look, this is something that does occur. For my gun friends, let me show you. This is really cool. I don't think he had the context of science, experiments, and this community. He just did it, and it is a random video that I like to provide.
Here's an interesting thing I found from the Marion's Mechanics Handbook that says during the naval engagement near the Falkland Islands, which occurred early in World War I, British gunners were surprised to see their accurately aimed salvos falling 100 yards to the left of German ships. The designers of the sighting mechanisms were well aware of the Coriolis deflection and had carefully taken this into account, but apparently they were under the impression that all sea battles took place near 50 degrees north latitude and never near 50 degrees south latitudes. The British shots were therefore fell at a distance from the targets twice to the Coriolis deflection. Twice the sort of... It's interesting.
Crazy. Well, I mean, yeah, again, if it's all backed up and it's true, yes, that is very interesting, for sure.
Oh, I mean, backed up by what? I mean, it's just somebody writing something.
Well, no, exactly. It's just a story. It's a nice.
Well, what about in terms of the idea of it being the ether? If the bullet is made of metal and it's interacting with the electromagnetic field of the Earth, and if there is that ether wind or ether drift, that's creating, the vortex, the sort of vortexes in the north and south and sort of the whole energy of it all. Why couldn't that cause a metal bullet to drift?
It could.
There would be
There's no way to say no to that.
There would be a force involved, because the ether would have to impart either a resistance or an actual force onto that bullet as it's traveling that distance. So that means that there's a quantifiable amount of something being imparted to it. We would be able to measure that even more directly than proposed experiments in the past. That would be one of them.
With what, though? You'd have to have the device to measure it with, right? Because before they developed devices to detect, ultraviolet, for example, there wouldn't have been a way to know that, right? Like in terms of a physical type of a machine, if that's what you're referring to.
Perhaps. And it's just one of those. I look forward to the instrument that could. I don't subscribe to it, and I can't. I can't put my brain into your head and decipher it properly. So I would probably be the worst person to try to develop that. But
Well, one of the yeah, no, I hear you. I think one of the really interesting things would be the to study the Elias effect with the pendulum during eclipses, because if that can be isolated, like I know that it's been claimed to be done, but I'd like to really see it done really well. Because at that point, if the eclipse is actually causing that pendulum to change direction, then that does indicate that there is some direct connection between that pendulum and the celestial objects in that case, and that there could be some interconnected. That would be huge if that could be isolated.
Yeah, there's a lot of what ifs, and if this happens, of course, we just as the saying goes, we just need the evidence. That's all.
What do you guys
Well,
think? Like,
the reason I just want to say the reason I made that link is that if the bullet is metal and is drifting in that way, the pendulum is metal, and then the eclipse. I was just making the link that if this ether drift material is, or this kind of ether drift medium is creating an effect on perhaps different materials in different ways, but metal would definitely have a unique charge to it.
Sure. Same. BioDual got the same thing about his Cavendish experiment, so he did it with turkey. You could test it.
Yeah, that's right. That's a pretty good analogy. Yeah. The first experiment was done with metals. Oh, perhaps magnetism. So yeah, I changed the material to organic, and I did the experiment, and same result. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd be interesting to shoot. You could shoot a chicken tender if you want.
I mean, Bio, I kind of think
the Nobel Prize if you said I've disproven the Foucault's pendulum shows what it does by testing it with a wooden pendulum. Because I mean, I'd be astounded if nobody's done it before. Nobody's gone, hey, maybe it's magnets. I'll test it without something ferrous.
Well, you do make a good point. If there was one that was made of, seems like it could be done. Like hemp, for example. Hemp is a material that is so, you can make wood out of it. You can make rope. You can make, so you could make a whole Foucault's pendulum with hemp, and it would be sustainable.
But it would have a magnetic field. It's still a magnetic field around everything.
Yes.
If there's an ether, everything interacts with it. You don't need magnets. It doesn't have to be metal. It doesn't have to be ferrous. Everything has a field and would be interacting, if it was the case.
To different degrees. So what it would come down to is you would quantify particular things, and if you can show that these different materials have, I'll give you some type of quantity, a very, very small difference with the deviation, despite having the same mass. The mass is still the thing that's causing it to move at that moment. You could quantify this theory.
So what do you guys think about like the extreme difference again with some of the claims with ex-military riflemen? Some claiming we were never taught about Coriolis, or it was in the handbook but we never used it. We shot things over long ranges way beyond what would be expected without accounting for Coriolis. And then you got some other military people saying, yeah, Coriolis is a thing. So what do you think the reason is? Do you think there's there's some that are just like part of the flat Earth psyop that are lying and saying that they never used Coriolis when they actually did, or just try to get to like the bottom of what you think actually is going on there with these claims?
I mean, I don't think flat Earth is a psyop. I could easily believe there are some people who were like, because there's snipers, and my understanding as a non-military person is there's snipers and snipers, and snipers who are deployed as part of a squad or whatever you call them, like a small group of people, are like, they have a sniper rifle, but they're typically shooting at like fairly piddling ranges of a couple of 100 meters of, would be a very long shot for them. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they don't take that into account. They probably wouldn't even take into account wind. Like when I shoot my Dad's rifle, I don't have mine yet. I don't account for the wind or Coriolis, and I might shoot out to like 200 meters. If what you're saying is you've got military snipers who are doing these like world record 1,000-mile shots, so it's 1,000 meter shots, or out to a kilometer or something, and they're not correcting for Coriolis and they're still getting that kind of accuracy, yeah, I'd find that amazing.
The military aspect part of that I maybe Kosho can attest to it too. You have people that make claims that they weren't taught a thing, or that they didn't do a thing. I could name the last name of like 2 or 3 people that are just genuinely fucking stupid who went through the same class as me, and they said that they weren't taught a thing. That it's common. Kosho may be able to confirm that as well, given his experience. But that's my experience being in was, yeah, you have dumb people who think they weren't taught something, but they absolutely were.
But that's the thing. I don't think somebody who like if they just forgot it, I don't think, because I mean those snipers typically are like one shot, one kill. Like they are the guys who crawl in and they take a week to crawl into location and they lie there for multiple days, pissing and lying in their own filth, just to get that one shot on that commander. And they can't shoot again because he's immediately rushed away, and he's not just popping off every guy he can. I would be astounded if that guy is not using it, but I would just be astounded if that's the kind of person that's saying that. I think the stolen valor and somebody who's just lying about their military service is far more likely. Maybe they did serve, but they held a sniper rifle, but they weren't a special spec ops sniper.
Sniper school is pretty intricate as well. I don't have experience, and I am somewhat speculating, but you do have spotters, and you do have the triggerman. As far as the training, I would suspect that it's equal to all of them. But you do have someone who is making calculations, and you do have one person who is adjusting the scope and the weapon itself accordingly. So it's totally possible that a spotter may say, yes, I was trained as a sniper, so I'll call myself a sniper. And we did these calculations. Then you have the trigger man who, no, I didn't do any of the calculations because I had a spotter. So,
yeah, that could be the case, because my understanding is the spotters are actually more experienced, and they all go through like 3 clicks right, 1 click up, da 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 da, and they'll do all of that calculation and stuff. And yeah, the sniper is that's at least my understanding of the things I've read about it. They're far less experienced than the two, but I'd still be surprised if it's the sniper themselves that doesn't know about it.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a human, so I don't know. You'd have to ask him more questions, or specify.
But
There's a lot of snipers who aren't trained in.
Go ahead, sorry.
Like, I think you said it right. Whoever said it the first time, that some snipers, they're not of the same caliber of somebody like there's snipers who might be just riflemen or something like that. Whereas I've seen military publications that actually do address it, whether it's in like the index or the glossary or whatever. But that doesn't mean necessarily that everybody's gonna have extensive training on it. And so maybe in some cases it might be glossed over or never really even addressed in certain trainings. But in those articles, they talk about taking 25 minutes to prepare for a shot of that range of 2,300 yards or whatever. So it seems like in those cases, yeah, you have to consider every single thing there is to consider, which Coriolis then comes up. But if you're not considering every single thing like that, you're not taking a shot at that range, then there's no reason to consider it. And the same goes for the railgun. Is the difference between rifle shots and railguns and ballistic missiles is the range of your target. So the sniper is trying to it has a very small range to hit, whereas a railgun is not trying to hit a range that small. So it'll be considered successful for something like maybe a cubic, not a cubic, I'm sorry, a square radius of maybe like a meter or something like that. Like something as big as a dumpster or half a wall, whereas a sniper's it's got a very small range of where it's going to be successful, like a couple inches or something like that. So.
They also take curvature into account, Kosho, as well when they're doing artillery.
Yeah, depending on the range, of course. Yeah.
Mm.
But I'm just saying, when it's not as precise, 'cause somebody had said something about a railgun which is going further, or even like I said, a missile which is going slightly further. Depending on the range, the amount of precision it's going to have is going to depend. It's going to be. It's going to decide whether or not the Coriolis is going to matter if it's not going that far.
Well, the interesting thing about this is just within these communities, people talking about this. There are people on the, I'll just use the terms flat Earth and globers. So there's people on like the more flat Earth side that are going to say, no, the bullet doesn't do that. Like it doesn't actually drift due to anything, due to any Coriolis effect. And then there may be other folks that will say, yes, it is actually doing that, but it's because of something. It's because of the ether or the environment or the medium. So it's just interesting that, like, yeah, I guess, like, which side is true and what is the actual. I mean, I think with the bullets thing, it is a bit hard to prove because, like I've always said, I think like one way to do it, if you had like a really controlled environment and you had a gun that was mounted on like a turret and it with a really high quality, in terms of its all the machining and the system that it would be mounted on, and then you could move it in like north, south, east, west, or even like intermediates, multiple positions, and do multiple shots and multiple measurements and try to account for spin drift and atmospheric effects and all of these different factors. Could you really nail down a consistent actual effect? And I think that the other thing is that when there's just so many other factors that even if it is happening, there's probably so many other factors when you're shooting that are, that can throw it off even more. So, and then people, I've heard different things. Like, I mean, I've heard, people claim that they were snipers from the army and they absolutely were never taught Coriolis. But then there's like videos like the one that Kosho and Bio both posted, which is kind of one of the main ones that's been around for years. The Globe Earthers always post that one saying that guy, calculated for it or whatever. Like that's kind of a little bit of a propaganda piece at this point. But so there's like that one that claims he did.
So any evidence that's pro is just propaganda, and unless you do it yourself, then there is no way of knowing whether this is true or not. Is that
well? I saw that one. I've seen that one that they posted, and yes, it does come off as propaganda piece. It doesn't look like.
I mean, from the point of view of all the ranging tables, the fact that I agree with you with a small grain bullet, you can say there are other factors involved. When you're lobbing a huge piece of lead 25, 30 miles down range with an artillery piece like a 55-inch howitzer shell, then it ain't going to deviate because a little bit of wind blows at it. But you are saying unless you do it yourself, you can't know.
No, I'm not saying that. Well, maybe. I mean, I suppose if you really want to know for sure. I mean, I'm saying that I haven't done it myself with a gun and a bullet, like in the way that I was describing, in a way that would absolutely solve it for me. So all I can go off of is, I mean, I've seen military manuals for snipers that don't show any Coriolis calculation. There's guys like that video that will claim there are calculations. He says in that video, because of the spin of the Earth, we have to factor this in. So there's sort of that. And then obviously on Discord, I can't know exactly who these people are 100%, but there's many people I've known pretty well to know that I don't think they're completely lying, that have several in particular that were in the military and have had sniper training and claim that it really is not something that they were taught at all and that they have to factor in. So I've just, I'm just kind of telling you the landscape of what I've come to in terms of the actual
lying about the military service is to me the most probable solution to that, right?
Say it again.
Somebody lying about their military service to me is the more probable of all of those possible things.
Well, there's one guy there's some in particular that I've talked to on here at length and have known for years, some of them, and I don't think so. Now maybe you could argue that maybe they weren't in a maybe they only incorporate Coriolis at the highest octave or something. I don't know, at the longest distances. I guess they're, but they've done some very long shots. But I don't know how it all compares.
If you're firing up to about 800 yards, Geo, you don't really account for it because it's a square root. When you're firing at sort of 1,500 yards plus, double that range, then you do. Most people who are trained to shoot in the military are not trained to shoot up to those distances. That's special ops and specialized sniper units that may get into that. Your regular soldier, even if he's a designated marksman in a squad, he ain't a sniper.
Marksman.
And this is what I've seen when I've actually explored this in some detail with people saying, I've been a sniper. And I say, oh, what did you shoot? And you find out they're a designated marksman. Designated marksmen reach out to 800, sub 800 yards. But sniper sounds cooler.
Well, but the whole thing
I
about
wanted
this,
to-
that's what I'm saying about this argument that's just kind of trippy, is that, like, it could be said both ways. Like, there's the side that says, yes, this is happening and it has to be accounted for. And then, like I said, often the flat earthers, it seems like a lot of them will say, no, it's not happening. And the globe earthers will say, yes, it is. Obviously, it's proof of their globe. But how about like a whole twist on it? The whole twist.
Artillery.
But how about, let me just
snipers.
hold on, let me just finish and then I'll pass the mic. I was just going to say, but then like you can flip it to where, even on a flat earth perspective, it could be happening. So some of them could be wrong about that. But the reason it's happening is not because of Earth rotation, but because of something else. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's kind of one of those duality, like it can go both ways. But
so let's say if it was that case, that it was happening, but for a different reason, what would you then think about people like that claim they were a sniper and they didn't correct for it? What would you think would be the most probable reason that this thing that is happening is something they didn't correct for?
I would say my sense of it is that if it is happening, it's such a minor overall effect, considering the wind, a bug in the air, the spin drift, a lot of those things. I think those are like so overarchingly more significant, you know what I mean? So that the Coriolis, even if it is calculated in, it's kind of like, meaning even if you're the best sniper in the world, you're doing your thing. If you add Coriolis or don't, it really doesn't make a difference.
Well, I think Bio hit it on the head, where the question that would split the difference for me is like, did you have a spotter? Did you have a designated spotter? Because that's the person who does all the calculations. You just sit there keeping your eyes close to that target. He tells you where the target is, which one you're shooting for, and then he will do the calculations, which, as that bit that Kosho posted, will include wind all the way along the bullet's path. So just knowing the wind at your local place is not good enough, which I don't think you'd even account for that in a short shot. Plus wind midway, plus wind all the way there, Coriolis, all the rest of it, and the guy who's going to do that is a spotter. And a marksman in infantry, I don't think actually have spotters. I think they just take the shot by themselves.
Yeah, designated marksman tends to act as your spotter. That's right. If when you have a sniper unit, in the UK, I don't know about the US, you have your sniper and then you have your second, who's your designated marksman. But I prefer artillery because there's no ambiguity. It's absolutely factual.
Yeah,
you absolutely have to take account to it, and your time to target is much greater because you're firing 15 and 20 miles.
Before it's forgotten, Gio, I liked your line of logic to a certain extent, because everything that you said, as far as if there's an effect, whether it's Coriolis or some other reason, all the other variables that are involved around it may overpower it, so we don't even know, that effect, what it's precisely doing. That's the same logic that I'm using for an airplane, in which, how do we separate this very small thing when the plane is being affected by bigger forces? So that line of logic, if you could, when I'm explaining the not being able to detect Coriolis with an airplane, I think you can now understand my reasoning, because it's the same exact kind of logic. Would you agree? Or, I mean, to cure the silence, Does anyone else see my point there? In which
Oh yeah,
this very
absolutely.
okay. Yeah. I feel
Yeah,
like the line
I
of
mean,
logic was the same, but I applied it to an airplane. Gio's applying it to a bullet. But that the difficulty in differentiating that very small thing is underwhelming compared to other forces. Not
Well,
impossible, just underwhelming.
that's why I prefer, the artillery shell argument, because there it's not a little bit, it's a huge amount. It's hundreds of meters if you don't take into account.
Mm.
And it causes real problems. And you have to understand where you are on the planet Earth. And you have to understand the curvature of the planet alongside the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, if you saw
Otherwise,
the thing I
I don't know. That's stretching. That's stretching.
I've actually posted all the tables up there that take into account that fact for 55-inch house.
I know they anything can be calculated, but yeah. Go ahead, Rod.
Well, it's the same as thing as I post. He's posted the charts for what I'm talking about above, where they've sighted in these guns at 50 degrees north rather than 50 degrees south, and so they are double the error off. And that to me is like, if you're putting your crosshairs on something and the shells aren't landing, you've got to, like, I don't know, do you have all of your military in on it, being like, hey, remember when you go back, don't tell the people that this happened because it'll make them question the shape of the earth.
I'd be curious to know about. Well, I've heard about railguns, in different ways. Obviously, I've never used one or shot one, but those huge railguns. But I'd be interested to know whether I've heard they don't calculate Coriolis into those, and they shoot.
Do.
They shoot a lot of those like line of sight at tremendous.
Okay, Cuck, I've actually looked into this because I had this argument with someone, Gio. They don't just choose line of sight; they also use ballistic arc as well. And in fact, they even use ballistic arc when they're doing line of sight. It's just a very small one. And when they're firing,
snipers do that.
yeah, when they're firing 110 miles or 110 kilometers, I can't remember about what the maximum distance is. That's literally going into low Earth orbit and coming down again.
Oh, come on. It's not going to low Earth orbit, but it is.
It's going up about 35 miles, but
you call it like suborbital or.
I mean, railguns are definitely fascinating. I mean, that they're able to hit targets at like over 100 miles away in certain cases. I've even heard of high as 150.
Yes, but that's not line of sight targets. Jin often, I'm going to try to find it. Jin often brings this up, and he has a picture. It's essentially just it is a cartoon, but it has important information in it, in which the line of sight is a particular distance. But then you have, I forgot the term, and that's one of the reasons why I'm going to find it, but a term that's obviously opposite of line of sight. So it does have range, but it's out of sight.
Ballistic arc or indirect fire?
There you go. Indirect fire. That's exactly it. So in the diagram, again, I will find it. In the diagram, there is a small range, relatively, that's called the line of sight range. Then you have indirect fire range. And that's where the distance that you're speaking to comes into play. Indirect fire, meaning you can't see it. It's indirect. But you also have a line of sight range.
Yeah, that is the definition of indirect fire, is not just about the ballistic arc, but if you cannot see the object you're shooting at. So mortars are typically indirect fire.
Yeah.
But they also do surface.
Spotter calling it in, he's just going left a bit, up a bit, and you're just moving it left and up, but you don't get to see them land.
They've also got surface to air capabilities up too. So sometimes the range applies to surface to air, which could be 100 miles in line of sight.
What's Jin's Discord name? I can't find him when I'm searching.
Jin CBR.
Jin CBR1.
NCBR1. Okay, thanks.
No, Jin. Juliet India November Charlie Bravo Romeo.
I got. I put JIN and nothing, even as a filler. Oh, now it does. Fuck me. I'll be back on voice.
Like a known phonetic alphabet off the top of my head, isn't it?
Got myself a sextant, Dross.
Oh, cool.
Sometimes when I've been on one of those like visit, like a call, with some company, and they ask you to put the letters into those, you know. And sometimes I make them up. It's just funny. I'm like, C for I'm coming up with stuff.
We use different ones.
And then I'm like laughing at the ones I came up with.
There's a Key and Peele one. I think it's a Key and Peele skit where they keep using letters where he's like N for noon. And they're like, is that N for noon or moon? He keeps using like letters that sound very similar to other letters.
Yeah, it's useless. Yeah, but eggshells. Yeah, I bought one too for $28. But
why is yours so cheap?
Huh?
Why is yours so cheap?
I'm called Kosho cheap. What do you mean?
I just try to spend as little as possible on it. So
okay, he is cheap.
Yeah, well, I mean, somebody showed later that you can make one with a straw, a piece of paper, a string, and a washer, which doesn't use the horizon. It uses a plumb line, which I thought.
Yeah, I'm actually making one of those too because I'm not sure when mine's coming. But regardless, yeah, I know it's just crazy. I tend to when I try to purchase something, I tend to go with what's going to cost the least. So just the way I buy things.
I just wanted something I could put on the shelf after.
Yeah, but the thing is that there's I said in Gems I wanted to make a new role called useless cunts because there's a specific useless cunt who thinks it's like I don't know, thinks it's funny. Thinks it's funny that anyone bought one. Like you think he's like trying to paint it as like a I don't know, a bad thing to do to have bought a sextant. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, yeah, damn it, I actually wanted to see what it's like to, you know, navigate using the fucking stars.
Yeah, I think it's a cool thing to have. Useful apocalypse skill.
Yeah, I've been working on it a lot actually. I've been working on you know, studying the almanac and like, you know, see how the celestial map is laid out and everything. It's actually takes a lot of studying, you know.
Coach, are you going to get to the point to where you don't even have to have your GPS in your car? I can just see you driving on the road with your sextant out the window and you're just plotting your GPs and your circle of equal altitudes.
And it was then that I hit the little old lady on the pedestrian crossing, Your Honor.
Yeah. I don't know why. I'm just laughing at this idea of just seeing you out there with your sextant, just plotting the. Because I mean, it can be done over land as well. Like it doesn't have to only be done over oceans. Although with land, of course, the horizon has to be considered if there's like a mountain in the way and all that. But it still can be done.
Artificial horizon, you just use water. I've been researching that a fair bit.
Yeah. I wonder how useful an auto level would be. I guess it's not really useful at those distances, but yeah, you could definitely still do it on land.
You could do it with an auto level. I mean, I think you'd struggle to because you'd pretty much be having to bolt part of the sextant to it. But I think you'd you just get a tub of water, wait for it to stop rippling, and then sight it through there and halve the angle. And then you don't.
I was going late, man, but I got an auto level, man. What is it that we can do with auto level? Because I have an auto level.
We were talking about in that case, like doing sextants on land instead of over water, and creating a horizontal. Because like on land, one of the challenges is being able to get a good shot to the horizon, whereas on the ocean you have such that clear, defined, sky and ocean horizon. Whereas on land, sometimes you might have mountains or other stuff in the way. So we were talking about ways to do it on land where you could get it to be level. And we mentioned an auto level.
That's why a lot of modern sextants actually have a spirit level built into them.
Yeah, the ones they use in planes are bubble sextant, aren't they?
They all have bubble up. Yeah, they should have bubbles on
Not
them.
all of them. Marine ones don't tend to, but ones used for land do. Well, modern marine ones do, but that's multi-purpose functionality.
Well, I think even a lot of the old sextants did too. A little glass tube with water because
typically
you want to get that, like that's where your initial, like before you take your shot, you use the bubble level to get it. At least
the reason that's not a thing, Geo, for a proper one is when you're on a boat. Especially when you're on a boat in medieval times, they're not very big in the scheme of things, and they rock about a lot. And having a level is actually pointless. So you that's why you sight to the horizon and use that as your marker point.
Oh, because the bubble would jostle around so much.
So that's the difference between people actually being on a boat at sea and people haven't. Apart from it makes you feel a bit sick for some time. I've never used a sextant at sea, but I have been on boats.
So what did you use to get your horizontal when you were using it on your motorbike trip?
Again, it had a bubble.
All right.
Or what I tried to do is use elevation. But yeah, bubble. And it was only rough to you know, it was the idea was to just it was just an experiment to see if this kind of went on. I didn't even know about flat Earth in those days. It was just something I did as a bit of humor for myself because I'm interested in how things work and I'm especially interested in the history of how things work.
Yes. My interest in the apocalypse makes me also interested in those things. I'm like, we might have to build all this again. So
Well,
maybe
I'm worth keeping alive. I know how to make metal out of rocks.
that's a pretty good one.
How amazing would it be if you were so in tune with the stars that you could just navigate by just looking at them and you could get anywhere on Earth? That'd be incredible.
Somewhat similar to what the Polynesians, I don't believe, used to use any implements to test it. They just had these, my understanding is, really in-depth folklorish stories that told them how to navigate at sea.
One of them was actually the color of the sea.
The color of the sea?
Yeah, there's a story that I was told, and this is many years ago, where the color of the sea, you know, they could almost like see the current of the sea, and they followed the current. And if you look at a lot of the Peloponnesian islands, a lot of the ones that were actually populated are on ocean currents. Not all of them, but a fair number of them.
So the color was just a word they were using, but they had a different way to see which way the current was going.
Well, evident they could literally see the current in the differentiation in the color of the water. That was the story. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I did find it quite interesting.
Are you guys familiar with what a box sextant is?
Box sextant? No.
Is that the kind with the bubble level?
These are interesting. It's like a different type of a sextant. I just posted one.
That looks like something you could smoke weed out of.
Instead of a horizontal mirror, it's got a fucking bubble at the bottom. And but there's a problem, man. With I want to tell this to everybody. I'll try to make it quick. When they're using this sextant, man, they're pulling the sun down to the horizon, and they are leaving it sitting on the horizon. That's leaving it at 89.5 degrees, man. And over the distances they're claiming, that's a big fucking problem.
You're correct for that, though. You can put it the bottom to the horizon, you can put the top to the horizon, or you can put the middle to the horizon. The ideal is the middle to the horizon, but it's somewhat, I was just watching a video on this today, it's kind of difficult to tell what the middle is, where it's a bit easier to tell what the bottom is. So you then correct by the angular width of the sun.
Dude, I just gave a ride to this dude, and I asked him, because we're listening to this room, I said, hey, I'm sorry, man, just listen to Discord, this is flat earthers. And then I was like, hey, so you think you can disprove it to them or whatever? And then he said, well, actually, I'm indifferent towards it because I don't believe it's flat, but I don't really believe it's a globe. I was like,
oh,
okay. I was like, okay, well, that's interesting, man. But before you get excited about it, look at how he spells his name. Hold on. I typed it in the chat. What do you think? What do you think his name is?
Luigi.
Luigi.
He said Luigi.
That's a great spelling of that, dude. Luigi.
Hell, Luigi. I'm like, it's like someone wanted to name him Luigi, but then didn't know how to spell it.
That's great. That reminds me of like, yeah, it's like, well, it reminds me of Mario Brothers, but it's a different spelling. That's funny.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before. That's a first.
Well, yeah, it's Italian, that's for certain. Or dyslexic Italian.
He just spelled it out.
Yeah. I was like trying to say his name. I was like, hey, is it Louis? He was like, it's Luigi. I was like, oh, okay, Luigi. But yeah, because I was trying to see if he thinks he could disprove it or prove it or whatever.
So what shape did he, what kind of an earther was he?
No, he said that he says he knows. He says he wouldn't claim it was flat or a globe, but he said he knows what the mainstream belief is or what scientists say it is, but he doesn't know for himself or whatever. I was like, oh, okay, there you go, dude. Cool. And then he said something about politics. Like, well, I think it's political, and I'm sort of apolitical. I was like, all right, man. Don't really know what you're talking about, but all right. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I think a lot less people just, I think back in the day, like I'm just thinking 80s, 90s, virtually everybody was a globe, it was everyone. And yeah, there probably were some people who knew or, around the world, obviously. Well, certainly like tribal peoples wouldn't even have this globe idea. So there's always been people on the earth. And then a lot of the ancient traditional, and so on. But in general, let's say in like the United States, virtually everyone. But nowadays, yeah, I mean, if you start asking people, like I found that too. Like I've run into people, like you're saying, Kosho, where sometimes I'll bring it up or whatever it may be. And I mean, I get mixed reactions, of course, but there are like a fair number of people that like they know flat earth is a thing and it's such a big thing, or maybe they've had like a friend who is, or someone in their family, somebody that they know is not stupid, quote unquote, but who has, said the earth isn't a globe or whatever it may be. So I think enough people have like, it's like that, 3 degrees of separation thing. Like everybody has probably someone in their family, either a brother or a friend of a friend, there's someone. And so I think because of that now, enough people know like, okay, wow, well, it is a thing that people think, and maybe they haven't looked into it yet. And so they're just, I guess you could say on the fence, or they're just like undecided or unconcluded.
It's 6 degrees of separation, by the way.
Yeah, you knew that.
I said 3. How many? What's the? Well,
you're it's 6. About, 6. Typically 6. Yeah.
But you're talking about with the Kevin Bacon.
No,
that's
actually.
The reference.
Yeah, the idea is you're 6 degrees of separation from knowing pretty much everybody on the planet.
Well, I've heard that in different numbers of separation. I know what you mean, though. 6 is like one of the ones that
it's a number kind of pulled out of people's butts, but it does have some statistical validity, though not a huge amount.
Well, I guess when I was talking about flat Earth thing, I was saying more like it's like 2 or 3. Like it's either like a family member someone has, or it's like an extended family member, or it would be a friend, or at the most a friend of a friend.
So like your mother's sister's uncle.
Really? Because for me, I actively went looking for flat earthers and put out a thing on my Facebook, and it was like somebody I met and knew in India who knew somebody else they'd met briefly in South Africa before I found these chat rooms. Like it was somebody I wouldn't really call a friend.
Was it Gandhi?
I would say the scarcity of it. I would say the scarcity that you might find of people calling themselves flat earthers, like strong, like I am a flat earther, would be. That's just the how the stigma, how stigmatizing the term is. I would say that anybody that stopped believing in the globe, in my book, is considered a flat earther, because flat Earth makes no claims. So when you're saying you think the whole Earth is flat, it's not only a misnomer, but it's not. Anybody that's really looked into this realizes that we can't define the whole unless we can see the whole, and flat's not a shape, and all those things that go into this argument. So if you stop believing in the globe, you're left. Okay, anyway, I'm just saying if you stop believing in the globe, then you're left with your whatever you observe, and naturally it's a stationary plane as far as you can tell. And they may even say that, but they're not going to say I'm a flat earther. You know what I'm saying? Because of the stigma, because it's a false dichotomy, and the whole argument's been kind of pigeonholed. You know what I'm saying, Gio?
I think
having to make a claim about the whole is the problem.
I think making the claim that you don't have any burden of proof to support your position, or you just don't know the shape of the Earth at all, you have no idea about it, that's kind of, to me, contradicted by the fact that we can navigate to places and we can do it accurately.
Well, that's a different. I mean, that's a particular argument about globe versus flat. I'm just saying, if someone doesn't believe that they're on a spinning ball any longer, then, you know, in my book, that means that they've stopped the belief, which leaves them with their default experience reality.
Well,
which has nothing
concave
to do with
earthers
spinning or being on a ball.
separate themselves from flat earthers, don't they?
Well, yeah, because it's stigmatized. The whole thing, the whole argument is pigeonholed to forcing a flat earther to make a claim about the whole thing, which is really ridiculous if the whole thing can't be seen. But the ball earth idea makes you get in this mindset that it could be seen, right? So then you have to define whether it's flat or not, and then we get into this whole disk in space type idea.
But do
But if
hollow
we've got-
earthers deny space travel and that we've been to space and seen all of it?
No, not
I thought they were
necessarily.
down with that. They just thought they were underworld people.
No, because there are also hollow earthers that support the hollow machine moon as well.
Coach said that guy was apolitical. I think a lot of people are earth defining. Like, don't categorize me as the new kind of meme that people are kind of attaching themselves to. Like,
Acosmological.
Acosmological. There you go.
Or the
You
word
don't care, I think, is actually probably more accurate by the sound of what Oshie said. He just doesn't give a shit.
Well, I would say that, okay, if you just believe the globe blindly, or, you know, when I say blindly, I just mean you just accept it, then that makes sense. Some people just have that. They just, yes, it's a globe. And for whatever reason, that's where they're at. Now, those people probably haven't looked into it. They might not even know, you know, what the distance to the moon is or the sun, you know, all those numbers. So they haven't really like looked into it yet, but they just accept it. And, you know, fair enough. That's where they're at. But then once people start looking into it, then it depends on how much you've looked into it. Have you gone in depth? Have you, you know, at what level, as it were? And then from there, you know, people can come to their conclusion. And then I think a lot of people even use other, you know, things as well to decipher truth. But
So you don't bring the perspective then that, you know, you can't know the shape of the earth, and flat earth is just a term for people who reject the globe.
I mean, I think it can be for some people. I guess that's unique to each individual. Yeah, there is a thing where people do seem to like.
That's not a position you hold.
Which one? You said multiple things.
The fact that if you just reject the fact that the Earth is a globe, you don't have to know anything about its shape, and therefore you're a flat earther.
That's not exactly what I said. I just said people that give up the belief that you're on a spinning ball, right? They don't believe that any longer, but they don't want to commit to defining what the whole thing is, because that's impossible to do. They're flat earther because they stopped believing in this alternative to our observed reality model.
I mean, my understanding, what I would say, like the term flat earth, for all things considered, people may have different ideas on it. I would say that what I've always thought and felt is that it would be people who are claiming that it is stationary and that it's level, horizontally level, etc., like flat in that way. Like there's no curvature observable. So I would say, in my mind, a flat earther is making a claim to say, yes, it is flat. What else it could be, like what the sky is, the sun, the moon. I mean, all that could still be up for grabs, you know. But
that's why I have more respect for you, Jay, because you actually adopt a position, and I think that is a rational thing to do. You know, we look at the evidence and we see how the evidence compels us. By the power of evidence, I compel you. Sorry.
Well, what I was trying to get at is, like, even the most honest ballers will say, yes, my experience tells me it's a level stationary plane. That's what my experience would tell me. I think the most honest ones, yeah. You don't think so?
I think if you want to strip it back, if I take away all the external knowledge that I have and I forget everything that I've kind of experienced in my life, the only thing I can say is it's one of two things: either the Earth is moving, one of three things: the Earth is moving, the sky is moving, or a bit of both.
Yeah, but everything about your sensory experience would tell you you're on a motionless plane.
Well, everything in a rotating restaurant tells me I'm in a stationary restaurant. up until
Well,
I
your
look
sensory,
outside.
I'm talking about your direct sensory experience.
Yeah, I'm talking about my direct sensory experience. You know, I've been in rotating restaurants, and the only way you know that it's rotating is when you look outside.
Okay, well, you're just avoiding the committing again to the idea that
No.
our experience, our direct sensory experience, without any of the foreknowledge of you're on this rotating restaurant or you're on this rotating ball or whatever it
That's
is.
my
that you're
direct
doing,
sensory experience, news perspective.
so
That's
you
what you're
sense,
appealing
so you
to.
sense the rotating restaurant.
That's my point. Is the fact I sense it by looking outside. I look at the rotation and I say, "Oh, there's a new building now in front of me."
Well, I wanted to say this. Like, okay, so let's say that you and I, Druss, were just sitting in the woods, and you know, you tell me, "Hey, this Earth is spinning, and that's why the sun is moving," and I say, "No, I think we're just stationary, and the sun is moving." You know, meaning, yeah, you're saying it's the Earth, you know, because the Earth is spinning. Now, if I asked you, okay, well, do you sense it moving? You would say no. And then, of course, we could get into all the kind of experiments and things that would claim it. But because we both would agree that our direct sense is that it's not, that's the default, like, no, that we don't sense it. But you're saying, oh, no, but it actually is moving because of X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. Now, I will say, if you're right, then that's pretty profound that you've been able to decipher that. I'm just giving you that, like, let's say the Copernican revolution. If you're correct that even though we both experience it not moving, that it actually is, then kudos. Like, wow, like you have been able to decipher that truth, if that's the truth. However, if it's not, boom, it's not.
Yeah, no, and as I say, that to me, you're now putting forward a rational argument, and that, as I say, that's why I got props for you. You know, and that's why, you know, and it was just the one thing, and it was only the weirdness of, you know, being in the Western Hotel in Atlanta, which is the main, you know, it's really the only rotating restaurant I've ever had dinner in. And I had my back, and I didn't actually realize it was a rotating restaurant until someone pointed it out.
Yeah,
and then
and
went,
that's a clever
yeah.
way. It's a clever way of just like restating the whole globe claim that even though you don't sense it, you can see that you're moving because you see that you can observe the sky, and that you could conflate with the direct sensory experience. I guess you could call it that. But if you were blind, you were born on this earth, and you were never told anything about the ball, everything about your sensory experience definitely would say you're stationary. We can at least admit that.
But we're now again talking, and now I agree with you in your perspective, because what we're talking about is the limits of our perception. There are things that we can detect, and there are things that are below our ability to detect. So, you know, and that's why we have instrumentation. That's why we have microscopes, and why we have binoculars, and, you know, so to overcome some, you know, that's just, you know, visual, not very good for a blind person, I will admit. But that, you know, that those are visual aids that we have, the same way as, you know, if we want to detect, you know, things like the electromagnetic spectrum, you know, we can detect that, but you can't sense it, can you?
Nope. I guess it's just a matter of how much weight that holds for you.
It depends how much voltage I put through you, to be fair. But yeah, so you know, so yeah, I suppose my thing is I accept the limitations of my perception, and I've used, you know, mainly in the world I work in, equipment that aids that perception and allows me to take that data in and to demonstrate that that data is accurate. Right. I will catch you
Got
gentlemen
some
later. I've got to
sirens
go
here.
for lunch. No,
Take
I've got
care.
to go. I've got to go to work. So.
All right. Have a good one.
Oh well. Be safe, everybody.
All right. You too.
Yeah, I'd be appreciative if you could have a look at the service ticket I posted as well, because I think someone is causing a lot of contention in here that doesn't need to be. Thank you.
I did respond to it. Yeah, so yeah, you can check it.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
But yeah, we could discuss it. But yeah, well, I guess we could just discuss it later.
I don't mind Bev putting his position up, but I think he doesn't need to use insults in that And I think that's something that we all need to reject, because I slipped yesterday, and I was annoyed with myself that I let myself slip, and I was not acting the way I should. And that was a reaction, not an action. But kudos. Thank you.
Sounds like we should ban dress. Decided.
Well, wouldn't be the first server.
Take care, man.
When I mentioned railgun before, I certainly didn't mean a trajectory, you know, elevated trajectory. I meant a horizontal trajectory. I just looked at the picture that BioJewel had in the chat. Of course, that's going to be a parabolic curve, but just wondering how far they go flat, you know, close to the ground, and whether they have to allow for the ground rising or ground falling east to west.
Yeah,
because these things go a long way.
6 seconds. So it'll just be the how fast it's coming out. But yeah, that line of sight is 6 seconds. 6 seconds, depending on its trajectory or its velocity. Sorry. But yeah, this is what a railgun is. It's a railgun. I guess colloquially gets confused with I shot a bunch of energy at you, or perhaps light, or whatever. The railgun is just instead of using some type of an explosive, you're using electromagnetism to launch a ballistic missile.
Sure. Yeah, faster than any chemical compound has been able to do to date. So, yeah.
Yeah, fairly clean, I guess you could say. But yeah, pretty fucking powerful.
What is it, Mark 6? Mark, how fast can they get these fucking things?
This one says 7.5.
Well, that's fucking pretty quick, isn't it?
A little bit.
That would sound phenomenal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
I don't think a video of the sound would do those things justice at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it would sound like if it's instead of an explosive, it's electromagnetism. I don't even know what it would sound like. Maybe just the only thing you're hearing is the projectile itself, you know, cutting through the air. I don't know.
Well, it would create a sonic boom, wouldn't it? Like,
oh yeah,
7 times.
Well, not 7, just that once it gets through. But yeah, it must be instant right out of the barrel. It must do that.
This world is so crazy. I mean, like I guess I'm just not into any military anything, but I just think to myself, like, what would they really need that for? Like, what do they need to shoot? You know, like what? Like they're trying to kill people. Like, what are they really using this thing for? It's crazy.
These will penetrate a tank, man. This will just go straight into a tank. You know, no nuclear, no hot tip, no chemical energy required. But this would go through this thing just obliterates everything. At those speeds, a lump of metal, fucking hell.
So
the kinetic energy is ridiculous.
Is this what gets us when we try going to Antarctica? They just start shooting these things at us.
Right. You don't even see or hear it coming. It's just la da da, and then nothing. I don't know, man.
Yeah, la da da, splat.
We're America, so now it's not that our missiles are bigger. Now it's our bullets are faster.
Yeah, there's a railgun. They show like a railgun attack in The Expanse, like where 2 giant spaceships are fighting, and it is pretty. Like it, I don't think I was meant to, but it was a very funny scene where these guys are they get off their smaller ship and get on this big battleship that then gets engaged in close quarters combat with another giant spaceship. And so they're all just strapped into the seats, and they're used to doing the fighting and flying their ship, but instead they're just in a room all strapped into seats, and they start having a chat and a laugh and a joke. And then suddenly this guy's in the middle of talking and he goes, "Boom," and there's this like, I don't even think there was a sound. And then suddenly there's like, his head's missing, and there's this perfect hole through the entire ship. It was a very weird way to do the scene.
Huh. Yep.
I mean, in some aspects, when you need more power, that's that's what you gotta do. I remember like 15 years ago that the Indians were trying to test if there's water on the moon, and so in order to make a big enough impact on the moon, all I did was do a kinetic missile. I mean, asteroids or meteors are just kinetic missiles, and they do a hell lot of damage. So sometimes, sometimes you get much more damage just with the kinetic missile.
Well, you can demonstrate that with a you could get a let's say like a 2-inch rock, and you could just drop it on sand, and then you take a 1-inch rock and throw it at the sand. You're going to create a bigger impact by throwing something, despite it being smaller.
I'm saying a kinetic missile sometimes can be more than any other type of missile, like an explosive missile. Because explosions,
right, yeah. The force, the velocity of it, yeah.
So obviously a kinetic missile, a rock being thrown at something hard versus being barely tossed at it, yeah, it's gonna do a lot more damage. That's why people think, because even though I don't believe in the real story of 9/11, there's a lot of stuff I don't believe in about it, but when people argue things about like the planes hitting the building and stuff, I mean, if you do a actual equation of how much energy is in that collision, there's no question that the plane could easily rupture through the building, easily slice through. The same thing with the Pentagon. Even though as maybe it doesn't look like it's real or it doesn't look like it's possible, the truth is it is definitely possible. I mean, it's true that they could have shot the Pentagon with a missile and pretended it was a plane, but it's also very true that a plane could have hit the Pentagon and it would have looked exactly like what was left, because the impact alone would have. I mean, the wings, once the impact occurs, the plane's completely obliterated. Like the plane's no more, and the building, same thing. It's just it's the same thing as like having and then that split second impact. There's an explosion equal to that amount of force from the speed of the mass of the airplane.
Yeah, but you're treating the whole airplane like as an average mass, whereby if you actually looked at where the mass is in that airplane, it's probably not in the skeleton or the bits that impacted first, or I don't know where the weight is in the plane, but it wouldn't be just an average weight right across. I suppose it would be an average, but it wouldn't be the same weight right across.
Yeah, but if you're claiming that the very front end of the plane crushing in is gonna dampen the impact, yes, and by the magnitude of the speed the plane was going, like yeah, sure, it would have lessened the impact slightly, but I don't think by very much, especially based on the speed.
You can kind of see that with just car impacts. We know that cars have a quote unquote crush zone, but if you're going fast enough, you're gonna basically destroy whatever's in front. You'll have that crush in that split second moment, but all of that mass behind it is still traveling at that same speed, despite the front now at rest, and then you're just making it denser. So all that space that's inside your car, there is a lot of space, sure, but as it gets crumpled and crushed, that density increases with that force still continuing at the back end.
Yeah, but think of a soda can traveling sideways with a lead ball, a quarter of the size of the soda can in the middle. Now, if that soda can was to impact, a concrete brick or something, we wouldn't see the whole shape of the soda can go into the brick. because we know that the aluminium on each side has not got the force, even if it was going flat out, like with all the kinetic energy, it hasn't got the force. But we would see the shape of the ball definitely impacting. Now, my argument was the same with the plane. Like, the structural integrity of most of the plane is fucking nothing. There's a few parts in there that obviously have a lot of integrity, and that's where the mass is, and that made up for the kinetic energy. So those things definitely would have made an impact, but everything else, I'm not saying crumples in front of it and like cushions the blow. I just mean wouldn't have the impact.
I mean, maybe I've never seen a plane hit a concrete building, so it's your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. I have nothing to compare it to.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about the argument that the amateur pilots without any air traffic control were able to aim and hit dead center of these buildings, 2 of them directly center? How do you explain that?
Well, they're pretty big fucking targets. So
It may sound it may sound unbelievable, but it's certainly not possible for someone to go through a year of training and be able to hit something like as tall and big as the World Trade Center.
Unbelievable is a good word.
I know the story isn't what they told us. I know there are people who are complicit, but I just know that arguments that can be true either way and have no evidence. It basically just becomes a thing where it's people's opinions by that point, where it's like it's But even if it's your opinion that it seems like unlikely, it's still very possible for them to have done that. So.
Have you looked into the argument that planes at that altitude wouldn't be able to fly fast enough?
I've heard people claim that, but it's not true at all. You think? Why would it be true that planes?
Yeah, again, if you're coming in with enough speed, you can override that.
I didn't know. I haven't looked into it specifically. I've heard the claim. That's all.
I've heard somebody claim that. Yeah.
You can go faster, because there's less resistance. I don't immediately see why there would be a limit. I would assume the limit would increase due to that.
Biodual, do you question that it actually was, commercial airlines with hijackers in them? Like, have you ever questioned that, or do you just think that's the case?
No, of course I've questioned it. You've heard me say that I was a 9/11 truther back in like 02, 03. So I've been there. Yeah, I know the arguments. Today, as far as the official story and all of its 100% explanation, no, I don't subscribe to that. A great deal of it I do. Most of the physics I do. The story behind it, I'm iffy on that, of course. But the physics I have no problem with.
You think it was just a design flaw in the building that enabled it to pancake the way it did when the top went down? The weight of the top sort of, what was it?
Again, like, even though it's very possible that people could have been in the building setting up this and that or whatever to make sure that it looked like a demolition, it's also extremely possible and within physical reality that you take the mass of the top part of the 94th, 5th floor and up, and you drop that down one story. That's certainly enough force to create a chain reaction to drop the rest of the building by a long measure.
So a design flaw then.
No, that's not a design flaw.
Then,
that's not a design flaw at all. That's true for any building. If you take any building and you take that much force and you apply it to the top of it, that's enough to collapse the floor beneath that, and then the rest of the floors beneath that. By a lot, I think I calculated it was something like I don't remember. I think maybe 4 billion newtons or something like that, or 400 billion newtons. Something crazy like that. That's certainly enough force to drop the floor beneath it. And like I said, once that happens, it's just a chain reaction.
Yeah, they're designed to hold. They're designed to hold the mass above it at rest. Essentially, no force. Like it's easy to hold something in your hand, but if you provide that downward force, you're it's not designed to hold up 20 floors that's falling on top of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, fair enough.
It could
So they
still be
obviously never thought of terrorists, blowing out a floor of a building. Then it just never occurred to them that terrorists might one day go in and blow a whole floor out. Shit, that's strange. They wouldn't have thought of that in America. Fuck.
They do seem rather stupid. I'm astounded that they haven't figured better ways of doing things. It seems they always do fairly silly attacks.
It's it could still be a demolition thing, but as far as the physics behind what happens when 20 floors above a particular floor fall on that floor, then yeah, it's expected to have some type of pancake effect.
It's plausible. It
Right.
is.
Yeah.
You can't say it's not plausible. It's possible. It's within the realm.
Yeah,
Just
and
like
that was
What about the tower that didn't have an airplane hit it?
what, 7? Yeah, that's where I kind of
pulled that one.
I think both sides are pretty possible. I wouldn't make them plausible equally, but I think both sides have a pretty good argument. But I think 1 and 2, I think those are obvious, and I think they're perfectly explainable with physics. 7, I'm losing confidence with that one.
And what about the Pentagon?
I think it's because of the Pentagon that got me into the entire thing in the first place. So the Pentagon's kind of like my baby, because that was the reason. But I don't know, man. I don't like that we only have 2 or 3 frames. We have the tip of something, and it's not 100% discernible. I understand the argument with the Rolls-Royce engines being a particular material and being on the wings themselves, and we happen to have a hole in the middle. Doesn't seem like there's damage on the outside. Yeah, I think it's plausible for that one. I'm just not convinced either way.
That's fair. Inconclusive.
I wouldn't bet money on it. I do subscribe to the official story, but I wouldn't bet money on it. I'd bet money on 1 and 2. 7 I would not. Pentagon I would not. And then the random Pennsylvania plane that fell.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, I do think that one was bullshit, because in my mind, I don't think that people would have that frame of mind to have not a slogan, but like a catchphrase. Like what do you say? Like, let's go get them, or whatever the fuck. I think that was. I have a gut feeling of that being fucking stupid.
So
or maybe that was the one that was supposed to hit Tower 7.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I just find that not impossible, obviously, because people are fucking weird, and in a high stress situation while you're in a plane in the air, I have no idea how I'd react. Maybe I'd have a catchphrase because I'm fucking dumb, but that just feels weird while I'm sitting in my living room, super safe. So who knows?
Who had a catchphrase?
On the flight, they as far as I remember, there's a black box recording where you can hear the passengers trying to get into the cockpit to obviously try to save themselves, and then you can hear what sounds like, and I could get the phrase wrong, but it was something like, okay, let's get them, or something like let's go inside, but it sounded like a superhero thing. It didn't sound like, all right guys, let's get inside here. I think it sounded like, all right, let's go get them. Like
bad voice acting.
Right. That was my first impression of it.
Hang on, okay, that's interesting, because I thought that was something.
Sounds like you're the F word, fake. Sounds fake.
I like to hear it. Actually, I never even heard that. So like I said, I know I have evidence that there was I don't want to say inside job, but there's people that use that stuff. But regardless, I don't like the weird evidence. I don't really discuss very much, but I never heard this one. I'm gonna look at this black box. I'm gonna see if I can
It's
find it.
they say let's roll apparently. If you go to YouTube, it's Flight 93. It kind of auto fills in, but it was let's roll. But I'm gonna see if I can find a short clip. There's some, but they're like 8 minutes long, and I'm way too fucking lazy to find the timestamp. So I'm just trying to find a shorter one.
What about that building collapse that recently that I think McAfee had an apartment in? I think it's in Miami, was it? It all collapsed. It was quite a big deal not that long ago.
But at like half of the hotel or half the apartment building in Miami.
Yeah, that one. Have you seen the side footage from the other building where it shows a whole heap of sections like appearing to be like blown out before it goes down?
No.
That was
Yeah, well,
tragic.
it's a similar thing.
What? No, that was obviously that. I mean that one is easy to show that was not an explosion or something. It was halfway on the wet sand, swampy, Florida.
But
Half of Florida was
there's
built on
footage
artificial
that
land.
appears to have sections being blown out prior to the collapse. So are you saying wet sand blew areas out, or are you saying that footage has been debunked as wet sand or something?
No, the structural integrity of the building wasn't sound, which would cause some of the building to collapse, which would give you this explosion you're talking about, which would cause the entire building to collapse. So it wouldn't all just fall.
Okay.
It wouldn't all just fall over, in one, fall over like on its side or something. There'd have to be something that caused the rest of the building to collapse. So it makes sense that half of the floors fell, but the building was already in question by several tenants for several years because it was cracking. It was like part of the apartments were like cracked and shifted over. And there's other buildings like that.
So it could have been brought down deliberately for an insurance job then.
I mean, I wouldn't rule that out, but it's much easier to just, it's much easier to claim that it was exactly what it looks like. I mean, the only reason I would go with the evidence or go with the explanation that someone did that deliberately would be if there was evidence, but if the evidence obviously also allows for it to have fallen due to the fact that it was old and not taken care of. They had many complaints about it not being taken care of, and there's a lot of buildings in that same area that are in the same shape.
Because wasn't there some guy that was like he did a safety report on it, and they said, "Please change your safety report from like catastrophic to, change a word somewhat." And then they found out that they'd already had a different safety inspection that had said something similar, and they had that's why they'd hired him, because they didn't like that these people kept telling them the building was really dodgy.
Yeah, you can imagine the loss to the operator or the owner. You have to just condemn the building because of foundations, and you've got to like let everyone walk out, evacuate everyone, and just walk away from it and then bulldoze it. So you can see that if there was a way to fucking avoid that and bring it down and do an insurance scam, you fucking dodgy people would try.
Well, do you think that it's the case of this guy? Do you think this guy made a lot of money, or do you think this guy is probably getting sued by a lot of people?
I think
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, why? I don't even know why we would assume the former.
I would just assume that he thought, oh, these safety inspectors, they're always hyper cautious. It's not that bad.
Well, if there's cracks in the building and all this sort of stuff, it's sort of attention to that, don't you? So, and if it was structurally unsound, as they say, like catastrophic, there should have been all sorts of someone's all over the place. Imagine. So just like we've got here in Australia, eggshells. all sorts of fucking high rises cracking up and leaning over. With fire,
Yeah,
fucking non-fire retardant cladding all over.
well, there's a whole big problem in Sydney at the moment with Meriton Apartments. Meriton have like built must be half of the apartments in all of Sydney nowadays, and their buildings keep getting condemned. And like a bunch of people will like buy this house off the plans, and they assume that because I'm buying it as part of a larger building, when I get insurance, I'll just get it for contents. Like I won't get it for structural damage to the home. And then they get condemned and kicked out. And
Yeah, very sad.
yeah, I think it's just an issue with people cutting corners.
Such fucking things can't be more definitive. Michelle, did you ever see that that GIF that Geo posted from? I don't remember the guy's name. With regard to how we see through the personal atmospheric dome the sun rising south of east and setting south of west.
I think it's taken from Walter Bisland's thing. I've seen it before. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Walter Bisland. That's what.
Yeah, I mean it's an interactive thing.
Yeah. Food for thought.
I mean it's here it is. You can pick which day it is and all sorts of stuff. Like sure, it's an explanation. I mean, what I think is what I'm amused by with it is like it's virtually like Schrodinger's cat, where
this is presented to show what would have to be happening. Basically, it's there to like show the ridiculousness of the model, and people seem to accept it. But
well, someone said that as well before it was brought up, and I'd like to think that I don't know for sure, but he based that on what he'd heard people talking about. That's been like the idea for a long time, so well and truly before he came up with that, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's just showing how it would have to work. And to me, it's hugely improbable, and it's only it's notable in that it is an ad hoc explanation, in that it only explains a particular phenomena, not very well, and it doesn't explain any others. Whereas, like typically, if you get like gravity, it explains other things.
Well, gravity's kind of sketchy. There have been attempts to re-explain gravity under another paradigm like electromagnetism and other stuff. So perhaps you have something that works over a flat plane instead.
Sure, you could still have gravity with a flat plane. But my point being, with any explanation, if it's robust, it'll explain multiple things. That's like one of the early conversations I had with Gio on this whole topic is like one of the ways you can tell you're onto something, I think, you can tell who's onto something, is if what they are producing is producing other science, like for things that work, good science falls out of it.
But if gravity doesn't really have an essence, then potentially it can line up with anything, which is kind of lazy. Gravity would just be this placeholder, this end all be all that could easily be something else. So if gravity doesn't have much of an essence, then what are we even talking about? I could easily put in ether or something else.
Sure. My point is, if you put in ether or something else, the science has a way of, like, while you're detecting the ether, you would develop a new X that could be used for application Y. That, like, you know, all of the internet, the whole of the idea of TCP/IP protocols is meant to have come out of CERN, right? Like, while they're accelerating particles to an extraordinary speed, this other super useful technology comes out of it. I mean, I'm excited to see that day for Flat Earth, where Flat Earth starts going on, because we've detected this ether, or this, you know, this personal atmospheric dome, the science we use to determine the accuracy of whether this thing was real.
Bit by bit, we're getting there. We're getting over unity machine simply by vibrating in resonance with this energy field that's out there. As we know, when two systems vibrate in resonance and in tandem, information and energy flows easily between them beyond separations of time and space. So you could have something vibrating in resonance with something that's somewhere else, and it will seem like they're communicating and exchanging energy somehow. So I think this has a lot of potential for some sort of etheric energy science, some sort of machinery, that sort of thing. We just have to get past the brutal suppression of the powers that should have never been, that squelch technology that they can't meter, charge, and brutally control.
Well, it's all very pretty, but I've got no idea what any of that means. Does it have any indication of what the technological or scientific advances have come out of Flat Earth?
I did talk about over unity machines. That's a fancy way of saying a whole lot of energy, seemingly more energy out of it than you're putting in. When you have two systems that vibrate, shake, or move in resonance, energy flows between them. Essentially, the ether has a rate of vibration. If we put the machine at the same rate of vibration as said ether, or whatever field in the ether you want to tap into, energy flows in. That allows you to go over unity. Over unity is a fancy way of saying over one. So if you put in 1 calorie of energy to operate the machine, you get out more than one over unity.
Where is
One.
this over unity machine?
Bruce DeMayo talks a little bit about the ether and stuff like this, I believe. Bruce De Palma talked about his over unity machines that he tested and
I've
demonstrated.
heard many people claiming they've got free energy machines.
What was the second name there, Lemon? Because I'm gonna search this, and if I can't find a machine, then I expect you to. But I'll put it in the work. What was the second name?
Bruce De Palma. Bruce De Palma. I'll see if I can put it in the chat.
Yeah, you're fine. End machine. I got you. I'll be back.
So basically, you're getting over unity, which is essentially like free-ish energy, especially if you're putting in 1 calorie of work and getting out 1.25 calories of work, like Bruce De Palma said he was getting with his machine. Basically, you're tapping into a field of energy that we're normally cut off from. We can think about it like...
I just don't have any faith that that's what they're actually doing. Like, when somebody drives past me with a car powered by an over unity machine that they never fill up, and I have some way of confirming that, I'll be simultaneously amazed and humbled. So obviously they have produced something. These flat earthers have produced something of value, but I've just, when I used to be interested in things, I was always like, why are these people only ever going for investors? Why are they not just building the machine? And the more I looked into it, the more it was because the machine doesn't actually work. It's just a scam.
It appears others have, but they've been silenced, killed, sabotaged, bought out. You try to sell your machine, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, we don't want to buy your machine anymore." Or your competitor has bought you out. They try to sue you, litigate you to death, tie up your patents, buy out your competitors or whatever, keep you from getting supplies, tie you up in litigation. There's many ways that these powers that should never be try to fuck with you.
Sure. If I had evidence for any of that, I'd be amazed and humbled. But I just have little confidence in it being true.
So, flat Earth or not, resonance technologies, energy harvesting technologies, where you tap into this background field and harvest this latent energy that you normally don't have access to. Flat Earth or not, it does appear that the etheric sciences do hold potential and promise for new developments.
What's the most amazing application it's been put to so far?
Other than Bruce De Palma's over Unity machines.
Well, what does it use his over Unity machine to do? Is there an over Unity powered submarine or a MRI machine or a water well or something?
There are a couple presentations about interesting technologies based off of the ether. There's one thing that powers your phone, like the battery, that works off of the energy field coming off of your body to give a battery power for your phone. It's an energy harvester. I think the link that the guy talked about in this presentation was energy harvesting technologies, something to that effect. Looks like there's potential promise here.
Potential promise everywhere.
Lemon, do you think that that there is free energy machines that are being hidden from us? Like, do you think these people that are, in control or power, do you think that they either stole that from us, or I guess just all of that? Like, do you think they stole it? Do you think it exists? Do you think we can recover it? I guess all those questions.
I would say so, yes.
Nitinol is a fantastic metal. Has anyone heard of nitinol and its uses?
What about that?
Well, it's a type of metal that when it has a temperature variation put on it, or even a voltage, it expands and contracts. So short lengths will go a little bit longer or shorter, or a curved length will straighten up and then curve back. And the best things I've seen these used for are what they call out of balance wheels, where you relocate the center of gravity in a wheel, so you take it out of balance and it rotates. And they just have the bottom of these wheels running through like geothermal springs, or just even icy water, or anything to create a contrast in one side to the bottom. It doesn't even have to be a big contrast, but just a bit of a contrast. And away the wheel goes. And there's many variations of that. But yeah, it's a fantastic metal, nitinol.
How do you spell that?
Let me Google it to get that correct. I think it's as it sounds. Nitinol. Nitinol. Yeah, there you go. Just Google that. It's a nickel titanium blend. Very interesting properties. But the out of balance wheel is the thing I've seen that works the best. Like just purely because it's instant rotational force. You know, you can turn something practical with it. But it's used for switching. You know, like high load switching, all sorts of. I think they even use it for muscles in some applications.
Nitinol, a memory metal that can remember its original shape when heated. It's an industrial gem that will play a key role in NASA's next mission to Mars. Nitinol.
Obviously, you've got to put. It's not over unity or anything like that. You've got to put the energy in to create the heat differential or the temperature differential. But those things exist in nature, fucking everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, as opposed to having to try and boil water, which needs a lot of heat to create, you know, a rotational force. This just requires a certain differential. More useful than a Stirling engine, put it that way.
More like energy that frees you up to do other stuff. There's always going to need to be work that you put in. You're going to need to get the right metal. You're going to need to get the right frequency. Make the right, machine or engineer the right machine. That's going to require work, of course. But once you get the process started, it may free you up to do certain things as long as you keep the process going.
Well, just like a water wheel, standard water wheel. If you've got flowing water, for centuries or for longer, obviously, they've built water wheels. That creates the rotational force and an abundance of it, depending on the flow or head. And you can have a flour mill, you can have everything in the whole town. So it's a similar idea, but you don't need flowing water. You just need the heat.
So we're talking about enough energy to power something else or to free you to do something else. And if you do enough things, all of a sudden you have a society, you have a civilization, you have a structure that's easier to maintain bit by bit. It's a process. It's like going from walking across the country to getting your civilization to a high enough point where you can take a Jetsons car and go to the other side of your country in minutes, seconds, an instant, freeing you to do other things, which frees you to do other things, which frees you to do other things.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Oops.
So you could even just use a solar concentrator, a parabolic dish to focus, you know, the sun's rays on a certain part of these nitinol out of balance wheels. And anyone could have these in their backyard. Just instead of a solar panel putting out what it puts out, that, you know, costs fucking whatever it costs to make and destroys the environment to mine and, you know, whatever the situation is, and then he just gets chucked out. One of these nitinol wheels could pretty much turn forever. Sure, there's titanium and nickel involved, but they're two standard industries. And a solar collector, fuck, that's free every day. Obviously, you might not make any power through the night time, but you should be able to make enough through the day to sort your nighttime needs out.
It's like everything moves in a similar process. Just as you're free to go across the country in minutes, whereas before centuries ago it would take months of travel. It frees up the system in other parts of the system as well. Other forms of energy can now flow in more easily, and the process repeats itself. More stuff flows in from the ether, the electromagnetic fields, powering other devices, allowing other stuff to flow in and sort of a feedback loop.
Yeah, well, that's certainly what Tesla was after with the very, very high frequency. He was certainly looking to tap into something other than the standard.
The first initial step is starting the process. It becomes easier and easier to maintain after a while.
You know, like you can get a little bit of a, you know, like his earthquake machine. You just start something off at the right frequency, and eventually, if you've got it anchored to the structure, the whole building will eventually resonate at the frequency you've got going. Obviously, if you've got enough mass involved, whatever. Similar to that, I think you can do with frequencies with voltage. I think if you can get to the right frequency of whatever it is that's around us, you can get that amplification effect and then feed off of that. Like you were saying in a feedback loop. I think that is a non fanciful idea. I think that's in the realm of what everyone can conceive, if there is something out there.
We just have to take the first step and see what gatekeepers are in the way.
I believe vacuum tubes are one of those secrets. I think there's a lot more to a glass vacuum tube with electrodes in it than we believe.
High quality vacuum tubes may be the first step. I think of a vacuum tube as nothing but a way to purify the ether, kind of filter out what you want to tap into.
Yeah, but see, the electrodes inside, I think, are the key. You know, again, to do with frequencies and stuff, what's happening inside that vacuum. Because some magical shit happens when you apply electricity into those things. So it'd be interesting to see what comes the other way. Just like an LED, if you get me, you know? You apply electricity to it and the LED glows. You put the LED out in the sun and you can actually get a voltage off of the electrodes.
Well, and like a diode is and a solar panel and a diode they can both you can make one do the function of the other. Like a LED can act as a solar panel, just as like a solar panel can act as a LED. Just not in the frequencies you think, though.
Yeah, exactly. But I was just thinking the vacuum tube, you know, obviously we use them, or they were used a lot in everyday life for their purpose, and they weren't ever used in reverse, but I'm sure there is a reverse function. Just wonder if that's ever been experimented with. I'm sure it has. I'm sure Tesla did it, and many others. But yeah, out of balance night-and-all wheel, guys, with a solar collector. There you go, fucking little generator on there. Just depends how big your wheel is how much fucking force you're gonna have. And you've got fucking power anywhere. Fucking literally anywhere. Put it on your roof, put it fucking on a trailer, cart it anywhere, as long as there's sun. And I know you can say you do the same with solar panels, but at the end of the day, solar panels are fucking quite a fucking weight and quite a lumbersome fucking set if you want a decent amount of kilowatt hours. Anyone can order the night and anyone can build it. I haven't done it myself, admittedly, but it's actually doable. some might say just buy a bloody solar panel. At the end of the day, that wears out, loses efficiency, etc., etc. This thing would just go forever. Provided you change the bearings probably once every 10 years, I suppose. Get a brushless generator, or rejig one of those alternators, you know, pull it out. The neodymium magnets in it, so it's brushless. And go for it.
Well, I didn't know Chronic, Hooked on Sonic, Mr. Blue Bonnet. I know he was in here.
Well, you always got to call me out, man.
You rarely show up. It's like Blue Moon. Something like that, man. What's going on? What's
You heard
new in the
about
world?
nightingale?
What's new in the
Things
world
change.
of exoplanets?
Busy writing papers, doing work, waiting for the James Webb to launch.
James Webb. Oh, Jimmy D. Jimmy W. What's up, man? Wait, when's it supposed to launch? Is it pushed back again?
In 13 days.
What? No shit. How long until it's in orbit and like opens up and everything?
1 month.
It takes 1 month or 1 month from today.
1 month from the launch to get to the location
What?
and deploy all the parts.
Where do they
Is it
say?
going?
Where do they say it's going?
Is it going to L2?
Lagrange point. Yeah, L2 Lagrange point.
Which is
Is that where? It's like where
It-
Epic is.
4 times farther than the moon. It's opposite. It's beyond the moon, opposite of the sun. So 4 times farther than the moon, and it'll sit there orbiting that stable point for as long as it can.
so it's like 1 million miles away.
I don't know the exact distance. Whatever. 4 times the distance of the moon is. Sure, that's about maybe 900K.
Oh yeah, it's about 1 million miles. That's right. Yeah.
And
Like
then,
where Epic Discover.
so are you going to then get data from it? Is that why you're looking forward to when it launches?
Yeah, I'm on a team that's getting some data on the first year, but there's also like 300 other projects that are gonna use it in the first year.
Yeah, I'm part of the pirate crew who's going to hijack a lot of the data that they're collecting. We're waiting for that too. So we might be there with you guys, Chronic, trying to be part of that first
cool.
group. Yeah.
Cool.
Might actually just take your
Get
data.
that data, boys. You love your data, don't you?
I mean, what else is there?
Is this going to have any visible spectrum optics on it, or is it not?
Infrared.
Just infrared. Okay. Well, that should still give some good images.
Yeah.
That
Better
will be
to
interesting
look.
indeed. So we'll see the moon orbiting sort of every day, going around and around and around, or every month. Sorry.
Maybe.
Sorry,
Hope
does
they
it
might
stay with the moon or just the Earth?
say what?
Lagrange, is that just locked into the Earth, or when you said it was behind the moon, is it following the moon, or just?
No, it doesn't follow the moon. It's a stable point that
Right.
follows it follows the Earth's orbit around the sun, basically.
Yes, sweet.
Yeah.
And essentially always looking at the same spot, just watching the Earth rotate around, yeah?
Oh no, it's not an Earth satellite. It's not an Earth telescope. It's astrophysics science telescope looking away from Earth. Like.
Yeah, basically we'd be replacing the Hubble.
Yeah.
Damn. Oh well, there you go. Oh, enjoy all your data. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, we already have one there that's looking at the Earth. So
Epic Discover.
put
Nice.
one up there looking the other way.
And the other
It's
way
got a
is not the
huge
sun.
range.
It's what?
No, it's opposite the sun. Though, I mean, I could get a diagram, but it's if you think of the sun and the Earth orbiting the sun, and you just freeze, just like from like a bird's eye view, a top-down view, then opposite. So start at the Earth and move away from the direction of the sun really far, and that's where the telescope's going.
Oh, it's on the other side, Roger. And then
Yeah.
it's facing the opposite direction again, away from the Earth. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So there's a big sun shield that'll always be protecting the sensitive side, the instruments on one side.
Do you get to see any pictures of it up there as well? Can they send a little probe to come back and snap a picture of it or no?
I don't know. I've seen it in
Put a
development.
little drone. They should have little drones on them that can pop out, just like go out and take selfies and then pop back in, shouldn't they?
Selfies. That's funny. Yeah,
Probably
where's
be
the
cool
selfie?
to, it'd be cool to maybe the Epic Discover satellite could actually snap some pictures. That'd be cool. They probably won't do that because it's what's the point? But I don't know.
Because it'll be cool.
Well, you got to have more motivation, more justification than it'd be cool to get funding to use those best instruments in the world.
Didn't you write a giant paper to NASA and you'd ask them to send up a little James Webb Jr. to look at the James Webb and take pictures of it? And they wrote back that was a stupid idea and they're not going to waste their money on it.
Yeah, they laughed at me.
I laughed at you. I mean, everybody did. That was a bad idea, man. But yeah, definitely sending one to
I'm
look at.
asking.
Oh yeah. Well, people laughed at him though. There's that. But still, yeah, but it really doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's like, why'd you spend that? How much is James Webb going to cost? Chronic is like probably $1 billion or something.
12.
$12 billion. That's more money than I've ever made in my life.
Yeah, me too.
Well, maybe not actually, but still, it's a lot of money, man. And
Nothing compared to the military budget, dude.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. I just mean like as far as sending something else up there just to look at the James Webb. Hey, have you ever heard that phone call? What's his name?
Yeah, the guy called he called like the
whatever his
Hubble.
name is, dude.
Yeah.
You talking about Robert Pisano?
Yeah, Robert Pisano, dude. That guy is such a liar. He says he was a Navy SEAL and was the fastest swimmer. I forget what rate he's with how speed he said. He said he's like made a supercomputer for Google AI. He says all this different stuff, man. But regardless of his claims, yeah, he called NASA and asked them why they didn't have a camera pointed at the asset. Like, wouldn't you have a camera pointed at the asset, right? I mean, at all times. Wouldn't you want something pointed at all times? Like, what are you talking about, dude? It's a camera. We're gonna have a camera pointed at the camera.
Yeah. I mean that logic is just unbreakable. I guess.
Yeah. But that video actually, people, they revered that exchange for a long time because if people would bring it up all the time and say, yeah, every time. But I love it when people make those kind of phone calls now. Maybe not him, but funnier people. Just because it's fun to listen to. But still,
entertaining, definitely.
It doesn't say anything at all to Hubble being real.
Well, he got the guy to admit. I mean, one of the main kind of punchlines to that whole thing is he got the guy to admit that the guy doesn't really know that it's up there.
What does that show though?
Yeah, he's talking about in the context of like knowing that it's up there at that exact moment in time, like because they have a visual of it or some sort of tracking device on it, or I think
Well,
and
he
actually
just
I think
admitted
they
that.
have tracking on.
Well, he admitted that he doesn't have any way to verify that it is actually up there, that it is actually sending the images that he's receiving. So it was kind of exposing in that way, like because Robert Pisano is so like he's got such a I don't know what the right term is, but he has a very like a poignant personality. That's what came to my head. He's got like a very and so he was like driving the guy, like he had control of the situation in a way, like so it's like kind of aggressive, but it's not like overly aggressive. It's like he's doing it in like almost a gentle way, but it is like almost in a military sense. And the guy was just sort of taken aback, like he didn't know how to. So it was sort of like he was kind of exposing himself because of the way that Robert Pisano was like being so assertive.
Yeah, but Robert was also kind of a snake, like ambushing people like that. Like, I would say a large number of scientists would get owned by any flat earther, a regular flat earther on this Discord, just because they're not informed of the snaky, slithery, wordplay and pedantism that flat earth arguments have. So it wasn't really that groundbreaking to me. I listened to it. It was interesting, but yeah, it's almost like, okay, okay, you can't prove China exists. You've never been there. It's the same sort of, like low tier type of stuff. But entertaining nonetheless. So.
Well, it just reveals in a sense that if what we're saying is the case, or what a lot of people, which is that space isn't real and all that stuff, it just means that guy who's like the head dude for the Hubble doesn't have any verification. So he could just be being sent photos or pictures, whatever the data is, and he wouldn't know the difference. So it just shows that that's possible.
Well, first of all, there's no head dude for Hubble. I mean, sure, people can have whatever titles they want, director of whatever, director of this, administrator of that. It's thousands and thousands of people who put in, dedicated their careers to, engineers building the parts for Hubble, integrating it all together with their hands. They weren't dreaming that. They weren't, being sheeple, building all that stuff with their hands in real life, not a dream. Manual labor, putting it inside of a rocket, launching it, et cetera, et cetera. Astronauts launching from the ISS, going to the ISS, upgrading and repairing Hubble with their own hands. Like, sure, it could all be a big dream simulation. We're all just, not real entities, but it also could all be real.
Yeah, it could be pretend. Plus, there was that I mean, there was I don't know if there's a head dude, but it was like maybe a guy who was in charge or something like that when they fucked up. Originally they went up there, and I heard him say that he was so depressed that like he was thinking about ending his life. That's not really funny, but
Why did you laugh about that, dude?
I don't know. It just could you just imagine somebody being so embarrassed, like everybody fucking hates him at at NASA, for 6 months or until they were able to come up with a plan to fix the thing. So that's gotta suck though, really. It's like if the James Webb goes up there, and God forbid, I don't even want to say it, because it's such. I don't want to even put that out in the universe. But if it were to like open up and then something fucking stupid would happen, like it rip the foil rip in half or something like that, and that's what it all rests on. Like that's what that's probably why it's been taking so long to even send others to make sure that opens up correctly and shields shields it correctly. Because that doesn't happen, then the whole thing's kind of useless, right?
Yep. Too far away for humans to repair. There's a lot of yeah. It's hot. in my opinion, it's high risk, high reward. But if you ask like actual engineers who are working on the launch and on the project itself, they would probably tell you that they've done their absolute best to minimize as much risk as possible. But you can't ever, no matter how hard you try, you never get the risk down to zero.
So how do they send the data back at a million miles? How do they send data a million miles?
It's easy.
Yeah, through their they have transmitters in multiple wavebands on the instrument.
It takes like 8 seconds or something.
I think 4 times 8, whatever, 24 seconds.
Million mile Wi-Fi?
Sure.
You said 4 times 8.
Well, the light travel time to the moon is 8 seconds, right? It's 4 times farther than the moon.
Jeez Louise. I'm gonna say this, man. I'm gonna say 183,000 miles. That's that's like that's a little bit more than 4 seconds, man.
There's also a huge network of huge worldwide network of receiving dishes to always be able to downlink data any time of day and stuff.
Let me tell you something, Chronic. This is how me and you are gonna meet the first time. Is that James Webb's not gonna open up correctly. Somebody fucked up.
Why are you putting that in? You just say you don't want to put it in the universe.
I actually want this to happen, dude, because I want and then they're like, we can't send somebody up there, it's too risky. And then SpaceX here in Texas, where I am, in Austin, Texas, where Elon Musk is, he says he wants to do it, but he doesn't want to send up. I mean, they can't just send up anybody. They have somebody that has to volunteer and go 4 times further than the moon and fucking fix the James Webb.
So you and I are the heroes of the.
Well, I'll meet you. I didn't say you were going to come too, but you're going to be there at the.
Is it like a one-way journey? You won't be able to come back. You just got to repair it yourself.
That's what people think, and then at the end, like it's like fuck, I got to sacrifice myself because it's like the ship. I can't even make it back to the ship. I have to fix the James Webb, or I have to go back to the ship, and I end up fixing the James Webb. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's our hero!" And it's like it's working. And the first thing you guys see, because you think I'm dead, the first thing you see in the James Webb is me.
Your ass
in Tesla.
mooning. You're mooning.
No, I'm in a Tesla. I'm in a Tesla driving back to, headed back to Earth. Yeah.
You hopped in Elon Musk's Tesla that's out there, and
yeah.
That's a pretty good one actually.
Because he actually told me.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Yeah, I think you got to repo that. You got to repo that Tesla.
Exactly.
Hey, did you see the new class of NASA astronauts were announced today, or I guess as some think NASA shills, I guess, like fake NASA astronaut, actors, cabal Illuminati shills. But one of them
paid NASA shills.
Yeah, paid NASA shills. One of them, surprisingly, or I mean, ironically, one of them is actually, unironically, a driller, like a deep core driller, that is now going to be a NASA astronaut, like straight up Armageddon, like Bruce Willis.
Ben Affleck.
Yeah, Ben Affleck, Bruce Willis. Yeah.
I just watched it the other day, man. I cry every time in that movie, man. Because any movie where somebody sacrifices themselves to save other people, man, just makes me tear up a little bit. That's James Cameron. That's not James Cameron. That's Michael Bay's best movie, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's up there.
Chronic, if outer space is all fabricated, do you think you'll ever know in this lifetime or not? Like, if it is, I'm saying, do you think you would know? Like, do you think in this lifetime you would know this or not?
Maybe. I don't know. I can't really. That would be just a prediction that has no predictive capability. I don't know. Maybe not.
What's that?
I think it'd be more enlightening to discover outer space is all fake. Everything is you know, everything has always been faked and there's a huge cover up than just going to space in orbit or something. That'd be more.
Yeah, I'd be
interesting.
impressed, dude.
Yeah, so would I.
It kind of start the mystery over again. It'd be like then. I mean, because then you know, the question of is okay, what's past the dome or what's wherever. You know what I mean? There's always going to be questions, and then if the answers we had before were wrong, then that just leaves the question open again.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be more impressed with that. More excited about that. I hate it whenever there's like a riddle and somebody like answers it before me or something like that, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's like exciting when it's like, oh, that's not the right answer. I'm like, yes. I still got time to try to answer it.
Well, if you found out it was fake and it wasn't real, how would you contextualize that they got you to think it was real?
I would just be extremely impressed and I don't know, enlightened or something. I don't think
I'd be more impressed than anything. Yeah.
You mean impressed that they pulled it off? You mean?
Oh yeah.
That they were clever enough to come up with these explanations that had like this intricate, you know, coincidental, you know, cooperation throughout like different fields of, you know, everything else. Like, wow, dude, you guys really made it look believable, dude.
Yeah. Just the fact there's never been any slip up, like any whistleblowers, every single possible whistleblower has been widely discredited as, you know, expected. So it's, I don't know, it would just be really impressive that, you know, however many people it took for this cover up, you know, acted perfectly in their commitment to the cover up for all of human existence, you know, or all of modern human existence, like heliocentric.
Except for Buzz Aldrin.
Why is he?
Remember, he told that.
Did he slip up?
He told that little girl. Yeah, he told that little girl that we didn't go to the moon.
I would say Buzz has slipped up a couple of times. Buzz is like the black sheep of the NASA crew.
Has got straight up dementia for the past like 40 years, but that's if you ask me.
Buzz Aldrin's one of the true heroes, just like the rest of those dudes. When they say like the NASA dudes are like top, best of the best, I mean they really are. That's why I like that book, The Martian. Like, the movie kind of doesn't really do it justice, but it kind of does close to it. But it shows that these dudes are really like the extent of intelligence, quick thinking, you know, physical durability, like all these different things, and you know, especially like the dudes who were pilots before they were, you know, astronauts. It just really,
yeah,
you know, top of the line.
What about like Bo Jackson or, you know, Jordan?
Yes.
I mean, nowadays, I mean, you've seen the alleged, you know, SpaceX and like Blue Origin has sent, you know, straight up 98-year-old William Shatner. So nowadays you don't really, you know, need extreme physical capabilities to at least go into orbit.
Yeah, but these guys were doing missions and shit.
Yeah,
like going to the
Back
moon,
in the early days,
going to the moon unprecedented. Yeah, definitely. You would not send Shatner. He would have shat his pants and crashed to the moon.
So, Kosha, you would say that Buzz Lightyear, I almost said Buzz Lightyear. You would say that Buzz Lightyear is the best of the best of humans? Like, you think he's that advanced?
I'd say that.
Say Lightyear, by the way, but anyway.
Yeah, they almost said Lightyear, but he said Lightyear 3 times.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, I wouldn't say that. I would say that, and these like all especially Apollo astronauts, but even people like Scott's dad, that these dudes are the top tier. Yeah, there's probably better people all around, but it's just when you really see the caliber of these people, you do kind of you got to actually, you know, know one of them personally or study them closely or something like that, and really see what they're you know, what they're made of and what they're capable of and stuff like that. But Yeah, I definitely think that they're top of the line. I mean, all around top of the line. Yeah, like there's Olympic athletes and there's boxers, you know, athletes, and there's people who are really smart. But when you have these people who are all in one package, like it's really it's almost close to a superhero almost, in my opinion.
I have to say, I'm impressed with your impressions of these people. I guess you know what I have to say is that I'm impressed that they could actually fake it, in my opinion, fake all of this poorly, doing it very, very poorly and very obviously on purpose, and still have people believe it because they know the psychology of people. And that's the most impressive part. Not that they could pull it off and not make any mistakes, but that they can make the mistakes on purpose and still have people buy it, because that's part of the psychology of the way they work it, in my opinion. And Buzz Aldrin talking to a little girl, I mean, what you think that was just like taken out of context and all the other things, like the way
you guys took it out. You guys clearly took it out of context because the context wasn't about them going to the moon originally at all.
I know the context. I looked into it.
Yeah.
But I think that's how brilliant. That's what's impressive to me, is that the wording of that was done so that it would be taken out of context to cause the controversy. That's how brilliant I think it is.
Well, that's really silly in my opinion. But it's also even if it all was fake and they never went anywhere, do you understand that the people that they allow to fly, you know, hundreds of millions of dollar plane or you know, test these craft or whatever else it is, they don't just let anybody do that. They have to trust that these guys are not going to, you know, make some mistake that destroys their huge investment, both in them and in the craft.
They're so special, though. Like,
I'm telling you that they're special.
What's the mistake?
Their
Like just saying something?
their intelligence and their
what
intelligence.
specific things have they done that
thinking.
make them so special?
I'm telling you right now, dude. I've been saying it. Their
No, you've been
intelligence.
generalizing.
I'm telling you again. You're still talking during the answer though. But yeah. So their intelligence in many fields. Their quick thinking, quick solutions to novel problems, which is something that, you know, all pilots are kind of needed to
that's very
possess all the
general.
time. The physical durability, physical strength. I mean,
There are
there's dudes like
billions of people on this planet that are just as fit.
Even in testing, there's many times where Buzz Aldrin or Neil Armstrong could have died, and if it wasn't for quick thinking, you know, and you know, careful. Like there was that one scene where
Race
he's in
car
that
drivers
test craft.
have to think really quickly as well. I mean,
he's in that test craft in the lunar lander test craft, and it explodes, and he has to like blast out of there like last minute, and you know, land safely. I mean, there's a lot of people who would have died, or maybe not gotten back to work, but he went back to work that day. So it's just shit like that.
You would be brokenhearted. You wouldn't just be impressed if you found out it was all fake. You wouldn't just say, "Oh, it's impressive that they were able to keep quiet" or whatever. You'd be like,
No,
"It sounds like
I wouldn't be.
you're
I
a
wouldn't be
fanboy."
brokenhearted in the slightest, and I wouldn't even be. I wouldn't even change my opinion on the opinion I just made, because as I said, I've seen these people training. I know that they not only were astronauts that went to space, but they were test pilots who went on the head of missiles, and you know, got, you know, their crafts went down in Vietnam or in, you know.
Well, how do you know any of those stories are
like
real? If they faked all the space stuff, how do you know all those stories weren't made up?
Because my friend's dad was was caught missing in action, and he was a prisoner of war.
Oh, I didn't know you're talking about your friend's dad. I thought you were talking about the
Scott Beach's dad. Scott Beach's dad got shot down, or his plane went down in Vietnam, and he said twice, I think. Yeah, and
oh, what a hero! He got shot down while murdering fucking people.
yeah, while you
Wow.
were sitting on your ass, dude, your fat
Well,
ass.
he was murdering
sitting there
people
giving
in
up
another
sucking cock.
country who were no threat to him.
He was over there. He was over there fucking fighting for what he believes in, for his
Yeah,
family, and for
murdering
everybody else.
people who were no threat to him.
Yeah. Or you were making $5 sucking cock behind a trash can. That's right.
Bing bong.
Well, you have to actually believe everything the government tells you to actually be proud of the people. Is all he's
Well,
saying.
obviously, unless you know them in person, personally, family members. Then you don't have to believe the government. You can see it first.
Well, to have pride in what the government's telling you to do. I mean, if they're lying to you
Come
about
on.
whatever it is,
the
9/11 or something. So if the war is based on false premises, I think is what the guy's saying, then how can you have pride in what these guys are doing as well?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Chronic, have you ever seen the documentary? Well, it's a little set of clips of Astronauts Gone Wild.
Yep.
You did? You watched all those?
I've seen a few of them. They're pretty entertaining. I think Kosho still makes a decent point about the I mean, back in the early days, when these are, emergent technologies and very new novel things, you're not gonna that are as closely related to flying a fighter jet or being in the Air Force and being a pilot. You're gonna choose some of the best top-notch pilots to be your first, astronauts, when the Apollo capsule and stuff like that are not, and in a lot of cases you have to manually maneuver them. There's no autopilot back in that day, but nowadays you can send up 92-year-old William Shatner and just put it on autopilot, So,
Wait, do you believe that William Shatner went up?
oh, 100%, yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Did you watch his speech when he got off? Did you hear it? I mean, did you see any kind of weirdness at all when he was talking about going up?
Oh, it
Did that
sounded
seem weird
great.
to you at all?
I got emotional.
Oh,
I
okay.
cried a little bit, yeah.
Are you serious? You can't be serious. I don't know you. I guess I'm sorry.
What sort of G-forces
I
did
thought
he
it
have
was
to
crazy.
put up
It
with?
was laughable. I thought it was so cringe.
I thought
it was like the
What sort of
cringiest thing ever.
G-forces did he? Yeah, what sort of G-forces did he have to deal with on that?
Oh, I have no idea.
Because it would be hardcore G's for a good 5 minutes non-stop, right, until they get right up there with 8 minutes, maybe even.
I don't know. Would it? I don't know.
We could calculate the average G-force. We would just need the altitude and then the amount of time that it took to get there.
Yep.
Did you see how hard
I assume, Rams, I assume you did that, right? Because you said it would be in a lot of G's. I assume you've done that calculation.
No, it's obviously.
No, I haven't, but I just wonder about how hard it was
randomly
on
put
his body,
one English word after the next.
They accelerated pretty hard for a good 6, 7, 8 minutes, I think, and
Yeah,
they were constantly accelerating.
I've done. I did the calculation for a shuttle launch to get into space, and I think I did it up until, I want to say up to about 150 miles. I think that was pretty satisfactory, and the average G-force was about 3.5 Gs, off the top of my head. So you just provide the numbers. Provide the numbers. We can do the calculation together, and we can see what the average G-forces they experience were.
Yeah, I guess this is what I was saying about being impressed. I'm impressed that I don't know if they coached William Shatner to make it seem doubtful the way he was talking, or I imagine it was just they told him, go ahead and go, you're an actor, go ahead and say whatever it is, if it was fake, right? But yeah, that's what's impressive, that they could pull off these kind of stunts that seem on one side seem completely obvious and laughable. Not because any flat earther really wants to think it's flat, but it just seems objectively laughable to us. Yeah. But then you're crying towards the reaction. That's what's impressive.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what's impressive about that, but I guess it's impressive.
Something about it is impressive. Sure thing.
Oh yeah.
Average G forces that a human can withstand is about 8 or 9 Gs. So, minimize that for a 90-year-old guy down to maybe 4 or 5 Gs, and you're still your launch from the shuttle. Your
Time
shuttle
factor, like
calculation
you can, yeah, and there's this
Still below
time
it.
factor to that too, right? Like you can put up with so much G's for 30 seconds, but more G's,
Well, yeah, of course, yeah.
less, yeah.
Yeah, but with like training, who knows, type of training you can get to do compressed breathing, stuff like that. I'm just assuming, obviously, because I'm not an astronaut or a amateur
Yeah.
astronaut.
You got to keep in mind that they only send the top guys up there, the ones who are in peak physical condition, like William Shatner, whoever the hell else.
The
It says that
peak
That a
physical
joke?
fitness would be for the long durations that people spend in ISS. William Shatner was suborbital for minutes.
it says that he experienced 3 Gs for 2.5 minutes.
Shit, man, it's a lot less than roller coasters.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a lot longer.
I don't know. Sounds pretty survivable to me, but I don't know.
Yeah, I
Maybe
don't
that-
find that
Yeah.
Yeah.
G-force.
What about the impact?
What about what?
Yeah, what about it?
The impact, the landing.
I think
Well, that
it's
was less than 3 Gs.
It's less than 3 Gs. I would guess. I actually don't know the exact
Fucking
number.
hell. Have a look at it. Watch the video and try and tell me that's less than 3 Gs.
How fast was
Yeah,
he going whenever
I've seen
they
the
were coming
video.
down?
What do you see happen in the video?
It impacting the Earth quite hard. That's what I see.
I would definitely not call that an impact.
I thought it was like 15 miles per hour or something like that, or 5 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't look like that. I mean, think of a card just being dropped from the sky and landing. It was
I even think when the what's it's called the Glen or something, the new Glen, whatever it is. Doesn't it when it comes down to land, does it not like 5 meters above the ground, it fires a very short burst of its retro thrusters for the final landing, something like that.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
I didn't actually see that land.
The Blue Origin, I don't know which one that was. I don't know if that was the William Shatner one.
It was, yeah.
It says, was it? It says Blue Origin passengers could experience up to 5.5 Gs, which can also make it difficult to breathe or move their hands and arms.
Sure,
yeah, probably it could. Sure.
Yeah.
Just depends how long they have to deal with that extreme G-force for. Maybe that's only for the first 30 seconds or less. I don't know.
He would have shat himself, mate, with a massive swollen gut like that at those G-forces. Could you imagine the gut even being twice or 3 times the weight at 3 Gs getting pushed in? Like that, there's no way someone with a stomach like that would have been subjected to those G-forces.
You don't.
In your
You're
opinion.
straight up judging the guy now, a subjective
No,
opinion.
have a look at him. You can
It's
see
just
him.
your
He's got a big
subjective
swollen belly.
opinion on the guy.
He's a pretty fit guy for his age, man.
Hell yeah, he is.
With a big swollen belly?
No, it's not that bad, considering his age.
Well, that's irrelevant though. It's about the G-forces I'm talking about. You know, there's no space astronaut that's fucking got a huge gut.
Yeah,
Well, you reckon because he's a little bit heavier that it's going to be that much more stressful on him.
Definitely, man. Yeah. If you've got all that fat inside your gut, and it's not just bloating or air, which is the same problem, and you subject your organs are already under pressure, and then you're going to add what, 2x, 3 times as much, up to 5.5 times as much pressure on those internal organs, and just think it's going to be la-di-da. Like, did they put him through a G-force machine, like in a trial, and get him up to 5.5 and see if he was all good?
Who knows, man? Who knows?
I would suspect so. I would suspect that they went through training and they didn't say, "Hey, thanks for showing up in a cab the day of your launch. Let's go." I would suspect that there was
Yeah,
some
yeah.
type of medical evaluation.
Well, maybe that's how they worked out that he had to swallow it.
Do
before he
you
went up
think? Do you think he kept his toupee on during the launch, or did he take it off?
Good
That's what I
question.
want to know.
It
So
says
that
that
is,
the landing, it says the landing was landed at 1 mile per hour.
Yeah, it's definitely an impact. Big impact there.
So you tell me, in all honesty, you watch the footage and then tell me if that's 1 mile per hour.
To be fair, I've seen it. Doesn't look that bad.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Because it's got those big three huge parachutes, you know, and they would have slowed it down a fair bit.
Yeah, but look at the impact. Who cares about the parachutes and how much they would have slowed it down? The impact to me looks like way more than 1 mile an hour, but that's just my opinion.
So what?
They might be in really like well supported seats or something, you know, that maybe absorb that impact a little bit upon landing.
So at 1 mile per hour, you wouldn't even need a fancy seat, would you? That's fucking nothing, mate. 1 mile per hour, you wouldn't even hardly even notice the impact. So that's just ridiculous thought that it's 1
No,
mile per hour.
if you watch the landing though, if you watch the landing without the knowledge that there is a very short burst of retro thrusters at like 2 meters above the ground, there's a burst of the thrusters. If you watch the landing without that knowledge, then yes, I will give it to you. It looks like it's slamming into the ground. But when you gain the knowledge and understanding, which is the the fruit of the world and knowledge and science, when you gain the knowledge that it fired its retro thrusters at 2 meters above the surface, then you start putting, you start piecing it together. Oh, okay, it fired the thrusters. It's landing in a desert. The thrusters being fired are picking up a ton of that dirt and dust and debris. Ah, okay, that's leading to looking, appearing like it's a very big impact.
Yeah, and that's fine. If that's indeed the case, then that goes hand in hand. But I'll also then say that those thrusters must have applied quite a force within that 2 meter distance of hitting the ground to actually bring it to a slow enough speed so that when it hit the ground at say 1 mile per hour, it had washed all the other speed off. That is still a tremendous amount of stopping in a very short distance.
Well,
so in effect, there's still an impact of the thrusters kicking in, isn't there? Bang!
Even
thrusters
Rams,
are on.
Yeah, even Rams just said before my statement that the 3 huge parachutes are decreasing its speed, its velocity down to like 10 miles per hour or less.
No.
So,
Well, like a base jumper or somebody who's jumped from an airplane. When they hit the ground with the parachute on, they're not going that much faster than what that thing appeared to be.
So of course you have to.
I don't know anyone that needs a jetpack to stop them 2 meters before the ground. Sorry, not a jetpack. Boosters stop them, though, mate. They come in much slower. No requirement for boosters on any skydiver.
Yeah, one sec. So what I'm seeing here, and of course you have to you have to trust what the telemetry that they're showing on the feed. But what I see is 12 miles per hour. So going from 12 to 1.
I reckon even at 30, it wouldn't be that bad an impact. I mean, I've crashed my car at 40 miles an hour. And yeah, it was a bit of a thud, but just shook it off and I was fine.
Fair enough.
And if it's straight down into a really comfortable seat that's well secured and you're well secured, then yeah. Doesn't seem a step too far to me.
No, there's a good story for all of them. There it is.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, that's the globe world, isn't it? Lots of great stories to explain shit that they need to explain.
That seemed like a waste, though. It seems like a lot of stuff. It seems like they could just make up the lie. They could just make it up and then not have to do all this like ISS type stuff or Blue Origins type stuff or any of that stuff. It seems like they're like, dude, we should never have made up this lie, dude. We got to do all this fucking shit for no fucking reason. Like make up this, make up shit crashing on
Not
Mars.
no reason. They make a whole heap of money, you turkey.
It's all part of the propaganda of the greatness of the US and all that crap. You think propaganda doesn't happen today?
Yeah, I'm saying the purpose of actually, you can make up all these things without having to spend that money. And honestly, to make them up and them not be true would cost more money, because the most money would be spent on launching these rockets, and they launched the rockets. So, the money that it would cost to make it look seamless and have people on the ISS that's not really even up there, but have them launch up there anyways and have them launch their supplies and material. But meanwhile, they have to do this like CGI and so they're paying these dudes a lot more than actually paying them, because astronauts don't make that much money. But actors who are lying and keeping secrets do make, probably more money than normal actors. Do you think Ben Affleck makes more money, or do you think what's the dude's name? What's the dude with the mustache from Canada with the guitar and the ISS? If he was lying, Chris Hadfield. If he's lying about going up there and he's having to do all that shit, do you think he makes less money than Ben Affleck? Because I would imagine that sort of acting role would be worth more than.
Are you asking us for the motives of liars?
No, I'm not asking for I'm not asking for motives. I'm asking. I'm not. No one. I feel like you're not listening. I didn't say anything about a motive. I'm saying, what do you think it would cost to have an actor make up these lies and pretend he's playing guitar and all this other type of stuff? I think that would cost substantially more than it costs to put Ben Affleck in a movie, or Tom Cruise or any of these other people. Because this guy not only has to act nonstop, constantly for a year while he's doing it, but he has to lie for the rest of his life and do all these.
That's just it. That's why it does go to motive, because this is about these people's lives. It's not just a gig. It's like, they're doing this as part of the legacy of their lives as they see it.
Yeah, but surely
for
they're
whatever
getting paid to do
reason
it.
they're doing it for, I don't know.
Well, it would have to be money. If it's not money, then
money's not the only.
They're just doing it. So you think they're convincing Chris Hadfield to lie for some other reason?
Well, see, now you're getting into why does somebody lie? Like, there's lots of different reasons why somebody might lie.
Try to pay attention, man, because this isn't difficult. I'm talking about the cost of Chris Hadfield lying. I'm not saying why wouldn't they lie? Why would they make him lie? I'm not saying why would he lie, because I know if he was lying, it'd be because they're paying him money. I'm telling you that the cost would be substantially more than it is to send him up there.
No, I'm questioning that assumption. I'm questioning the assumption that money is the motive. It's not the motive. It's not the only motive, at least, for people like that.
So you think all the Apollo astronauts, all the 500 astronauts, they have some other reason to lie? It's not money.
Well, coming out and confessing would probably be very dangerous to everyone they gave a shit about. Maybe motivations like that, from that sort of an angle. Just a suggestion of one other possible motivator,
Well, What about being the most popular, infamous martyr astronaut to ever live by leaking and disclosing the global cabal Illuminati lie? You would live in
Because
infamy forever.
you wouldn't be that. You
What?
would somehow be disgraced. Somebody would, find a way to completely discredit you or
Nope. No, think a little harder about it. Think a little harder about it.
I don't think it's.
I'm not
I don't think-
I'm not just referring to any old random schmo who, claims to be an ex-NASA employee. All of those have been discredited. I'm saying like an astronaut who went through the whole program, who their goal and their objective for their entire career was to leak and take as many, gather as much evidence as possible, secret videos, secret recordings of the cabal Illuminati meetings behind, closed doors, images, videos, transcripts, everything for their whole, 10, 20-year career, and release it as a big manifesto as, on their deathbed to be a martyr and infamous for the rest of humanity. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So
that's a
why
good
has
one.
that not happened?
Because if
Yeah.
I was in charge of such an operation where we're tricking the entire world, I would use everything at my disposal. I would murder and torture and kidnap and do all of the horrible things to keep this from getting
More
out. And I'm
important, but even more important than that, I would be having such a close eye on everyone that knew anything that I would know before the moment they knew that they wanted to start going down that path of trying to gather evidence and all that. I'd know that, ahead of time, and I'd shut it off and shut it down.
I'd like to have more faith in the protagonist in this imagination story that we're deriving right now.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool.
Yeah, but the thing is if I had the proof right now, but it would come at great cost to people that I loved, I probably wouldn't release it.
Yeah, I don't know. It just makes sense to me that that something like this should have been inevitable by now, or maybe there's maybe this gathering of evidence is happening right now and we don't even know, and 2 years from now the big data drop will happen, and then the world paradigm will shift. Probably not, but maybe. But probably not.
Well, it makes me think of fraternities, frats in colleges, and it's amazing what those guys will do. Like how they'll get into all kinds of illegal stuff, and they'll all side with each other, and they're like a Borg, like they're like one mind, and they all like do all kinds of sketchy stuff, illegal stuff, and so I'm not saying that these NASA people,
how powerful that could be.
yeah, like, and I'm not saying they are a college fraternity, but when you get those kind of bloodlines going and the tribalism and all that, I mean, I don't think there's any end to the
Shit,
corrupt
what wouldn't
stuff
you
they
do
can
for family?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's getting into the. You just start getting into the mind of the ruling classes, which are these people that have been, unfathomably rich for hundreds and hundreds of years. You know what I mean? I mean, when you've had that sort of an advantage, like, I think it'd be hard to get your head around where they'd be at these days.
I don't know. If you just think about the 500 plus people that have been in, orbit. I don't know. Just statistics would govern that. Just by randomness, there would be at least a few of them that would dedicate their career to opening everyone's eyes, and they would
I'm
become
pretty
literally.
sure you can go up and fly around really, really high.
They would
But,
literally become God if they release a huge data dump of evidence that is undeniable. They would be statues all over the flat Earth world. There'd be just everything. People would kiss their feet. They'd be God.
I don't think that sort of data would even exist. I don't think you would even allow
There were
it to
dudes like that in
exist.
NASA.
You guys act like
During the
you
Challenger
act like
disaster,
Go ahead, Gosha.
saying during the Challenger disaster, there were people who were doing exactly that, who saw that there was lies and things covered up, and they were purposely trying to pass messages to the people who could get it to the public. Like people like Richard Feynman, like people were actually trying to present to him discreetly stuff that he could, present to the commission or whatever, because they actually were privy to things that actually were sketchy, like safety checks that were ignored, or warnings and stuff like that that were ignored and stuff like that. Yeah, so there's people who were privy to stuff who try to uncover stuff like that. So, I mean, it just seems like whenever that's the case, there is always somebody who's at least it's their motivation
and to
or their
and
intent
to your point,
to
yeah, and to your point, there was a guy that worked on the Apollo program that died soon after putting forward a report with a lot of safety concerns about that program and the lack of safety and the skipping certain procedures just because of timelines and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't think
I
you
was gonna
guys are
say-
thinking big enough, though. Sorry, go ahead, Jerry.
No, I was gonna say like not you, but I mean the common thing is, wouldn't this have come out? Like, wouldn't someone have told it? But people act like they get these jobs by just filling out a job application that just come out of nowhere, like they weren't born into this system, and just groomed to be these astronauts and engineers. They're not going to let some outsider in with any chance to spill the beans or
Exactly. Yeah, everyone's vetted so hard before they even get anywhere near anything like,
I mean, it's like being in the mob. They're not just going to let anybody in.
Right, and you don't see mob guys getting on the TV going, "Hey, we did it, we killed him." You don't see guys in the
I would
mob
hope that they
just
vet them. I would hope
telling
that they
them.
would vet people
Yeah.
for such a complicated mission, as far as all the requirements. I would hope they vet them. Yeah.
Yeah, they vet these guys legitimately. It's only the very few who get past all the vetting. That's a given.
The other thing I would say about
you're claiming they're vetted for being able to lie and make sure that they keep secrets or something like that, when that's not what they're vetted for.
I would say it is. I would say that that's the main. But anyways, what I was going to say before is just that what was I going to say?
I'll let you try to remember, Gio. The best, you can interrupt me when you remember. The best part of this, Jerry, is that even if they are, even in the scenario that every single person is part of the Illuminati family that takes a blood oath, blah blah blah, they'll get beheaded if they ever slip up or say a whatever word. Odds are, just think about the math. Think about the statistic. The odds are, if I was a family member in that, I would, if I was hated the family for some reason growing up or something, I would build up evidence throughout my career, strong evidence, it's undeniable, and I would give a big FU to the family on my deathbed or something and bill everything. So,
and that actually plays in. That does play into what I was going to say, because what I was going to say is that let's just say that that's the case. That there's these. I mean, first of all, the thing is like, well, okay, I hear what you're saying. Let's just go to the extreme and say that you were going to go against the family, and it's just like in that Godfather, go against the family. But let's say you go against the family and you're going to do that. What news outlet are you going to release this incredibly exposing information? YouTube, they would censor you. The news, they own. So what are you going to do? You're just going to tell someone in a hospital somewhere and hope that they video record you? I mean, you know,
your family owns all the outlets that you might go to. That's just it. That's why they never get out.
Yeah, and they have the capacity to track you, to track exactly what you're doing as well.
I don't know. Edward Snowden got a lot of shit.
Yeah,
out,
exactly, dude.
I don't know.
He went to a news organization. He did it in such a way that, you know, he wasn't acting anonymously, and he knew he had to get out of the country and shit like that.
It might be hard. I don't deny it might be hard to do, but it's certainly not impossible to do. So.
Well, I'm just saying they're not going to put you on CNN. You know, they're not going to.
Well, of course, sure.
Take your paper and peer review and then submit it. You know, proof that NASA's lying. You know, I mean, they're.
Yeah. But it's not
put the claim out there.
Yeah, it wouldn't be impossible, in my opinion.
And NSA, they weren't very careful about what they were doing. They were doing it, you know, like, you know, a lot of people knew what they were doing. So
the whistleblowers before him got like 20 years for trying to reveal anything close to not even close to that. They get huge huge consequences for revealing anything like that. They were very much successful in hiding it. I remember back then when I was saying that they were doing that, almost everybody there was no evidence to back it up at all because you know it wasn't public information. They would have denied it if you would have asked about it. If it wasn't for him exposing as much data as he exposed, you know, nobody would even believe it. That's why he did it the way he did it.
Look at what they're doing to Julian Assange too. I mean, when he released all those emails from Clinton, they were able to successfully distract everyone from the content of those emails and make it into a Russian ridiculous conspiracy theory that they peddled for, and that some of them are still trying to peddle. So,
yeah, but you're not. Again, think about the scale. Think about the. I don't think you're not thinking large enough. Like a lot of people like regard Edward Snowden and like Assange as heroes. You know, as like, you know, expanding our, you know, letting the world know about, you know, corrupt shit going on. That is just absolutely nothing compared to this person would become a god, like 10,000 times more impactful than Edward Snowden, you know, releasing files about the U.S. spying on its own citizens. Like
they would have whole country support.
Yeah,
because especially when it comes to space, there is a sense of competition within it, whether friendly or, you know, intense. There's a sense of competition. So if you can expose that with evidence, you will have whole countries granting you asylum and then providing that evidence. And yeah,
exactly, it would get out. Even if there's a global cabal that's running every single country in the world, it would be very hard, but not impossible to get the information out. So.
Especially like the general, maybe not hatred, but the general distaste that so many countries have for America. Imagine if you could take down possibly America's greatest accomplishment. Imagine if you could take that down. Like, fuck that guy with this. So many countries would beg for that information.
Yeah, and it being such a dangerous thing that America would have it locked down as far as any possible leak from anywhere. They would obsessively,
you can
obsessively monitor.
Well, that's what you would have to invoke, sure. If whatever legitimate or reasonable conclusion that we can give you, it's always going to be met with, well, they're just going to do this other thing that is really unreasonable. So we can go back and forth all day, but
yeah,
do you realize what these people are capable of?
Well, here comes the unreasonable.
No, but that leads back to that's my main point. That was the point. That's how we even got here. And I'm telling you, because you're saying that they're doing all the reason why they're doing all this is because it makes them money, because we get the money to do this stuff in space, whatever. Yeah, that costs money. But doing this operation of acting all that stuff out and also launching these craft, and then putting every force you can on making sure that it's all tight-lipped and it doesn't get out. I think that would cost a lot more money.
At the
at
highest
least double.
levels of power of the ruling classes, they don't give a shit about money. They own the
Okay, well,
banks. They run
then
the
that goes
banks.
back to
They
my
just
point. Then that was my point. I originally said. I said, why does it make sense? Why would they even be doing all this? Why would they be having these companies launch these people to space and they do these charades where they have shit they're sending to Mars and they have a fake ISS? Why not just make up the lie and then not let anyone go there? I mean, you wouldn't have to do this giant charade and waste money on doing this in order to trick everybody that the space was real. You could just make some fake pictures and you make some excuse why they can't go up there.
they're trying to make their propaganda as realistic as they can.
It
They want
was
you to look
utilized
up,
as a
guys.
jobs program. You know what that means?
Stop you from looking down.
How many contractors did they use for the moon landing?
Why do you need a jobs program if every single person employed in this conspiracy is part of the family?
Chronic,
what's up, man?
Your discernment is really not appreciated right now, man. Like you just keep throwing all this random bullshit. It's not.
Have
it's
you not
helpful.
heard of
Even you don't believe it.
compartmentalization?
Even you don't believe the shit that's coming out of your mouth, man. Okay, so
Yeah.
stop with all that. Family, Illuminati, shill, whatever.
You missed the entire context,
You can
Rick.
wait. No, I didn't.
You've missed the entire context.
I've been listening for I don't know how long. I've been listening for a while. So you can just miss that context. All right. Do you think Werner von Braun can keep a secret? Do you think whole armies, militaries can keep a secret?
No.
Do you think that intelligence agencies can keep a secret? How come I don't know what China's doing right now?
Well, clearly not, i.e. Snowden, but anyways,
Yeah.
continue.
Well, Snowden was controlled release. Julian Assange was controlled release.
Of course they were. They have to be.
You know why they're getting news time?
Rams, you hear the reasonableness on one side, and then it must be this other thing every single time.
I tell you what, why don't you go to the news, say that you have evidence of them faking space? Go to the news right now.
Fight the odds, man. You can't. You will never win fighting against odds.
Seriously,
I can't do that, Riggs, because I'm not a liar, Riggs. So I can't do that.
Yeah, you're supposed to be muted because I'm not talking to you, right? So what you do is you call the news
people should be
station and
muted
say, "Hey,
whether
look."
you're talking to them or not.
No, it's because I'm speaking to someone else and you're being an interrupting ass.
Calm down.
Call the news. Say, hey, look, I got all this evidence. I got all this footage. We're faking all this space travel. Everything's a hoax. And let me know what happens. Right? Let me know if you get airtime on CNN, NBC, CBS.
Again,
Yeah, they might interview you, but you just see how the interview gets edited and how you get made to look like some sort of clown.
Oh, let's see if he gets a call back.
They're not going to put you on TV. They're going to ask you for.
Julian Assange got on TV.
Yeah, of course, because he showed up with evidence. So if you have evidence to show to them, then they'll sit down and have a meeting with you and see if it's worth putting on TV. If you just make a claim like that, you're going to end up being one of those callers who calls out on C-SPAN.
If
And
you're
nobody's like,
propped up by
okay.
the intelligence agencies, would you not be handed a bunch of evidence to release?
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying. If you had evidence to release, then you would have evidence to
You
release.
said
That's
you've
what I'm
been
saying.
listening, but are you forgetting the entire premise of this that was discussed? About think of a protagonist, okay, who whether they're in the Blood Oath Illuminati family or not, whatever, any of the 550 plus astronauts, whoever has deep, intimate knowledge, and they plan their entire career, 20-year career, however long, with the goal of gathering as much undeniable, unfalsifiable evidence as possible. Images, transcripts, everything, videos, secret recordings of the Illuminati meetings, all this, the blood oaths.
You keep doing this, man.
And they drop it.
many of them do
You
you
have
think
no
actually know
there's no
about it?
argument against.
Derogatory, like you're so detached.
But there's
from
no
the
argument. No, Kosho's response to you was a quick way of saying exactly what I'm elaborating on. Is if you don't bring them, if you don't bring them any, if you don't,
that all
let me
those
finish, man. Let me
astronauts
finish.
knew anything.
If you don't bring them
Why would
any,
you have a protagonist?
if you don't bring them any evidence, then of course they're gonna laugh at you.
Why would you have a protagonist?
What? What?
Of everything that he just said, that's what you're focusing on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said that the whole premise was based on this protagonist.
Right. It's a protagonist for you. Someone who can gather the evidence and present it and expose it.
My
They
men
would
are
be
not
the
in there.
they would be the protagonist for you.
Well,
Are
get
my
your
men
men in
there?
there.
Are our men in there? No.
Well, get your man in there.
Are regular ass people in the
This is
most
not-
secretive parts of the
This is
their
not
departments? No, of
exactly.
course not.
Exactly. This
Because
is not
the
this is
people
not a
that are
1-year
vetted,
project. This is
the
not a
people that are
5-year
vetted are
project.
people that are already in part of their.
It's
their
a
programs.
generational project. This is going to take
Yes.
decades and decades. Exactly.
Well, their project is a generational project.
So like I said, you might have a guy that we don't know about in there that has been taking undeniable evidence and been logging everything for the past, 10 years or whatever. And when he retires 10 or 20 years from now or whatever, he or she, then the big drop will happen, and then we'll all regress back to flat Earth.
Wow, that's the best you got.
Yeah, man, it's undeniable. You can't argue against
So
the
I'm
odds and the
supposed to
numbers.
go through all the education, all the tests, all the programs, get into NASA, try to get this whatever job you think I'm supposed to be getting.
Yeah. Do you want to be a god when you die? Do you want to be a martyr that's remembered forever?
Do you want your children and grandchildren to live?
You personally don't, but the odds are, once again, bringing it back to the odds. The odds are that someone is and or will want to be that.
Well, say you do that, then what about you? You'd have to have no children or grandchildren.
Of course, your entire lineage gets absolutely just obliterated for your sin. But odds are, once again, math, statistics, odds are someone will or does exist like that.
But that's why I think that sort of knowledge, that sort of information would be so compartmentalized that only a small number of people, most of the astronauts probably don't even know the greater truth.
They don't know what? They don't know that they orbited the Earth?
Yeah,
Their brains were just they were in the
fed
Matrix.
whatever data they need to see.
They got
It
plugged
could be
into a
coming from
matrix.
another.
Yeah, you're right.
It's ironic. It's ironic how unreasonable your conclusion is, Chronic, to them, that it's so unreasonable. But then what they think are legitimate responses are as unreasonable, if not worse.
I mean,
So
we have to
the irony.
invoke that every astronaut was sedated and plugged into a matrix to imagine that they went to the moon and they orbited the Earth and they,
And you
Right,
realize
that they're being
they work on
fools,
those
yeah.
programs too, right? You're familiar with the MK Ultra.
Of course.
You're familiar with brain
But
implants,
once
false
again,
memory implementation.
once again, think about the protagonist story that I've described. Think about it.
Also, that MK Ultra
Wow.
was leaked also by the family. of
Oh,
producer.
that's ironic.
In
How do we
before
know about
control
MK?
leak.
How do we know about MK
Look,
Ultra?
mind control existed before MK Ultra. That was just a different study. There have been many different studies about mind control far before MK Ultra. Okay.
Yeah, but you don't even see the irony in your statement, though.
What's the irony in your argument?
You just asked us if we know about a leaked secret government project. Do you please think about that for 5 more seconds and understand?
It doesn't matter whether it's leaked or not. So
What?
maybe
Of
think
course
about
it does.
that.
That's the whole premise.
No, it doesn't. No, that's not the premise.
The premise is not to leak secret information about the flat Earth that the global cabal doesn't want us to know. That's exactly the entire premise.
It has nothing to do with what I just said.
All right,
It does.
Okay,
Because
Absolutely does not.
because what's being discussed is leaking information about something within the government, and then you brought up a leaked information about the government, and you're not connecting those two exact one-to-one analogies.
There are a myriad of facilities to use on people to get the effect of mind control. Okay?
Still not understanding.
It doesn't matter if it's released or it's found or they found it in a fucking hole in the wall. Doesn't matter.
All right, man.
Well,
All
Chronic,
right, man.
Chronic,
Wow.
are you saying, Chronic, that you don't think it'd be possible that lies can happen within groups and that it doesn't? Well, like I said before, when they have such control over the internet, the ISP providers, information in general, it wouldn't be hard for them to stop it anyways. Like I said, they're not going to let one of their people get on CNN and just leak the whole deal.
Well, of course,
because they control the news outlets.
Anything is possible. Any scenario or outcome is possible.
But I'm just
I
saying,
like-
do you not think it's possible that there could be a group doing this? Like, are you're saying it's impossible because you just think statistically somebody would have to leak it?
No, it's not impossible. When you think about the odds and you think about the numbers and start crunching them, it's exceedingly improbable. If you think about it logically. Now, illogically, if you're, if you're conspiracy minded, I'll just say, then sure, it might become a little more probable. But
Well, let me ask you this: like, let's say the top level of secrecy within like the CIA or the FBI, how many of those things do you think have been released to the public?
But there's been plenty of leaks coming from the top of CIA.
I'm not saying there haven't
and-
been some leaks. I'm just saying, like, of all the secret shit the FBI, the CIA do, what percentage of it do you think the public knows about?
I have no idea. How would I even begin to form an answer for that? I don't know.
Whatever percentage it is, let's just say that they've leaked 20 to the public. Let's even say 50. The point is there's still 50% that's to this day unleaked for who knows how many decades.
Okay.
And that's just the FBI or the CIA. That's just a
assuming a quantified value.
Yeah.
Assuming that value, yes, of course. That would be.
Well, we know that not everything the FBI does is released to the public. So you could use that same analogy and say, well, why haven't one of these FBI guys just leaked it to the public? But I think you would even agree that there's some stuff happens in the CIA and FBI, probably a great majority of it that the public never know about. That's why.
What we can say for sure. What we can say for sure is that the number isn't 0%, and the number is not 100%. The number does exist between that, but we would just speculate.
It doesn't matter though. Of course, there's stuff that they keep secret. Question is, are they doing something maliciously evil or against the general public's interests or things like that that are kept secret for long periods of time?
Wash your hands, Coach.
Those are extremely. Those would be much more a lower percentage of things that are kept secret forever, of them, getting away with doing something that was maliciously against the interest of the people of our own country.
The only thing, in my opinion, the only conspiracy that would be a larger, bigger, groundbreaking, martyr, you would be a god forever type of conspiracy is like if beyond flat Earth, like flat Earth and space and the universe, none of that exists, all that stuff. The only thing maybe greater is if like somebody slipped out of like this matrix simulation that we're in somehow, and they got to the higher level, and they like and they came back to us and they like leaked it all, and we're like,
that would be almost the same.
There's so much you could have, like there's so much coercion, chemicals,
so many
serums.
movies you can make. Yeah.
No, just like you could terrorize somebody, you could threaten them, torture them. MK Ultra, like there's just
we're aware of those
just
things.
Have no.
You mentioned
yeah,
a
but
whole
you're not
bunch
really
of
thinking
stick.
about it. You
you
there's a
mentioned
reason that's intelligence agencies exist that like they're able to compartmentalize things a certain way. Like
we've heard the same dog and pony show, man.
To the people who are
you
running
mentioned a whole bunch of examples of a stick, but there's carrots as well. That's the other way to motivate someone.
Sure. I don't think that I don't think those people that are in those positions are smart enough or efficient enough to pull this off with such grace and secrecy. I don't give them that much credit.
I agree.
At the end of the day, they're still human. Regardless of unlimited resources, perhaps boundless morals, or perhaps no morals at all. Given all that, they're still human. And every single person makes a mistake.
And most of those people have lived privileged lives and are really quite mediocre at the end of the day.
Right. They're sloppy, generally.
Hey, Bio, my response to that is, how do you know they're human? Da, da, da.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying the assumption, I mean, you talk about like, bloodlines and these different, I mean, who even knows what could be going on genetically with their consciousness? Like we all grew up, we went to like school and we did our thing. We grew up as Americans, but I mean, these people are a completely different. I'm not going to get into whether they're non-human entities and all this stuff, but I'm just saying, like, to
They all have
assume
cultures.
yeah, well, yeah, they have cultures. They have all kinds of energies that we may not even be, aware of at all because we grew up in America and we're watching, commercials and TV and all this stuff. I'm just saying it could be a completely different consciousness to where it's not the same. Like, oh, someone told me a secret and I'm gonna, leak it. Like it could be a whole different ballgame that they're involved in.
Well, there are so many mythologies, right, that talk about men of great power, godlike people that existed, pre-flood type worlds. Who knows if there's some remnants of those beings?
Yeah, who knows, man?
Just an idea, just a thought.
In the land of possibility, literally everything is possible.
I mean,
It's
to
just
this
weeding
day,
that out to probable.
To this day, it still blows my mind what they're doing. I mean, it does. Like, and I'm not saying, I think they are clever and intelligent to some degree. I don't think they're like godly or something too dramatic. Like, I'm not saying they're like some untouchable gods or something, but they are like, it still blows my mind how they've done it, and it sort of, it's fascinating to a degree. Like, just the idea of I'd like to be in the boardroom of some of these conversations, or be a fly on the wall in terms of like just only fathoming what kinds of. I mean, to me, it's not that different than it's like a corporation in a way.
It'd be like a dark web Zoom call type thing where everybody's face
analogy.
is just an anonymous fucking figure, and
I actually don't mind that analogy. That's pretty good.
In person.
Yeah,
but really, what we're struggling with here is just the limits of imagination. It's not limits of what they're capable of achieving. Okay, so our ability to imagine what they're doing is really the only limitation here. Because I already know that they're doing these things. I don't know exactly how they're doing them because I'm not, behind the curtain. But the Wizard of Oz is clearly not, some fucking god, right?
Also, when you think about the threats, like someone said earlier, torture, they're going to behead you. I mean, that's not even that bad. Beheading, you're quickly dead. How about torturing you for 80 years? Meaning they like put a drip feed in you and torture you with God knows what for 80 years of your life. So I mean, there's stuff that's like almost worse than just being killed, like in terms of that. But not only that, but the thing is, think about in today's world, like let's say you were kidnapped and some Illuminati, whatever, they kidnapped you and they said, okay, you have to do this X, Y, and Z for us. And if not, we're going to kill your family. We're going to put you in jail for the rest of your life, where you'll be, picking up the soap, that whole deal. Whatever the threat is, how many people, I mean, even just going to prison for life alone is bad enough.
Look,
I'm just saying, how many people, if that's the consequence, how many people are just gonna, not go along with that? I mean, so I'm just saying, like, there can be coercion on levels that are inconceivable.
One, man.
And by the way, in a lot of the bloopers that happen with the ISS, for example, the look of absolute terror and fear on their face when they realize it's fucking up and they don't know what to do, it's very fucking tangible.
Yeah, sure. I feel like you guys highly respect these people, like a lot more than we do. And I'm not saying that you like them. I'm not using respect in that sense. Given that it's true, me, Chronic, and Kosho are perhaps underestimating them, and then it feels like you guys are, I don't think you could overestimate them. You guys seem to have no limits. Would that be accurate to say as far as respect, whether it's out of fear or whatever the case? Do you think that you respect these powerful people more than we do?
We respect them for different reasons. Yeah.
Right. Whatever the reason may be, the level of respect greater than me.
I guess it just depends on who has more responsibility. Like Don Petit or whatever you want to call him. I have like basically no respect for that guy. He just seems to be, maybe he was related to somebody really important and they gave him a job figured he could handle it.
I have an immense respect for him.
Yeah, I know. See,
He's a
here's an
smart dude.
example. Here's an example.
Really, that dude's one of the smartest dudes.
Well, it doesn't mean he wouldn't have the education he'd need, but they could definitely pick somebody better.
But those guys are just PR. Those guys are just like PR actor dudes. They're not.
There are some PR actor stuff. Yeah, some of that's happening.
Hey Gio, I had a question, Gio. You asked me. I wanted to actually ask you a similar question that you asked me about earlier about the what, you know, how would I feel? What would my reaction be if you know, if it came out, you know, that Earth is that space wasn't real, actually, that like outer space, none of that's real, it's all fake somehow.
Oh, it already came out.
What
Yeah.
Gio, what so I'm curious, what do you think? And maybe I already know the answer, but which of these two things do you think has a higher probability of happening? Sometime in your lifetime, you get the opportunity to, and not saying that you would want to or not, but just you have the opportunity to, you know, take a trip just like for the cost of a normal vacation, you know, to some nice vacation spot, but instead it's to orbit the globe Earth, and you discover yourself. The Earth is a globe, you're orbiting. So that scenario, or that there's a big paradigm shift in a vast, great understanding and of the flat Earth being reality. Which of those two is higher probability of happening?
Oh man, I was wondering where you were going to go with that question, and it was a little bit long, so I had to
Just
keep
basically one, we're all enlightened by the flat Earth revelation that happens in 10 years from now, or you can pay $2,000 and you know, and orbit the Earth for a week, the globe Earth for a week. Which of those two is more probable, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, you would probably know my answer, right?
If you were to be taken up on a flight really high and just circle around, how would you know you're going around a globe or just not doing a ring around a flat plate? How would you know the difference?
Because they let you look out the window.
Well, I guess he's assuming if you could get, you know, see the ball. I
Well,
guess.
by the way, by all the planes we have right now, the portholes, the glass, all that stuff, they're shaped. You can't exactly see the organic shape of something on the other side.
Okay,
So-
maybe I should have. Yeah, I should have worded it better. Sorry. So to be more similar. No, sorry. Let me reword it. I want it to be more similar to the question you asked me earlier. So, what if you were given the opportunity and you accepted to be launched into orbit, you know, at a high enough orbit to see, you know, the globe shape of the Earth. You could go on you could exit your capsule briefly, so there's no window between you and the globe Earth that you're looking at, and you experience the globe Earth reality for yourself in your own eyes.
For all its glory. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Well, I mean, it's kind of interesting because there's three main outcomes to this. Number one, the planar stationary Earth, and that's all revealed in one way or another. That happens, that, you know, boom. And then obviously space comes into question, and these governments and people that have been pushing this. So that's obviously one, like you were saying, that it all comes out. Number two is that we just kind of keep going the way we're going now, meaning most people are deceived by the globe or whatever, and it's just sort of like the mainstream model stays, and they just kind of keep doing their, you know, medical thing they're doing and whatever. That's another option. The third option is that it is actually proven that it's a globe, like you're saying, like that, you know, space travel is easy, that, you know, anyone who's doubting it could get verification, or there's some test that we can do that absolutely verifies curvature or any of those things. So I guess if you're asking which one I think is more likely, I mean, I
want to keep it as similar. I want to keep it as similar to your question. So don't forget about those three different scenarios. Okay. What is your reaction? What would your reaction be? Because the direct words you asked me was, what would my reaction be if it came out tomorrow that space was fake and the whole universe, everything is fake like that? So what would your direct reaction be after being launched into orbit around the globe Earth, stepping outside of your capsule, seeing it directly with your own eyes, the entire globe Earth? Like, what is your instant reaction?
I would want physical measurement before I came to any conclusion. I actually wouldn't take just a visual thing for a couple different reasons. However, I do know what you mean. If you were like high enough to where you could literally see the ball floating in space,
Yes.
that is
So
pretty.
you have no reaction. You would have no.
I think okay. If you're kind of saying that if it was 100% a globe and it was proven, whether through some measurement or through seeing it, I would first of all have to admit I was wrong to myself. It doesn't really matter to other people. I mean, it would be to myself.
Of course.
And I would instantly start looking for where I went wrong and what happened. And
okay, interesting.
Yeah, I would have.
Where do you think you would turn?
Yeah,
would
I
you turn
personally
to?
would be like,
I'm
wow,
sorry, what
that's
was
cool, awesome.
What was the question, real quick? Just real quick.
Yeah, so Rams, your answer, Rams, is actually, if you were here, it's actually quite similar to what my answer was, which was Kosho and I would be incredibly impressed that that the flat Earth reality was kept hidden for so long. But
Yum,
just
yum, yum, yum.
if you were launched into orbit and far enough, high enough in altitude and distance from the Earth that you could see the globe Earth in all its glory, what would your visceral reaction be?
Whatever.
I guess that's.
I
a
mean,
I have
we
a
already,
feeling
we
like
already
I'd be-
see that, so whatever.
I feel like I'd be kind of bummed out too, though. I'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, there'd be no purpose for these Discord servers. I agree. It would be.
It's not really about a Discord server. I would just be bummed out because it's like, okay, these people in power, like,
They what though? The people in power, what? They were telling the truth the whole time, or?
Oh, you mean if it was a globe? Then yeah, I mean, I'd be like, oh man, I fucked up, and I just go about my day.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But it would just be about this topic though. Like, there's so much other shit that is actually just as important. But I don't think I'm on the wrong tail. So
Yeah, it's not like our whole lives are, balanced on on this belief. Yeah.
Yeah. I think in my naive assumption of where it would go from there, at least for you guys, is probably just like I don't know. You'd probably just like you cross off the flat Earth conspiracy and just continue with the other ones. COVID.
Well, it'd be just cool to know for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of understand what you mean, because I have to use that discernment when I'm sorting through all different types of information. Like, you guys were arguing about the way that the capsule landed the other day in the Blue Origin over, like, it's about an hour from my house. Okay, so I know how the dirt is here. I know how the desert is here. If the booster went off like 5 yards or whatever before it hit the ground, then it's probably totally possible. I mean, they'd probably feel a jerk, but maybe they're on a padded seat or something. I didn't look at it. I didn't analyze that. But I do have contention with what they did when they went up there, how long the footage is when they were up there. They're supposed to be in microgravity or whatever for like 5 minutes. We got just a few clips of that footage. We didn't get 5 minutes footage. That's a problem for me. I don't think they actually went to the altitude they claim. And I think it's totally possible to actually make the launch. So I don't really have contention for that. It's also possible that they faked part of that too. And I got to Uber one of the ladies, one of the NASA scientists, like rocket scientists, that was going out there. So that was fun.
I mean, any reality, any scenario is possible. I'm not gonna.
But what I'm saying is that there is some nuance in that. Yes, we're not behind the scenes. We can't see everything, but we have hints. We have decades of hints, actually. So I can detail like what maybe they were doing in the 90s that they're not doing in the 2000s, what they started doing in 2010, what technologies were available that they started to take advantage of. And the story of space seems to change with the technology of the time. The technology of the time in Hollywood, when they're making movies, they're using certain techniques. Well, guess what? They're using those same techniques in NASA, a year or two later. Like, it's always like one after the other. So on your end, you're thinking, oh, space is cohesive. It's like, it's just the space content that I'm consuming. I'm looking at it like, well, hey, space didn't look like space 20 years ago. It looked like 20 years ago space. And now the space we have today looks totally different. Like, I'm paying attention to the the generations of the content they've been producing, and it's just not consistent,
Yeah, Chronic.
Yes, you can theory craft. You know, if we're just theory crafting things, we can sort of speculate about anything, right? I mean,
Well,
I would say, hold on, I would say, Gio, one sec, that you know, as camera and videography and those technologies advance, many different industries would be smart to utilize them and get with the time, continue with the progress, you know, marching forward. So it makes sense that, you know, space industry, movie industry.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the kind of special effects, graphical effects, practical and graphical, and harness technology. Like all of these things have been incorporated into their program, and it's demonstrated not just by the fact that we've seen it on multiple occasions. We've seen situations where maybe they've etched it out in multiple occasions, but also they've changed the set to facilitate this new technology. Whereas we're not getting the other kind of scenes anymore. We're getting these new scenes on the new set because they have to use this other stuff. So like it's very cohesive on our side. I don't know how you guys really make sense of that other than, oh, well, maybe they just changed camera angle. Like, not really, because there's so much other stuff that changed, you know?
Yeah, I call it technological advancement, but you call it a conspiracy. We'll agree to disagree.
Which set would they still be using? Like with Apollo missions, you know, they were in the Apollo, Saturn V. They don't use that anymore. In Space Shuttle, they don't use that anymore. So they would have to like go back and use the Saturn V again.
I call it progress. Yeah.
Progress.
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, Gio. My bad.
I mean, I'm trying to see what an example of you know, of them reusing a past set be, because, you know, as we get different craft.
No, I'm talking about the types of footage that we get. It doesn't seem to be specific types of footage. Like now, what we're getting today, we're getting like mounted cameras kind of stuff, whereas before we weren't getting stuff like that, right? And the way that it's mounted facilitates the fact that they're looking at like a teleprompter. They appear to be using some sort of like, in most cases, they're using some kind of like interactive 3D software where the things that they interact with are actually made in a GPU somewhere in a computer, that they interact with it in real time. And you know, there's green screen effects of people where they're fading in and out. Their feet disappear. They disappear behind a wall. Like things just appear out of nowhere. Like stuff that they're handling and playing with. We've had liquid inside of a container completely separate from the container. We've had bugs that are literally not supposed to be in space, lying around in space, while the look on their face is being terrified because they know that people could possibly see that there's a bug flying around, and they're like trying not to lose the smile and lose their shit, because I imagine they get in trouble because the look on their face when something wrong happens that's not supposed to happen, they look terrified. They look like they're about to get beat by a stick. So
maybe
I've seen like there's so much consistency with what I've seen. And it's not every video. It's maybe 1 out of 10 videos there's an error. But then there's some videos that are just like they have gone so horribly wrong, you can't find them anymore. And if we didn't download them, you wouldn't be able to see them. You know, go ahead and find all the footage. I would love to find that footage. Where do I find every single video that's come from outer space? Where do I find that?
Why wouldn't they just delete it literally right after it's live? Like, so they can't delete it while it's live, but immediately after it goes out.
I'll answer yours when you answer mine.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a juicy narrative, but I don't know. I'm not convinced by your arguments.
I'll answer yours when you answer mine. Where do I download every single video from space in the quality of its origin?
Who knows, man?
I don't know. You can. But the question is, why would they exist a day after an event like that occurred, where flies in there or something like that's in there, and then not take it down immediately? Because a lot of that stuff was still up for, if it's not found now, I mean, it was at least up for a good portion
Man,
of time.
I've seen bubbles in space and spacewalks. I've seen flies, well, not flies, but moths flying around in at least 3 or 4 videos. I've seen graphical glitches that are not have nothing to do with the codec or any kind of like pixelation from the video processing. Has nothing to do with that. It's totally isolated to either the things that are rendered or the people in the scene. So it's
Did you
clearly
see
like a green screen technology.
You guys see
Could I
that
just
cool?
add-
Did you guys see that one that like stuffed animal the astronaut grabbed out of like midair? It was like teleported in.
Yeah,
dude,
Right.
that one was fucking badass,
So,
man. They forgot to
yeah.
Photoshop the
The
shadow of the stuffed animal out, so the shadow stayed there the whole time.
That's a mascot for the.
Look, I'm not saying all of them are right, but they exist.
But don't you think that it would, if you were proven that actually you could go to space, then like the mistakes are so bad, and there's so many of them that the only logical conclusion would be that they were doing that to create the phenomenon of flat Earth or the doubt about it, and there's hiding some kind of secret space program, and their capabilities are way beyond that, but they wanted to make the whole controversy.
Hey, I'll answer one thing from that, Dave. Is that right after we started coming out with all the bubbles in space videos, when I actually organically saw the bubbles in space in the videos they were releasing, they were CGI. They weren't even real bubbles.
See, so that's it.
Yep.
So they're definitely feeding the conspiracy on purpose for some reason.
They do that whenever they find that there's a thread of conspiracy. They will egg it on as discreetly as possible.
That's next level. That's like reverse meta psychology. Like
Yeah,
reverse
that's the only explanation. Otherwise,
Yeah, but
well, how would you combat it otherwise,
It
right?
can only make
Yeah.
sense
People
this way.
finding out
There's
is
no
the-
other way that makes sense
It's
but
a
this
fake
one.
lie about it.
Here-
And why
here's-
at that point, why would they care that anybody knows about it?
Like Posho, you're not thinking enough. You're not being meta enough about the whole situation, dude.
Here's the response that I would give you, Riggs. What else? What other possible explanation? The other one is your assessment is wrong. That is an option.
I didn't ask.
Okay.
No, what I'm saying is that one way to counter
Are you willing to acknowledge that?
One
Riggs, though?
way is to counter intelligence is to create intelligence. That's all I'm saying.
But I, in my opinion, we're being quite open with our statements. Are you willing to acknowledge that you could just simply be wrong?
I do admit when I'm wrong.
But are you willing to acknowledge that you could be wrong about what you are saying? You could be.
What part of my answer doesn't answer that?
You said that you would admit when you're wrong. Like if you're
Yes,
presenting.
if I'm wrong, I would admit I'm wrong. So
That's not
you
the
don't have
question.
to.
That's not the question. The question is, would you acknowledge the possibility that your assessment is wrong? Would you acknowledge that it's possible that you're wrong?
I don't know. I don't know
Wouldn't-
if I could
wouldn't you
ever
assume that
acknowledge that
he's-
I'm wrong, man. I think I'm just right about everything.
Wouldn't
No,
you
no,
assume,
not-
wouldn't you
not
assume
that
that he's
you
already
are wrong.
done that? Like, if he's already come to a discernment, don't you think he's already considered what's right and what's wrong to come to his conclusion?
No, that's not the question. Watch this. Gio, ask me, or you don't even have to. I'll answer for it, but I'll present the question.
Man, this
Biodual.
is a wasted
Biodual.
endeavor.
Biodual. Could you be possibly wrong of your assessment of the globe Earth? My answer: yes. I could possibly be wrong. Of course. That is answering the question. So I'll ask again, Riggs. Is there a possibility that your assessment of this is wrong?
Of what?
Your
The
assessment, your and
fake
your assertion.
NASA astronaut videos that you just ranted about.
That
for 5 minutes.
they okay, like a specific video? Sure. Does it change my argument? No.
In general, man, it's a general question.
I don't think that me answering the way you want me to answer is going to change anything.
It
You already
won't.
know.
It's
You
a
already know
question
that I'm
about-
not trying to lie about anything.
It's a
So
question
it's
about
a
your-
fruitless stab. It's like makes no difference.
It's a question about your your ability to be honest and have integrity
Is
in
that
an
really what's in
argument.
question here?
A kind of.
Just take that as the answer for now, because it's not gonna get any further than that, I don't think. But remember in Game of Thrones, the last episode or the episode before last, when there was like a Starbucks cup in the scene.
Yeah.
They immediately, from every other repeat of that episode, for HBO, they immediately edited that out. And they did that because they immediately caught it, and everybody had caught it. So I'm imagining two scenarios: one where NASA, is seeing that this is a fly in the ISS or whatever it is, and they don't do anything at all about it until maybe months later. And I'm imagining another scenario where like Game of Thrones is seeing that there's a Starbucks cup in the scene, and as a response to that, they just put Starbucks cups in like every scene all over the place, just to I don't know.
Well, there's the equivalent with the. Sorry to interrupt. There's the equivalent with the moon landing one, like the Coke bottle. Remember that?
Yeah, but they didn't put more Coke bottles on the moon after that.
Yeah, nobody remembers that. Nobody remembers that.
Well, I think I think that's a similar. It has similar structures to Hollywood. All the fake space stuff. It's an intelligence agency sort of sector of like a clandestine sector of Hollywood that's doing all this stuff. The actors and all the sets and stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Is why wouldn't they just do it like they, or wouldn't the smart thing to do what Game of Thrones did and just immediately delete the evidence from syndication ever again?
Well, how about this idea, which I've thought of? How about this? They don't have the best of the best. Now, you might think if they're trillionaires, oh yeah, they would have the best of the best. But how about the idea that they don't? That really they only have like B-level Hollywood quality? Because if you have to have a bunch of people that are liars, so who knows whether that's family line or they're paying them or they're threat of torture, whatever it is, you already have to be like in that corrupt thing, which is you have to be somewhat deranged to even be in that.
Yeah, it's going to limit your choice of potential candidates for that work, right?
Right. Like, why else would they have hooked up with Stanley Kubrick? Because they knew they couldn't make it look good enough, and they had to get the best in the world to do it.
Yeah, he's one of the best directors. But it goes against what you just said, though. You're saying that they can't get the best because they can only get liars. Okay, well, if that's the case, then how are they getting away with it?
Well, I mean, the ones within their network are not the best. So in the case of Stanley Kubrick, yeah, maybe they had to kind of outsource to get him. But I'm saying that within their system, they don't have the best of the best. Therefore, they miss a lot of stuff. It's not very, it's just not, perfect.
I'm surprised they've gotten by this far, man. Because even the cuts in Birdman, which was won Best Picture in 2014, and had so many scenes that were supposed to be, single shot, whatever that, like without any cuts. When they made cuts, it was obvious, like the tricks that they do to make it look like they didn't make any cuts. You know what I mean? So it's like I think you would catch this kind of stuff if these people were worse than those people, than the people at Birdman.
So many things have been caught, dude. You don't give any credit to the stuff that we brought forth ever.
Well, I'm talking about in the 50-minute long uncut ISS.
The pre-recorded shit?
No, I'm talking about the 50-minute long ISS uncut tour.
Is it pre-recorded?
Is it pre-recorded?
Like a movie. Is it pre-recorded?
It's happened before today. That's what you mean.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course. It's not live right now. It's something I've already seen.
So when they release Spider-Man, did they release Spider-Man before it's finished?
Okay, let's just follow everything that's being said right now. So we're responding to what's being said.
Yeah, but your
argument
talking about
how Birdman has cuts in it, even though it looks like it doesn't, and you can tell when there's cuts in there. You can tell the tricks they use to make those cuts. And then we're talking about the ISS footage, which is 50 minutes long, which is uncut. And if they're using any tricks at all, they're doing it in such a way that you can't tell in any way whatsoever. It's seamless, it's impossibly seamless, or otherwise it's uncut.
Impossibly seamless.
Yeah, impossibly seamless.
Everything is possible, isn't it?
Remember what I said about imagination? It's only your limits, not theirs.
Find the cut then. There's so many nerds that exist here on Earth. The best example of nerdism would be, as far as splicing, is that there was a speed run for Super Mario 64, and there were fucking nerds that found a splice in the sound waves of the game, and they determined this person was a cheater. That's the level of fucking nerdism that people find splices. But do something like that and show the cuts, show where the splices are. Do that. I mean, it's possible. If there are cuts, it's possible to find them. Just find it.
Well, who's to assume? I don't know what cuts you're referring to. You're just assuming there are cuts and we have to find them. There may not be cuts in certain footage.
Well, if there's not cuts, then he is doing a 50-minute long ISS tour in which he's, floating around the ISS and, from 360 degrees and all this fourth wall stuff that people claim, they don't ever show you the fourth wall, but they show every nook and cranny of the ISS.
Look, have you seen the making of the movie Gravity?
I've seen some of the scenes how they were made. Yeah.
Yeah, just watch it again and see if your argument really holds up.
All right, watch this. It's really easy.
It's nothing like the ISS. The ISS has many. The Gravity has many cuts in it. Gravity has scenes that don't look realistic. Meanwhile, this guy is being shown
because it's not
50 minutes.
theatrical. It's not theatrical not to have different cuts and progression of the story and all of that. Like,
so why would you bring it
just
up?
look at the technology at wholesale value. They could make something like what we see in the ISS. Actually, very specifically like what we see in the ISS, minus the story aspect. If people are just hanging out and they just want to show something, like, hey, we're going to go over here and do this, like, it would have the effect exactly what we see.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm sharing it right now. I've never seen anything like this in any movie ever. Well, I can't share it, I guess. Oh, you took the thing off, Gio? Yeah. Well, I'll post it.
No, you should be able to.
No, not currently.
Just post it. I can't watch.
I can. You're right. So from this moment forward, the entire thing's uncut. But
one thing, just real quick before I forget, while you're pulling that up, Chronic. The thing I was going to say earlier, I was just going to say that. So let's just say that it was proven to be 1,000% that it's a globe, curvature measured, whatever it would be, and it's like, okay, 100% it is a globe. The thing is, if I came to that tomorrow, and that was the case, I still would not think that anything NASA has put out is real. Because, everything I've looked at, granted, I don't have a way to verify, I'm not in their studios or in wherever, but every single thing I've looked at, from the moon landing to ISS, like, honestly, it is so far from being authentic for thousands of reasons that what I would then think is I would say, okay, the Earth is a globe, but they're completely lying to us about this outer space thing. I would be much more likely to think, okay, there must be a real outer space that they are actually going to or controlling or whatever, or maybe they can't get there and they're just feeding us all this fake stuff. So I'm just saying I would still think that all the moon landing is, I'm just 100% sure the moon landing is not authentic at this point.
Yeah, like they would have to be faking it poorly on purpose to trick us into thinking it was fake.
So in this scenario,
there'd have to be a redefinition of like the second law, right?
Can I reply to you? So in this scenario, you said, wait, so you yourself, your persons, you orbited Earth, right? At a far enough distance to see the curvature, the globe as it is, right? So, yeah. Okay, so after doing that and coming to that realization, I still understand your the skepticism you would still have about NASA stuff, but let's just say, for example, you like after your trip, your orbiting trip, you went to other launches by NASA or SpaceX or whatever. You went to other astronaut launches and you witnessed them yourself launch into orbit, into the sky and around toward the horizon to orbit Earth. Are you at that point believing what you are seeing? In other words, is that launch crashing back down into the Bermuda Triangle like the conspiracy says, or is it actually orbiting like what you experienced the week prior?
Well, I guess it would be possible that if they sent me up there, that they could send other stuff up there, but but the footage we're getting is not authentic. So,
but it's great to at least hear that a lived experience of yours, you can understand how others can also live that same experience after you've experienced it. It's good to hear. Anyway, Coach, I'm watching the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like this tour. I like this video. Yeah. I haven't done 2 times speed, but yeah.
I was wondering why the second law needs to be redefined.
I think Rams said that.
Yeah, I just posted.
Probably needs to
Yeah,
be
I just
understood first, and then.
Can you
Yeah, I
guys
posted.
can you guys hear my microphone? Is ET
Yep.
over here?
Come on, ET.
We can.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
I just learned about this show from the 90s where they tricked a bunch of people. Like it was a reality based show from like the late 90s, maybe 2000s, but very like 20 years ago or something, 15 years ago. And they tricked like a whole group of people that they're actually going through space.
You
And they
mean
put
this
them
video
into.
right here that I uploaded very specifically to make the point?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't following that. I stepped away for a minute or two. Sorry.
No, I didn't share it until right this second.
Oh, that's weird, actually. Then okay, never mind.
No, you're great. Thank you.
Hey, Rams, why would the second law need to be redefined?
Well, that's what I was
because
saying,
if the
Chronic.
Earth
That I would want to see physical measurements, rather than just going up and seeing something, because there could be other.
Of course,
things
it could be you could be sedated and like they plugged you in the matrix. Like any possibility can be theorized, obviously, but
Maybe the brain secretes high amounts of some chemical at high altitude.
exactly, yeah,
warps your vision.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Rams. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, so the second law, I posted
because if the Earth was a ball, it still wouldn't change the way gases behave. And
yeah, but the second law says nothing about gases. It says that the entropy of an isolated system can never decrease. That's all it says.
Should that argument truly be repeated again for like the 1000th time, or 10,000th time? Yeah, like everyone knows the arguments both back way and forth.
It is interesting though, ET, when it's parroted a lot without any actual understanding of what the second law is. But
oh yeah, it's just
that's
an easy
mailman
little.
talk.
It's a talking line, like talking point. Like anyone can watch CNN and understand that who the enemy is or something like that. You could be like,
yeah, of course.
like, come on, like, how are original ideas here rather than just how can you have gas pressure without a container? Like, oh yeah, what an original thought. Not making fun of anyone here or disrespecting anyone, but I mean seriously, like, come on.
He's talking about how does that relate to redefining the second law? That's what Moment's asking.
Yeah, because the second law only says that the entropy of an isolated system can only decrease over time. It can't decrease over time.
Yeah, Don, that's a good idea. If the
what
real,
about high pressure going to low pressure and energy being
not in the
used
second
up?
law. There is no energy used up, and it has nothing to do with the second law.
Here's another thing that doesn't have anything to do with the second law that nobody wants to fucking talk about. They talk about how oxygen comes out from the ocean, from like the plankton and whatnot, right? And so how are we to say that shit just isn't constantly pluming out from Earth into space? There's your fucking answer right there for that question that some people seem obsessed with.
Why would it go to space?
There's no reason for it to go.
It's heavier than what makes it most of the air.
Mailman, the second law does have to do with the direction of the entropy in spontaneous processes, and whether they're irreversible.
What's the direction?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, you were saying that it doesn't have to do with the direction, but it does. It has to do with the entropy and how it predicts the direction of spontaneous processes, like in terms of high pressure and low pressure and temperature and so on.
Isn't it omnidirectional too? Meaning like outward.
Yeah, I mean, it's
high pressure moves to low, and energy moves into low energy areas. The
second law doesn't say that.
Well, maybe the second law is fucking like skewed to begin with. I mean, why is this like the word of the Lord all of a sudden? It's like, this is God's word. It's the law of
I don't think you're understanding the argument, ET.
Yeah, this argument's used by people on your side is why
We're having a very specific argument
about
I'm
here. I mean,
But the
I'm
only
listening.
thing,
I'm sorry. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
but the only thing that the second law says that the total entropy of an isolated system can never decrease. That's the only thing that the second law of thermodynamics says.
Yeah, so applying that to the Earth and its atmosphere, its gases.
But the Earth isn't an isolated system.
By any stretch.
What is it? What is it? Is it an open system?
Yeah, you can say that it's an open system. Yeah.
In some cases, it can be a
Well, then how do you have gas pressure?
Well, where's the
Same
law?
thing. How do you have gas
Where's the
pressure out
law?
the container? Same question over and over again. I'm going to say, answer this.
Yeah,
How the fuck do you have ocean water creating oxygen? And how
You're
is
really
that not
not
just
helping.
Yeah, where does the second law say that in an open system you can't have gas pressure?
Next to a vacuum without a barrier?
But there
Yeah, 'cause if
there is no vacuum. There is no pressure anywhere.
This
in
is
the universe.
24/7 2.0.
24/7 2.0 is 24/7 2.0.
Oh yeah, okay, 3.0. I mean, seriously, this has been beaten to fucking death. Does we really have to go through the conversations again?
Well, if it's been beaten to
But
death,
every
somebody would have
talking
just,
point,
somebody would
every
have
talking point has been beaten to death.
Yeah,
By
but
pictures from space.
Bring something new.
About anything.
I just did bring something new, and it was a totally original, unique thought from my own mind, and nobody responded to it. But I'll say it one more time.
hear you, buddy.
I've heard it 10 times. Go ahead.
Well, I've never heard anyone bring it up before, so I'm sure someone thought it before me. But I mean, I've never heard anyone bring it up. I'll say it really quickly with my own like layman's terms because I'm not like so very scientifically minded. But like I have as I understand, there are a large amount of the oxygen in Earth's air is brought about by like plankton and other types of biological things in the water from the oceans, and then
Yes.
that comes out,
Yes.
and then that's a huge part of what creates oxygen, which totally destroys that whole idea about how trees make all the oxygen, because it turns out that's not true. And so
hold on,
so people are like, how
It
can
is
you have
true.
oxygen? Well, okay. I'm not
Oxygen
saying
is
it's not
created in
true.
multiple ways, dude. There's not just one way.
I'm just saying that. Okay, give me 1 minute here. I just said it's both. But I mean, I'm just saying when I grew up as a kid, they were telling us it was all from the trees. And when I got as an adult, I realized that's not true. So it comes from the ocean as well.
Oxygen isn't even created. It's not created.
Okay, just give me one more second. One more second here. So all I'm just saying, when people say, "How can you have gas pressure with a container?" Like, and maybe I'm completely wrong here, but let's just subtract the idea of a container. There is no container, but you have an infinite flow of oxygen from the oceans and the trees. So I don't know what happens when it hits the upper atmosphere, but
What's stopping it from just escaping straight out into nothingness straight
what
away?
I'm saying is that it might be doing exactly that, but it's not a problem because it's continually being created, which is what has been proved many times to be happening through like a symbiotic relationship between
Do you know
trees.
how much it would have to be creating?
Do you know
for
the
that
numbers?
to work?
It's not being created. It's not being created. It doesn't need to be created because it's not escaping in this massive, crazy way like you're explaining. It's heavier than most of the other air that's in the atmosphere. And all the other air that's in the atmosphere is the reason why it's not just escaping, is because there's things in the way. There's things being held down that's above it, which is why
Yeah,
there's pressure.
like an atmosphere. I'm serious. Like, I mean, just different densities of pressure, which we may be able to call the atmosphere, right? I'm not even leaning towards one way or another.
You know what's really weird, guys? The only movie that I have on my YouTube account is gravity.
Sandra
They gave
Bullock.
it to me for free. Yeah.
Sandra
Bullock,
Bullock is a
They give it to you
fucking
for free.
babe. She's like 50 and she's still really hot.
You know it's a man, right?
She's
Sandra Bullock's a dude.
She's not a man.
I saw that movie.
Why do you
Bird
think they
Box,
call her
doesn't have
Bullock?
that anymore.
Bollocks.
She's a pretty good looking woman for
watch
her
him.
age.
He's been uncut this whole time, dude. And this is on double speed. Let me see how far it's going.
Hey man, there's I've heard 1,000 people be like, you can't. How do you ask the question? And it's a rhetorical question. It's not even an actual question because they have the same answers to respond to. How do you have gas pressure without a container? Here, I'll tell you why. There is no container, and there's a continual gas pressure coming up from the ocean and the trees and the environment we call Earth. That's how.
That's an interesting idea.
Say that it's a cycle. So
yeah, totally, exactly. It's a cycle.
Yeah. So it doesn't just fuck off. It just recirculates. So.
Mm-hmm. We spew it out
losing as much as it's producing.
Not in a cycle. In a cycle, you don't lose anything because it's a cycle.
Well, close enough for us to survive, perhaps.
But
and for life,
so take yourself back. Take yourself back to the early days of the Earth's development, and the Earth's atmosphere hasn't developed yet. The surface of the Earth has the same pressure as outer space. Okay, now gases start becoming created on the surface, and as they're produced, they go up and just straight out into space. Nothing to ever stop them in the direction that they're heading, ever. Now, how would you ever develop an atmosphere?
Exactly.
Because there's gravity.
And the thing you described, you would not develop one.
Yeah, without gravity, obviously, you would never have an atmosphere.
There wasn't anything compelling the gases down.
Well, scientists will tell you that it's not just gravity, but the magnetic field that's necessary.
Yeah, but not
for the gases to stay here.
Yeah, but that's only because of solar winds and stuff. But the gravity is what allows it to stay. I mean, which compels it to stay down here. The solar wind, I mean, the magnetic field just protects it from something else scraping it away or whatever. But it's the downward force that's.
But Rams, you said that the gas would escape the Earth if it was an open system because of entropy. So if there is, let's say there's an ocean and there's evaporation going on, is that a change in entropy?
Isn't it? Kind of is, isn't it?
I was kind of asking.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Is water evaporating a change in entropy?
Yeah, did the entropy increase?
I'm not sure. I guess I don't think so.
I mean, I think it is because you have
a
energy.
phase change.
Sure. So it's same energy in a different volume.
Yeah. That's why I would be inclined to say no.
So I mean, why so gas expansion would still be a change in entropy.
This is a false way of thinking about it. Entropy will exist one way or another.
Sure, but I was just wondering, like, if we assume that the Earth is a isolated system and entropy can only increase, then how long does this isolated system have until all the energy is unavailable to do work? Because the entropy is being increasing or decreasing.
Until the source of the energy is.
My argument would go back to the fact that it wouldn't develop in the first place. Would be my.
I'm assuming that the Earth is flat and we have a dome, and it's an isolated system. So how do we see in nature the entropy increasing? Where can you see that? Because if it's gas expansion and we have the pressure gradient that's been here for thousands of years, I mean, it doesn't seem to doesn't seem to change.
You would
very
think it would
simple.
eventually explode like a bomb. Right?
Yeah, if it was a
No,
closed system.
it's just cycling around because of the the heat coming and going every day.
Where does the heat
makes
come
the whole system dynamic?
Where does the heat come from?
Maybe the core.
From the sun?
From the sun.
But
Or
then
the
it's
core.
not an isolated. Then it's not an isolated system if the sun is outside of it.
Well, yeah. If the sun's outside of it, that's another unanswered question, I guess.
But what does
assumes that the sun
isolated
is hot.
system mean? Does that mean the sun and I guess maybe the moon is inside the dome or whatever? Isolated.
Yeah, because the second law says that in an isolated system, the entropy can't, or it will increase or stay stable, or it can't decrease. But I mean, where is this isolated system in either model?
Yeah, I don't believe it either. I don't know what the shape of the Earth is, but I don't think there's a glass dome. It doesn't make sense. There has to be.
Well, there are no isolated systems in nature, right? Like I would describe it as a closed system with the flat Earth and dome model. If you want to hold me to the flat Earth and dome concept, then of course the sun would be within that.
But would you say that in a globe model, what would be an isolated system?
There are none. There are no isolated systems.
Well, the universe is one that's assumed to be an isolated system.
Or our galaxy, or not the Milky Way, our solar system. Sorry, that would be a good way to put it. Seeing as we can't see what's beyond, I can't remember what the last.
Well, there's no way to know. There's no way to answer whether what the universe is an isolated system.
Yeah,
probably
the second law
is.
talks about isolated system. Like we have in the
lie
globe model.
begins. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that in the globe model, the Earth is an open system, but there is sun, which gives us energy from outside the system. So that has an effect on things. And the
Totally,
entropy
like
can
sunlight and heat. Like sunlight provides vitamin D through its light and heat to grow plants on Earth. Correct.
An open system can exchange energy and matter, right?
Yeah, closed systems.
Yeah, it can, but it doesn't have to.
It doesn't have to.
Yeah, that's something that doesn't have to happen because the entropy of an isolated system cannot decrease, but it can increase and it can stay the same.
But you're describing isolated system.
But that's the second law.
The heliocentric model is an open system.
Sure, but if I have a Coca-Cola bottle that's full of air, and I move it from my living room to my sauna, it's heating up. What happens to the entropy? It's increasing. No, it's decreasing, right?
Heat up, it's going to explode eventually.
Yeah, so an entropy of a closed system can do whatever you want it to do. There's no problem. It can increase, it can decrease, it can stay the same, right?
Can it ever decrease, really?
Sure, you can heat it up or you can cool it down.
Good point. If you have a excited bottle of Coca-Cola, you could throw it in your freezer when it's almost about to explode, and you could stop it from exploding.
Yeah, also in an open system, like a freezer is an open system because there's air going from side to inside. And you can cool it down or you can heat something up. I mean, the entropy can go both ways in an open system and in a closed system.
I have no problems with that.
I thought one of the rules of entropy was that it only ever went in one direction, and that it's always increasing.
And it's only in an isolated system where you can't exchange energy or matter with the outside of the system. It's only where that applies to.
Density too. I think that's how they can hold carbonated soda in a can, like a drinking soda, beverage, because the can itself is denser and more powerful than the energy it contains, and that's why it doesn't ever explode usually.
Got something in the oven. I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys.
All right, Kosho, ask me your question.
No, it's just, I remember before we talked about right ascension.
Yeah.
And I needed maybe the best way, but I'm assuming you might not know too. So, which is the quickest way to convert right ascension to the actual longitude on Earth.
You're still working on this like calculator for that?
No, dude, I'm not working on anything, man. At least you only had 3 minutes, dude.
I don't know on the top of my head. I would have to Google it. Just Google it.
That's
It's like number of hours eastward of like Greenwich, like the UK or something. Whatever they set the origin RA of 0 hours to be at Greenwich, and you just move eastward from there.
So I know what it is, man. I know it's the SHA plus the GHA of Aries. Okay, I know this. I was just trying to see a quick way.
No, Google it, dude.
I hope I didn't butcher the second law there too much.
Morning. I've got a comment on isolated systems. I think in the globe model and what I believe, Earth's pretty isolated, but not fully isolated. So it's systems within systems, and they can bleed down onto each other, or even up from each other. But,
so what does that mean? My bad.
No, it's all right. It's quite isolated, so the gas doesn't escape because of gravity, even if it does a tiny little weeny bit. Mostly it stays on because of gravity. And on flat Earth, I have no idea. I think it stays on because of gravity on flat Earth too, honestly.
That's honest. Hey, I could see that mostly staying because of gravity. Think of those tiny little molecules floating up into it.
There's no model in which Earth is an isolated system. There's some models where it can be described as a closed system, and it's in actuality or in, if you're describing it totally for all time, it would be described as an open system. You can describe it as a closed system. I don't think there's any way you can describe it as an isolated system at all.
Yeah, I think I was wrong to use that word, but maybe it's slightly isolated. You know what I mean? So
I think you're completely right. Listen,
we're isolated from the sun to a certain degree, you can say.
No, but it's isolated means that it can't gain energy or lose energy.
Well, that's a totally false idea. Then, if it's isolated, just get rid of that word from your vocabulary.
Yeah,
then.
that's
so you don't have to get rid of the word from the vocabulary, because there's models where you can describe isolated systems. It's not impossible for something to be an isolated.
Okay, yeah, a model is just a mental idea, though. So, like, it could be a lot of things.
What does closed mean, Kosho? Does that mean it can still take in energy?
Yeah, it takes in energy, but not matter. Open would be matter and energy. Isolated would be neither.
I'm happy with closed system then. Earth's a closed system, but that means it's still affected from above.
Right. That'd be accurate. You could say closed if we ignore comets and the little bit of shit that we lose. But yeah, the energy from the sun would, by default, at least close.
Hold on a second.
I'm getting to
Can we define this?
It's as good as a dome.
Yeah,
my point is it's a closed system, so it acts as if there's a barrier there.
Yeah, but you have to understand that these systems the function of them is completely contextual. So depending on the context, which is why I said that there's no model in which it would be isolated. But depending on the context, you can describe it as closed, and then most contexts can be described as open. But same thing with the thermos, for example. A thermos in actuality is not a isolated system, because energy does escape eventually and this kind of stuff. But if you're talking about in the context of like a short span of time, then you can describe something like a thermos as a.
But that's completely subjective, like amount of time.
Contextual. Yes.
Yeah, contextual also.
Yeah,
What is a billion years a long time or a short time?
Tablet systems are, that's a function of them, is for certain contexts.
Well said, Kosho. Well said, Kosho. I'm heading off though. I'll see you guys later.
Good night, Mr. Crow.
Don't let the Illuminati get you.
I'm getting to a point that, like the flat earthers say, we're inside a like a dome system. I believe that that's how Earth operates anyway on a planet model. I think we're quite protected, but not fully protected, right? So I'm just saying I'm come down the middle. It's quite closed, but it's also open.
I know, and they're like, how does that gas pressure not be released? Well, how about this crazy atmosphere protecting the globe, if you believe it's a globe? You know, exactly like you just said. It's easy. It can be done. It's been proven. I'm not saying that's 100% the reality of the situation, but like the idea of thinking of that it's reality isn't crazy by any means, or it's stupid.
I think of it as a bit like intelligent design to have the certain type of gas escape that would protect you from the sun, and then have this certain type of gravity to hold it at the certain type of distance.
And the perfect balance,
yeah.
And the perfect balance we have with all these cool little animals running around on Earth with the plants. And it all just seems to work out perfectly with the sun and everything. It is pretty funny. Not haha funny, but it's peculiar.
Well, it's the old adage of the rainwater in the forming a puddle. Was the puddle formed for that water, or is it just happenstance that rainwater fell into a hole and now you have a puddle?
That's not quite the same.
Well, that's what was alluded to, is that we have these perfectly placed objects that provide, the sun provides light and heat. That's essential. The moon perhaps provides tides. That would be essential. And then,
at what point
in the universe?
At what point in
Puddle's
like
just a bad example.
At what point does like a level of development, like let's just say Earth, whatever you think that is, at what level do most people be like straight minded people, like pragmatic people be like, okay, yeah, somebody did this. Like, does it start with plants or little frog creatures or humans making laptops or
to me,
like where do we draw the line?
It started with cosmology. When Flat Earth came out, I re-looked at cosmology as an adult, and that's when it blew me away. And I thought, what the hell has happened? Something's created this.
Yeah, good. That's kind of what I think. It's too insane. Like yeah, I don't know. I don't have all the answers either, obviously, but I mean, like, it's, you know what? They both kind of prove the same thing. Because I don't know, I'm not going to speak for every flat earther who call himself that or glober or whatever, but like I know a lot of flat earthers are like, yeah, Jesus or God created us and we are put in a special little place. And then a lot of people who believe in the globe model are like, yeah, it's actually a sphere and we are flying through space. And if you think about it like that, that's just as insane. Actually, that's crazier to me. Imagine if you are a sphere flying through space and God created it. That's fucking insane.
See, my point of view is just that it's happenstance. It's that among the billions of galaxies and the millions of stars that make up each one, and then of all the stars that have planets, there are these wide ranges of zones as far as life is concerned that we know of can exist within that. Of all of those possibilities, as far as we know, this is just one, and we happen to be capable of
understanding it,
thinking outside of ourselves. So it's easy to say it was placed here for us, but it's just as likely that due to those odds, we were able to flourish into critically thinking animals.
Creatures, yes. Yeah, and that
Okay,
doesn't make us less important. It just means, wow, we figured it out, or kind of figured something out.
It may make us more important because then we legitimately do have to rely on each other. We do have to take care of each other. If
Yeah. And
we
that's
were placed
awesome.
here, we wouldn't have an inherent responsibility to improve. It would
It's
it would
true.
just
Yeah.
be thanks for everything. You made it perfect. There's nothing for me to do. Or it's happenstance of we are the only ones, as far as we know, in this vast universe. We should take care of each other, expand, and improve. I would say
you,
more
Bill.
important.
Thank you. Yeah, you explained the silver lining for me to the materialist massive universe. Not sure if we're the only ones. Theory. It still means something.
But no, he's right though. That would be like making
And
a
why did you
computer.
say that there's nothing to do if we were just put here and everything's perfect?
Well, I would say there would be no real reason to improve. There wouldn't be a reason to. It's if everything is placed here that is for us. The sun is in its position for us. The environment we live in is for us. What is there to improve? It's all for us already.
Hey, man, I have a cat,
It's
and
all
I
about.
give it a
That's
cup
why
of
it's all
water and a
about your
bowl of.
own. That's why it's all about the spiritual journey. That's the real purpose of this world, is for us to go through that experience.
Perhaps. Sorry.
Yeah, to understand and to learn what your true self is, to know what you really are.
Perhaps, and I agree with you to a certain extent, but if we're talking about physical reality and the parameters around it, and your go-to is something spiritual, well, we're not talking about physical reality anymore. So you could do that in both scenarios. That's fine. But if we're going to talk about, this quote unquote fine tuning of the universe, then we don't have to focus on the spirituality of it. That's what we would focus on.
No, I
Everything's
think that's
already
why people go into that, because that's the only way out of the question. Like, why are we here? For example, like with the flat versus the sphere model, of whatever. If you want to go make it that simple, both. I guess I'm just repeating myself from like 10 minutes ago. They both equal pretty much the same question. It's like, okay, well then, how did it start in the first place? I guess that's all I'm saying.
That's fine. I would edit it to how are we here? The why would be existential.
Me too.
And you
How-
could. I think everyone has a subjective answer. Mine would be humanity. A religious person maybe to become closer to God. Everyone, it's subjective. But how are we here?
Yeah, I take back my I
an
take
answer.
back my point. That is equally as important, how as opposed to why. Yeah. In addition to why. Yeah.
But no one's wrong. Everyone has their purpose, and it's subjective, and it's whatever you happen to find or hold dear. We almost all can agree to improving our families' lives. That would be, no question about that. But the existential question of why am I here? Everyone's got their purpose, and I just go with how are we here and move forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why is a crazy question? Why anything? Take a random look at any object or thing in your room, or it could be a cat. Why do you exist? Like the
you're
question
right,
itself is
Science
mind
can
blowing.
never answer that. Why?
The bigger question is, why does existence exist? Why does
Boom, there you
anything
go.
exist?
Yep.
Or how? I mean,
That's why I do believe.
Like,
That's why I'm
why
a
does
believer,
God
man.
even exist? Like, how does God even exist? Like, those are the biggest ones.
That's the biggest one, because think about it. How could something come from nothing? And the time before time, okay, humans created time. Well, does that mean that time doesn't exist actually outside of the human mind?
Well,
So does that
something
mean-
would always have to
I think maybe it's more that the concept of nothingness is not real. It's not true. It's a figment of our imagination that we all believe in so much
That's
because of
fascinating.
our you know
Fear.
worldly earthly experience that we have here, the physical experience
Yeah,
that we have.
existentialism. We fear
We're
death,
convinced that
and we think that we
there's that
disappear.
dichotomy there, but in fact,
But why
nothingness
would we
is
disappear, though? I mean, if the universe continues to exist after we just poof out, why can't we continue to exist? If the
That is
universe continues to exist, why wouldn't we?
what? So say that again.
Oh, I agree. It
E.T.
makes
said
sense.
something about us poofing out of existence. What, upon death? Does the universe continue existing after our death? If so,
I
then
don't
why
know.
does it get to go on while we poof out of existence? That's why I was asking E.T.
I don't know what this puffing out of existence is. I'll leave that with him. I don't know what
No,
that's
I
about.
know. It's good to hear your voice again. It's been a long time. I completely agree with you. Yeah, that's an idea that I guess I made up in my mind as I developed into an adult over the years. I'm still fairly young, but I mean, like, you're right. I can't prove it. That doesn't happen. But I mean, there's a fear driven into, I think, all of our minds, which has been portrayed in movies and TV shows for decades. So it's not like I invented this idea, but a lot of people.
Well, I mean, if the universe sustains our existence and the universe goes on and nothing else is pressuring the universe to do anything else but do what it does, why wouldn't the universe keep sustaining our existence?
But okay, well, my question then to you would be like,
Well,
our
sun will
individual
grow and we'll
existence,
burn
like,
up, won't we? Before we
will
escape.
ET and Lemon still be our own individual self, or is it just the idea of ourselves go on, or
I mean, I believe that we continue existing either in heaven or hell, but I'm just asking for the internal consistency within the worldview to see how it accounts for this, if it accounts for it at all.
Right.
What do you mean, Lemon? I'll answer you.
Your idea of who you think you are is mostly an illusion. I mean, your true self, the self that existed before you were born and will exist after you die.
Yeah.
I don't believe in a pre-existing soul, though.
That self, you and most
It's out of
people in this
concept.
world are
No
completely unfamiliar with. And that's
So
why
you believe in something
fear
that
death and you
pre-existed
fear-
the body?
Can you just let me finish? And that's why people fear death and fear not existing anymore, because they hold their identity so closely with their
earthly existence?
illusory identity, their physical reality, personality, human being, person.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to get this point real quick. So you believe that there was something that pre-existed our birth, like a soul or something like that pre-existed the incarnation of the body? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Because I don't believe in a pre-existing soul. I believe that we begin existing upon birth, and that's the beginning of our existence. I don't believe that there's any sort of pre-incarnation of any sort.
Why can it not just end at death then?
That's all right if you believe that.
But Lemon, you believe you're going to live after your body, don't you, in the new earth?
Yeah, after birth and after death, but I don't believe in a
It's the
pre-incarnate
same as that. It's just
soul.
before.
Lemon, I just really quick, super quick here. I'm just trying to, like, no judgment or one side or the other. So you started brand new here and a new world waiting beyond, but you started here.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear on that. I didn't know how you felt about it.
It never existed in any form whatsoever before birth.
You did though, Lemon. Your dad's idea. You were your dad's idea before you were born, right? His passion, his desire.
The only way that quote unquote I existed was in God's, mind or in his planning, but I don't have any memories from before my birth, and I don't even have memories of any real sort until a significant period afterward.
Oh, that's fair.
Until my mind starts.
That's because you're thinking about it from the point of view of your your created self as a human being and your self identity, and you're not speaking from your true self, which is the eternal self that I'm talking about, that you existed before you were born and you will exist afterwards.
But the part of you that's older than Lemon might remember if you get in contact with that part of yourself.
But that would be begging the question because I have no memories of that. So
you have to find them. You have to go look.
But I have no way to account for that. I would have to ask something else that was around, like God, for that sort of information.
What do you think, Lemon? Then, what do you think about people that
You
do
can get that
have
information from him if you commune with him, if you learn how to commune with him.
Can anyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna. That's okay. Lemon, what's your how do you explain to people that do feel like they've had past lives and they say they can remember them or have those experiences? What do you think? Is it like a mental? I'm not saying I believe one way or another. I'm just asking how you might explain it if you're convinced that there's nothing before this.
Deception.
As far as your life. Deception? So you think most of them are lying?
I think that demons are whispering in their ears, and their minds aren't really differentiating between what is, true versus what's false.
What's a demon, and how have you come to believe in demons?
I think demons are the things that are actually quite existent from way before we, were born or incarnated in flesh. And their memories and their deception is being whispered into the mind of the person who's hearing this stuff about.
What are they?
That's interesting.
But what are they?
Ontologically, there are two categories. There are the fallen angels that fell with Lucifer when he rebelled, and there are the fallen angel Nephilim hybrids that are the product of the union of the fallen angels mating with human women. When they died in the flood, they became demons. So it's either a fallen angel or some sort of fallen angel Nephilim, disembodied spirit whispering to the person who believes that they have another life.
Could you explain then, like, clarify your definition of what we are? Like, do you think we have a soul or no soul?
We have a soul that begins existing upon creation, but it's not created.
So the soul is created upon creation, upon when you're born, like, or at conception.
As far as I can see, based off of the Bible, we're taken from the dust of the earth and given the breath of life upon, birth. And that's the beginning of us.
Do you believe in an afterlife then?
Yes.
Okay, so you think your soul continues on, but that it wasn't created until the conception or whatever. Okay, that's interesting. Because I was thinking that...
Sorry, go on. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say really quick. I just was trying to jump in there really quick. I've always felt incredibly strongly since I was like a very small child up until this day, and I'm in my mid-30s now. Like incredibly strongly, I felt like I was new, meaning like I started now, like when I was born or whatever, or as a little kid, and I'll always live from here on further, like without not even scientific or religious backing behind that. I just my whole world, I was just like I'm new. So I'm basically a kid. I'm new, and I will live forever. It's always been like it's just like driven in my psyche somehow. It's weird.
Well,
I thought I'd throw that out there. But.
Yeah. I think that's interesting how everyone kind of has their own interpretation of what they think might or might not happen after death, or if you've had, I guess it's influenced by the Bible or whatever else it makes you believe one way or the other. But it's just this is a great conversation, and I want to get on a little bit because you guys started with the material world, also being possibly a creation, with the heliocentrism actually being God's work, because either way, like the clockwork of what we would observe on a stationary Earth, and that argument that it's just so perfect that it has to be created by God. I mean, there's no way. But you could also look at it as, even if it's the system that they're saying with the going around the sun, that's completely too perfect. Even more significantly,
too perfect
Yeah.
or unbelievable.
So were you here like
I
30
wanted to
minutes ago
talk
when
on
I
this.
said that? Like, even if it is a space model, like which I'm
Yeah,
saying,
that's what I was
that's
adding to.
even equally, if not more, insane in my
I speak
opinion.
on
But
this. I want to say it's to do with if God is helping you or not. It doesn't matter if you're on a flat Earth set up under a dome type idea or a space globe flying through the universe. There are different scales. One's huge, one's on the ground and smaller. But it depends. If the God's not helping you anyway, we still have to unite and progress on our own, like Bioja was saying, on either model. Depends if God's there to help or not. And that just depends on if you believe it or if he does help or not.
I do believe we should be better people and treat each other better. Either way, for sure.
That seems instinctual, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
It
Well,
should.
we
You'd
ravagely
hope.
kill each other otherwise.
Lemon, real quick, if you're more a little bit Bible minded as far as heaven goes, do you think that's a physical place that your soul might actually go to? And then if so, what is it in like the location that people assume, like in the heavens, like above us? Or is it more like another dimension of some sort?
At least according to the Bible, it's above the waters above the firmament. So that appears to be its location.
Because I'm wondering, like the heliocentric or the ballers that also are religious, that have like deep faith in the Bible, where do they think it is? You know what I'm saying?
They leave a question mark. I don't really think that it factors into whatever they think their cosmology is. I guess they think it would be above the clouds on some level or something like that.
But then above the clouds is out in space and there's no up or down, so it's like that kind of ruins the whole idea of that of it being this particular place that the Bible kind of indicates it is, right? Isn't that another interesting thing? Because sometimes I've had friends, or just heard people, claim that the Big Bang can empirically be shown to be God's work and blah blah blah, and that's the way it is. Even if it is a Big Bang, then because of God's intentions. So where's God outside of that whole thing in the Big Bang heliocentric model to begin with? Where does God reside if it's just space and space is infinite and blah blah blah? It's like that. All of those things do not get answered with the heliocentric model, or they just have to suspend
I have
their
the answer.
need to answer.
God's outside the universe as a female, and the space in the universe is a female. All the stuff is the male of God. So it's there, it's outside, and it is it.
Because I think in the Bible it says that there's the land that we're on, and the air of the first heaven. The second heaven, I guess, would be the firmament, and the third heaven would be the waters above, and or heaven above the waters above, and God's heavenly sanctuary. So I think it's a bit of a different cosmology, and God would be there in His heavenly sanctuary.
I believe it's outside the universe, and it is the universe.
Well, I guess in the Bible it would give a more actual location to heaven as opposed to some sort of esoteric sort of sense of where, if anywhere, he is. I think the globe is basically a ball rocketing through black reaches of space where God is more or less nowhere to be found, or there's just a big question mark
Well,
there.
I just told you. For me, I found it, and it's there, or everything. The bit we fly through and the bit we're flying on. That's all God.
That would make God part of creation or something pantheistic.
Yeah. Like a human. You are yourself.
Lemon, are there passages in the Bible that kind of specifically indicate that there's demons whispering in our ears, making us believe alternative things like past lives and such?
Anything that specific? No.
Okay.
Where did the idea come from in the first place? I'm curious now. Of demons or anything getting in someone's mind or body.
I'd have to look at the Bible again, but I haven't seen anything that specifically addresses reincarnation or anything like that. I think it would have to be inferred from other passages in the text that say it's appointed to man die and then once, and then the judgment. So that appears to preclude anything like reincarnation.
Hey, Gio, are you still
I
here?
have an
by the
answer
way?
for this quickly. Angels and demons are part of the hierarchy of the spiritual world, because Romans like hierarchy, and so do cults. But they also represent the nature spirits. So if you do mushrooms and you talk to fairies, that's the same as talking to an angel, the same as talking to God through tools that you can find in nature.
Are you King James pretty much with the Bible? Is that your go-to, or do you go to like the lost books of the Bible and consider those as well?
I do look at the Apocrypha sometimes, but while they may be somewhat historical, they wouldn't be considered inspired by the Holy Ghost. The inspired text of the Old Testament came from the Hebrew people and from the prophets. And anything that's considered inspired in the New Testament has to deal with Jesus. But there's a lot of apocryphal texts that came in the 400 years of silence after Malachi. And so those might be historical and might have some decent stuff in them, but they wouldn't be considered God inspired, because during that period it was considered that God was not speaking to his prophets and was not breathing into people by inspiration. So those texts were not accepted and were seen as deuterocanonical in some cases.
There's a theory that the origins of the Bible are not necessarily what we've been told. So I find some of those lost books interesting, as well as some of the reasons that they give for that being the case. Like, I guess there's certain passages that they put, or they single out these certain passages that are similar in all of the different books. In fact, the claim is it's too similar in the wording to have come from different people. And so the theory is that all of those books were written from an original, more like Celtic text that used the idea that there was all these different witnesses to the same event as a way of like fortifying its validity and such. And I don't know, you might want to look. It's interesting that there are certain things that they say the wording of it is exactly the same in all of the different books. So it almost seems like that's a kind of an interesting theory, that there might be, these were all written in a different way, but they didn't do it well enough to make it really seem like it was different people.
Well, the Celtic people and some of the theories did descend from some of the Hebrew Israelite peoples and some of their migrations. So it may be talking about a tribe of the Hebrew Israelite people with their scripture anyway. In some sort of, historical sense, they might be the same people potentially.
Do you think there's like a universal consciousness, like we all kind of like have, like we kind of share our thoughts, like in the ether in a way? Like, do you believe in that kind of thing? Like we all kind of have like a collective soul in a way, almost.
I think we are kind of connected, be it by the radio waves, electromagnetically, etherically, on some level.
I think maybe another way. I guess I want to enhance his thought process for 1 second. Like a group consciousness, maybe, is what that reminded me of. Do you think that's realistic?
Yeah, like a universal consciousness. Well, I'm just trying to think of another way that maybe if we don't have a soul before we're born, that maybe there is some type of collective consciousness that someone could like tap into to believe that they've had these past lives, and maybe it's not anything that they've personally experienced, but it's somehow it's been like not necessarily demons whispering in their ears, but just a tapping into whatever that whatever that is.
Well, and I'm sure you both probably know about David Icke. For years he's been talking about this idea, and he did not invent the idea. Just that we all live within this flow of consciousness. It's just like a frequency that resonates throughout the whole universe, and we as humans, that's how you become aware and awake when you're. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work like that, but is that kind of close to what you're saying?
Yeah.
Would be more like Akashic. That would be a record of
Yeah.
somebody else's
Right.
past life, but it wouldn't be your past life. So that would be a difference. You'd be tying into the record of what happened to somebody else.
Yeah, but
it
I'm
wouldn't
not
have
talking
happened
about.
necessarily to you.
Oh, absolutely, and I agree. But I'm not necessarily talking about someone else's like past experience. I just mean like, and like hence like the fear of death. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are going away forever. It just means that you've always been here and you will continue to be here, but you're just going to change. And so all your memories, for example, those might go away, or in your relationships, those will change. But the very essence of your consciousness and your awareness, that cannot be destroyed. And you see that in nature, like throughout. Like I'm looking at my cat right now. That will always be there, but it won't necessarily be me. You know what I mean? But that could just be.
Do you think? Hey, Lemon, do you think that God would be capable of allowing someone's soul to return to Earth and have another life? Do you think that God would be capable of granting that?
I think that he could, but I don't think that he would. The Bible appears to say that you die once and then the judgment. That's it.
And there's no, you don't think that he would because of like that, just because of that passage? Like you don't have any like, could there be anything that passage doesn't include about what God would or wouldn't do? I mean, could there be lots of things that God wouldn't do that wouldn't be in the Bible as a whole?
Well, we'd have to infer from the passages past, dying once and then the judgment based off of what appears to be explicitly in the Bible. I mean, another life means another opportunity to incur sin. So that would be a huge risk, philosophically at the very least, or logically. Why would God send you, for more than one life? And why would that be necessary?
I don't know. I'm just asking if that, because then if I was just going to say, if you do think that God might do that or could do that, then if somebody claimed to have a past life, then how would you know if that's the case or if it's demons or making them believe it or not?
Based off of the passage that says it's appointed to man to die once, then the judgment, I can't believe in reincarnation.
Gotcha. Right. I know it's a totally different idea. It's just interesting.
Another question.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Seeing as we're asking Lemon questions, like from a biblical standpoint, how if you come here and the judgment will come at the end of your experience here, how is that fair for a young person to get succumbed into the influence of a demon type entity, seeing as then therefore they didn't really have a chance to prove themselves to be good stewards of the earth, you know what I mean?
So you're judged for your inability to resist the demon's whispers, what you're saying, right?
I guess so, but I mean, like
if they truly thought it was God talking to them, right? Like say they sinned or whatever, but they thought it was God advising them, but it was actually a demon, and they couldn't tell the difference. So, well, why weren't we equipped with the ability to know the difference between demons and what God says or whatever?
Well, not only that,
it seems weird to me that you would have such a vindictive God that he would create these beings and put them through this test, and how they do determines
what they choose,
whether they suffer for forever, or
but they had a group of people convincing them one way or another.
That seems just immature for a god, someone that could.
I don't see how that seems immature.
Well, by the way, when I asked my question,
he'd make it a little more clear.
Lemon, I just want to know, my question was like, I was being very sincere, and I meant from a biblical standpoint, as you're asking that other guy's question, how that worked. I didn't necessarily mean it as like a, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's purely in the context of Christianity, then yeah.
Well, I guess I was asking that, but yeah, I'm also open to like broadening the conversation. But I mean, I just wanted to be clear that Lemon knew that I wasn't trying to be I wasn't being inquisitive to his sorry, you know what I mean.
Oh wait, Lemon, before the Bible, like in times before the Bible, So do you think there was a lot less people in heaven because they didn't have the Bible to guide them how to get there?
There's
A lot less
different
people going to
doctrines
heaven?
about that. I try to go with the Bible when I can, but sometimes I bring together the scholarship of other people or other takes on it, where people try to, see what they could do with this biblical take versus, something a bit more
The Bible says no
logical.
one's in heaven until after Judgment Day.
Well, they talked about Abraham's bosom. People were not brought up to heaven fully until Jesus' blood was shed on the cross. So people that were good that died before, Christ would have been in Abraham's bosom in hell. And it would have been like that parable that God said where, they saw Lazarus from afar in hell. And he said, give me a drop of water for I am tortured in this flame. And God said, there's a gulf between you and me. You had your good things in your life and Lazarus had, his things. And now Lazarus is comforted and you are, where you are. So it appears that Jesus may have gone down and harried hell or brought the people that were down in Abraham's bosom up to heaven, given them the gospel, and hell hath enlarged itself because of that, because a section of hell was emptied out, by taking those believers out of the good section of, the grave of hell and bringing them up to heaven. So that's the one possibility that's out there. But if somebody dies, before the age of accountability, there's a take on that, which may or may not be biblical as far as I can see. But people say that a child does not go to hell automatically unless they know the difference between good and evil. If they die knowing the difference between good and evil, well, then there's a possibility that they may go to hell. But other than that, if they die before that, then it's like getting to heaven free card or something like that.
Is heaven like bliss in a way? Like, is it always all good? Is there no contrast whatsoever? It's only like continuously forever, like a eternal bliss of some sort, or what do you think like literally is the experience?
Well, based off of the accounts of near-death experiences, which I also take as a possibility, people say that they're active in heaven, that there's streets, there's houses, there's singing. There appears to be a conscious enjoyment of some sort, where it's not just this unconscious nirvana like state.
Oh, but like in an earthly environment.
In a heavenly environment, but in the Bible, heaven does come down to earth and make a new heaven and a new earth. I believe with the heaven coming down during the last days during the millennial reign of Christ or something to that effect. God is going to make a new heaven and a new earth one way or another. But it is something that appears to be somewhat sensible to human beings on some level.
But it's not like a sexual bliss, of course, because that's kind of sinful, right? So I'm wondering what the bliss of heaven would feel like. I mean, not that sex is the only bliss we have, but like you'd think that if it was like a reward of some sort, what we
that really nice feeling you get when you get tingles down your spine, like
yeah,
it's like that probably, bro. It's not like sexual desires.
But like if that but you know what I'm saying? It's similar in a way because it's a bliss of a sort. And if it's that tingle in your spine, then if that's if that's consistent and that's all you feel forever, like eternity, without the contrast, how would that feel good after a while?
We're going through the contrast now.
Do we
Like
have
we're
like
experiencing this experience is that we're actually going through the contrast now.
And do we have a human form in heaven? And one other question is people who go to hell, are they there forever, or are they allowed to get out at some point?
Good behavior, you get out. All right, bad behavior, I don't know.
Hell appears to
get
be
the feeling
forever.
that it's all just a choice.
Well, if heaven is forever, one would think by logical extension that hell would be forever as well. Because if people,
everyone
that's in here, of suffering to pay for a crime, and then isn't a certain amount of suffering going to be enough to have paid for that?
Somebody needs.
Are you a flat earther, Rams?
Yeah.
Yeah, so right, like you're watching everyone around you just like constantly deny the truth, and like a lot of them are living in turmoil, but they'll always deny the truth no matter what, right?
Well,
You
a
sort of
lot
see
of
some
people
people, they
that
just
I know
refuse to
personally
accept the
don't
truth about
deny
things,
it.
right?
They don't even think about it.
Well, I don't know.
But
I know some people that no matter what you show them and tell them, they would rather live in the lie. They'd rather live in the Matrix, like that bald guy from that movie. I feel
yeah,
like it's a little bit like that. You know what I mean? Like as long as
yeah.
they want to live in the lie, they'll be in quote unquote hell. If they don't want to live in the lie, they'll live in the truth realm, the realm of the truth, which is
His
heaven.
name is Cypher. It's like,
Yeah.
but Cypher, the Matrix isn't real. Trinity says.
Well, I think the way that we think about it is do the crime, then do the time, and you're out. But I think since we're going to be with God forever in heaven, a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump. I mean, given enough time, any little small sin can fester into a huge problem. And since we have eternity to be with God, all of that stuff needs to be extirpated totally. So hell would be for people that, if given enough time, would just turn heaven into hell, essentially. And
But Lemon, what about that part in the Bible where it says everyone bows down and worships the Creator, right? And even the ones that refuse to repent of their sins, and they bow down, they take the knee, and then He turns them to dust.
that's annihilationism.
Yeah,
I don't know if necessarily biblical. It does say that the lake of fire is the second death. I just don't know if they're going to be annihilated or if they're just going to be, suffering eternally there or not. That's the big question for me. But as far as I can tell, we live forever. So as far as I can tell, you wouldn't be annihilated. But I don't know, maybe. But I don't know if annihilationism is biblical. As far as we can tell, most people take the interpretation that hell is eternal torment of some sort.
Mm-hmm. And could eternal, just ask you again, Lemon, thank you for answering all these questions. Biblically speaking, let's say you are one of these evil minded people on earth, and you're sent off to the depths of hell because of your evil ways. And someone not long ago was asking about, can you get out of it? But is it truly eternal in the sense that we think of eternity, or maybe is there anything in the biblical text that say you go back and you do it again, meaning Earth, or anything along those lines?
No, once you're in hell, that's it. People talk about dying and feeling that this is it, that they're going to be in hell forever and they can feel it. And they're like, Jesus saved me. And then in some of the accounts, they're, brought back up to heaven. But some people talk about seeing the people there in hell suffering, conscious suffering over and over and over again.
Well, I mean, 5 minutes can feel like forever. So, I mean, forever, it might just be an experience.
But
yeah, like how many
forever is a
microseconds
long.
in a second? How many microseconds in a microsecond, sort of thing? What is forever?
Forever is a long time. Like, think of your own age, and you can look back at your life and be like, yeah, life is short, but I've been here for quite a while. Imagine forever.
Yeah, it's all relative. But like, if this is the contrast to eternity, then yeah, it seems like it's very unbalanced. Like eternity compared to one lifetime is, how could that be much of a contrast? Is all I'm asking.
It depends on how much time they have for their sin to fester, because God's thoughts are not our thoughts. And so he's probably saying, if I let this person into hell and they love lying, eventually they're going to lie to everybody and spread that throughout heaven. And it'll be hell all over again. It'll be just like Earth.
This is making more sense to me now. What Lemon said maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago. Like, when you truly know that you're committing sin, like you've made the conscious decision to sin or do something truly evil, then you'll be punished. Like, I've made mistakes before in my life, but I don't think any of them are evil. And I think, well, maybe I got in trouble or with them, but I don't feel like I deserve to go to hell for all eternity because of it. Maybe when it's like you know for sure.
Yeah, like what the natural things, the things that you feel are natural, being sins. That's when I get like, wait a minute. Like, if somebody never heard that was a sin, then how could that natural act be something they should feel bad about?
Well, I agree with that.
Well, the Bible also says God wrote the word on our hearts, so we appear to have a conscience that knows that certain things are wrong. And so it does look like we have some indication of what's right and wrong.
Tell that to
Even
my 5-year-old, Lemon.
well, they know how to lie without you even having to tell them how to lie. And so
Yeah,
it looks
true.
like they have a nature that wants to do certain things without even being told or
Yeah.
taught necessarily.
Yeah, you're true. Have you read that part in the scriptures where it says in the end times, people will seek death, but they won't even be able to find it? Do you get that feeling that that's sort of like some sort of suggestion that like our consciousness will be downloaded into technology, that we won't be able to die and it'll be horrible?
Well, it could be. I think it'll be like something like that, or the way that I think of it is we're gonna be, our DNA is gonna be corrupted by the DNA altering jabs so much that we can regenerate, but we can't die anymore. I'm thinking it's more like that, but it could be like that. Who knows? But as far as I can tell, the Bible says the life is in the blood. So if we're inside of a machine, we'd probably be dead without blood in our body.
You're not even
Yep,
alive.
well said.
In the first place. Yeah, it is well said. Hey, now that you bring that up, I have a question for you, Lemon. Now, is just to go along with all these great questions that everyone's asking and all your great answers. Well, after these, without getting into the whole thing, and because I'm not trying to, after these jabs, which have been proven, along as the scientists are saying, to manipulate your DNA, what does that mean for us as people on Earth here, as children?
Well, it looks like it's just like in the days of Noah. Perhaps they were messing with people's DNA even back then. We have myths of centaurs and pixies and different things like that, but what are they? They're man mixed with another animal. Perhaps they did genetic experiments where they combined a horse and a human to make a centaur. Perhaps they did genetic experiments to combine a horse with a fairy or something. If I want to go, heretical sci-fi with this or whatever. Perhaps they're doing it right now by trying to combine man with machine in the same chimeric sort of way.
Is it believed that we're still pure today, like in 2021? Are we still human, do you believe?
As long as we descended from Noah, yeah. The rest of everybody was mating with the fallen angels and doing Lord knows what, and God flooded all that away. So,
okay, yeah, as far
long
as we
we
know.
descended from that, we should still be more or less human, but we get graphene from the vaccines. We get graphene nanotech from the chemtrails, probably from the food.
I wonder about
But I
that.
think we're
Yeah.
still pretty human.
So are these end times, does the Bible or your interpretation of the Bible say or indicate that God creates these end times to test us in some way, or it's just the way, is there like a cyclical, like this just is the way it's going to happen, or is it more like the devil or Satan is causing these things and we have to fight against the mark of the beast to save ourselves somehow?
Well, the Bible does say that a mark is coming, whether it's this DNA altering jab or something else. Some sort of mark is coming, and so we just have to preserve or till the end and believe on Jesus Christ for salvation now, and try to reserve a seat in heaven.
I think the cycle comes to an end, so the devil's power grows. That's when God sends Jesus back to help.
Well, I thought when Jesus comes back, he's going to be like fire and brimstone, like judging everybody and smiting everybody.
It's going to be war. Like they're basically just predicting war and telling you to get ready.
What were you saying earlier about people being created upon their birth? Then wasn't that the same for Jesus?
Well, Jesus is God, so he pre-existed his earthly incarnation. He got a.
Why is that not the same for all of us?
Because we're not God. We're created beings. Jesus himself said, "I am from above, you are from below." So Jesus appears to be kind of different.
Yeah, I think there's a contextual misunderstanding in that.
How do you, Lemon? How do you choose? How do you choose what interpretation to believe in as far as the Bible goes? Like, I know that there's, like we were talking about with sin or whatever. Like masturbations could be seen as a sin if you interpret the seed parable or whatever, the passage that talks about the seed, spilling the seed and all that. Like, how would you know which interpretation is the right one?
Well, we'd have to pray about it, go to the Holy Ghost for guidance. But most of the time, we see if an interpretation lines up with other stuff that we see. Like most people that are biblically Christian try to see if it lines up with other parts of the Bible, whether it lines up with their personal tastes, their personal conviction, their faith, and go to God and the Holy Spirit in prayer for the rest. But interpretation,
discernment, right? Discernment.
well,
I actually
yeah,
agree
yeah.
with that as how any man should look for truth, not just using the Bible, but
Yeah, exactly.
time.
But isn't it like to get into heaven? Isn't it like pretty important that you know exactly what it's saying so that you don't make a mistake about? And it just seems like there's so many different interpretations, even within like one denomination. They may have like a congregation that has like many different ideas of what they choose to think is the right way or wrong way. So it's just interesting because like there's a lot of confidence from people that are devout Christians, but I don't think that they're confident that they agree with other Christians very much.
Well, the main thing is Jesus Christ and his shed blood on the cross covering our sins and offering us salvation. The rest of that stuff is kind of window dressing. We go to the Holy Ghost for the rest of the interpretation and just go from there. But most of the time, you need to see if an interpretation lines up with another part of Scripture, another area of your life. And you need to see if your interpretation is affirming the Bible or tearing it apart, because not all interpretations are affirming. Some interpretations deny another interpretation and potentially tear the book we believe in as the Word of God apart. So that's where the rub comes in with interpretation, whether it affirms and or denies or lines up with or is concordant with something else, basically.
But this him paying for our sins thing makes me a little uncomfortable because I'm not comfortable with the idea of anyone suffering for my sins. So
probably a good thing.
I'm not comfortable with that idea, and it just seems weird.
I don't know if you're supposed to be comfortable with it, bro.
Well, it depends. I mean, it depends on the debt that you incur. Like, if you rack up a debt of, $5 billion and you know full well that you can't work that off, then somebody is going to need to step in and take the penalty. If you believe in justice, you would either have to, pay a debt that you can't pay, or somebody would need to pay the penalty. And that's where Jesus comes. We've sinned against a holy God, incurred a debt that we could never repay. And so
a
God
God
just
that would do that is just you're characterizing a God here that just shows vindictive and childish characteristics that
those are
I
assumptions,
can't have any
man.
respect for. Was
Those are
this
just
making
assumptions,
someone else pay the price for other people's sins?
Making them? Where did it say he made him do it?
Well, the thing is, if we believe in justice, if a crime has been committed, then somebody would have to pay.
We leave that to God. We leave that to God.
That's what he did, bro.
That's
It
why
was left
God
to
sent
God,
down
literally.
his only son.
We leave it to God.
Do you think all the pain and suffering that somebody feels in they're in hell for eternity, do you think there's like some kind of like biological or I mean, do you think they use like a some way of generating power or something through that energy of that eternal suffering? Like they haven't like some kind of hell engine? Like, do they take advantage of that, massive amount of pain being used to the advantage of the demons or something? I don't know.
That's
Is that
a
in the Bible?
possibility. I mean,
Crazy.
it's a possibility. Occultists do talk about taking the light from somebody or taking away their star. And so, if God has a destiny for you that He purposed in your life, Satan will try to take away that star and that destiny and try to use it for other purposes. So, that is a possibility. I think Pastor Joseph Okechukwu in Okechukwu was talking about how the elites would torture these children and these babies to drain them of their life, essentially their life essence, and concentrated in adrenochrome and drink the blood. He talked about how spiritually, when a baby is born, it's covered head to toe in this kind of bluish light, full of life and energy. And upon death, this covering of light is down to like an inch down by the feet. Like most of the life force has essentially been used up. And so when they torture these children, they try to basically drain that. And demons feed off of that essence essentially and sometimes manifest in these rituals based off of the dark energy that's being, materialized or whatever in that ritual. So I guess there is some dark battery with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. That'd be funny. I mean, because I guess a lot of people think of the hell, like as far as, like again, the placement. You think of the heaven as above, the waters above. Is hell is supposed to be inside the earth, right, below us, like a literal pit.
Yeah,
in the heart of the earth, yeah. And Jesus was in the heart of the earth, like Jonah was in the belly of the whale for 3 days. So Jesus was in the grave for like 3 days and 3 nights.
You're basically like in the volcano instead of with the stars.
Right. And it would have an effect, you'd think, biologically on the earth if it's like this pit of hell that's constantly churning, I mean, I guess you could say that's where the lava comes from, or maybe even what sustains life on earth. And so it's like a symbiotic relationship of the the hell generator that makes everything work. And so it's kind of heavenly in that way, in a weird way. Like it's we're dependent on it. That'd be interesting, right?
Well, hell was made for the fallen angels and for Lucifer and his fallen angels. It wasn't originally for us. But for those that wanted to follow them, well, hell, I guess, also serves a purpose as well.
I watched a video that I think yesterday or the day before that was talking about the occult practices and how that there's ways to ascend. And that's part of what the idea of, not to take anything away from what the Bible says, but that the Bible's the only books that were included or whatever. It's like it's more of a way of making people not see what it takes to ascend, and that thinking that just believing in Jesus Christ is enough to ascend is part of the trick. Not that Jesus didn't exist or any of that, but the trick is to get them to focus on only that and not do the work that it would actually take to become what they think they're going to do. What do you guys think of that?
Well, that's a works-based gospel where man essentially tries to save himself. And from the Bible perspective, it's what Jesus does that saves us, not our own works. That's why it's a gospel of grace, not works. Otherwise, Jesus, wouldn't need to have come in the first place. And our works are like filthy rags to the Lord. And so
why are we even here then? What's the point of our existence?
I want to know. Yeah.
Well, God originally put us here, seemingly to be in a relationship with Him forever, but sin separated us from Him. And so now it's like being reconciled back to the Father so that we can have that relationship again without the sin covering us. That's why Jesus' blood and blood
from Him. Most of us are only separate from Him because we don't practice prayer and meditation and communion with Him.
But
how does original sin work again?
So if the sin is not,
totally responsible for the
lack of connection with the blood of Jesus Christ, then we have a problem.
But we're totally responsible for our lack of connection with God. We're totally responsible individually ourselves.
Yeah, but you could blame religion and news and ideologies and Satan, principalities, bad energies. You could blame lots of things for helping us lose our connection.
Lemon, could you
excuses.
remind me what?
Relationship,
They're just
yeah,
excuses
relationship
at the
is
end of the
a two-way.
day.
Right?
That's
But
the
relationship
challenge.
is
People
a
should have worked
two-way
it out by
street,
now. I agree.
and the relationship is a two-way street, and we can do all this stuff, but God may or may not accept it. If we're in a relationship with God, we need to say, "Hey, God, do you accept this work or not?" And if He's like, "No," well, then we're not going to be in a relationship with Him.
How does original sin work again, Lemon? What is it like? Do you think it's do you believe in original sin, and what is it? Either way.
Some people say it's a Jesuitical Catholic doctrine that's not biblical, but it basically says that we have a sin nature passed to us through Adam, where we tend not to do good works. We tend to want to sin, basically, through the nature that we got from our father Adam.
It's like a pre-crime.
A predisposition to do crime. That doesn't mean that we will do it, but we will tend to do it if the conditions are right.
Well, Lemon, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's sort of like, say, God is all righteousness. So if there's even one sin involved, then suddenly it's been saturated with sin. So
Well,
because we were involved in that one sin, then we've been tainted.
Well, basically, God knows how people operate. If you make one dispensation for one sin, the next sinner will be like, "Well, you made a dispensation for them. What about me?" And
Sounds
it just
like he knows
spreads,
how
and pretty
sin
soon,
operates.
And so it's all or nothing. And so God knows that, the next sinner will be like, "Well, I need you to make a dispensation for me to be just." And then injustice keeps spreading and more dispensations. And before you know it, heaven's a mess.
Would you agree that interpreting the Bible to take advantage of men would probably be like the worst sin, almost? Like just
God just
like a
sees
preacher
sin
that
as
does
sin.
to get them to if it is the case that interpretations of the Bible have been used and claimed to be the Word of God, just so that men could be controlled or whatever it is that they want men to do. That I think that in my book, taking advantage of people's natural spirituality and making it into something that is deceptively not what God really would or wouldn't say because it's all made up or whatever it is. I'm not saying I think it's made up. I'm just saying I think that's the worst kind of sin. Taking advantage of
the
people's
Bible tells
spirituality
us.
with religion.
Well, the Bible tells us that the heart of man is that a man is desperately wicked, basically, and so I think what you're saying is true in that people can twist the word, for the nefarious purposes, and that's why the Catholic Church would kill you if you had a Bible. That's why the Dark Ages were so dark, because they were the only ones with access to the scriptures, and if they found you, trying to read the Bible on your own, they label you a heretic or something like that and torture you and kill you or something.
Funny, isn't it?
And so that's why we have to go to the word ourselves and see, what God's word is actually saying.
Well, I think one of the worst ones too is this this whole idea that we're incapable of overcoming our sins.
Well, that's a word
and not being sinful.
But that makes people focus on their works, and that makes people focus on, okay, are you built for this work? Are you strong? Are you weak? That leads to the doctrines of, ableism, I guess, to fulfill certain works or certain rituals. I want to, go after this person because they're stronger or they're more fitted to do a work or something like that. You get doctrines that are really demonic after that, that have no grace and no love. It's very dangerous.
Most of us, because I didn't really start to take the idea of. I was born a Catholic, so it's always been in my mind, but I didn't seriously start taking the idea of God very seriously until I was in my 30s. And at that point, I had already, biblically speaking, sinned quite a lot. So, what does that mean for me?
Well, I mean, we just have to read our Bible, pray, go to the Holy Ghost, and, trust in what Jesus did on the cross. That's why Jesus is our Sabbath. He does all the work and allows us to rest. You know, we don't have to strive and work and worry and toil and worry about whether we have salvation anymore. We just trust Jesus Christ and have faith in what he did on the cross and his shed blood, you know, and the gospel of Jesus Christ, and, you know, we're good.
So really, we're good. Okay, I'm not
Sounds like
saying
an
we're
easy
not.
way out.
Well, yeah, I'm
That
just
sounds like
wondering,
an easy way out.
yeah. Well, hold on, to address both of those points. I guess I'll just say like really quick. I like when I said I was born or raised Catholic. I used to be able to go and confess my sins, and they were almost somehow forgiven. And you're saying now, if I just follow the word, I'll also be forgiven.
If you trust in Jesus Christ and what he did, you're saved according to the Bible.
Okay.
How was it a sacrifice? How was it a sacrifice for Jesus to die? Like I'm not trying to be cynical so much as this is a question that kind of has always bugged me. Like, okay, if he gave his only begotten son and then, you know, his dying, you know, he's just going to go to heaven, right? I mean, especially if he is God, then, you know, why would it be such a sacrifice to lose the mortal life, you know?
Well, he didn't have to go through all that. He didn't have to be whipped. He didn't have to be, you know, speared. He didn't have to be crucified, suffocating on that cross. He didn't
Yeah,
have to
but if,
suffer and be spat upon.
yeah,
He was innocent. I mean, that's just an
right.
affront
But
to dignity.
if,
That's, you know,
if he was God,
he
how could it really be
sacrificed, you
suffering?
know, by suffering all that, you know, indignity and all of that pain and suffering. And it
But
looked like he was
wouldn't he
forsaken on the
be
cross
above
as
all that?
well.
Wouldn't
What
you
was
think he'd
that?
be above all that? Wouldn't he be above all the suffering and humiliation? I
Totally.
mean, wouldn't that be beyond him to have any of those kind of sufferings?
Totally. Yeah.
No,
It looked like he
thought
had
of
a
it.
human body,
I've
though. He
always thought of
thirsted,
it.
he was tired, he ate, he slept. It looks like he was human.
Because
And
he
I've
was
always
a
thought of it
man.
like this, and this
Because he
explains a
was a
lot of our
man.
experiences here. Like if I'm not going to try to personify God or pretend like I would even know what it would be like to be God or anything like that at all. But I mean, I would eventually get bored and I would create a human. And then when I made that human, what I would do is I would delete that aspect that knew that human, that I was the one that programmed it. So it thought we were a human. So same with everyone here. That's what I would do. I'd be like, well, let's like a virus almost. I'm just going to make like an infinite amount of myself, but they're not going to know. I'm going to cut that part off where they remember where they came from, and then keep track of every single one of them.
So if we are in the end times, what should we expect? Like, say this is the beginning of the end times, or whatever it is that Bible might try to say as far as what's going to happen. Like Jesus isn't coming to save us, right? Jesus is coming to smite us in the Bible, right?
Isn't there a
Well,
second
Jesus
coming
is
though?
coming to rapture his bride according to the rapture doctrine. Some people believe in it, some people don't. Some people go with a pre-tribulation rapture, post-tribulation. Some people say it's not going to happen until the end. But basically, Jesus is coming to rapture his bride, the church that has been faithful to him. I believe in the rapture. I could be wrong, or who knows. But it looks like he's coming to rapture his bride that was faithful to him, and the people that are left are going to go through some sort of trouble, trial, or tribulation. Then at the end of like 7 years, he's going to come back in glory and reign for 1,000 years with a rod of iron. Nobody will ever take the kingdom from him ever again. And then at the end of that 1,000 years, the devil will be released, but it'll be released to be judged finally or something like that, and be thrown eternally into a lake of fire. Then God will come down with a new heaven and a new earth, and we'll be with God forever, hopefully. And that appears to be what's in the Bible, based off
So
of
he
Revelation.
comes to when he raptures people, like people are raptured up to heaven. Is that the idea?
Raptured up to heaven, I believe. Yes.
So he basically, if he comes down and kills people, we should look at it as like, oh, he just raptured them. He killed them so they could go to heaven.
Rapture is a sudden taking. The Bible talks about two people working in the field and one left while the other is taken, or one, basically disappears while the other is working, or something like that. It
So it's
appears to be
good.
a
It's like, okay,
sudden
so it's not
taking.
like they get killed. But so if they get killed and they just keel over, that they're not raptured. They actually have to disappear their whole physical form.
Most people understand it as like a sudden disappearance or something like that.
I never heard that part about how one person works and another disappears. What do you have
One
anything
person
else?
is working and the other is taken up, or something to that effect. That appears to be the general gist of what's said in the Bible. But could it
So if
be
you
death
disappear,
instead
it's
of
like
a sudden
yeah,
disappearance
that's a
or
good thing.
whatever? I don't know. But most people understand it as a sudden taking, like a disappearance or something.
Right. I've never heard that before. And what about the person working? Are they like, is that like to be taken literally? Or what's going on there?
Well, the word for it in the Bible is harpazo, which basically transfers to a sudden taking, a rapture, like a sudden snatching.
Yeah,
And
okay.
So the people
get
that
that.
are left weren't good enough to be raptured is the point, right? Or not?
Well, it would be, by most interpretations, the people that weren't saved or didn't have a relationship with God, or I think they talk about the people being left behind in Jacob's trouble or something like that. Like God will rapture the bride that was faithful to Him first and deal with the people that were not afterward. And so Jacob's trouble would be for the people that were like, the Jews that fell away from him in apostasy over and over again. He'll bring him back to him in Jacob's trouble and reconcile, the people back to him that, basically turned away from him. And
People
so,
Okay,
here
then what
now,
happens like step by step?
descendants,
What happens
2,000
after that?
years later, like how are they responsible for the acts of their ancestors from 2,000 years ago?
well, Jewish or not, it's whether or not you've accepted Christ. There are Messianic Jews that have accepted Christ. It just depends on whether you've accepted Him for the whole rapture.
See, I struggle to understand what it means to accept Christ, because to me it seems like it means that I have to believe a very specific story told to me by men.
In order to be
Ultimately,
saved, I struggle with
I have
that
to
too.
trust them. I have to put my eternal future of my soul in trusting the word of these men that wrote these gospels. And the fact that I have to believe such specific ways of interpreting it,
that's my main struggle with Christianity.
is concerning and just doesn't feel right. Doesn't.
Well, I mean, the Bible says, that basically came and was a sacrifice basically for our sins, essentially based off of the typology that's in the Bible. And so, if we trust in what He did on the cross and trust in the power of His blood to wash away our sins, I guess that's what they're talking about, and trusting Jesus Christ and what He did. As opposed to trying to rely on our own works, which are like filthy rags to the Lord, to save us. It's a different gospel, the works-based gospel.
Where does this our works of filthy rags to the Lord come from? Because that's really, it's a horrible thing to say. Like people work their whole lives dedicating themselves to all sorts of wonderful, good things. And to say that those are rags,
it gives you the sense of trying to clean something, and then there's so much dirt, it eventually soils the thing that tries to clean it. So we try to cover over our sin with, rags that try to wash away the sin, but there's just so much. And eventually you're trying to clean with a dirty rag that's not really doing it.
Yeah, that's different.
It's not helping.
That's sort of a different thing, though. Like, if you've sinned and you're trying to cover it over rather than face up to the sin and truly absolve yourself, then yeah, of course, that's...
Yeah, some of the wording and the way it whether it's true or not, that's what the message was supposed to be. It's very believable that the interpretation of some of these things might have been just to make us obedient, regardless of how much truth is in the Bible. There's just some things that are just like, make them feel like they're sinners and doing whatever they do is judged by this God, and then it works for society's control of a man, regardless if it's true or not. And that's
Yeah, and the ruling classes of those times would have jumped at the opportunity to use a tool like that to control people.
Absolutely, and they have. They have, obviously.
And they have, yeah.
It's not even a conspiracy. I mean, that's what they do.
Yeah, exactly.
They
The
interpret the
Crusades.
Bible for their advantage,
That's
whether
right.
it's true or not. Yeah.
Yeah.
So some of
That's
the
right.
wording of that, especially knowing there's different interpretations and several different versions of it, it does seem like that. I find it believable that some of these things that are a little more harsh and ridiculous sounding were put there to keep us in line and feeling bad about ourselves.
Isaiah 64:6 says, "But we are all as an unclean thing, and all our righteousness are as filthy rags, and we all do fade as a leaf, and our iniquities like the wind have taken us away." So it looks like our works are not sufficient to save us. So that's a repudiation of a works-based gospel where we, basically try to save ourselves as opposed to trusting in what Jesus Christ did. The gospel
Again, I think there's more context. Again, I think there's more context to what he said, to what you just quoted, than what you're taking from it.
Well, in any context, that kind of sucks, in my opinion. That means, like, whatever I do, I'm bad. I can do the right thing, like, tomorrow. I can, like, really do, like, this really, like, wonderful thing for someone tomorrow, and I'm still a bad person.
I think it's more so that all things we do here in this physical world are meaningless, ultimately meaningless.
Well, I think it says that we have to be empowered by the right spirit before we can truly do a good godly work. And so we get the right spirit when we trust Jesus Christ and let the Holy Spirit guide us in all truth and righteousness. So I think it's talking about being empowered by the right spirit to do, actually good works that are godly.
Yeah. So it's
that
not so
way
much
we have the
about
right
the
thing inside
works.
us, the spirit of, holiness.
Sorry to interrupt you there, but yeah, it's more so not so much about the actual acts themselves, but the intention behind them, and the heart, and the meaning, and the honesty behind them, and the good intentions behind them.
But the thing is, mankind is desperately wicked. The heart of man is seen as a wicked thing, and so apart from Christ, we can do nothing. And that we need to have the Holy Spirit of God to do truly good, godly works.
That's my issue with it. If I don't believe in the story of Jesus Christ, but I do believe in God, I'm still a sinner. I don't find that to be fair because, like, the Prophet Muhammad and all that, I don't believe in any of that stuff. Or, like, in Hare Krishna or whatever, I don't necessarily want to believe in all that stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm a bad person or that I can't do good or great things or that I don't believe in God. But what am I now to God if I don't believe in this story?
Well, we don't need God to do good works, true, but we need God to do godly works. We need to have the right spirit empowering us. And it may seem good now, but in the scheme of eternity, which appears to be, God's perspective, what is this going to become? What is this going to become later down the line? It may seem halfway good now, but in 10 years, 20 years, and a million years, it may become a mess. And so in God's eternal perspective, he would inform us about, hey, maybe you might want to turn this way instead of that way. And that's where, we would have to be empowered by the Holy Spirit to do ultimately good, godly works that, really last.
Would it be acceptable then to follow just the general rules of the Bible, like without necessarily literally believing in Jesus Christ? And I'm not saying it either way or judging anyone who does or doesn't believe it, but I mean, do I have to necessarily believe it in the fact that I think it was an actual thing, and I follow the general rules within, let's say, even the 10 Commandments, and also just general decency? That should be good enough, shouldn't it?
Well, it might be good enough for the world, but it may not be good enough for God. the Bible appears to say that if you do not, I think Jesus said, if you not believe that I am He, then you will die in your sins. So it may not be sufficient to save. It may be sufficient to be good enough in the world, maybe, but
I see. Okay, but I must believe in Jesus Christ.
Separation from God. I don't know if that would be biblical.
Okay.
I find it interesting. I think there's a bit of a contradiction in the whole idea of saving yourself, because it could hardly be considered a godly act, almost a selfish act if you look at it that way. Like, if you're living your life to save yourself for eternity, then it's not, it's for yourself, right? Wouldn't that kind of be a contradiction? It'd be a selfish act of some sort, like you're only worried about your eternal soul rather than the good of all mankind.
It works together. If you save yourself, you can save others too. I mean, it kind of works together. If you can't even save yourself, how are you gonna, work for others? But the thing is, Jesus Christ, did all the work. We don't work our own salvation. The Bible says that our works in that context are like filthy rags to the Lord. He doesn't find that acceptable, as far as we can tell. He accepted what Jesus did on the cross to pay for our sin.
But once we get to heaven, we're all good with Jesus. Like, we're good. Like, we're not rags. Once we get into heaven, we're like, He's all on our side and making us like, it's really awesome once we get to Him. But when we're down here, we're filthy rags to Him.
That's if we're even allowed into heaven. The Bible also says sin will not enter heaven. And so at the gate, they might be like, they might turn you back and say, I never knew you. You can't get in here.
On the same question too. Okay, I can't get rid of these dirty rigs of my thoughts and all these memories I have, so I wouldn't be allowed into heaven, I guess. And
that's why we trust in Jesus Christ to renew us. He does all the work. He does all the spring cleaning. He sends the Holy Spirit, and that way we're not relying on ourselves.
See, again, that just seems like offloading all the responsibility from mastering thyself, from getting to know yourself and controlling yourself, from your thoughts, your inhibitions, your emotions, everything.
You just got to be the best dirty rags you can be.
But I mean, who would know us better than the person who created us, who knitted us in our mother's womb? God can, reveal to us, everything. Who would know better than Him? He created us.
I'd say He's an asshole.